just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Network as we continue our journey across Europe, and we've arrived at a new destination. It's hard to believe that around a week ago we left the Baltic Sea and travelled some 1,800 kilometres to this new destination. Stories of folklore and mythology and legends surrounding the stories of Count Dracula, vampires and even dragons. I'm Rico Fu. You're watching the European Cricket Network. We are on tour in Romania. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Bună dimineața and welcome to the start of this European Cricket Series. It has to be said that severe weather in this part of Romania close to Bucharest has meant that this tour has been somewhat disrupted, but it's a new look about it as we start here today. We're going to have 4 days of action featuring 4 teams, and after 19 matches we will know who is going to be crowned the champion. We're going to start with 2 new teams playing on the network. Phoenix are taking on the Bliss Warriors. Earlier the 2 captains were with Stefan Goots, the tournament referee. Let's join them for the coin toss.
Phoenix to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It's coming down tails.
We're betting.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bliss Warriors have won the toss. They're batting.
Thank you very much to Stefan Goots. Isfahan Duki winning the toss for the new team, the Bliss Warriors, and deciding that he will have a bat first. I don't mind that move. Why? Because after all that rain, we've had some glorious sunshine. Firstly, I want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, from the European Cricket Network crew to the Federation and all the players for getting this ground ready. When it's looking like it is today when the sun is out, I think you will agree there's fewer grounds around Europe that look as beautiful as this Moara Vasia cricket ground. It is an absolute joy to be here, and with the sun shining, we're going to have a great day, and it's a good day to go out there and have a bat. And I think Dookie, he's got some good players amongst his midst as well. One of them is Ijaz Hussain. Now this guy is closing up on 1,000 runs on the network and also 50 wickets, and I feel that in the next 4 days he could achieve both those feats. So let's keep an eye on him. They also have the hard-hitting Asad Ali in their side. He's a very good player as well, so keep an eye on him. And then I'm told to watch out for a new guy, Aranga, who possibly will be opening the batting. But Phoenix are a team that also have some experience in this format. Their captain, Rajesh Kumar, who we saw at the coin toss, he was the top wicket taker for United last year, so keep an eye on him. He took 13 wickets. He's got someone like Josat Kodika in the side as well. He took 11 wickets, and with the bat, I think somebody like Bilal is going to be pretty key for them. Bilal Ahmed scored 131 runs here last time round. So we're in for a real treat here. 2 teams playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network, but who is going to get that all-elusive win? And could be the start of a good tournament. Bliss Warriors, big day for them. They play 4 matches here today, whereas Phoenix will play the 3. So we're going to see plenty of these players. Let's see, though, who have got the most stamina. Talking about stamina, I know that this man who's in the commentary box, and I'm going to really enjoy my time with him over the next 4 days, has got plenty of stamina and enthusiasm, and he's rearing to go, and I can't wait. It's not often that myself and Phil G spend some time in the commentary position, but we're going to be together now, and we're going to talk you through all the action coming from Romania. So Phil, over to you. The news from the middle is that Phoenix, they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction there from Rico. Full good morning Bună dimineața to everybody watching from around the world. Phil G here on the European Cricket Network. Finally get a chance to welcome you to this beautiful ground here. Look at that drone shot. It's absolutely gorgeous. As Rico said in his introduction, this really is one of the most picturesque grounds in Europe, and it's a pleasure to be here. And it's an absolute pleasure to be finally at the ground in the Coms Igloo and getting ready to start match number 1 in this ECS, the cricket series that almost got away from us with Mother Nature taking over last week. But we've managed to come back, and we've got a win on the board for ECN because the players are coming out, the umpires are heading out to the centre, and the news from the toss, as you heard just before, is the Bliss Warriors. They won the toss, went over bat first, which I think is a pretty good call as well. The ground is looking sensational. I just want to echo Rico's congratulations and big thank you to the ground staff and all the crew for getting things up and running. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard there. Bliss Warriors taking on Phoenix, as Rico said in his introduction. This is the first time we're going to see these two teams on the European Cricket Network, and can't wait for that. There's Isfahan Duki leading his, will be leading his team from the front when they go to bat, and of course the Phoenix team there in the field. Rajesh Kumar, definitely was one to watch out for. Rajesh Kumar, I'm looking forward to seeing him play. Good all-rounder for Phoenix. And Supercomputer likes the Bliss Warriors. 64% chance of a win here over Phoenix, according to our Supercomputer. So welcome to everyone in the chat, and welcome to everyone from around the world, wherever you're watching. It's wonderful to have your company here. And obviously I'm looking forward to calling the next 4 days of action with my good friend Rico Full. It's about time we got back together in the Coms Igloo since that one day we had in Malta. And you have to go all the way back to 2021 for a one match, which I kind of party crashed when Danny Hudacek and Rico were commentating in Dresden. Seems like an eon ago. So wonderful to be here. And I can see a whole bunch of names in the chat lining up and saying good morning to us. Good morning to you all. We'll get to you. And we'll definitely give you a shout out as well as the players are getting ready. And just warming up here. It is warming up actually quite nicely here. When we got to the ground, it was probably about 14 degrees. It's now gotten up to about 20. The sun's climbing up into the sky as it always does. There's not a cloud around, just a little bit of white. Maybe there's a little bit of far white clouds a long way away, but nothing to worry about. We're not going to get any more precipitation. That's all done and dusted. Mother Nature has had her say, and she says, guys, you want to play cricket? Let's play cricket. We're almost set to go. Umpire gives the signal. Just one little final move as looks like it's mid-off, shooting over towards square leg. And I think that the player's almost ready. I can hear a bell in the background. That must mean we're ready to start. Church bells are ringing. Here we go. ECS Romania is starting. Start with the leg side wide. The old loosener. If you got that on your bingo card, everybody, we talked about the ECM bingo card, Tina and I win Portugal. That will be on your bingo card. You tick that one off. Yes, the loosener. First ball of the innings down leg side for a wide. Kadkar there just straying slightly. Left armour one more time. Oh, this time he's hit it uppishly. Ooh, just one bounce to man at backwards square. That's Hussein living dangerously, opening there with the silver at the top. Just remember that Bliss Warriors won the toss, selected to have a bat first. They were pretty quick to say they want to do that. The captain, Dookie, he was very quickly to say, yes, please. We want to get out there and get a score on the board nice and early in the morning. And the bells are still ringing in the background. I'm not sure if that's coming through the effects mic, but it's a lovely sound. Somewhere over the mountains, over the hills, there's a group of people getting together. They're saying, look, we'll do this, then we're going to go watch some cricket. Wonderful day for it here today. 2 on the board. Early start here. As I said, it's absolutely fantastic to get the ECS Romania off and running. It is a shorter event now, but it's great that we've managed to get something from what happened last week. As Rico said in his introduction, there was a bit of a deluge last week. It's down leg side again. Good work though from the keeper. Very good work behind the stumps. That's Bilal with the gloves. He's doing a good work behind the stumps there. Gets across, a bit unsighted, hard to get around and get onto the ball. It's been bowled to the right-hander from that left arm bowler. That's better, much better. That's where you want it. So I can see Rob Thompson's joined us all the way from New Zealand. Hello there, Rob, in the chat. And Johnny He, Scotty from the European Supporters Club Australia as well, Dave B, Jeffrey Mobbs. Hello to everybody in the chat. Wonderful to have your company. Jules, good to see you again as well, Jules. Hope you're all well and having a good Sunday wherever you are in the world. That's full. That's collected very nicely. It's going to go straight down the ground and to the sight screen, all the way along the carpet for 4 runs. First boundary of the morning, first boundary of this ECS. Lovely strike right in the slot and collected very nicely, punched without too much ferocity, but pierced the field, no problem at all. It's a good shot. So De Silva opens his account with that boundary. See Rizwan in the chat saying, beautiful ground. It is indeed a gorgeous ground here. Lovely, lovely lush outfield. Uppishly, just over the outstretched hands of mid on there. It's going to just, oh, it's just been pulled back. And I think they've managed to stop that one from going to the boundary. It looks like it's all safe. We'll have a double check on this on the replay. Watch this coming in now. And, ooh, I think that's a pretty good save. Fingertips just inside the ball and the foot was inside the ground. Nice save. Couple of runs saved there. De Silva on 6. That's struck beautifully down the ground. And that is going to go out of the park for a big 6. Or as they say in Romania, chasse. That's a lovely shot indeed. So the over now starting to get a little bit expensive. Started with a few leg side wides. Now we've had a couple of boundaries. And De Silva looking a bit ominous now in this first over. He's 12 from 4 deliveries faced. 15 for no loss. 1 more to come in this first. First over of this Romania ECS. Just when we thought we may not even get it on the ground. Still 1 more to come. Another leg side wide. Cardcam may have to switch the radar off and back on again. It's early on a Sunday morning. Maybe just Josh Eck just needs to have a bit of a reset here. Needs to get a good delivery here to finish off the over. Better. A couple of players think they heard something. There's a few appeals. Bowler wasn't interested. I think he was just happy he put a good delivery in, angling across the right hand. Have a look at this one more time. Good delivery this. Pitches and keeps moving away. I think it's a fair call from the umpire. I wouldn't call that a wide. I didn't hear anything either. And the batter's too busy thinking about what could have been. He doesn't connect. Let's have a look and see what happens today. Bliss Warriors and Phoenix here in match number 1. Match number 2, Bliss Warriors are back to take on the Eagles. The Royal Eagles. Match 3, Phoenix are back to take on the Bucharest Gladiators. Match 4, Bliss Warriors against the Eagles for the second time. Then match 5, Bliss Warriors against the Bucharest Gladiators. As you can see there, Bliss Warriors have got a very busy day today. And out of the 4 days of this ECS, this is going to be the day where the conditions are probably going to be the best for the teams, because it's just going to get warmer and warmer as the days go on. We're going to hit into the 30s, 32, 33 maybe midweek as well. So it's going to be rather warm temperatures here. It's going to be warm out in the ground as well. Today we're heading for a top. Well, the Phil G weather report can tell you it's going to get to about 26, 27 degrees today. Might be a bit warmer there in the centre. As we're going to start the second over. The first over goes for 16. Good start for Bliss Warriors. Has to stretch that one. Oh, living dangerously there. Bounces about 2 metres shy of the fielder there at backward point. Could have easily gone to hand. Just the one there. Shah is the new bowler. And De Silva now. De Silva's looking pretty good in the previous over. A good 4 and a good 6. Opened his shoulders nice and early and got into the bowling. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, shouts a catch. He's hit that tantalisingly close to a catch. Almost hit it straight down the mid-off's throat. Now he's immediately sort of... okay, he's gone down to fix a shoelace-related issue there. But shouts of catches. That was hit uppishly. Just... almost could have pushed that straight down the throat of a mid-off who was ready and willing to take that catch. You see Rajesh Kumar was marching in and almost good to go. So just while the shoelaces have been tied, I'm going to welcome into the commentary igloo Rico Full. Rico, it's so wonderful to be back with you again commentating, and finally we're on. We're here.
We are here. Bună dimineața, everybody. And the sunshine is shining through as well. It's going to be an absolute scorcher, around 26 degrees, as I heard you say. Shah comes in again with the ball, bowling to the impressive Ranga. So well, he manages, I think, well, he gets sent back here, scarpering back. And, well, he thought there was a run there. Hussain at the other end had already pulled the stop sign. Sliding about, but he does get home in the end. And, well, Phil, it's great to be here with you. Finally, we get some cricket going here. It's been a long, agonising wait, hasn't it? But as I think we both said, well done to everybody that played their part in making the ground playable and looking stunning. And you know what? In a way, though it was difficult not to get the cricket on and be out here a few days ago playing cricket, I'm glad that, in a way, we have waited, because it would have been horrible to be showing this ground in the state that it was in and playing cricket a few days ago, because it was muddy, it was horrible, people would have been slipping around. It would have done it no justice. Today, on this glorious Sunday, we're seeing this Moaravassia cricket ground at its best. And though it's a shortened series, 4 days, 19 matches, I still think that we're going to have some fantastic action here. Don't forget, there's action from Belgium as well in that Medina Cup. There's the final there today.
Yes, indeed. Final in Belgium, so make sure you've got your 2 screens on at home. Stay with us here and also tune into Belgium.
It's a well bowled, good delivery this from Shah. And, one thing about this wicket, Phil, which I remember from the many times that I've been here, if you get in there as a batter, you'll score runs. There's no doubt about it. We've seen many runs scored here. The likes of Vasu Saini, of course, who's part of our crew. Last year, he was the MVP, scoring back-to-back 50s in that qualifier #1 and in the final. Taranjit Singh, of course, we all know him, a people's favourite, great Romanian batter, scored many runs here. But the pitch has a little bit in it for the bowlers as well. I think if you bend your back, watch this one, short of a length, watch his ball pop up.
Wow.
So there is something in there. So a little bit of something for everybody. That's why I like this track.
I see that. That's a really good case in point right there. You see the lift off the deck there. That was unexpected. That was really something. Look at this on the side on. Goes through just over waist height, and I think it caught everyone a little bit off guard there.
Cracking over.
It was, wasn't it? It was a great over. Consider the first over went for 16. That is a fantastic over. Just the one run from it. 17 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, good comeback. And Aranga, he likes to hit, looks like he likes to hit the ball nice down the ground. I mean, I would have 2 men straight to him. Honestly, I would.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of opportunities where he's hit it in the air. It hasn't quite carried, but I think he's looking to go further down the ground. Let's see how he plays. He's got Ijaz Hussain, though, on strike at the moment. I mentioned Ijaz in me intro. And it's a good delivery. Takes the pace off this one. Does Karaka. His first over, as you mentioned, didn't quite go to plan. He just, being a left armour, you know that occasionally they can, until they get the radar right, stray a little down the leg side. That was his issues, but he starts well there.
He does bowl a good delivery there. Just follows the batter as he tries to make a bit of room there, and I think it's collected him just on a part of the pad, a part of the leg that the pad wasn't covering. He just has to give a bit of a rub to get the blood circulation through there. Just want to give a shout out to Vinny Sandu in the chat. Good morning to you, giving you and I a bit of a shout out there, Rico.
It's a chance and he takes it. Jalebi delight. Everybody, that's what we want to see. That's why we're here. We want to see a frenzy of action, entertainment, and maybe a little bit of world-class magical fielding like that as well. Caught and bowled. I don't think it was hit as hard out the middle from Ijaz Hussain. He doesn't time it properly, but still take nothing away from the catch. Jagade Hutte, que guay, que genial, que magnifico eso es. Ay, ay, ay. It's jalebi time, everybody.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was a slight miss hit, so it didn't come at him at a full rocket pace. And in the replay, even though the replay was slowed down, he'd almost sort of slumped his shoulders, the bowler, after he delivered it, and then flung out the hand, and it stuck. He absolutely put it exactly where the ball was going to go, and he held on to it. Well caught. Good start.
That's where us bowlers like it. If you're going to hit it back to us, make sure it hits us in the palm of the hand, because we're going to grab it. So well taken. Good. What a first wicket to take here. It was worth waiting for, wasn't it, everybody? Nicely done by Josak Karaka. And now he's... Oh, well, it flies through the covers. I mean, maybe half a chance there for the fielder, but this was hit well. It was motoring as the hard-hitting Asad Abbas starts with 4 runs.
Oh, yeah. That from where we're standing, I thought that was a red-hot chance. and maybe the fielder was just a bit caught on his heels there. Just had to come forward and get off to his right a little bit further, maybe 2 steps. In the end, it's a boundary. It's a nice strike, but living dangerously.
Yeah, Azad, I mean, this is the way that this guy plays. Goes out there, and he just wants to hit big. They have got a mid-wicket bat, but the 2 men straight inside the circle. He digs this one out, well bowled. Good comeback there from the bowler. Got to go.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rico. I'd want a long off or a long on back, and maybe even want to put them both back just during the power play. Just see what happens there, because he's really looking to hit straight. He's shown that already. He's hit a straight 6, but also a couple of shots uppishly into the mid-off and mid-on area.
Got to go again, goes shorter, gets a swivel on this, and the fielder can't stop it. Go all the way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. A signal there by umpire Vicky. Got it. Vicky and Imran out there in the middle. Our men in black. And I think our men in black are going to get pretty warm by the end of the day.
I think you're absolutely right. If I was one of the men in black, I'd be meeting with my tournament ref to say, is there any chance we can maybe get the whites back? You know, the old whites from Test cricket back in the 70s and 80s. It is going to get warm out there this week. Oh, Stump's knocked over. Look at that. Bang. Crash. Wallop. Hits the pins. That's another wicket gone. Abbas, who was starting to look dangerous with a few boundaries there off his 4 deliveries faced, he has to go for only 8 runs.
And this is where it's got to be to all the young guns out there that are watching, full and straight. That's what you got to do. Just have a look at this. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball, and it does come inside. I thought maybe there was a bit of an inside edge there, but this is just all the shape on the ball. It's an absolute beauty. One more time, behind the bowler's arm. Watch this ball. This is just absolutely dynamic. It's a great delivery. It probably would have got many a batter out. I said, Abbas, we know that he's a hard-hitting, aggressive player, but he has no answer to that.
Yeah, the shape through the air is, I think, exactly what got him, Rico. You're absolutely right. We'll see this one more time. Have a look at this.
It's a beaut. It's an absolute beaut. You know, when you're a left armer, that's what you got to. You got that advantage, and you got to use it. That ball wouldn't, if you put it in the right area, it would naturally start to come back in. That's a beaut. It's a big wicket because he's a dangerous batter, Sassard. He'll have to go, and after 3 overs, the power play score 25 for 2.
Yeah, it's not a bad fight back here by the Phoenix team. Going for 16 in that first over, and we thought, oh, this could be a bit of a fly for Bliss Warriors, but now there's a couple of wickets back in the shed. That great second over, and now this third over backed up with a big wicket there just in that last delivery. Just the way that ball tailed into off stump, that was a pleasure to watch. 4th over starts.
Yeah, they're keeping it the same shot. He went for 1 in his first, and, well, that's a genuine thick edge, but they have got the third who's back there. You know, Phil, I don't know about you, but I'm actually pinching myself, trying to believe that we are at the same place that we were about a week ago when we came here. And it was a swamp. It really was. We had to paddle through the mud to even get here.
It's true.
And it's unbelievable to think that this is the same ground. It is recovered so well.
Really has. Bowler steaming in again.
Uppish, and this is why I was saying, Phil, to Aranga, I'm definitely having a couple of men straight. I mean, you can see here, this is Kalahara, who plays a similar shot, but I just feel that he should always be looking to have 1 straight. You might want to put him a lot straighter. I mean, these days we see a lot of times where they actually put a fielder behind the bowler.
Yeah,
it's worth doing because batters, if the bowlers are bowling full, the batters can only hit straight. Oh, that's an ugly-looking shot there from Maranga de Silva. Gets carried away. He plays this so early. I think he sees that it is going to be a shorter ball there from Shah, but he's onto it, and he plays it so early.
Yeah, he saw the length, didn't he? He saw the length and immediately shaped for that shot, and it was just not there. He just didn't have keep his head steady. Just on the back of what you said about a week ago, Rico, you're absolutely right. On that Monday, traipsing through the mud, I had to do a very short little intro in the production hut because nothing was set up here. It was a long time ago. Uppishly and over.
That's just been punched down the ground. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka lagela. This effortless. So after that tells you a story when we talked about bowlers bowl full and straight. Well, batters timed the ball. He tried to hit the leather off it, the ball before, and missed it by a mile. This time he just eases into the shot, not trying to hit it too hard. It pings out of the middle, goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, nicely lofted that one. There is 2 fielders deep now that the power play's over, and he's pierced the middle with a lovely straight shot.
In comes Shah again. Will want to get that Yorker length delivery, but he goes shorter. It's clipped off the pads, and it's a good sign actually, isn't it? I know there was a bit of dew on the ground earlier today, and you've seen that the bowler's using a rag to try and keep the ball nice and dry, but in terms of the outfield, it's pretty quick. I mean, we'll catch up with that as well, but don't forget the groundsman has been here, has given it a good cut as well, so the outfield, the ball running across it pretty nicely at the moment.
Yeah, that dew is pretty much dried up completely, hasn't it? We had a little bit in the comms area, and this comms area is looking pretty nice now. Nice little breeze coming through as well.
It's well bowled, a little bit leg-side-ish, but he's got the field set for that. He's got the man on the 45, and he's got a boundary rider there behind square. It's there to stop it. That's the end of the over. It's a good spell actually from Shah. He'll only go for the 11, and well, Bliss Warriors 35 for 2, but you just get the feeling that this partnership between Ranga de Silva, who's on 20 of 14, and Lithija Kalhara is going to be the key here. Yeah, but tell me more about when you came in on Sunday then.
Oh, it was Monday. I came here on Monday, and oh my goodness, yeah, the walk from where the bus drops us off down the little path there, or to the production area, it was a quagmire. We had to take such a left turn at Albuquerque, go about 10 metres off into the potato field. The potato field was better than the path. That's how bad it was.
It was. I know,
oh my goodness.
Because I came in the next day, and we had to walk through the potato field to get here because at least we weren't going to be sinking into the mud. Anybody that tried to drive up to the car park, well, it was a mistake. You got stuck in the mud. It's going to be a wide to start. We're seeing a new bowler here. This is Thalina Jayasuriya with the ball. Yeah, I mean, you literally got stuck. It's, I mean, marvellous. Well done to everybody. Yeah. And well done to, of course, the Federation of Cricket of Romania. And I'm sure that Abdul has spent many hours, him and his helpers here, getting things right. And there was all sorts of talks, wasn't there, a couple of days ago about putting matting around the bowlers' run-ups because it was pretty bad. Oh, look, it's still not ideal. It's still a little bit soft. We both went out there and we felt it was a bit soft underfoot, but nothing compared to what it was a few days ago. And I think another day of sunshine like today, I think by tomorrow it's going to be rock hard. And the temperatures, by the way, are going to be hitting the 30s pretty soon. In a couple of days' time, it will be 30 degrees plus. Here comes Jayasuriya, just losing his run-up here this time. Doesn't feel comfortable.
Yeah, it's funny, last week, or was it Tuesday? I think Tuesday and Wednesday, you and I were out in the middle of the pitch with those brooms trying to, what are they called? Brooms with like the straight edge. Yeah. We're trying to get all the water off the pitch, and it was just, you sweep a little bit off and more comes back in. We're on hiding to nothing.
Yeah, the old scrub deckers.
Yeah.
Good delivery. I seem to remember Jayasuriya from last year, and I think he played, he started well, then picked up a bit of an injury and wasn't able to bowl at his full pelt. But he's a useful player, good all-rounder. He's scored some runs with the bat as well, Jayasuriya.
He's doing all right so far.
Hey, is there something new about the chat?
What's that?
What are these little, the crown with a little hashtag? What's going on there? That's played away. Well, I'll tell you what's going on there. That's going to be 4 runs. A little bit of extra width being played away. So cuatro career, let's have a look at it here. Goes forward, then rocks back, plays a nice cut shot behind that point area. 4 more.
Yeah, nicely weighted on that shot and hit it up his sleeve, but safely 4 runs on the board. Yeah, so in the chat, I noticed this too. I noticed it a couple of days ago, and I was scratching my head as well. I think it's you get rewarded for contributions to the live chat, which can be very good for stimulating conversation in the chat. I don't think it's just every little comment you make. I think there's some AI algorithm that detects whether it's worth congratulating you on.
Well, the umpire unmoved. I get the feeling here this is a pretty bouncy track that unless you're catching the batter right on the back foot, is going over the stump. Let's have a look. It's climbing. It's still on the way up. It's a good shout, but I think that's going over. If we have a quick look at this side on, if you can. And Iman's, the driver, is in the engine room. Wonder if we can see that side on. It gives us an idea how high it's going. So, you see he's fair way forward. The ball is on the way up. I think that's a good shout there from the umpire.
I think the bowler should also be cautious to get out of the umpire's line of vision. He was right in front of the umpire when he appealed.
Yeah, that doesn't help Jayasuriya's course. It's that other ugly hot shot there again.
Yeah. It's
the second time we've seen Ranga de Silva do this. He just tries to hit the ball so hard and he loses his shape. He's very good playing forward, but playing that attempted pull shot, he loses his shape a fair bit.
He does, doesn't he? Just when he gets off balance like that, it's going to be so hard to connect and get runs.
Talked about a chat. See John Higginbottom's in there. John Heasham was there. Lance, hello Lance. And great to have you all with us. Of course, not only will you be tuning in to us here, I'm sure you'll be keeping an eye on that final there of the Medina Cup. Hello to Kroom, who was in there as well, nice and early. Paul Kempin, nice to have you all with us. Rob Thompson, we're going to have a good day here. We are. I got a feeling that, you know, sometimes things happen for a reason. We were made to wait, but I feel that it's going to be worthwhile in the end. I think we're going to have a really good tournament. Maybe we'll get... well, with Bliss Warriors, maybe we'll have a bliss of golden balls or something. Just got a feeling. We started, of course, with a jalebi catch. Right, in the air, talking of catching, is another chance. Not easy. And it goes down. It was never going to be an easy catch. Had to try and take that side on. And I think that's Rajesh Kumar who gets his hands to it, but not able to keep it in the palms of his hands, Kumar.
Had to run a long way, didn't he? He was in the air for quite a while, but in the end, you sort of felt that even though he was still moving, it would have been nice and easy to the palms. You can see there, just bounces off the palms and spills to the ground. That one goes down as an opportunity there. And that will be the end of the fourth. And unfortunately for Joe Soria, he doesn't pick up a wicket with the last ball of his over. And it's 43 for 2. 4 overs gone.
Okay, we'll leave it for now. Don't worry.
So, just give a shout out to the chat to everyone as well. Say hello from Phil G here in the commentary position. Good to see you all. There's a bit of a talk in the chat about how much cricket there is on and how much you get to watch, and it's so good that we can present this to you, and it's so good that we've been able to get this Romania ECS off and running. Plenty of cricket today. Don't forget, in Belgium we've got Medina Cup, and obviously starting tomorrow you've got some big action going on over there in Hornchurch. So plenty of cricket. Get yourself 2 screens or pick and choose whichever you like.
It's played away quite beautifully to the mid-wicket area. It'll just be a nice little clip there off the pads.
Yeah, nice shot, that one, just towards the boundary line. So 44 for 2. De Silva's still there on 22 from 17. I think it's up to him to really push down the accelerator now in the second half of this innings, now that we're into the 6th over. And Kalhara at the non-strikers end supporting. But this is where they need to kick on, Bliss Warriors.
Just straying down leg side. This is going to be an interesting one as well. The 2 openers, I think, did a very good job. First one went for 16, but after that, they came back well. They picked up those couple of wickets. But now we're going to see some of the new bowlers. Now, Rajesh Kumar, expect him to go well. The captain, and I mentioned he was somebody who played for United CC of Bucharest last year. He was their leading wicket taker. They've got a few players that have come across from Bucharest. Right, this is a chance, genuine chance, big moment. And he's totally got it wrong. Completely wrong from the fielder. And that's a big moment. So Aranga's given them opportunities. And remember, we saw him dropped moments ago. Dropped on 20. Now he gets dropped again.
Yeah, that could be really costly here. But, you know, this is the thing. De Silva needs to take these opportunities and really just run with it. He needs to start putting their foot down. Kalhara is now going to face the next delivery. But between these two, they really need to kick on for the Bliss Warriors.
It's shots like that. I mean, that's the intent there, just not there. It's kind of a full toss on the leg side here to Kalahara, and he's just pushing at it. And that was what, ball number 7? So he's 8 of 7 at the moment. And I reckon here the captain is for Handuki. He's probably having a look at this and saying, really, he's got to be thinking about making a change pretty soon. Aranga himself started well, but he slowed down as well. He's been taken an age to get out of the 20s. That's going to be 1 bounce to the man at 3rd. I suppose here right at the moment, Phoenix are quite happy if it's singles. I mean, like that one there, right, you could really attack it, try to turn it into a catch, but you could give 4 away. If it's only a single, you keep it because it...
Well, they're keeping the run rate in single-digit figures as well. I mean, if you're a bowling side, you'd love to see that.
That's struck well, and this one is going to be straight to the field. I thought it was going to be the first one that we're going to get a chance to get our hands on. It's going to happen, Phil. You know it's going to happen. We are in the firing line.
Just so everyone at home, just so what happened there, the ball was hit down towards us, and Rico immediately shot out to his left as far as the cord to the headset would allow him to go. And I thought you were going to get your first as well. I thought that was going to be there for you.
You know what? I was watching. I'm trying to... chance maybe. Fingertips and 4. Well, Aranga, he is living a charmed life at the moment. He's been dropped on 20. We saw him drop then on 23 as well. Now he gets dropped again. I mean, they're not easy chances, but he could be the difference of winning and losing this match. And Kuma, well, don't forget, he dropped in once himself. Well, he has 2 catches dropped in that over.
The player there on the 45, he was there for that catch. That's exactly what he was there for. He didn't have to move a muscle except to just extend his arms and accept the catch. 6 overs gone, 53 for 2 on the board, 50 up with that boundary as well. Aranga de Silva, 28 from 20. And Kalhara, as Rico and I were talking about in that over, 9 from 8. He needs to get moving now.
Yeah, he definitely does need to get moving. And I think certainly if he hasn't had the message already from the captain, he'll be screaming it through, I think, Dookie. And looking at the way this pitch is, I mean, what are you thinking score-wise today, on a day like today? It's going to be, the outfield will be a little bit slower, but I still think you're sort of 115 to 120 will be about a par.
Yeah, I was feeling about a 120 is about my marker. But I would take 115 though here. No problem at all. I think you're spot on there.
It's nicely played, but once again, where is that urgency? Kalahara just pushing the ball around. I mean, it's fine if he's doing this and then he's got Ranga at the other end smashing 16, 18 and over, but that ain't happening at the moment. This is Aleem Abdul with the ball.
Get the feeling maybe both teams resplendent in their orange and black gear. Maybe they just need to shake off the Sunday morning cobwebs. You know, catch has been dropped, shots not been played. Miss hits like that, you know, maybe that's what it is. They just need to shake this thing off, and you know, maybe they'll fire up in the next match and the match after. Maybe this is just an early Sunday morning, still getting through my breakfast, you know, that sort of thing.
I mean, it is a fancy starting on a Sunday field.
Yeah, exactly.
Mind you, we've had a couple of days of leisure, it has to be said, and well, I think we've all taken the opportunity to walk around Bucharest, and can I say, what a beautiful city. What a beautiful city. A busy city as well.
Oh, very busy.
I have to say. I mean, that's going to be played and miss. Oh, wide ball signal there. I'd like to have a look at this again. Yeah. Let's see it one more time. I think it's a tight call. Remember, it's got to be missing the line. And that's not a wide. That's a tough call. I think that's right over the line. So he's going to be unlucky there, Aleem Abdul. But I want to change it. I'd still go with that line. But, yeah, talking about this city, we'll continue after this one from Abdul. And that's going to go all the way. Balle, ginna sona, shaka, lagya. One thing about Ranga de Silva, pitch it up and he's on it. But it's the short ball that he's struggled with. But that is a beautiful stroke. And they needed that. He hasn't had a boundary in a while. I mean, the one he had was one that was a drop catch, which went all the way to the rope. That's the first legitimate boundary he's had since I think he was in his teens, so maybe that gets him going. Yeah,
the lofted shots down the ground from this man look sensational. He's middling it quite well, but you're right, leg side, offside, the square of the wicket, struggling just a little bit with the short ball.
Well, that's that slower delivery. We'll have a look at this side on, just have a see about Highton. I feel that it's okay, because he does also like to bat well outside of his crease. Let's see him here. And the ball comes down, and yeah, that's okay. No problems there at all. So cleverly bowled there by the bowler. That's good thinking. Take the pace off it. Now you might want to go back straight on here to Kalarara, who might just be looking to push this. Well, he wants to get funky, and he's going to play out a dot ball. This is where I think you're thinking of pulling him now. That's 10 balls and 10 runs.
It was not the right time to play that shot. I'm not a massive fan of this kind of funky approach to batters, especially when they're 10 from 9 deliveries faced, now 10 from 10. And he tries to pull out a little bit of funk to show the captain, hey, look what I can do. Don't pull me. Look what I can do. No. Stand your ground, play your shot.
And gone. Well, they won't have to pull him. He's going to be caught in the end. Well done to Abdul. Aleem Abdul takes the wicket of Kalahara. I just get the feeling here that Rajesh Kumar might actually be saying to both the wicketkeeper and the bowler, what have you done? What have you done? That's not the plan. We should have left Kalahara in there because he wasn't hurting us at all. That's 10 off 11. Aleem Abdul does pick up the wicket. Nice catch there taken by Bilal Ahmed behind the stumps.
It's a good shout there, Rico. Yeah, if you're the captain of the fielding team, you would be thinking, he's not the one we want. You know, if he wants to stay in there, he's not hurting us one bit. In fact, we're loving his strike rate. But have a look at this one again. Gets a lovely edge. And that's taken nicely from the keeper, Bilal there. And bowler celebrates just a little bit meekly, but happy to get a wicket nonetheless. 10 for 11 balls faced for Kalhara, and he's their third wicket to fall here. 62 on the board.
Yeah, and the next batter is, as we have a look at the departure there of Kalahara, is Galucha Lakshan. He will be at the non-strikers end and hoping that Aranga de Silva can continue. 35 of 23 so far. And well, that's, as I said before, his weakness, the short delivery. And the other teams, the other two teams will be watching. And, of course, that will be the Royal Eagles and the Bucharest Gladiators. They'll be watching Aranga because he looks good when he's hitting straight. But he's not as productive with the short ball as we've seen. As Delincha Jayasuriya bowling his second over. Goes full, and that's picked up beautifully. Nobody out there, you know, has got a lot of ground to cover. Has the fielder from mid-wicket. They left that square leg boundary uncovered, and this is too full. It's on legs, and he just guides that away quite beautifully. That's a good shot from Delusha Lakshan, and that's why when you got somebody, when you've got a batter like the Kalari who's not scoring many runs, leave him out there because the next batter comes out. It's his first ball for 4.
Yeah, it's well placed, that, wasn't it?
Now work to be done there by third, who good hands, tidy hands, goes with it with his hands and not with his feet. Sometimes we see it, he keeps it just to a single.
Okay, let's see what Aranga can do. He's 36 from 24. It's in his hands. 2.5 overs to come in the innings. They need to kick on here. Need to be aiming for at least triple digits, the Bliss Warriors. That's a catch it. I'm not sure there was anything on that, though.
Let's have a look. Yeah, there was.
Oh, there was. Umpire says yes.
The umpire has signalled there's something on this. That's why there's a big scream and catch it. Let's have a look again. It's not the best of deliveries. I mean, whether it is bat there or not, I think it might have been more the thigh guard, actually.
I think it's come off the thigh. Have a look
but
at
look
that.
at this. It's that's definitely thigh guard. But the batter ain't going to complain. The batter will, if he was out, he certainly would be complaining. But it doesn't go to hand, and he'll say, "I'll take 4 runs. Thank you very much." Short. Hit hard in the gap. 4 more. This is the over that the Bliss Warriors definitely needed. As Aranga de Silva is closing in on a half century. Half century on debut as well.
Yeah, ramping it up here in the over. A couple of back-to-back boundaries there. Even the previous ball, which we looked on the replay, came up with thigh pad. Doesn't matter. It still went to the boundary. There's no one clearly off the bat. Pressure back on the bowler, Jayasuriya. Makes a bit of room, goes over the covers for Maximo. 6, lovely shot, that one. This is a good over then from Bliss Warriors. They've brought it back a bit now, Rico. They're looking a bit better now, feeling a bit better about themselves as they face the last 2 overs of this innings. Score is 82 for 3 now.
Yeah, this is better. And good hitting there for Aranga. This is what he needed. This is what his team needed. And he brings his 50 up in style. It's his first 50. And he does it on debut. His first ever knock on the European Cricket Network. And Aranga de Silva, 50 of 27, brings it up with a big 6. That's 4 6s and 4 4s on his way to that half century. Well done, well batted.
Have a look at the run rate graph there. It's telling us they're going in now at 10.25. That last over had everything to do with pushing that run rate above the magic 10 into double-digit figures there. You can see the expected score into the low hundreds. They still need to get to the hundreds. Still got to get there.
Still got to get there, yeah. And a good over, good tidy over here would certainly help. Aleem Abdul went for 9 off his first. He did pick up that wicket as well. I like what he's trying to do. He's just trying to keep that ball sort of outside that off stump. And even when he did get some treatment, he came back with a wicket.
Yeah, Lakshan with a bit to do. Does he hit out or does he try to get to Silva on strike and let him continue on his merry way? See what he does.
He plays that well. It's a good delivery also. But that's the ball you've got to be careful with. I think that ball to Aranga is what Aranga will be looking for.
Yep.
He's got his 50 on the board here now. He still knows there's still a fair bit to play here. He's got a big part to play here. He wants to get his team past that 100 mark. I think that 110, 115 is the score I think he should be looking for. Let's see how he deals with the first one here from Abdul. Oh, it's a Gundy ball. Oof. Now, let's have a look at this. Side on, it's going to be key. Nothing from the umpires as yet, but this just felt high to me. He does come down the track, and from where it passes him, to where does it go? And let's keep that playing for a bit. Can we keep it playing for a little bit? Just see where this ball ends up when it goes past the stumps. That's what we want to see. So keep the ball going. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Yep.
I think that's... Oh, well, that's even better because that's out. It's a big swing and a miss. So Aranga, he does get to his 50, but it'd be 50 and out. As he misses out 2 full tosses. That's the way to put it. The ball before was fine. You saw it. And this one, again, it's that slow full toss. It's a good ball to bowl. I'm liking this, actually, from Aleem Abdul. He looks like a bowler who's thinking about what he's doing.
I think the bowling attack of the other teams will have to have a look at that one, because that is not only the second full toss that he's missed. He missed one earlier as well. He mishit it quite badly, and I thought that was a slow full toss. It was probably about 3 overs ago. He missed it, and at the time I thought, oh, hang on a minute, is this maybe a little bit of a chink in the arm? And he's missed 2 in a row there, and unfortunately for him, the second one has cannoned straight to the stumps, and that's a pretty big wicket here in the 9th.
Yeah, and there it is again. You can see he's pretty disappointed that he's missed it. But, well, Spencer Arnold is in next, knowing that his team needs some valuable runs with 9 balls to go in the innings. All happens in the 9th, they say. And he's hit that pretty well, fielder. Yeah, the ground pretty soft. You see the ball once it hits the deck, it does slow right up. At the moment, that's not going to, the bounce is not going to beat you, and they just keep that to a single.
Yeah, there's a real case in point there. We had a really good view side on of how the ball bounced and really slowed up. Guaranteed, that happens tomorrow, that's going to skid and fire straight through.
I think so.
Yep.
All right, up in the air. Watch this one as well. See, he hits the ground and just slows up. Just going to get a single. Trying to charge Abdul here, the batter, Lakshan, but Abdul, he's a clever bowler. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes for another slower delivery here, another slow seed to Arnold, who's trying to, obviously, naturally trying to get a boundary away. And it's well bowled. It should just be a single. Batters are putting some pressure on the fielder, but it's a very good arm. Well thrown. I often like to say what days we celebrate today.
Yep.
1st of June today, by the way.
It is.
Happy 1st of June. And it is International Children's Day. And this is celebrated in many parts of the world. And I know here in Romania, it's a big holiday. And I'm told that it may be a holiday that carries on through until tomorrow as well. So Children's Day being celebrated today. And it is also a Global Day of Parents. So that's quite nice. Children's Days and Parents' Day coming together hand in hand. Of course, they do work hand in hand. And it's a day where we appreciate parents. And I know, you know, we've all been there. We've been nagged by our parents, nagged to do things in a particular way, clean your room and all of that. But it's all about making us into the people that we've turned up to be, better people. So we all have to say thanks to our parents on this day. That's out, I think. If it isn't appeal, that's out. Well, the umpires. Oh, Phil, what do you think about this? Well, they're gonna get.
Well, I'm not sure what's happening now.
It's all happening here. They might even run again if it gets past. It's going to be giving us leg byes. This to me, I mean, have a look at this. I mean, I don't think this is missing a stump. It goes right across. Oh, what do you think? I think that's any leg stick.
I think it's hitting the top of leg.
Yeah.
Top middle leg. Sorry, yeah, but sort of.
I mean, is he going to signal leg byes? Let's see what the signal is. But, yeah, I mean, that. Well, they're going to get two something. I don't know if it's going to be leg byes or what. 2 goes on the board, but that was, well, maybe the umpire feels the ball is just doing too much. It's giving us leg byes. Oh, well.
Wow.
Well. The umpire obviously feels from where he's standing, that ball is going to miss that leg stick. I think it was crunching right into the top of it.
I think it was canning into it as well. We continue, though.
It's a Gundy ball. It really is. It's a loose one down the leg side. And Arnold says, thank you very much. He gobbles that up. It goes all the way. Boom! Shakalagya. Kinasona. That's 6.
Yeah, he didn't want to allow that one to go through for a leg side wide. Got into position nice and quickly and helped it on its way with a real big hit. That was a lovely smash down over backward square. Score up to 95.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries, though, it has to be said from the captain. And now it's the same again. Well, Rajesh Kumar just can't keep the ball off the leg side. He's bowling runs at the moment, and Arnold doing really, it's fair to say, what Aranga de Silva wasn't able to do, putting away the loose stuff on the leg side and putting it away emphatically.
Yeah, that was a good shot. 100 up as well, 101 for 4. 3 balls to come in the innings. How far can they get in? We called a pass score, Rico, of about 115, 120. They could get there.
It's a better delivery, taking it on, and wicketkeeper misses. They will come back for another. And more action, more drama. Cricketainment is what we bring you on the European Cricket Network. And this is what we're talking about. Fair play, though, to the batters. It's the last over. You've got to try and scramble every extra run you can get. So keeper misses it first time, Bilal Ahmed. And just have a look at the running between the batting now. Does he get anything down? I think his foot maybe just gets past the line.
Yeah. had a little slip at the non-striker's end as he went to take off for that second run. Maybe the second run was never on, but as you say, Rico, I agree with you. You might as well go for it. There's only a couple of deliveries left. You got wickets aplenty. You never know. It could be a spill. Keeper might miss the throw at the stumps. You never know what can happen, so just try for it. Put the pressure on the fielding team. 2 balls to come, 102 for 5 on the board, and that is a run out of that delivery, 9.3. They do get a run, though.
Yeah, they do get one, not the 2 they were after. And Lakshan does stay on strike. That's the good news, and he hits this pretty well. And myself and Phil were both ready for the misfield. That has been, that's going to give another extra run away. There was no need actually for that. It was a good stop from the fielder in front of us. Aleem Abdul was protecting our equipment, but then he threw it away and allowed them to get the second.
Yeah, I was watching that. We were both getting ready with our hands there. And Aleem Abdul, you took that one on the hand. You okay? You all right? He's got a smile on his face. He's all right. He's counting his fingers right in front of us too. Yeah, he's all right.
They're all there. They're all there. It stings a little. Well, he's back in the action again. Watch that hand, Aleem. This time they're going to go again. It's going to be good running, and they will get, well, they're appealing here, but I think the batter was easily past the line.
I think so too.
That's going to be a couple of runs, I feel, to end the innings, and it's going to be 106, and not quite the 115 to 120 that we were talking about, but getting past 100, I think that was the main thing here. Now, Bliss did start this match big-time favourites, and now at the moment they've, well, the chances of them winning, according to the win predictor, is 31%. We'll have to wait and see.
That'll be interesting, won't it? I think in the final wash-up, you'll see a start of 16 runs off the first over, and there was probably 1 or 2 really good overs there, but just not enough. And after that start of 16, the power play yielded, 25, I think, for the loss of a couple of wickets, and things just slowed, and the momentum sort of stopped. Eranga, he didn't get himself on strike as much, and things got a bit bogged down. So I think for the Phoenix team, they're going to walk off and have a little talk about the run chase that's going to come up shortly, and they're going to feel pretty good about that score, I would say.
I think they'll be very happy with that. The other thing I will say, I want to have a quick look at the number of extras they gave away, actually. So the number of extras was 11, which is not, look, first match they're playing. It could be the first time these guys are playing outside as well. We have to take that into consideration. I think 11 extras is not that bad. I think they bowl really well. I think they bowl really well. And when you think it started badly, but what an over this was. What a delivery that. And that's what it's all about. That's when Kodak came back, didn't he? After going for 16 in the first, he comes back and he bowls an absolute beaut. I think he definitely would pick up a lot of wickets. I remember him from United last year. Rajesh Kumar was the only one that was, I think I was a little bit disappointed with that last over. Going for a few too many, but I think all the bowlers bowled intelligently and well. Could have been helped a little bit more in the field, though, from the fielders if they held on to those catches. Oh,
ran out of fingers to count how many times we saw catches put down, Rico. It was a little bit of a worry. There should be some catching practice for Phoenix sometime between now and when they play the next game. And I got to give credit, though, to that man there, number 36 on his back. That's Abdul. Aleem Abdul bowled a terrific couple of overs there, picked up a couple of wickets for, I think, 12 runs in the end. Yeah. And really took good wickets at the right time.
Yeah, good wickets at the right time. This was one that was given to the batter. And, of course, Arango wasn't going to mind because he was on his way to 50 at that point, and he brought it up with this beautiful 6-over extra cover. But he wouldn't get any more because he would be done by 2 full tosses. One he misses, and the other one, it was straight up, was right onto the stumps. And a full toss really could have got another wicket as well. We were quite surprised that there was one that hit the batter, we thought, right in front, which was given as runs, and he survived. But it didn't really make too much difference in the end.
Yeah, a nice little cameo towards the end as well from the last 2 batters. A little bit of capering here just in the last. A slip there at the non-striker's end, struggled to get back for the second, and there's a pretty easy run out there. And that was the second last run out of that over. And we ended up with the score for Bliss Warriors being 106 for 5 after 10. And that's not a bad score. First innings of this ECS here early on this Sunday morning in this beautiful part of Romania, not too far out of the city from Bucharest. And you see the ground there looking absolutely sensational. The background's looking good here in front of me as well. Scorecard tells us that Eranga de Silva got himself a 50 from 29 deliveries faced. Well done to him for that half century. And just a couple of little cameos there. I felt that Spencer Arnold's 14 off 6 was really important at the end there, just to make sure they got into the 100. And yeah, not much else to talk about there on the batting card. Players just struggling to find the boundaries. Have a look at the bowling card there. Got to give it to Shah there. None for 11, but very economic and troubling as well. Only 1 run off his first over, the second over of the innings. Bowled very well. There he is. Aleem Abdul, 2 for 14 in the end. Sorry, I said before 2 for 12. 2 for 14 off his 2 overs. Very good. And 2 wickets to Khadka at the top there. 2 for 24, a little bit more expensive. No wickets for Jai Surya and Rajesh Kumar, who are a little bit expensive. Came under attack from Aranga de Silva. So that's how things are looking at the moment. The match number 1, we've kicked it off nicely here under beautiful blue skies. 106 for 5, Bliss Warriors. They set the Phoenix team a target of 107, and they're going to have to get that pretty quick smart if they want to put a stamp of authority on this tournament, which has only just started. But as I always like to say, you want to get good starts nice and early in these tournaments. You don't want to be chasing the lead pack. Remember, only 4 teams are playing. 4, that's right, you heard it right. Only 4 teams are playing here in this European Cricket Series Romania. This is almost like the locale shortened edition after the horrendous weather we had last week where the ground was unplayable completely, and now it's looking fantastic. Anyway, we'll talk about that a bit more later on. Match 1 hangs in the balance. Phoenix need 107 runs. We're going to be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes' time. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday wherever you're watching around the world. Be back with us very shortly for the run chase. See if Phoenix can get the win or if Bliss Warriors can defend 106 for 5. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back everybody to this lovely ground here. Moira Lassay Cricket Ground. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. We're halfway through match number 1. There's a score on the board and Phoenix have to chase down 107 for a win here. And the Bliss Warriors, the fielders are heading out to the centre. The umpires are heading out to the centre. Bonus point equation looks like this, 106 on the board. So if the Bliss Warriors can restrict the fielding team, so they restrict the batters to 74 or less, they get a bonus point. And of course, if Phoenix can knock off these runs in 7 overs or less, they get themselves a bonus point. Bonus point equation in play, as it always is during the ECS. Looking forward to seeing how that's going to turn out. And fielders just getting all assembled out there. So, hope you've enjoyed that first innings. We felt it was just slightly under par. Not quite the score on the board that we thought we'd expect from Bliss Warriors. We're hoping for a score around 115, 120. That's kind of where we're putting the par at the moment. I'm sure it'll probably increase as the series goes on, although it is going to get quite warmer as well. So the conditions are going to get very trying and testing. And being a 4-day tournament only with 4 teams, you get 5 games today, 5 games tomorrow, 4 games on Tuesday and 4 games on Wednesday, with the final at the end of the group games, the last match on Wednesday evening. So it sort of get the feeling that this may turn out to be a bit of a survival of the fittest. May have to redub this one ECS Romania Survival Series, because it's going to be quite tough out there for the players. It's going to get very, very warm. As Rico was saying in the previous innings, the temperature is going to be pushing well into the low 30s from tomorrow onwards. And if you've got 5 matches as well, it's going to be quite difficult for the teams, especially some of the teams here have got several games to play over the next few days. For example, Bliss Warriors today, they've got 4 games to play here today, and this is the coolest of all the days. Can you believe it? As we start the run chase, first ball bowled, swings hard and just connects that one. I think got stuck in the leg pad there. Did indeed, and walked it with the ball stuck in the pad back to the wicketkeeper, who obliged by taking it out of his gear. And there we go. So the run chase has started, and you can see the 107 runs required for the win. And just a reminder that the Bliss Warriors, they won the toss, elected to bat first, and they put 106 on the board, and felt that was slightly under par. So Abasing here goes down the leg side, does a wide ball. And that's going to be the first, technically the first score on the board. Obviously not from the bat. So yeah, just talk about Bliss Warriors for a second. They're here on day 1. They've got 4 games here on day 1. So it's a very tough morning for them, tough day for them. But it is the coolest of the 4 days of the forecast period. Phoenix with 2 games, Royal Eagles with 2 games, and the Bucharest Gladiators with 2 games here in day number 1. It's full, misses everything. Bowler cannot believe it. Hands on the head there as he realises he's just missed it. Just missed the stumps, just missed everything. Akash Kaka, he's facing the music from Abasing. Jai Suri is at non-striker's end watching proceedings. Looking forward to getting his chance to get up to the striker's end as well. We continue here. Another full ball. Just can't quite get it in the right place though. It's another wide. So far we've got runs in wides, a couple of them. I think, yeah, bowler's just going to remark his run-up. So I guess that's been the problem. Not really. It's probably a little bit more than that. Try one more time. Have a bit of a reset here. See, redid the run-up, but unfortunately that wasn't the problem. And yeah, just struggling here. 3 runs so far, all coming in wides. Bliss Warriors, as I said before, they're in the field at the moment. They're going to have a tough old day here today. It's a nice long day for them. Out of the 5 matches, they're going to appear in 4 of them. So it's going to be a real test of stamina and test of character for this team. It's hit nicely, straight down the ground. There is protection there. There is a long on who comes around to protect the boundary straight. And a good throw back to the keeper as well. First run's off the bat there. And Kaka gets off the mark with that single down the ground. Time to welcome back Rico Full into I was going to call it the clubhouse. our little clubhouse here, Rico.
We could call this a clubhouse. I don't mind it. It's a clubhouse with a view. Just a little bar behind us, serving some nice, cool refreshments.
Oh, that'd be
Very
nice.
My stuff's gone, by the way. It's
Oh, no.
burnt out. So
Oh,
the sun has knocked out my laptop and everything. So
it's cooked it.
yeah, I think the pillar just there is just helping you. So
Right.
I think we're going to have to come up with a little solution for tomorrow morning, because of course it's going to get hotter. So
Yes.
we'll have to find Abdul and say, Abdul, we'll need a parasol or something.
Yep. Okay. Ooh, swing and miss there. Actually, this igloo doesn't usually come with a. Oh no, the one I had in Portugal had like a little. What do you call it? Veranda.
It does come with the veranda.
Yeah.
The only thing is that once you put the veranda in, then me and you are just sitting targets.
It's true. As soon as the ball goes in the air, 10 feet, we lose it. We completely lose it.
And we won't be able to see too much of what's happening in front of us. So I think
Yeah,
if we can get away without using the veranda, we will.
Yeah.
But we may have to resort to it. But we'll wait and see. Let's see how long. I mean, I've put, like you have done, my jacket and everything over the top of the equipment, and we'll see if that does the job.
Yeah, I think we'll probably end up during the match break, might have to bring the tables back into the depths of the tent, into the scary back of the tent area.
It's played away for just a single, as after some big attempted hits, Jayasuriya settles for just a single.
That's the first over gone. 5 off the first over. 3 of those were wides down leg side. Abid Singh getting a high five from his teammates there for a nice tight over despite those wides, and only 2 runs off the bat. So all in all, a pretty good over actually. 5 for no loss after 1. Phoenix still need another 102 runs off the next 9 overs to pick up a win here. 87 matches since the Golden Ball. Now, Rico, you mentioned this in the previous innings as well. We need to do something about this. We absolutely got to do something
I
about
have
that.
a good feeling. I do have a good feeling that we definitely can do something about it. I just think that the way that things have gone here, that we're in for some good cricket, some close games, exciting games. That's what I'm feeling here.
Good stuff. I love the positivity. I think we are as well. You mentioned before as well. Been so looking forward to getting this series up and running. And I mentioned earlier that this is going to be a survival of the fittest in terms of the fact that the teams have to suffer in a bit of heat. They've got to play multiple games each and every day of the 4 days we're here. So it's going to be tough conditions for everybody, not just us, but also, and not just our equipment, but also the teams out there as well. But I'm absolutely looking forward to these 4 days. I think we're going to see some very thrilling games.
Full toss. Catch it, Phil. Catch it, catch it, catch it. Just over Phil. I thought Phil G was going to take a jalebi catch there for a moment. But that's what struck. It's a full toss. Well, this is the way to deal with full tosses. Is one thing that the Bliss Warriors weren't able to do it. And, well, you see that that's not that far. Well, the hand was outstretched. He was willing. But it will go for 6 runs. And a well-needed boundary there. Jayasuriya. We know he can do this. We've seen him do it before. Oh, that's gloriously played. But unfortunately for him, it goes to the fielder who didn't really know where it was for a moment. But that's a delightful shot through the covers.
It was, and an equally good stop despite the fact that he lost sight of it, but got down to that one. But it looked good off the bat. Very stylish, Jayasuriya. Very correct in his shot, that one. Nicely played, but only gets a single for it. This over now. It's gone for a few. It's gone for 8. Including that wonderful Maximo down the ground. Leg side wide resumes.
Yeah, good work there from Aranga de Silva. So you saw him put a good half century on the board, and now show what he can do behind the stumps as well. Nicely dealt with.
So Kaka facing now. He's only got 1, faced 3 deliveries. See what we can do here.
It's well bowled. That's a good delivery.
Nice ball, that one wasn't indeed. Watch this one again. A bit of extra pace in that one. Inside the tram lines as well. The batter takes a look at that and just can't get to it. See a lot more happening in T10 is the right hander having to face a delivery from a right arm bowler going across him like this. Wow, that's almost knocked him over.
Wow, what is this hit? I mean, he's done amazingly well. His bat on this, He's dug out a Yorker and he's got 4 runs for it. Let's have a look.
Wow.
Oh, what a delivery. But you've got to say, beautifully well played as well. I mean, saying this bat on that. Well, I don't know. Maybe we can see it one more time. See what you think, folks. I mean, this angle probably won't give us the best of looks on it, but I don't know if there was back, you know, if I'm honest. It's I suppose we had one in the other innings as well. It's a great seed. It really is.
Yeah, nice one. Okay. Oh, now I think he's trod on the stumps, has he?
Well,
is that what's happened there? Because I think the ball was a long way away, unless my eyes are deceiving me.
Well, he's walking away, and he's like, well, I don't know what I've done here. Let's have a look at this. I think he has.
Let me see one more time.
Let's see this. What's happened here? He's going back, and yeah, he has kicked his own stumps here. Well, that is just unbelievable. Akash Kaka has just kicked his own stumps down. That is an extraordinary way to get out. I mean, wow, what do you make of that, Phil G?
Rico, I know people bat deep in their crease, but that's ridiculous. That is, but then to go and play a back foot shot when you're batting deep in your crease, there's no excuse. That is just a lack of awareness.
Well, I mean, it is early days for some of these cricketers, but I mean, when you think he is so far back in his crease anyway, that's a bad look for me. That's all I'm going to say on it. Is a bad look for me. I know you could be a little bit rusty.
Wow.
As rusty as that, when you walk on your own stumps, देख लो अपने डंडे तोड़ के बन के रख देते मैं तो कभी इतनी चीज देखी नहीं पहली बारी देखी well anyway he's going to be gone and I suppose he'll go down in the book as hit wicket.
Stomped wicket. Absolutely. I mean, there's hit wicket, then there's crashed wicket. He's absolutely just gone crunch. Oh, he'll be batting out of his crease next innings for sure.
The new batter that comes out is going to be Bilal Ahmed. Bilal Ahmed played for United CC Bucharest last year. He scored about 130 odd runs in the series. So he's somebody that he can bat. We know he can. He's got some work to do here. 18 for 1. And a very strange dismissal there of Kaka. Well, Kaka in where I'm from means something. I'll leave you to investigate that yourself. But that was a little bit of Kaka from Kaka. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I think it's. I think translated that means oops, because I'm sure that's what he thought when he looked down. He must. I mean, what on earth was he thinking? It's a classic. Oh dear. Anyway, let's have a look at what's happening today. It is indeed June the 1st, and it is the Bliss Warriors and Phoenix here in match number 1 play in progress. Bliss Warriors up against Royal Eagles up next, then Phoenix are back against the Bucharest Gladiators in the lunchtime game. First game of the afternoon will be Bliss Warriors against the Eagles, and the last match will be Bliss Warriors take on the Gladiators. As you can see there, as I mentioned, Bliss Warriors with 4 games to play today. And, well, every team is playing 9 matches in this tournament. So you've got 4 teams, each team playing 9 games. So they play their oppositions 3 times. That's how you get your 9. So Bliss Warriors are going to knock off 4 of their games in this day 1 here. Under beautiful blue skies. And a nice little cool breeze coming across the ground. Unfortunately, I feel that cool breeze may elude us over the next couple of days as the temperatures will skyrocket.
Plays it to try and get it in the gap, but it'll only be a single. He's played some nice shots as Jai Surya, but he hasn't been able to pierce the field. I'll take this any day compared to what was the forecast and the conditions here when we first arrived. So yeah, the sunshine any day. I think we can we'll make some little modifications to make things a little bit more comfortable for us, like a little pool and
a little paddling pool.
A little paddling pool. I'm sure Abdul, there he is, Abdul. Abdul will sort out a little cool box for us full of some nice cool refreshments. And we'll have everybody over here pretty soon. That's hit well, just out of the reach of the bowler, the fielder. It's a combination of fingers and ankles makes the stop. That's Vinay Gamurthy, who's, well, he's having a good day. He's been rewarded with a wicket with the batter tapping on his own stumps.
Well, I was a bit worried about Vinay there, Gamurthy, because I thought he might have cannoned into his ankle just there on trying to stop that ball. But he's moving pretty briskly, so no problem.
That's a hit well, that's 4 runs. And, well, I think it's young Shakur will be doing the fielding there. It's a nice little shot. It's a half volley, had to go for it.
Yeah.
And we still, remember, are inside that power play. So with the field restrictions as they are, you want a big over here.
Yeah, it was a nice strike, that one, and definitely needed. Scores 23 for 1, still 3 to come in the power play.
There he goes, even bigger. Shaba, Shaba. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginnasora. Shaka. Lagia. This is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Well, sweeter than the pastillas de nata we've been having at breakfast.
We have indeed. That was a great shot. I mean, it was wider. It was almost the same length as the previous ball, but it was wider. And with that extra width, it just gave the batter a bit of a chance to open up his shoulders, open up his eyes, and say, well, I've just hit a 4 there. Why don't I go aerial? And I'll get a Maximo for that. And he does indeed. Good shot.
Good comeback. Yorker length. Well, overcommitted.
Oh.
Should be run out. Will be run out. That is a calamity. And what a result. Well, they've literally given 2 wickets away, haven't they? We saw Kaka stepping back onto his stumps. And now Jayasuriya, who is looking pretty good, the left-hander, wanted the single, started to go, but really it's not his call. It goes back to the basics. Now, whether there was a run there or not, you can see that Bilal Ahmed kind of really didn't go at all. Jayasuriya gets barbecued. Watch this again. So Bilal plays it and he stopped and he said, look, what are you doing there? He's saying, well, you started running. And there's no way he's getting back. So there's another wicket goes down, and it's the big wicket of Jayasuriya.
That was quite a calamitous display there from Jayasuriya. His Bilal, he took 1 step after he played the shot and immediately put his hand up. But at that point, Jayasuriya, he was a third of the way down the pitch already. And the throw from the fielder was a nice, gentle little underarm. It was that casual because the run out was going to be that simple. And look at that, just a nice little, there you go, have the ball back, break the stumps, wicket.
Back to the action, and this was the next ball that we've seen. And it's a good seed as well. Yes. Bilal now probably feels that he's got to stay there. He's got Arun Kumar Unikrishnan, who's joined him out there. These two really have to put a good partnership together. So the power play comes to an end. It's 29 for 2, and their opponents were 25 for 2. So there's only 4 runs in it. Both teams at this point lost the 2 wickets.
That's so true. Yeah, they're almost neck and neck at this point in time. And interesting that we talked about Bliss Warriors, their innings, and we felt that they were probably a good 10 runs shy of where they needed to be. And the fact that after the power plays, very, very similar looking indeed. There you go. That's going to tell us the story. 25 for 2 with Bliss Warriors, 29 for 2 Phoenix. And those 2 big overs, over number 8 and over number 10, at the end of the Bliss Warriors innings there, went for 20 and 19. That could be the difference in this game. It could be. It might come down to that. But at the moment, look, they've lost 2 wickets. They are just slightly ahead on a comparative score. So let's see how they go. Their run rate is just under 10. Hasn't been the greatest of starts, but those 2 wickets have been, wow, they've been pretty disastrous is the only word I can think of. Not good indeed. So, yeah, we'll see. See how they go. So, Abhay Singh is back on to bowl his second. He bowled a few. He bowled a couple of leg side wides in the first over. Went for only 2 runs off the bat. So he'll be looking to come back strong now in this over.
He's going to get away with this as the batter. He's placed this. Well, forget the Bermuda Triangle. That's the quadruple triangle, if there is such a thing. It's right in the middle of the cube. Let's call it that. A little bit of luck there for Ahmed, and he needs a bit of luck because I just get the feeling that he's got to score a big score here if Phoenix are to win this. The first match of the European Cricket Series in Romania. 2 teams on debut. One of them will start with a win. It's well bowled, good pace, good ease. I like this from Mahesh.
Yeah, it was a good ball, that one, wasn't it? Really just pushed that through a little bit quicker. I felt there was a little bit extra hot sauce on that as he just got that through on the full. And the player, the batter was just left a little bit silly there. He'd already played his shot, but the ball was well and truly in the hands of the keeper. Straighter. Hit nice on the leg side. Just going to take the 1. 2 boundary riders converge.
And they'll take the single there. That's well, it's keeping that scoreboard ticking. I don't think I've ever done a game where 2 teams have been in orange. I think this is the first.
Yeah, it's interesting, this, isn't it? Yeah, both teams in orange, and it's Bliss Warriors have got the black. Is Phoenix, are they slightly on navy blue?
They've got a bit of the old navy to them.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas Bliss have got the orange all the way through, including their pants.
Yeah.
They've got the sort of, it's kind of the navy. Yeah, I think you're right. It's more the navy than the black.
The orange, yeah. I feel like I'm in the Netherlands or something. There's a lot of orange out there in the field,
There's
Rico.
a lot of orange. You can see that there. You can see the Romanian flag there with the bear, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Known for its bears, the Romania, and the highest number of bears in Europe, I believe. That's hit well. They have got a sweeper out on the offside. He does well. They've covered the lines well, have Bliss, and they haven't allowed the batters to get the boundaries that they're after. So very neck and neck at the moment. But this is where, if anything, that we saw the Bliss Warriors just go a little bit bigger. We saw that in the next few overs. They were going at sort of 10s and 12s, which helped them to get past 100. They got that one big over in as well, didn't they? Over number 8 from Jaisurya. That went for 20, and they finished well in the last over as well, which didn't go to plan for the captain, Rajesh Kumar.
Just have a look at the run rate graph. You can see how those 2 wickets in the second and third over have made that white line duck now down below the required run rate and actually below the comparative run rate line of the Bliss Warriors team there. It's definitely going the wrong direction, so these two need to stick together and stick fast. Get a couple of good overs under their belt.
Right, catch me if you can. And it won't even get fingers to it. And he almost drops the catch and says, how about the Kate Winslet where nobody's painting your picture if you don't catch it? And he doesn't even get fingertips to it.
That's astonishing. I mean, it's still moving the whole time, but I thought at least get a one hand to it.
Yeah, well,
he's looking at his fingertips. At Rico, they didn't touch the fingertips.
It did touch the fingertips. Now this one, it's going to be a bit of a chase for the fielders. It does slow up on this soft outfield. They're coming back for a couple, and they will do. So 2 more runs. It was Mahesh that put the catch down. So Bilal Ahmed, he is definitely having a charmed life.
He is indeed, yeah. The field definitely slowed up a bit there. The outfield did get a bit of a haircut a couple of days ago when the weather got good. I'm sure they're probably going to give another trim maybe later on, maybe at the end of play today, maybe tomorrow. Could do with maybe just another little slight haircut.
That's well bowled and well played as well. There probably is a single there. I wonder if they've just gone a little bit cagey with the run out that they've had already. Well, with the way both wickets have fallen, actually, and I think on normal circumstances, you're taking that single, it goes into a pocket of space there on the offside. It doesn't go to hand, and I think it's an easy single that the batters leave behind. Lakshan with the ball, good over so far. Just the 3 runs from it. Short, and goes for the pull shot. Executes it beautifully. This one is going to go right over the banner of the European Cricket Network. Let's play cricket stronger together. That is an exceptional shot. Is that a bit of the crossbar challenge as well? Where does this hit? No, just clears it. Just clears it. Nice hit, good shot. Backed himself to play it. Was looking for that short ball, maybe Arun Kumar, and he gets it sweet out of the middle.
Yeah, 42 for 2 now the score. 2 more to come in the 5th over. They'd want to be pushing that 50 mark by the end of this over, so they need a couple of boundaries here, I reckon, just to stay in touch with where they need to be.
Oh, how was that one missed? The stumps taking it on. And, well, whether he hits the target here or not, we'll see whether he would have been out. But it's a good throw. I think it would have been close. Let's see. Would have just made it, wouldn't he? But
yeah,
good running, though.
Yep.
Keeper does well. It's an acrobatic stop in the end from Aranga. I'm liking the look at him. Aranga de Silva scored a 50. Now putting some good work in behind the stumps. He saved a hatful of runs already. Well, that's got to be too high. It's been called by the umpire. So no ball, free hit to follow. Now I think this one, the difference between this is and some of the ones that Bliss never got is that it's pace on. And I like that with that boundary fence there. It gives you a good indication of what the height, where the height should be. I think anything that's on that top of that fence is basically going to be called a no ball.
Yep.
It's a good little indicator there for the umpires. Free hit then, and he misses out on it. He'll be disappointed actually there. I think Phil, that's in a good area. It's kind of a half volley, but he doesn't really move his feet.
Oh, and a Krishnan, he really should have stepped into that one. Yeah, it was a free hit. It doesn't matter if it was going to go up into the air. It didn't make any difference whatsoever. He should have just absolutely leant into that one and caned it, and it would have been sensational.
Yeah, it would have been. I tell you what, the sun is out. We haven't been able to say hi to our viewers at the moment, so why don't we invite everybody into the igloo and say hello. And Bună dimineața, welcome to Romania. The sun is shining and the waiting is over. We're bringing you some cricket, and I reckon we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some action.
We are, and there's already been some good action so far this morning, but I completely agree with you. The next couple of days are going to heat up, not just in the temperature, but the cricket's going to get hot as well. Remember, there's only 4 teams playing in this tournament. It's going to be a survival of the fittest, and we're going to see some great cricket action. I've been pretty enthused already. There's been some good actions out there, some good little tussles. Looking forward to this tournament.
Yeah, I am, and looking forward to seeing Isfahan Duki, the captain. He's a very experienced player. Of course, he's got good links with the Netherlands. That's probably why maybe his team is in orange.
Ah.
But Duki, wily little player, cunning character with the ball now. It's going to be edged away kind of to the field. The field has just always been in the right place at the right time. They've got 3 on that leg side, square leg, mid wicket, and a wide long on, long off, and a extra cover is the field so far. There's the 5 that are on the boundary.
I mentioned Dookie is a wily customer. He's been around the traps for quite a while.
Yeah.
Especially on the European Cricket Network. I think we've seen him as far back as 2020 or 21. That's a bold.
Yeah, well bowled. Just, that's what he does, Isfahan. He just looking to get that ball. I mean, he bowls his over quickly, just looking to dart in that full Yorker length delivery.
He draws on years of experience. I think he turns 60 later this year. Hope he doesn't mind me telling him that.
Catching chance, and it's gonna be 6, I believe, or not. Well, it looks like he was disappointed for a moment. Well, I'll tell you who would know. Diana Oros, the ECM photographer, was right there. But, I mean, just for a moment, I thought he was like, oh no, what have I done? But I don't know. Let's have a look. I think Dookie's definitely got the wicket here, because I think the fielder, his body language told us something. Well, here's the catch. Now let's have a look. He goes back, and he's all right, well inside. I think he was just relieved that having gone backwards, he doesn't step on the rope. So well done to the fielder. Holds the catch. That's Shamud Mambadul, and Isfahan Dookie picks up a wicket. 47 for 3.
We are quite a fair way from where the catch was taken, Rico, and I think just for that split second, his body language did tell a story that wasn't necessarily what we interpreted it as.
Yeah.
And yes, it was more relief than anything else. Watch again. Yeah, then he sees the rope. He's a good 1.5 foot shy of it, and he knows he could have just almost, his momentum could have taken him over. So it's definitely a relief. And of course, he takes the catch off his captain's bowling, so he's going to be equally happy about that.
Yeah, the captain will be relieved as well. So it's going to be the end of Bilal. So each luck runs out. Well, the same fielder in the action again, gets down, no mistakes, nicely done. Mambadul doing well. That's the Devinder Singh, who has now come out to join Anand Kumar.
So the bit for these two to do now, that run rate is definitely dipping. It's going the wrong way. And they don't want to be hitting out too much in the next few overs, because they're going to be, they're not looking sharp at the moment, Phoenix. They're just not hitting the ball cleanly and crisply. They've lost a couple of very key batters as well.
Catch it's a shout, but I don't think anybody's catching this. That's 6 runs. That's a good, solid strike from Arun Kumar, Unik Krishnan. That's what they need. That's what's been missing from them. Now, I think is they haven't been able to go through the field. The field has been well placed, so the next best thing is you have to go over them.
That's right. And that 6 came right at the right time. Just as I was saying, they just don't seem to be connecting quite well. Been losing wickets at very key moments during the innings as well. Just when a batter seems to be hitting their strides, bang, they're out. And now they get a chance just to catch their breath here and reassess, because we are now 6 overs gone. And the score is 54 for 3 on the board. They've got a fair bit of work to do, these two. Una Krishnan and Devender Singh, who's only just joined him between these two. And Rajesh Kumar, the captain, he's scheduled to come in next. So between these 3, should they lose 1 more wicket, I think it's going to be all on their shoulders to carry this for Phoenix.
Next bowler comes in, starts with a short one. And, well, that only just misses the edge of the bat. But you can see the bounce. If you bend your back and you hit the seam hard, you're going to get some reward from this track.
Have a look at that run rate. It's crept up now to 13.82 required. And a couple more dot balls like this, going to be pushing 14s and 15s. It accelerates very quickly in these latter overs if you're not careful.
Bat on ball, but it will only Should only just be a single, that's all it is. So Devendra Singh is trying. And Unikrishnan, though, 17. He's the one who's really got to get going here. They've put themselves in this position, though, haven't they, with the way they've lost the wickets.
Yeah.
You know, the first Kaka walking onto his stumps, then the crazy run out of Jayasuriya. Bowled is an interesting looking shot being played there by Unikrishnan.
Just felt those 2 wickets earlier, Rico. Those 2 wickets rocked Phoenix. They put them on the back foot, and they've never really... They've come back in fits and starts, but nothing more fluid has happened since then. And it's not a massive target they're chasing, and they are really struggling. Another dot. Yeah. Case in point.
Yeah, dot balls. This is not good, and they can't find a way. To get runs going here. Credit, though, to Bliss. They've just bowled well.
They have.
They kept it nice and tidy.
And just like that, the run rate required is now to 15.6. A couple of dots at this late stage, and oh boy, that gets exponential.
Well, that one won't be a dot. That's better. I suppose eventually you know where the ball is going to be. You go for it, and he does. So that's well played, but you just feel they need a big over from somewhere. A big over that takes that run rate back down to around about the 12. And then you definitely got a chance to try and maybe pull off a victory in that final over.
Yeah, that's really, really timely, that shot. That was well needed. So 1 more to come in the 7th. 61 for 3 the score.
And that is what they needed. That's another biggie. 6 carreras más. Shaba, Kinna Sona Manos, Riba from the arbitro. And that is a biggie, 6 runs.
Yeah, that goes straight over the top of the comms tent, but it went over us with plenty of room to spare. We'd have to have a 3-story comms tent for that to be anywhere near to hitting us, and that is a really good strike. So 2 big 6s in the end of that over, and that has put Phoenix back on there. Have a look here, finals day in Belgium. It's Portugal taking on Belgium in the T20 Imdina Cup. That's going to be kicking off later on today. Or very shortly, I should say. Have a look there. It's oh, there we go.
We've got some news there already. I can tell you from they've had the coin toss.
Oh yeah.
And it's going to be Belgium. Looks like Belgium will be batting first there.
Okay, tune in for that one. But don't forget this, because this is still live as Dookie brings himself back on and immediately hits the stumps with a full delivery. Batter had no idea about that. Not sure the batters here today, they're not seeing the full deliveries all that well, and they're coming undone. That's not the first time we've seen a batter getting bowled with a nice full ball, missed it completely, stumps are rearranged, another wicket down.
Yeah, well done to Dookie. He's what you expect to see from him, the captain. Keeps it simple. You enjoy that one though, it's nice and full, and it's a big swing and a miss, and yeah, Dookie, he's enjoying the celebration. Devendra wanted to go big, wanted to hit it down the ground, misses. And, well, if you miss, I hit, says Ishfahan Dookie, who then celebrates. That's what it means to him. That's his 2nd wicket. And Devendra Singh, disappointment as he will go. Rajesh Kumar now, the captain, comes out, as we are going to see the battle of the 2 captains. And Kumar, and if his team are to come back and come back alive in this match, he's going to have to really score some runs. He hits his up in the air. It's going to be a bit of a teaser. And he's just going to beat the fielder. It will go for 6. And Phil G, I mean, I'm not sure how close or how far away he was to the rope here, but you felt that he maybe had a chance to maybe at least save the boundary.
Oh, I reckon he could have, you know. There was 2 of them there to try to thwart that effort, and unfortunately the ball's beaten them. Just don't think they really had the presence of mind to think that one through. Maybe I don't know, they thought too much about it, and in the end it was a good 6 and a good follow-up delivery there from Dookie, just blocked out. He's got 2 for 15 from his 1.5 overs, doing a good job here, the skipper.
Yeah, blocking out's probably not the way to go. But he's not blocking this one. It's just going to drop short of the fielders. They think about 2, but they're not going to get it. That ball just plugs kindly into the ground for the fielders.
It didn't it? Yeah. These singles and these blocks are not going to do the job, as they still need plenty of runs. They're about to overtake that score of 75, which was the bonus point equation score. So another run for that, which they look like they should get without a problem. Still 2 overs and a bit to go.
Launched high, catchable. Fielder looks comfortable and takes a very, very good catch. Never looked like he was going to drop it there. and that's nicely held. And that is Lethea Kalahara. Makes it look easy. Good catch. It's another wicket for the captain. Isfahan Dookie now has taken 3 wickets, and he's still got a ball to go in the over, as Phoenix are now 74 for 5 with the ball left in this 8th over.
Yeah, very good outfield catch there from Kalahara. And turns the tables a bit on some of the catches we've seen dropped here this morning. So it was a very good chance. And it was in the air for quite a while. Steadied himself, and you can see there, clutches it and holds it to the chest. And you don't want to drop a catch off your skipper, that's for sure. And he doesn't, he obliges. So Dookie here's got 3. He's, if I remember correctly, he's got 15 wickets in total on the European Cricket Network. So he's adding to that with a good 3 here. Every chance to pick up a 4th. And it's going to be Alim Abdul facing.
Abdul. Well, he goes here. Oh, has he got enough? I think he just has. And he will get 6. So it's a 6 they needed, really, to keep them in with a shout. It takes them, first of all, most important thing, it gets them a point. They get past the 75. But the 6 takes them to 80. So with 2 overs to go, 27. I mean, get 15 or so of this one.
Yep.
I think it takes us to a very interesting and exciting last over.
Could be a very exciting last over. Very exciting indeed. I'm sure the chat's lighting up right now and telling us what they think of this. Apologies, I've lost my internet. Not an unusual story from my side of the tent. This happened to me in Belgium a few times. It depended which way the wind was blowing, whether I had internet in Belgium. But anyway, we're here in Romania. I've just lost internet, so I can't see the live chat for now, but I know you're out there. I know you've been stalking myself and Rico and keeping an eye on things here and keeping us company. So stay with us. 2 overs to go. This could go down to the wire.
Yeah, it could go down to the wire. Yeah, we have all sorts of issues here with the sun, but we're not complaining about the sun. It's giving us issues that we can't see the screen. I know we've had some issues at the ground with the internet anyway. Starlink just doesn't seem to be working as it should at the moment. But in between, we will keep giving you a mention. I know it keeps coming up now and again, but do stay with us and enjoy the action as we get into this very important over now from Ijaz Hussain, and very, very good player. Let's see how he goes here. I believe he's got like 44 wickets on the network, so
wow.
He's eyeing up 50.
Yeah.
And gets bat onto this. I think that's what saves him. Huge appeal from the keeper, Haranga de Silva, but a little bit of bat before it goes onto the pads, and that saves him.
You see their bowler who's saying, as he picks up the ball, he even indicates to his keeper and says, yep, definitely hit the bat. Doesn't matter, it's a dot ball, and it's a good dot ball in the 9th.
Yeah, but you got to be trying to take these runs on. I mean, you got to challenge. Abdul can't slow things down here. You've got to run here, a real run. And get the leg by. It's good variations from Hussain, the fuller ball, and that one's slightly quicker. Gets him on the pad, and maybe that will help. It means that Rajesh Kumar, captain now on strike. Kumar needs a couple of big bombs out the middle of the bat.
It does, 25 from 9. So they got 3 deliveries in this over to try to make some inroads into that 25 and leave themselves with maybe 15 or 16 in the last.
That's well hit. And he's going to get past the fielder. It's a tremendous effort. It really is. It's 6 runs. The fielder is diving one-handedly in the air. That's a Dulusha Lakshan trying to take the catch. If he holds on to this, it would have been incredible. I do feel, though, the ball probably would have taken him over the rope. You can see where he lands, but it's a terrific effort.
It was a great effort nonetheless. We had a terrific view of that from where we were standing too. Dived full length, went for the Superman catch. Unfortunately, just outside the outstretched fingertips, and a big 6, important 6 in the context of the game. 19 from 8 now.
Got to run hard, got to push. Ball watching his Kuma, had to go quicker. And if he went quicker, maybe there was a snip, but that's a cracking arm, though. Cracking arm from the boundary.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking the same thing. I thought, oh, there's a bit of ball watching there, but if they'd gone for it, I reckon it would have been done, because that was a fantastic throw.
Yeah, great throw. I see Kroom in the chat saying it's been a while since a golden ball. Maybe we'll get one.
Maybe. Fingers crossed, Kev. Fingers crossed. 89 for 5. 1 more to come. 18 required off the 7 deliveries, so what do they get here?
They need a boundary. Need a boundary.
Really do.
On strike. I suppose you don't want a single here. You want Kuma to face all the the last 6 deliveries. So he's got to go boundary or bust, and he's going to be bust. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be a wicket, and Ijaz, well, he likes it. Yes, the trademark Ijaz Hussain celebration. Good over from him. Only the 8 come from it. But we do go into the last, and it's not impossible. 18 required of 6.
We do indeed, yeah. As you said it, Rico, it's go hard or go home on that last one, or bust, and bust straight to the stumps. You see it on the replay, and Ijaz very happy about that. It's not just a wicket, it's a dot ball as well. New batter comes in, he'll beat the non-striker's end, so it's going to be the end of Aleem Abdul, who started with the 6, and then just really couldn't do anything else after that. We thought, oh, hang on, if he's going to come in here to 6 off the first ball, you never know. This game is well and truly in live, but Ijaz, to his credit in that over, he followed up with a nice and tight finish. Those last 3 deliveries very good, including that wicket.
I suppose the way this match has gone, it's been identical apart from 6 balls, and that was that one over that went magical from Jai Surya.
Yep.
Other than that, it's followed a similar sort of pattern. The score rate and the strike rate's been very similar, but they just missed that one over. And if they can get it here now, they win the match. So are they going to time it to perfection? Are they going to leave it late here?
Yeah, it's all to play for. 6 deliveries, need a lot of runs. Don't worry about the run rate required per over. They need at least, they need boundaries in the first couple of deliveries, or else it's going to be all over.
Yeah, Lakshan to bowl. He's bowling, and the first ball always sends a good signal. Crunch it to the boundary, and it's game on. Well, he does hit it well. He's got to get back, though. He's got to take 2 on. He's got to sacrifice the non-striker. There's a bit of a missed field, and they'll get 2. That's why you got to push hard. And isn't it amazing? It's the first time that they've actually done this field. It's the first time the batters have put pressure on the fielders, saying, we're going to take 2 here. We don't care. We're going to take 2. And they get 2 because there's a midfield pressure.
That's
pressure
so true.
Does it all.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. They turned, they put their heads down and went, and you saw exactly how that happened. 2 very important runs there. 16 off 5.
And, yeah, it's they get 1. Are they going to take 2 again here? I don't think so. It's a good bit of fielding as well, throwing it to the end that Kuma would have been running to. Right, okay. Josak Karka, what have you got, son? Can you get 1 away? He's got to get bat on the ball. Whatever happens here, bat on ball, you need to at least rotate the strike, if nothing else.
Yeah, lefty on strike. They're just readjusting the field. Important to make sure they get this field adjustment correct as well. And hopefully they haven't been caught out with not realising it's a lefty coming in.
Yeah, and also pressure on the bowler. Can he get it right first up? Well, bat on ball will take a single. That takes us now to 14 off 3 deliveries, and you just feel that a boundary has to happen here now with this ball.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier about those overs number 8 and 10 in the Bliss Warriors innings. It was 20 and 19. I think it's going to come back to haunt Phoenix because I think they're going to fall just slightly short here.
Well bowled, good delivery. They will take the single, and the keeper does the right thing there. Rangat De Silva holds on to it and probably iron up. Well, it's between him and Dookie, I suppose. Player of the match performance.
Yep.
He scores a fine 50.
Yep.
But in a match where runs were hard to come by, you feel that you probably have to go with the batter with that fine 50 he scored.
It was a good 52, wasn't it?
Well then, now if that had come a bit earlier, who knows? That's been crunched down the ground. That brings 100 up on the board. You know what I'm going to say here.
Say it.
You know what I'm going to say. Do it again, fella. Do it again, fella. And let's do it again. And let's have a golden ball. That's what I want. Come on, give it to me.
Oh, boy.
6 for a golden ball.
Come on. Here we go.
6 for a golden ball. Are we going to have a golden ball here? Oh, he misses out on it. It's going to be a win for the Bliss Warriors. First time of asking. They beat Phoenix also on debut in what turns out to be a highly entertaining first match. But the Bliss Warriors will just hold on as Josak Karka, after hitting a big 6, probably got the right ball, I think. But I think he snatches at it, doesn't he?
He does. He does. He was a little bit too enthusiastic. He heard the call of a golden ball and he wanted to oblige. But, yeah, he did. He really snatched at that one and ended up mishitting it down to the ground. And Bliss Warriors will walk off with a win that they've had to work hard to get. It's probably taken a fair bit of steam out of them as well, and they've still got 3 more games to come today. But Phoenix, look, they can take a few positives out of this, but at the same time, I think both teams have got a lot of work to do if they want to feature on Wednesday's final action But there's a lot more of this tournament to go. That's just the first game wrapped up. Bliss Warriors get the win by 6 runs over Phoenix. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, congratulations to them. And congratulations actually to both teams who are here on debut. They're giving us a very entertaining game. But this is the way it started. I think, as we saw, the 2 power plays were almost identical. Both of them in the mid-20s. Both had lost 2 wickets. But this was the crazy one. I mean, Kaka just walking onto his own stumps. And then after that, what made it worse was the crazy run-out of Jai Surya, who was at one point looking really good. I mean, he played some nice shots. He was a little unlucky because a lot of the shots he played were stopped by the fielders. I mean, he crunched them well, timed them well, but unfortunately distracted the fielders. And this is it here, isn't it? It's just a simple little underarm throw from Dookie, and that was Jai Surya who goes. Then after that, they just never got the upper hand. They never got that partnership or that big over that they needed.
Yeah, I think we called it a couple of overs ago. We said that's what shook them. It shook Phoenix. That was the catch that we thought wasn't a catch. The relief of the fielder there when he realised he'd taken it just inside the rope off his skipper. A couple of good hits there towards the end. So it was fits and starts, but it was wickets falling at the vital time for Bliss Warriors. They picked up a wicket, then there was a couple of sixes, then they picked up a wicket. Dookie here picks up a third with that great delivery there. Full crunches into the stumps, and he was very happy to walk away with 3 wickets. A good bowling effort from him. And then there was, that shot, that was the one we thought could have almost been knocked back into play. Not quite, though.
Not quite, and then tried to do it again, and this time it's well held. Dookie picking up 2 wickets in that over. It went for 13. And that was kind of the story all the way through, wasn't it? They were managing to get the 13s, the 12 and the 13s, but they were just that one boundary short in and over that could have kept them realistically in touch to go on and win it. They still had a chance, we said, if they keep on going, and it's around 15 required of the last, they could do it. In the end, it ended up being 18, and they go down by just 6 runs in a very exciting match. So the Bliss Warriors, well, they will stay on the park. They'll be back on there in about 20 minutes' time. And this time they'll be taking on the Royal Eagles, who were the runners-up here last year.
That's going to be an interesting match. And Bliss Warriors going to have to, well, not just dig deep, but they're going to have to come up against a team which has got a good track record. We have a look there at the batting card of Phoenix, and that innings of 29 from 15 from Unikrishnan pretty much held things together after the shocker of the 2 openers going out in unfortunate circumstances. Bilal Ahmed helping out as best he can, but only 15 from 14, just not good enough. Rajesh Kumar tried his best, the skipper there, 19 off 9 in the end, 100 on the board, only an even 100, loss of 6 wickets, and that's going to say they are going to be 6 runs shy there. Have a look at the bowling effort there, 3 for 22 from Ishfahan Dookie, nicely done for him. Wicket to Vithulsan, and also to Ijaz Hussain, who bowled a terrific over there, only going for 8 runs, and that really put the pressure on in that 9th over. So when the 10th over came along, you needed 18 runs, they only scored 12, and you had a feeling that that's probably about as good as they can do, scoring about 12 or 13 per over, nothing more than that.
I think Bliss Warriors, well done to them. I think they played a very good game, actually. They kept it nice and tidy. Of course, they needed one batter to go out and score the runs, and that was, of course, Aranga, who sort of kind of batted through the innings, scored a fine 50, got them past 100 mark. In the end, they would finish on 106, and it ended up being enough. We were saying about 115 or 106, and if you bowl well, keep it simple. That's what they did, kept it simple, wicket to wicket. But I also do feel that the way that they set their field was very good. And on the extras front, we know there was 11 given away by their opponents. They only gave 8 away, so all those little things make a difference. So good match to start. I think that kind of sets the tone. Looking forward to match number 2 already. We're going to take a short break. Myself, Rico Full, and Phil G in the house, bringing you all the action from Romania at this beautiful Moara Vasia cricket ground. Join us back in just around 15 minutes time for match number 2, when last year's runners-up, the Eagles, will be in action against the Bliss Warriors, who have just won their first match on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome to match number 2 on a glorious sunny day here at the Moara Vesia Cricket Ground, just some 20 minutes outside of Bucharest on Children's Day and also Global Parents Day. So enjoy your celebrations, and I know that means that there's a lot of kids that are watching from around the world at the moment. Well, welcome to you all, and I hope you enjoy the cricket. I hope you're going to enjoy this next match when the Bliss Warriors will play 2 in 2. This is their second match of the 4 that they play in the day, and they're taking on the Royal Eagles. Well, before I tell you any more about the Royal Eagles, let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Royal Eagles to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It is tails.
Ball first.
Bowling?
Yeah.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best.
Thank you.
Royal Eagles have won the toss. They're bowling.
So Shabam Alam, the captain of the Royal Eagles, winning the toss and deciding that he will have a bowl first. So he's looking to restrict the Bliss Warriors side. Let's see how that works for him. Let's talk a little bit about the Royal Eagles. They were the runners up here last year. They played some very good cricket, but the one thing they couldn't do was to beat Cluj. Cluj beat them in the qualifier. That meant that the Royal Eagles had to beat the Gladiators in qualifier number 2, which they did. So they had the rematch of that qualifier number 1 in the final, and it was Cluj who were victorious once again. But they do have some great players in their squad. Shahab Alam himself was great with the bat. It was him, Haider Ali and Mohammad Yasir. All 3 of them scored over 200 runs. And then you had good bowlers. And Taimur Chima was absolutely fantastic. He was picking up wickets for fun as well. So a lot of good players in that side, and we're expecting them to really be, well, thinking of going all the way this time, because of course they don't have to deal with Cluj. Of course, they do have to get through this first match. I think the way you play your first match and the result you get is very key. The Bliss Warriors, we just saw them play. It was good to see the way that Aranga, playing for the first time on the network, scores a half century, and someone like Arnold gave him some good support as well. I do think we're going to have an interesting match, but I think on paper, probably the Eagles are favourites to win. Let's go straight over to Phil G for the very first ball.
Thank you very much for that, Rico, for that wonderful introduction. Yes, indeed, Royal Eagles taking on the Bliss Warriors. And it's match number 2 coming your way very shortly. Bliss Warriors just coming hot off a win, only by 6 runs against Phoenix. Phoenix very unlucky there not to pick up a win. It came down to, well, it did come down to the final ball, needed a 6 off the final ball to push it to a golden ball finish. We didn't end up getting that, but then never mind. The Bliss Warriors, they pick up a very important win for them. Remember, they've got 4 games today, so the first game they end up with a win. This is their second game now against the Royal Eagles, and this is a different kettle of fish, the runners-up in the competition of last year here in the ECS. So there's going to be a fair bit of pressure on that team, Bliss Warriors, who are lining up. The batters are lining up at the boundary line, get ready to come out to march into the centre to commence proceedings. Just remember from the toss news there, from what Rico told us, that the Royal Eagles, they won the toss, elected to have a bowl first, and they're happy to chase a score that Bliss Warriors can put on. I think that's a pretty good toss to win. Having seen how they went in the previous innings, Bliss Warriors put on 106 runs in the previous match, and that was, we felt, below par. And Royal Eagles, they like to think with the background that this team has got, that they will be pretty hot under the collar to try to restrict this Bliss Warriors team to a score of maybe even under 100. And they come out and chase that quick smart and stamp their authority on this tournament. Remember, every team gets 9 matches, and it's every team plays each other 3 times in this tournament, just the 4 teams playing. So we get a chance to see the 3rd team now, Royal Eagles. Supercomputer likes Royal Eagles to tune a 61% chance of a win over Bliss Warriors, only 39% chance of a win, despite the fact that they had that win just earlier in the morning. Match number 1 going their way by only 6 runs. The Royal Eagles resplendent in their light blue and then their dark blue pants as well. A bit of a contrast then to the massive orange we saw in match number 1. Skies are just clouded over ever so slightly, but don't you worry about that, folks. There's no chance of any precipitation. It's still looking very good. It's still nice and warm. There's a lovely cool breeze coming through as well, and conditions are actually quite nice. As I say that, the sun's just starting to break through on the far side of the ground as the clouds are moving overhead. You can hear the wind going through the effects mic as well. Welcome to everybody in the chat, and welcome to everyone watching wherever you're watching from around the world. Hope you're having a really good Sunday. Joining me here, Phil G, here in the commentary igloo for this match number 2, about to start momentarily. You're also keeping one eye on the Medina Cup final there. Portugal and Belgium going at it at the moment. Just on the other side of the continent. That's going to be worth keeping an eye on how that one turns out. We'll try and give you some updates as well along the way. Maybe you've got 2 screens open, maybe you've got double screens open. Who knows? Rico joins me here in the commentary box as we start the first ball of this match number 2. Bump down the ground, good shot, bounce, goes for 4. ECN crew scamping around to save the equipment on the far side of the scaffolding, and it goes for a nice shot down the ground, 4 runs.
Yeah, he hit that powerfully. It clears the infielder quite comfortably, and as a result of that, the long on now get pushed on to the boundaries. A good solid strike there from Hussein.
Yeah, Hussein and Eranga De Silva at the non-striker's end. Open the batting for this team, Bliss Warriors. Good fault delivery that, cramp for room, no chance for a run there. Don't know where he was going. Just again, completely looking the wrong way there.
I tell you what though, if this hits, I mean, have a look at this. If it's a direct hit, I think he's in trouble. Here comes the throw. And yeah, you see, direct hit, we would have been gone. So the understanding there, I wonder if this is just because players haven't played yet. I mean, it's early on in the season. I know the season's only just getting started here. So that little bit of understanding between the batters is certainly going to be sometimes crucial. And that'll play a part in the field, I'm sure, as well, when there's a ball up in the air that's catching and there needs to be a name put on it.
So true, yeah. Jana just homing in there on the body, just cramping up the batter, just struggling to get it through the field there. Hits it into the covers just for a single. It's a good delivery, that one. Nice tight over to start with here, despite the fact that the first ball did get hit very solidly down the ground. It was a bit of a loosener, but since then, Jan Sood, he's been keeping it nice and tight in at the batters, trying to cramp them up and restrict the scoring opportunity.
What I like about him, he's getting good movement, he's getting good shape, he's getting that ball to come in and swing in a bit, so that's going to be key for him.
A bit slower, that one. Sort of took a little bit of pace off, but seen early and tucked away. They're going to come back for a couple. Throw comes in now, and it's an easy 2 in the end. Good running. Nice strike, though. Worked that one away on the leg side. That was a good shot.
Yeah, nicely played, as we say hello to Daniela. Hi, Daniela. I hope you're well and hope to see you at the ground at some point.
Yeah.
And it'll be lovely to catch up with you again. And crew in that chat there as well. And also to Scotty, who's saying good day to us all.
Good on you, Scotty, from my hometown of Melbourne. So in again. Oh, hit uppishly, but safely over the infield. 1, 2, 3 bounces and dribbles across the boundary line. Again, not a lot of sort of follow through on the field there. It hit the grass and it slowed appreciably with every bounce, but it does to get across the line. Look at this. It takes a few extra moments to get across the rope, but in the end it does get there. So De Silva, well, he got a 50 in the previous game and he picked himself up player of the match as well, didn't you, Rico? So he's going to have to replicate something here.
Yeah. Just following the ball a little bit at the moment. You'll see that get played away. And, well, he just is once again overcommitting himself. This also would have been close. He just seems to be running rather than watching to see what his partner is doing. And he's done that on several occasions, and once again here he overcommits. But yeah, just notice there as that over comes to an end. So 11 come from it. So 11 without loss of the first. But the few times the ball was hit, for example, ball got hit out to the boundary at square leg and the fielder got put on the boundary there and then moved that fielder from mid-wicket, and then the very next ball, which was a more of an orthodox shot, it goes to mid-wicket and goes for another boundary. So sometimes you don't want to be moving fielders around just because it's a bad ball or a boundary. As we have a look at things that are coming up on the network, and this is going to be the Euros of Cricket, the Challenger Division. And you can see, well, we've just come from Estonia there. We're going to be in that group number 2. And Malta, well, I was surprised with Malta there at the Medina Cup. Not getting a win at all in their four matches yet. When we saw them at home against Estonia, they played some tremendous cricket. So they've still got some things to sort out there, Malta.
They do indeed. Yep. Exciting stuff. That Challenger Division coming your way on the European Cricket Network in September, October actually. We start in September, and that's the Premier Division starts in September, and then the Challenger Division you saw just there. It's what I like to call the filling in the sandwich, because it's right in the middle of the Premier Division start and then Premier Division end. There's your filling.
Yeah, I quite like that format. And don't forget, of course, before the ECC, that's what we're talking about here, the Euros of Cricket as I like to call them, we've got the Melto Shield and the Western Shield, and that's a little bit of a mix match together as well. So some exciting times ahead there in September, October.
Well, the Western Shield and the Medal Shield, that's your hors d'oeuvres, that's your starter, if you like. Maybe your soup, or in this part of the world, your chorba. And then you get onto the main course with a little bit of filling there. It's a lot of food analogies going on, but that's going to be a wonderful bit of cricket starting in September, taking you right through to the middle of October.
Rajinder Jassi, bowling with a little bit of speed, a bit of pace. I like it. He's got a few wheels going in the air. Going to be a real teaser for the fielder, and he puts the catch down, and he will save the boundary. Once again, that's the captain, Shahab Alam. Now, alarm bells ringing for the better there, Hussein, but he will get lucky because the catch doesn't get taken. And Alarm will be disappointed because he did everything right. He got there, made up the ground, but he puts down the catch.
It looked good off the bat, but I think it held up a little bit in the wind as well. And now, Jassie's just moving his field around now. They have gone and put someone down at long on. So it's this, you mentioned just last over about chasing the ball with the fielding positions, and it's not productive. It's just not. You bowl to your field. That should be your number one priority as a bowler. If you keep moving the field, you're going to be moving them all day.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, they just moved another one across onto their leg side on the 45. It's full. Right, this could work a treat if it's not a no ball, that is. So the catch has been taken. Is being given out by the umpire, so they're happy with the height. The batter's not happy. Let's have a look at this side on. I mean, at the moment, the way things are, it is the wicket. I mean, how high is this? I think that's okay. Have a look at the fence. It's below the fence, so that's good. But again, he played a shot similar to this earlier, which went a big way from 6. So he doesn't try to whack it. He tries to time it, but he gets this wrong. It's straight into the hands of Chima, who holds on to the catch. And the first wicket goes, and it's the big one. De Silva this time goes for just 6.
Yeah, so the half centurion from the previous match scored a 50, and that's all he got. He picked up player of the match. He's gone now, and he goes cheap. And that's a big, big body blow for Bliss Warriors. They take that one on the chin. They have to come back now and fight a little bit harder as Eranga De Silva goes for 6 from 4 to Olivia's face. Good catch by Chima on the boundary. Jassi gets a reward for effort there as well. Brings a new batter to the crease and they have to reset again. Ijaz Hussain, well, we've called him already as a player who seems to he likes to be out of his crease more than in his crease. So he needs to watch out for that. He needs to put his head down. And he's just been joined now. Ijaz joined him. Looks like it's
Abbas,
it is Abbas, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Who, in the last match, hit a couple of boundaries, then got out. Well, he was well bowled, wasn't he? Well done.
Yeah. Oh, just plays it nicely there, just into the field there. Just a bit watchful. Good delivery, though.
It's good. I like the pace here of Jesse. I think he was a little bit fortunate with the wicket, but once again, full toss does the job. I always often say it's better to be a little bit too full than too short. And it's certainly been the case here today.
We've had wickets with full tosses. In the previous match, we had a couple of bowls. We had a very confused batters trying to get a hold of a full toss and really struggling. And again. Oh, peach. Absolute peach.
Top seed like this. Beautifully bowled. I had a few peaches for breakfast this morning, actually, with my yogurt. That's a great delivery. That's a great
That's
delivery.
a cracker, isn't it? That looks good. From front on, that looks so good. Yep, had him all ends up.
Hey, I'm going to find out what's peach in Romanian. Do you know? You know a fair bit of Romanian, by the way.
Oh, that's a rumour.
No, it's not a rumour. I heard you talking a bit. That's too wide.
Oh, I think I've greeted a few people and I've had a few very short conversations with our bus driver in Romanian. I did learn a bit of Romanian many years ago in a different life. And yeah, it's kind of all lost me now. Now, everything in my head is now Czech. I still say Dobry den to people here in the morning, which gets a very strange look.
First, before I forget, Piersika.
Oh.
That's peach. We'll have to try and remember that. That was a piersica. Doesn't quite sound as good as peach. Piersica!
Oh, there's a piersica for the fielder.
There's a piersica for you. That's nice and sweet for the fielder. Gets the wicket. But just going back to that, I'm like you, you know. Everybody laughs at me. Wherever I turn up, I automatically just speak Spanish to people.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get lucky and they talk about, most of the time just look at me and say, ¿Qué? It's like here, I'll say to people, "Puna diminata," and then blah, 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 in Spanish.
Yeah.
And they think, what are you talking about? But anyway, that one is out. It's a fuera. He's gone. Well done. And hey, look, we got biscuits and all things turning up
biscuits
here.
now. Oh, okay.
And look, they reckon we're getting too fat. These are all healthy biscuits. Look at these.
Oh,
Look at this.
that's great.
Oh, well,
Okay.
we'll just have to get a nice hot, sugary hot chocolate to have these with. Anyway, we'll leave them over there. You know what they can do? They can be used as sun protectors at the moment.
Actually do that because your
Sun guards.
gear is suffering a little bit in the sun.
It is.
here.
I keep getting told to keep putting my papers on top of the keyboard. Anyway, a wicket goes down. That's a good sign. 2 down. This is a quick look at the 4 teams we're going to have. Of course, the one we haven't seen yet, we'll see them in the next match, is the Bucharest Gladiators. But Bliss Warriors have got the first win on the board. Phoenix picked up a point.
They did indeed, and we'll probably have a fair bit to talk about when the Gladiators come out. But that's in the next match. We'll hold that for you until that time. Right now, this Royal Eagles versus Bliss Warriors game hanging a bit in the balance here. Eagles punching back pretty hard here. Bliss Warriors looking to try to break the shackles. Oh, good catch. Hit it straight down mid-off's throat, but he makes no mistake. It did go pretty fast, but it's still going to hold on to those ones. And that is Saljan, who holds on to a ripper. And, yep, that is another wicket down. Bliss Warriors here just crumbling under pressure, and it's pressure they're bringing on themselves. This is just not clever hitting, just standing back and just trying to go wallop. And a nice catch.
Yeah, catch taken. So what a good start this is for Amir Fazal. His first ball gets a wicket. Hey, we forgot. There was the first duck as well.
Oh.
It was Assad who would go for a duck. So Assad Abbas, he gets the derrick. Still no signs of derricks, by the way, which is very disappointing. Can I just say to the boys and girls at HQ, it is the 1st of June, by the way. Hint, hint. You did tell us that the derricks would be back in May. It is the 1st of June. Still no derricks. We are waiting.
Maybe there's a plan for Derek to invent a time machine. And so he can actually rock up here sometime in June and say, I was actually created in May. I've used my time machine, and here I am.
Here I am.
And here there you go. So yes, we are all waiting for that one. Let's clipped away very nicely, uppishly, but there is nobody back there. Bounces away for 4 runs. Nice shot that. Yeah, we are missing Derek. There's been a bit of chat as well. Last couple of days I've been in the chat, sort of just lurking while working before this series. And yeah, a few people getting very keen about the whereabouts of maybe the new improved Derek, the alternate version of Derek.
We keep getting told this new improved and whatnot, but we're still waiting. Still waiting to see. And of course, there was all sorts of names being dashed around as well. I know there was a lot of talk about it in Jersey. That's a nice looking shot, actually. It's a good shot from Lakshan. He notices the gap there between third and point, and he places this beautifully. Intelligent batting. Nice shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, he did. He's really cut that one up and nice. And he's taken a split second to place that one really beautifully. Got a bit of elevation on that one, but there was no one there. 4 runs. Good shot. Need more of that. 22 for 3. Halfway through the 3rd.
Yeah, International Children's Day, celebrated annually on the 1st of June. In different parts of the world, it's an initiative for children's well-being and rights. A day celebrated as part of a greater cause that resolves around children abuse. Oh, wow. Phil G, I told you, you put a little bit in this track and you'll get value for money. Now, has he stopped this? I don't think it has. I think that's ended up resting on the rope. That one had just taken off. Woo, what a delivery.
Wow. That is case in point. So we saw one in the previous match, and you warned me about this, Rico, but that has absolutely just bounced and gone places it shouldn't have. They had no right to do that. That was something.
That was a ball and a half there from Fazal.
I think Lakshan's probably looking around and saying, was it just me or did everyone else see that? Because the keeper didn't see it. He couldn't get a glove on it.
Wow, that just took off. Anyway, they'll take whatever runs they can get at the moment. The Bliss Warriors, having been put into bat.
Just played down the ground. It's going to get past the bowler. Just going to scamper through for single. That's good running, though, to just put it into a spot where the fielder had to make a bit of ground and call nice and early from Lakshan, calling his Kalahara batting partner through for a single.
Yeah, talking about Children's Day then, so it's all about ending child abuse, ending deprivation of children and their rights, and making efforts to improve their lives all around the world. And it's a big day here in Romania. And no holiday, a lot of celebrations. All the kids will be in the fun fairs. And that was going to beat the third as well, because that's gone too fine. So Kalahara, who gets off the mark here, remember he struggled in the last match. I think he was 10 off 11 before finally he would depart. And once he was out, they did get a bit of acceleration gain. So he's been dropped down the order here. But he knows what he's got to do. He's got to swing hard. And maybe the fortune, as we know, sometimes does favour the Braves. So 4 runs, and valuable 4 runs, comes at the end of the power play. Funny enough, they may have lost 3 wickets, but it's a better power play than they had in the first match. They get to 31 for 3 after 3.
It is indeed, yeah. So the run rate is in double digits. They need to keep it there. They spent too long with a run rate in single digits in the previous game. So far, yes, they've lost 3 wickets, but if they can keep that run rate above 10 and then push on the last couple of overs. Remember too that overs number 8 and 10 in the previous game had 20 and 19, so 39 off those 2 overs. So they are capable. Middle order can swing pretty hard. And maybe Phoenix retiring as well. Not going to make excuses for them, but at the end of the day, they did put on 39 runs in those 2 overs.
Yeah.
Could happen again. So it's all to play for here. Run rate at 10.3. Expect to score at 92. I like to think they'd be pushing over 100 by the time we get to the 10th over.
We're going to go back here to Jesse, who just loses his run-up, which allows me to talk about the other day. We also celebrate Global Day of Parents. Being a parent is one of the most universal experiences, but it's definitely not a walk in the park. We all know about that. For one, it has been challenges long before kids are even born, while many of us didn't appreciate being nagged about cleaning our rooms and whatnot. We do have to understand and appreciate it. If it weren't for our parents and the way they've guided us through life, then we wouldn't be where we are. So it's a day where we say thanks to our parents. If you haven't done so in a while, pick up the phone and just say hi and thank you to your parents for just being there for you. And another big day prompts me to a question.
Yep.
How are you in milk? Do you like milk?
I'm a consumer of milk alternatives. I'm not a cow's milk person anymore.
Okay.
I've gone off it in only the last couple of years.
That's okay. That's okay, because it is World Milk Day, which is not just about milk as in for drinking or putting in your cereal. It's about other things as well, like a nice bowl of ice cream. That would be bliss right now.
That would be bliss.
It would be bliss.
Indeed.
Wouldn't it?
Would it be royal bliss? As opposed to the Eagle Warriors?
So hey, why don't we ask a chat then? It's World Milk Day. So what's your best milk-based product?
Yeah.
So we talked ice cream is one. I mean, it could be just the milk in a bowl of cereal or something. For me, you know what it is? Rasmalai.
Rasmalai.
Good bit of rasmalai.
Yeah. Okay, good call.
Rasmalai. So, yeah, come on. We'll put an early question for the chat on World Milk Day. What's your best milk-based product? I'll let you have a think about that as well.
No, I'll tell you what I do, which is my very common breakfast I have back at home, and that is I have a crunchy granola with caramel bits in coconut milk. But not coconut milk like the kind you'd make a curry out of, but the milk extracted from the coconut. It's a bit thinner. Well, it's a good shout. Umpire says no, nothing happening there though.
Well, it's worth having a look here.
I think so.
Leg by signal.
There you go. So
Comes back. Oh, it's a good shout. I mean, that
Bit
is
high.
a good shout. Yeah, I mean, look, the umpire's got to make a decision. For me, that's still going on to hit. I have to say, for me, it's going to hit. That's a very good shout. Umpire's got some doubt about it. Decides that maybe not out.
Just inside the crease there, but maybe a little bit high, possibly. Maybe doing too much. Fair call. Good shout, though, as you say. Struck down the ground. Just going to be the one miss hit, though.
He's bowled a good line, hasn't he, Jesse? He's attacked the stumps. I like that from a bowler. The batters haven't been able to get hold of him. They're not hitting him over his head. So he's just sticking to the plan, full and straight. A couple of LB appeals there. He's almost got underneath the bat on that occasion. He's been a very good spell. 2 for 7. Still a couple of balls to come.
As indeed. So 36 for 3. Just again, those fuller deliveries. Batters are not really picking those fuller deliveries. bowler walks away with his head looking towards the sky, thinking, I almost got through his defences there. And yeah, the full ball it's reaping rewards here this morning. It's proving to be quite tricky for these batters to negotiate.
Having a look at, well, I'm trying to have a look at the chat. Of course, apologies, folks. We're having all sorts of issues today with the internet, with weather, as in too bright and too hot with screens going out. But nobody's come back yet, so I'll ask the question again. So, your best milk-based product on World Milk Day. Diana Oroz is here. We'll ask Diana as well. Diana, don't run away. So, your best milk-based product. She's having to think about it. She'll come back and tell us. What else milk-based? I mean, milk-based. I know that we had something. It's called besan. It's basically my mum used to make it when it was really, really cold. And besan is something that's used to make all kinds of batter. So when pakoras, onion bhajis, besan is like ground fat flour which you use. And of course, to make a batter, you make it pretty thick, and you add your vegetables, whatever, into it, and make pakoras, bhajis, whatever. But you can also use it to make like a very thick, milky drink. So it's the same thing. So you use besan, you put the sugar in there, and then you add milk, and you sort of sieve it. You skim it first and sieve it, whisk it, and it's a lovely drink. And that used to be a popular, as I remember many a time. As this one is hit over the top of the offside for 4 runs. Good hit, good shot. As that's played away nicely by the batter. They need to get going here sooner than later. I mean, the bowling's been good up until now, but they've got to latch on to anything that's a little bit short. That was short, and Lakshan puts that away nicely. But yeah, that was a nice drink. So besan, it was called. It used to have plenty of. I still have memories. Yeah. That reminds me of the little toy that you carry around with you, actually. Yeah. I still have memories of sitting down, getting ready to watch a movie, and it always used to be Star Wars, funny enough.
Ah, okay.
And my mum would make a big pot of this stuff. We'd sit there with a mug of this besan, sitting there in the cold, drinking our besan and watching Star Wars.
Oh, wow. Yeah. What a great memory that is.
Goes back a long time. But yeah, besan, so let us know in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Osama continues with his spin. In the air. Who wants it? Keeper wants it. Keeper takes it. Just.
There's you can see the debate there now starting, because that is Shariat Sohail is now having a chat with the fielder and say, look, what do you do? I mean, in the end, well done to the keeper, because he starts, stops, and then has to go again, and that normally is enough to put you off. You see here, I mean, it's got to find it first because he's got the lid on, finds it, then he stops because he thinks the fielder is coming, then eventually says, you know what, I'm going to make it mine, and does. I don't think the fielder actually stops. You know, they're still having a debate. The fielder's saying, hey, Mirakatigo, what are you doing here? And I think the keeper's right to claim it.
The fielder, you're right. If you look on the replay, the fielder, he had eyes on the ball all the way into the gloves of the keeper, rather than looking to the keeper and saying, you've got the gloves, it's your catch. So whoever was calling mine, it was always the keeper's catch, always. Yes, watch this in the replay, in the background here. Look at him coming in, eyes on the ball, and then he says...
But look where the hands were.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Eyes on the ball, but he was never ready to take the catch. So I think keeper's done well there, Sohail.
Keeper did the right thing. Kept eyes on the ball, took the catch. Shot down the ground. Oh, chance for a run out here. Batter goes into the bowl. It hits him pretty hard. There's a few pats on the back there as an apology. I think the batter was watching the ball come flying in and didn't realise. Watch this again. Yeah, he's just got his eyes on the ball and runs straight. And unfortunately, the bowler is right in his way and almost collects him on the way through.
Yeah, so a couple of balls to come. I'll tell you what, we'll after this over, we'll invite you. That's hit dead straight. Well, we've got to get a slide in. In fact, that's brilliantly fielded. And I love the way the fielder has to then dodge the bullet. Chima does the fielding. And the fielder who was in front of him there had to duck under the way of it. Otherwise, it would have hit him. A bit of team fielding there. Chima does the work, but it was John who had to do the ducking. Nicely done. And taking the run on. Good pick up, good throw. And they will make it. Good backing up on this occasion. And it brings up to the end of the over. And an opportunity for myself and Phil G to welcome you, our viewers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Welcome to Romania. Rico Full here, and I've got Phil G here with me. It is World Children's Day. It is Global Parents Day as well, and World Milk Day, and we'd like you to get involved with the conversation. What is your best milk-based product or food or something you like to drink? Maybe it's a milkshake, or maybe it's a rasmalai. I know a few people in the chat saying theirs is rasmalai. Let's put the question to a chat. What was yours then? You got any others? Pancakes. Well, I'll say that.
Put the microphone on as well. Pancakes.
There you go, works this time. Pancake. Yeah, pancakes. Good one.
Pancakes, yeah.
But are you sweet or savoury?
I am a sweet pancake fan, not a savoury fan. My wife loves the savoury. Hello, if she's watching. And she's probably having one right now because it is pretty much pancake time back there in Prague. So yeah, I like the sweet ones.
And asking the question, it's going to be a dot ball. Not quite the shot to play to this. I mean, it's well bowled, actually, follows the batter. And it's just a little bit too wide. I think that's one that probably should have been played outside the offside. This is Arnold, who batted well in the last match, actually. I think he comes in a little bit lower than what he should, but he's out there with Kalahara, who is doing his same sort of, not the best of strike rates from him. That's going to get away, goes to around that third. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, Arnold had I think he had a 14 or 5 deliveries in the previous match, but he came in around about the 8th over, so he really came in on a hiding to nothing. He had to put the foot down immediately, and he obliged with a couple of good boundaries at a time when the runs were really required. Yeah, I think he came in the 8th. That was actually the magical over that went for 20 runs as well, so he contributed a fair few runs to that. So it's good to see if he can try and kick on here. He's coming in the middle overs this time. That's Kalahara, who watches that sail over the top of middle stump almost and counts his blessings. He's 7 from 6. Just remember that the Eagles, they won the toss, select to field first, and they're feeling pretty good around about now. They've brought that run rate down to 8.2. It was about 10.3 a couple of overs ago, so they're doing well. They're pegging them back. Just a slightly miss-hit down the ground, all the way down to long off for a single. I can hear the song's been sung in the background, Rico. I think it's coming through the headset as well. Did you hear that as well?
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, it is a Sunday, so of course it's a day of worship here, and we know that very religious here in Romania, and not far from us, the other side of the lake actually.
Yeah.
A beautiful lake, of course, at this Moravassia cricket ground, and the lake is named after the area, Moravassia, and yeah, it's a church there. In the air, should be gone, will be gone, safe hands. And the Eagles, they're flying high at the moment. They're looking as sharp as their kit, aren't they? And it's a nicely taken. I can't tell you who it is because my screens are going blank again. But it's a good catch being taken. And I suppose you've got to go for this. I don't mind the batter doing this. He knows his strike rate is low. He's got to try and pick it up somehow. But he doesn't get lucky this time. Really good catch held. What I like there from the fielder. Sees it early, comes in, gets himself in a good position, and takes a nice, good catch. So well done.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Saw it all the way into the hands. Went down, sort of took the momentum down onto his haunches and made sure they didn't pop out for an unexpected spill. So that's another looking down. That was Umir Safi with the catch down there at the third man position. So another wicket falls, and they are taking wickets with regular monotony. The Royal Eagles here, they're preventing the Bliss Warriors from getting any kind of partnership, and this is really stifling the effort here from Bliss Warriors batters. They're really struggling out here under pressure, and now we're well and truly into the middle order.
Yeah, Taimur Chima doing what he did for United last year. Good delivery. He'll be disappointed he's let that get past him though. It was on the right side for him really to stop. I suppose just a little bit, I don't know, not lazy is not the right word. I think he just was, well, maybe not committed enough to stop that single, but it's a very good over. 1 for 3. 6 overs completed, 47 for 5.
I think to be fair, just on that last ball too, I was keeping an eye on mid-off, who, even though he felt the bowler was going to field the ball, he didn't take off until the ball got past the bowler. I think if he'd charged in to back up his bowler, he would have been there to field it. But anyway, in the book is a single. And as you say, Rico, the score is going along, it's going along, trundling along. And yeah, it's a bit tough out there for the Bliss Warriors right now.
They're finding it tough, aren't they, at the moment? So it's into that 7th over. And well, that's a short gundy ball, and it probably would have been a wide. But why have 1 when you can have 4? Not a good delivery. It's too short. He gets blasted away. That's the young man out there, the young Shakur, doing the fielding. Need a few more of these, and give you an update on what's happening there in at the moment in that Medina Cup.
Oh yeah.
When Belgium, they are 115 for 2 after 12.2. So they're setting themselves up for a big score there.
Down. The foot may have been out, but the pat was down. That was important. So yeah, Stars Arena, the home of 12 Stars Cricket Club. That's where we hosted the night series, and where the Medina Cup is going on right now. He's trying to get a little bit of pace on his wrist spin here, and unfortunately he's giving it a rip and it's going wide. It's a couple of times he's done that now. It happened with the short ball that got caned for 4 through the covers. Get through for a single there though.
Yeah, it's good bowling. I think he's getting good bounce, which is always going to, if you're not good at playing this cut shot, and if you're going to be trying to hoik and swing across the line, you're not going to get too much success. You've got to play it on merit. And it's only a single available, though they've got the field well set.
Just hit down the ground for 1. Long off. This comes off the boundary from in front of us to field that one. Shout out to Danielle and chat who liked the sound of me talking about the pancakes earlier. Thank you for that, Danielle. And yeah, like Rico said, hopefully might even see you at the ground some stage in the next couple of days if you're free.
Yeah,
It'd be wonderful if you could pop down and say hello. Or Bunaziwa. Just out of the outstretched fingertips of the fielder, running backwards there. That was Usman Ali, who thought he was in the chance, literally stuck the hand out more than hope, and in the end it probably missed his fingertips by a good 4 inches probably. It was actually pretty close, a lot closer than he would have thought. And 56 for 5 on the board now. Last ball of the 7th coming up. Osama, he's got 1 for 16 from his 1.5. See if he can finish strong. It's a quicker ball that's going to get past everybody. And that has come off the bat. It's an edge. Keeper does not even get a look in that one. And that flies away for 4 runs. So he doesn't finish strong, but it finishes well for Bliss Warriors. They pick up a boundary, a very much needed boundary. And the score then kicks up a little bit there. You can see the calendar for 2025. This is the European Cricket Series calendar for 2025. I know a lot of people in the chat look at this and they say, hang on a minute, where's the night series? Where's the T20Is? Nope, this is your ECS calendar right here. And there we are, Romania. Well, we were supposed to start on the 28th of May. It's now the 1st of June, and we're going to continue for a few more days here. But then we got tomorrow, England, Hornchurch. Czechia, my hometown Czechia, where myself and Rico, Vinny and Danny Hudacek will be looking after proceedings there over 15 days in Prague, which is going to be fantastic. And in Finland and Bulgaria to see out this first half of the year. Can't believe I'm actually saying first half of the year, Rico. It's incredible. That's a nice shot. It's been cut away nicely for 4. Another well-needed boundary. So this is the momentum shift that Bliss Warriors are looking forward to now. This is what they needed. And Royal Eagles, they'll be looking to try to clamp down on this.
Yeah, nicely played. They'd be reluctant to put a sweeper out, haven't they? They've got a wide third and they've got a fielder on the boundary, extra cover, but nobody behind the sort of cover point. That's where the batters are looking to go after here. Chima needs to go a little bit straighter.
And he does exactly that, doesn't he, with that delivery? Good ball. Very good ball. He looks good when he doesn't give width. He looks really, really good when he doesn't put it too far out. If he's trying to buy a wicket outside the off stump by putting it out wide, hoping for a catch, it's not working. This straighter ball at the stumps, maybe in a 4th wicket channel, it's working much better for him.
Yeah, it is. He does get that little bit of movement as well when he gets it in the right area. That's what Chima is relying on, and he comes again.
Good slower ball, that one, wasn't it? Batter saw it, though, but saw it a little bit too late to adjust properly to get something on that one. Also something to note, too, that breeze has picked up a little bit. Now it's actually coming straight into us. So as the bowler is bowling, he's getting a little bit of assistance, maybe slightly away, and also slowing in the air as well. So it's a bit happening out there.
It's all happening out there at the moment. I'm intrigued with the cap, the fielder in front of us.
I've been noticing that too.
It's well, they've tried this a few times. It's a great take actually from the keeper.
That was.
He gets sold a dummy really, but he recovers quick enough to make the stop. That's nicely done by Sohail.
I think it hit the back of the bat. I think the batter connected with it on his follow through, and it almost got away from the keeper. So that's exceptionally good work. Yeah. Really, really good.
Good save. I mean, the slower ball got him the time before when he ended up putting his pads in the way, but yeah, that's a good stop. Chima, good spell from him. And there it is again. Is that what he does when he gets that ball in that area? I mean, he's disappointed he hasn't taken a wicket here, but it's a dot ball. But look at the movement he gets. He's actually getting that to move off the seam and moving away. It's a really good delivery.
It's not massive movement, but it's just enough to bamboozle the batter who's left standing wondering what could have been. And it's a good line. Any more width, he's getting hit through the covers or backward a point. But that line, that's about sort of almost a 5th stump It's a really good line he's got there. And there you go. Bangs it a little bit short. It doesn't really get up. It's one of those really freak uneven bounces. Bends the back and hits the stumps, and that is a big wicket for the Eagles. Just at a time when I felt there was a slight little shift in momentum. The run rate had picked up in a few deliveries at the start of this over, but Jima, he fights back there with a very good wicket, and that is going to be, I think, also the end of his over. So he's done well to finish there. Very nice indeed. Watch this one more time. Just effort ball, collects the edge and cannons into the stumps. Batter will feel a little bit hard done by there, but that's how it falls. And that is the end of Kalhara.
Yeah, I suppose he had to go for it, really.
Yep.
That's the thing. You're falling so behind, so far behind. And there were a few people actually, once again, apologies to everybody that we haven't been able to be on board straight away with some of your comments. We're just having all sorts of issues with internet things, but a few people have said, yeah, of course, how could I not say it myself? Mango lassi, or any type of
mango lassi, yes.
On a hot day like today, a salted lassi, milk tart, Lance was saying.
Milk tart, yeah.
Milk tart.
Good call, Lance, yes.
A few more as well, just waiting for things to once again spark up over here. And come back with a few more with you. But yeah, do get involved, and once again, we are disappointed we can't stay up to date with you, but we will keep coming back. Kroom did send something through, #free Derek. Yeah, we're with you there.
I have another theory about Derek, and that is that I reckon Derek exists, but maybe he's in a parallel universe right now, trying to find his way back to ours. And it's like Quantum Leap. Every leap he takes, he hopes is the leap back home, and eventually he'll get back here. That's what I feel Derek's doing. I still feel the presence of Derek, but just not quite here. That final leap, Derek, that's all you need. Just play with soft hands. It's going to be for a quick single.
They'll get the single.
They will get the single indeed. Just the one there. 60, 66, 67 for 6 in the ninth. We've only got 10 legal deliveries to bowl now, so 4 to come in this over plus the final over. The score is well below par. All credit to Royal Eagles taking wickets at the right time, taking catches at the right time, and really stifling the Bliss Warriors in this innings. It's been hit, miss-hit all the way along the ground. There's a bit of a chat there for maybe another one, but not just the one. And singles is not really going to put a big score on the board, unfortunately. But now the 6 wickets down, so now we're getting into the lower middle order. And these two, Lakshan, he's on 13 from 10 balls face. Madumal has only just joined him, he's 1 from 1. And the left-hander faces this delivery. Again, just pushed into the infield. Cover just picks it up and underarms it back to his bowler and then heads out towards the deep mid-wicket as the right-hander comes on strike. So just in singles, and Royal Eagles will not be upset about this at all. Not upset about that either, as, well, swing, you miss, I hit, and that is all she wrote. And Ali gets himself a wicket. Good effort there from him, and good reward for effort.
Yeah, Usman Ali, just no pace on the ball at all. You can see the batter, his eyes open up. He wants to smash it for a big 6. But let's just say that boundaries, and particularly 6s, have been hard to come by. Well done to Usman, taking the pace of it. It's gone a tiki-taka, and, oh no, boom, boom. The only boom, boom we saw there was off the stumps that go down. Hello to Helix, who's saying hi to us. Helix, nice to have you with us. And we're talking a little bit about your best milk-based products, because, of course, it is World Milk Day today. Not just talking about the milk we drink, but other things that can be made out of milk. And, of course, a lot of people are talking about cheese. Marmite and cheese, Kroon is saying there.
Marmite and cheese.
Yeah, Marmite and cheese. I've got to say, I am a Marmite lover. Oh, absolute juicy delivery. Well, there's a little bit of mango lassi about this one. That is sweet as a mango lassi. It's full, it's straight, it's 2 in 2, right at the end of that over as well. What a great delivery this is.
That was a cracker. Really, really good. And sadly, won't get a chance of a hat-trick because it was indeed the last ball of the over, last ball of the ninth. Look at this, right in the block hole. Leg stump, pinged back, and the batter had no answer for that whatsoever. Looks down, bowler celebrates, fingers in the air, points to the sky, and that is the very end of a very, very short stay at the crease. I think it's from Abir Singh. He has to depart very quickly, and it's just one more over to come now.
Yeah, they're 8 down as well. So the question is, will they survive the 6 deliveries? I suppose you have got Samud Mual on strike now. He's I suppose you've got to say the set batter. He's faced 2 deliveries. He's been joined out there by his captain, who was going to the wrong end. Isfahan has got to be at the non-strikers end.
That's right.
But this was the wicket again, just lovely bowling. Sometimes it's just about getting the ball in the right area. We've said that so many times, and it has to be said that the Royal Eagles so far have done that really well. Bliss, well, there was a little bit of bliss from them in the first match when they got the win against Phoenix in a close game. Went down to the wire, 106 to 100. But this one, well, 78 is what's expected. Will they get there? Here's the next delivery, last over. Oh, spicy. A little bit of masala in this one. A little bit of masala.
A little bit of that hot sauce that I fed you over the last couple of days there, Rico, on that one.
I like your hot sauce. I have to admit, the very spicy one, I haven't tried that yet because you bought it for breakfast, and I thought, well, maybe for breakfast it's not the best. But the other two were very nice, especially with the curried beans that you get here already.
Yeah,
I love the beans here in Romania.
They're good, aren't they?
And, oh, well, Dookie was very slow to go there. He will get on strike.
Didn't seem too keen to take that one, did he? I think he was thinking, come on, you take care of this. I'll hold the non-strikers
He
end.
didn't want to go. And Dookie can bat. I've seen him bat pretty well. He can hit a ball. That's what he's got to try and do here. 70 for 8. 10 balls left in the innings. In comes John again to him.
Okay, just back foot punch into the covers. And, had one stump to aim at and doesn't hit. So Dookie gets off the mark. He'll be happy about that at least. Turns the strike back over to Madamal.
That was the captain alarm who has the chance to run out the opposite number. And he goes for it. If he hit, he was gone, but he misses. So tiki-taka here. Can they get a couple of boundaries away? Can they get into the grady 80s maybe?
So Kevin the chat mentioned Marmite. Just very quickly before we get to the end of the over and the end of the innings, just want to mention I grew up with Vegemite. Of course, I know there's a lifelong battle between Vegemite and Marmite for the fans. I get it. I understand it. I'm not a fan of Marmite. I've tried it. I prefer Vegemite, but it's not to say I completely dislike Marmite. One thing funny though, introduced Vegemite to my wife. She loves Vegemite on toast with cheese. I was never a Vegemite and cheese fan.
No?
It's something I could never do. I don't understand because I love Vegemite, but I could never do it with cheese.
Yeah, look, I don't mind Marmite at all. So Marmite, it's on a bit of toast, I'll do that.
Yeah.
But once it was introduced with some cream cheese,
Okay.
it's a game changer.
I might have to have another look at that because my palate's changed over the years. I might have to have a revisit on that one, and I'll let you all know how that goes. Last ball of the innings is going to be bowled after this delivery.
That's himself down a little bit, John, here. But look, he's been the Royal Eagles, I mentioned, of course, in the intro, team that finished second here last year. They just couldn't get over Cluj. Lost to them in the qualifying number 1 and in the final. And they're up for revenge. And with no Cluj, remember, Cluj were a lot of people asking questions about Cluj and United. They were part of the original 6. But because the schedules had to be changed going into this week, unfortunately, Cluj and United CC not playing in the contest now. So Royal Eagles will feel that they are the favourites. Got to run hard here. Dookie is going to be huffing and puffing, but fortunately for him, he's not going to. He sent another wicket-keeper, thinks he's hitting and doesn't try to stop it, which allows the batters to get to. The bowler, John, is not happy about that at all. They will get a couple, and they'll finish on 74 for 8.
So they didn't get to that expected 78 score. 74 is, well, that overstating the obvious, that is well below par. But they've come up against, the Bliss Warriors, they come up against a very formidable fielding and bowling side here, Royal Eagles, who executed their plan perfectly, restricted the score to something which is very manageable, and they'll be a pretty happy group as they march off the field there. And resplendent in their light blue and dark blue gear. As we have a look at the highlight reel here, and it's going to show you a bit of a story of a couple of good hits at the start of the innings. Bliss Warriors got off to not a bad start, but they were tied down pretty quickly indeed. There you go. There was the first catch. Most of the catches in this innings that went to hand were held very nicely indeed. There's another good catch there at point position there. To be honest, it felt that the Bliss Warriors were trying to hit themselves out of trouble, and they either didn't have the power behind the shot or they were missed hits. And the boundaries that came, there was a couple of 4s here and there. I mean, there's one case in point which was just pure luck, nothing more. That was the delivery where Rico and I were sort of eyebrows raised going, wow, this pitch has got a character of its own, an absolute mind of its own. and that was quite incredible. And the wickets tumbled, the partnerships were not there. This was the catch that was always going to be for the keeper, but watch the fielder coming in, eyes on the ball, watched into the gloves, and then he said, what about me? When am I going to get some action? And the keeper said, no, not until you get some gloves on, my friend. I'll take care of that. In the end, he did take a catch when he was down on the boundary line. So reward for effort. He got stuck there. A really, really streaky shot there when we yielded one of the very rare boundaries in the latter part of this innings. And that's really what lacked here. And that's why the score on the board is nowhere near where they'd want it to be, Bliss Warriors. And it's a shame when you think about it. They put on 106 in the first game. They put on 74 here. And it was just a few errors here and there, which unfortunately has led them to this point where 10 overs are bowled, 74 on the board, the wickets being hit several times. They lost 8 wickets along the way, and they just never got a partnership going, and that's where things sort of fell apart. You can see here just at the very end here, good bowling. Chima here at the end here picking up 2 in 2 and putting a stamp of authority on this game for the Royal Eagles. I really felt that they were in control of the Royal Eagles almost the entire time this innings, as Bliss Warriors just couldn't find the solution. Have a look at this beautiful ground in Vlasia. I might be pronouncing that incorrectly. Apologies to the locals if I am. And as Rico said, I did speak a little bit of Romanian, but unfortunately I've forgotten a lot of it. I did know a little bit, but I can have a little conversation with a bus driver. That's about it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not about me. It's about the cricket. The score is on the board. It's only 74 on the board from Bliss Warriors. And if you're a Royal Eagles fan, you're going to be thinking you should be able to gobble this one up. 12 extras to help things along the way there. Only, 3 scores off the bat in double digits. Everything else looking a little bit tough there if you're a fan of Bliss Warriors. 74 for 8 after 10. Yeah, 5 byes, 6 wides, 1 leg bye, 12 extras in total. And a couple of scores of 13, 1 score of 15. The highest score, Lakshan, 15 from 10 deliveries. And the 2 openers both falling for 6 runs, unable to really make any impact here. And for the bowlers, it's going to be a pretty good bowling card. Have a look at that. Have a look at the economy rates as well. So 2 wickets to Jassi, 1 wicket apiece to Fazal and Usama, and 2 wickets again to Chima and Ali there at the bottom there. Unfortunately for Sohajan, who took a catch and fielded well, he went wicketless. But those economy rates looking absolutely sensational. 2 for 8, 1 for 13, 1 for 20, 2 for 7, and 2 for 4. How about that? Osman Ali bowler terrific over there for only 2 for 4. How about that? 74 for 8 is the score, and that is going to be below par in anyone's language. So for the Royal Eagles, it's pretty straightforward. What they have to do, they've got to come out and score 75 runs, and maybe they can score inside the 7 overs and get the bonus point. That'll be remain to be seen. So join me, Phil G and Rico Full here at this wonderful cricket ground here, just outside the city of Bucharest, for the continuation of this ECS Romania. It's a shortened version, it's a slimmed down version of what we had originally planned for you all, but we're still on the field and it's looking quite good out there at the moment. A little bit warm, good conditions though, and this is match 2 hanging in the balance. So Bliss Warriors put on 74 for 8. Royal Eagles need 75 runs. Join me in about 5.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and what a magnificent view with that. There is the Moira Vasia Lake. You can see the town in the background, and then this is the Moira Vasia cricket ground, looking absolutely magnificent. And on a nice sunny day like today, as I started saying at the beginning of the day, I don't think there's a better ground and venue in Europe. It really is absolutely magnificent. It's great to be here. It's a shame though that it's going to be over 4 days and not the 7 days that we were originally hoping to bring you, but 4 days and 4 days of glorious sunshine and action. 19 matches in total is better than nothing, and I do believe that we're going to have some really good action. This one though, you feel that the Royal Eagles should go and knock these runs off quite comprehensively. They've got to get 75 against the Bliss Warriors, who started the day with a victory themselves over Phoenix. But an opportunity perhaps for the Eagles, not just to win the match, but also to perhaps pick up all the points if they can do it inside the 7 overs. Rico Full here, and joining me back in a rather warm igloo. I would say it's the convertible igloo at the moment, because it's got no side and nothing on at the moment. And it's Phil G. Phil, welcome back. And you expect this to be a straightforward victory for the Eagles?
Yes, on the cards, and considering what we've just seen, I would expect a 4-pointer here. I would expect the Eagles to come in and say, this is a great opportunity for us. It's day number 1 of only 4 days. It's the second match of the tournament. Our first match, let's get a 4-pointer. Let's go for all 4 points against a team which, let's face it, we rattled them when they batted. We got them out for 74. Well, we contained them to 74, I should say. Yeah. Almost got them all out. 8 wickets gone. There's every opportunity for a team of this quality, this calibre, to pick this off in 7 overs.
Yeah, we could do. You know, one thing that I haven't quite realised here.
What's that?
I reckon we know the umpire who's standing out there, actually. I wonder if we can have eventually a bit of a close-up to some of the umpires, because I think we might have our very own Ramesh Satheesam out there. But first of all, here's the first ball. Going for it big time straight away. It's going to elude the fielders, and the batters will come back for 2 runs. So chanting his arm early on here, Shahab Alam, the captain.
He does, goes early. Obviously, hearing our call, Rico, we're saying this could be a 4-pointer. They're thinking, well, we might oblige and we might try and take care of this in quick time. Every opportunity to do so here. Abid Singh here with the next ball.
That's nicely timed, but it is to the fielder. It will just be a single.
Yeah, good shot down the great that one, but just a single, yeah. So not a lot of runs to play with to Bliss Warriors. So they need to be on here in the field. The field placings have to be precise. The bowling has to be really, really tough and on the money. Every single delivery. They can't afford to give any width here. And somehow they've got to make sure they take this game right to the death, right to the 10th over, and try to snatch a win. They just don't have a lot of runs to play with. That's the only concern we have. They've got talent. Talent aplenty, but then again, so do the Royal Eagles batters.
Yeah, let's see. Early wickets is what they need. You're absolutely right. Abid Singh, let's see if he can get the breakthrough. And that's a rather wide delivery to the left-hander, who still does try and play at this Sohail. I know when I was talking to Shahab Alam, he was saying to me that the likes of Haider Ali, who was instrumental here last year, he was such a good batter. Not in the squad here today. Now, whether we'll see him in the next 4 days, he said he wasn't 100% sure. Of course, availability from the players is It's always going to be key, and that's another thing that we haven't really talked about much. I mean, we gotta really give the players a lot of praise here, because don't forget they too were all expecting to have played and done. This tournament would have been finished today.
Yeah, it would have been finals day.
It would have been finals day. So they made themselves available. They took time away from work. The likes of Cluj had booked themselves into a hotel here. They were going to be staying here through the duration of the tournament.
That's right.
All of those changes had to be made at the last moment. That's why Cluj are not here. United, similar things for them. They took out time to play all of their games on certain days. And now they couldn't rebook holiday time again. So it's been a mammoth effort from all the players. And the players that are playing now, of course, they've had to take further time away from work to sort of rejig things for them. So they've done brilliantly well, and that's out. That's a brilliant delivery. Abasinga. Sohail was swinging and missing. This time around, he tries to take the defensive the approach, gets the edge, and that's a really good, sharp catch taken there by Aranga. So they get a wicket straight away, and Sohail will go for a 3-ball duck.
Wow. Wow, so that is the early wicket we asked for, and Bliss Warriors have obliged. Watch this one more time. Lifts off the deck. It really rose up off the deck after it bounced, and that's what's done so how it completely all ends up. You see here, he's played and missed. That one has lifted. That's one of those rare deliveries which every now and then just wakes everybody up around the ground. And that's what it can do, and a very dejected opening batter walks off with a big 0 next to his name, but 3 deliveries used up and a wicket in the first over. Oh, Bliss Warriors, could you upset the apple cart here and upset the plans of Royal Eagles?
You know, we saw something similar to this in Estonia, when it was the Stallions, the eventual winners, that had a big hiccup like this against United. United didn't score many, and the Stallions stumbled to get score in the 70s. Mind you, I suppose when you've got a couple of batters to go out here and hit a few big sixes, that can make a change straight away. And Sahud Jan, well, he's in no mood for messing around as he clobbers this for a big 6 down the ground.
Yeah, that is capital Gorne, gone. That is way over the top of the commentary igloo and halfway up the hill, even more halfway up the hill, to the top of the hill. That's right behind us, the rise there. 88 matches since the Golden Ball. And, well, if this turns into a Golden Ball, I'd be really
Hello, viewers,
pleasantly
and welcome
surprised.
back as we get ready for the start of match number
88 matches since the Golden Ball. We shall see what happens here. But at the moment, you have to say, well, unless another couple of quick wickets happens, that's not going to be changed. It will tick over 89 in the next. Standing next to me, but I could have sworn I heard your disembodied voice somewhere in my head.
Well, I have a double maybe talking somewhere. Mind you, have a look at this. Once again, look at the bounce on this. There's a certain part of this pitch where the ball just takes off. See that ball?
Yeah, one more time. Let's have a look at this one again if we can, before the bowler comes in.
Yeah, it just absolutely goes. Watch this. Watch this go. Oh.
It's incredible. It's shades of Miranda Dakova, but not quite as violent.
It's in the air, but it's going to get over the infield. It's going to be 4 more. I think the approach here from the Eagles is to just swing hard in the power play. Try to get as many of these away as possible. It's only a fraction over the head of the fielder, but when everybody's in that 30-yard circle, you can get away with those. So that's another solid strike from Shahab Alam. Gets his first boundary.
He looks like someone who can hit a ball and that ball stays hit. Miss hit, and it still is going to just race away for 4. It's teasing, and then it hits the boundary line, so it is another boundary indeed. Yeah, even his miss hits are going to the boundary line. Looking pretty good here, and that looks to me like that's exactly what the Royal Eagles are thinking, Rico. They're thinking, swing hard during the power play, get over the infield, let's get runs on the board so we can canter this one home in the final overs.
Yeah, you can see the bowler saying to Dookie, hey, I want somebody back there. Dookie's reluctant to do that at the moment. It's the same field.
Goes leg side now, backward a square. That's going to run away for 4. So we've had back-to-back boundaries now. This over getting quite expensive. Alarm here just seeing the ball very nicely. Whips that one very nicely indeed. Bounces away for 4 runs. Not trying to overhit it. Not trying to put it over for a maximo, but a nice shot nonetheless. 53 needed from 50, and that is a good equation if you're a Royal Eagles fan.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the bowler, this is Vinay Gamurthy, then tries to go a little bit straighter because he's not getting the field that he wants from the captain. So again here, goes straighter rather than goes wider. And the one before strays onto the pads. That's a better delivery, but I do feel, I mean, they've got a, what you could quite simply do there, because he's hitting on the offside, is bring your long on up. Leave the mid-wicket out. You've got mid-wicket long on up. Bring the long on up and push the long off back. I mean, support the bowler a little bit. If he's going to be bowling that sort of full length outside the off, just give him that support.
That's so true, because the batter's going to hit straight.
Yep.
There you go.
And that one should be gone and will be gone. So there you go. Batters are going to hit straight. If you set the field, you'll get the reward. And this time it does go straight to the fielder. And it's Lakshan who holds on to the catch. And Shahab Alam going for 15. Well, maybe, well, the name is Alarm. Maybe alarm bells will be ringing now for Royal Eagles as they lose the second. 22 for 2. All the twos on the board. Literally 22 for 2 after 2.
2 for 22, says Richie Benno. Exactly. And Alarm walks off looking at the bottom of his bat and giving a few hand signals to the dugout there. I am an expert in sign language. I'm pretty sure what he's saying isn't anything much about a lot, apart from it hit the bottom of the bat, folks. That was not my fault. Of course it was. But he was looking dangerous, though. A couple of big hits, boundaries on the trot, and then suddenly he's come undone, hits the bottom of the bat. So they have drawn the false shot and picked up a wicket, and a very good wicket indeed. The Alarm was looking dangerous.
He was. I mean, he's a dangerous batter. He scored 200 runs here last year. And with the likes of Haider Ali not in the side, they're also missing Yasir Mohammed, another batter who scored 200. He said, now it's going to be. Now we're going to see just how much depth that the Royal Eagles have. With those two missing, they still got batters there that they can rely on.
Oh, good shot.
Great fielding. Really well fielded. Well, the guy who took the catch earlier, and that's Lakshan, now pulls a great stop. If this gets past him, it's 4 runs.
Yep, he saved a boundary there. That was really, really good. Desperate dive. Gets up, gets the high fives from his teammates. Gives the hand a bit of a ring as well as the left hand stopped that one getting through. Good work. Very good work. Good ball. Good ball. Dot ball's a good ball in a low-scoring thriller like this. And if another wicket falls, or maybe even, should I say even 2 wickets fall, this will be a low-scoring thriller nonetheless. So it could end up anywhere.
Yeah, Royal Eagles, I mean, massively in favour to win this. 90, well, it goes to 90 to 10 now. I think at one point it was something like 95%. So the Bliss Warriors coming back into this, they will believe they bowl very well against Phoenix. They got good bowlers. And catching chance maybe. Oh! It just changes his mind at the last moment about how he wants to take this, Kalara. I think he was thinking about letting the ball come to him and sort of sliding with his knees. Then at the last moment, I feel he dives forward. Yeah. And as a result of that, the ball just doesn't stick. That's a close call.
Red hot chance, that one. If he held on to that one, I think Bliss, he would have got the biggest get around you'd seen all day. His team would have mobbed him. Follow-up delivery, just keeps it nice and tight. Dot ball, just goes into the covers, fielded nicely there. So 24 for 2. Royal Eagles, they need 51. They got 44 balls, so they got plenty of time to get it. 2 wickets only have fallen, but as we say, another wicket or 2 here, especially one more in this over, and that's going to make the odds very even.
Yeah, they're putting the squeeze on here nicely, that's for sure. Hello to Sky Quest joining us in the chat. If this one just gets played away for a single.
Hi there, Sky. Good to see you. Sky's tuning in from the US. Always good to see him in the chat. Always gives me a shout out when he's there. So I'll give you an equal shout out there, Sky. Good to see you.
Which part of the US do you know?
I think he's on the, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's on the East Coast. East Coast.
On the East Coast, as we say hi to the East Coast of the United States. Dave comes into the chat and says, hey to yourself and myself. Hello, Dave. Hey back to you. Nice of you to join us.
Good to see you, Dave. In the pad, ambitious shout coming on that angle.
Yeah, I think this is definitely pitching outside leg from the way. And also the batter's come a long way forward. Have a look at this. Yeah, look where this pitch is. Outside leg can never be out. And he's not even going to go on and hit the stumps anyway. Look at the bowler, though. He's absolutely sure. When he turns around, he's saying to the umpire, says, why not? It's got to be out. Well, what it is, though, it's a good over. It's a good spell.
It is good, yeah.
1 for 13 off his 2. And the Royal Eagles, they are 25 for 2.
25 for 2 then. So they've steadied a little bit since losing those first 2 overs. The power play probably hasn't gone the way they wanted. They were looking like they would be on for a good maybe 40 at one point in the power play, and you just think they're going to eat this total up. But biting back hard are the Bliss Warriors, and they're bowling quite well, fielding well, and yeah, they're desperate in the field, as you saw from in that previous over. You saw Lakshan, who's just fielding in front of us here, made a terrific save in that mid-off area to save a certain boundary. So every single run counts. It's a low-scoring thriller count. They have a look at the skyscraper situation there. 1 over of 17 was the best in the Bliss Warriors batting card. The next best is 13. After that, it really just drops away. Full and 6.
Yeah, full toss. Well, full toss has been a good delivery here today.
It has.
He's picked up a few wickets, but not this time. John, he seems pretty powerful. That's the second boundary he's got away. But again here, he's got a good, strong bottom hand as he comes through, hits it well, clears the fielder quite comfortably. Says Guerreras.
Yeah, it was a good strike, that one. Maybe he saw it. It wasn't a really fast, full delivery. It had a little bit pace taken off it. And this time he goes towards deep mid-wicket, into the hands of the player out there who goes to ground but takes it, clutches it to his chest, throws the ball in the air in a little bit of a celebration. Very happy indeed. Oh, I think that's actually our friend who had the very strange body language after taking a catch in the previous game where we thought he might have spilled it on the boundary line. And he's done the same thing again. He's gone down his haunches and then he's back up again. He's looking very happy. That's not Lakshan out there. Who is that out there? I'm trying to see who that is.
Nice catch taken, and yeah, that's it. He always has a way of celebrating. Well, he holds on to it, so nicely done. I think it's Shamud.
I think it's Shamud. Yep.
Yeah, Shamud.
There you go.
He always gives it some kind of quaint celebration, but he gets the wicket. I think that's a bit reckless from John, actually.
I think it is too.
You know, you hit a 6 and then you just get yourself out. I mean, if they're going to do this, going to do it the hard way. And you know what? I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. I reckon, I've got a feeling here that the Bliss Warriors might even pull this off. You know, they're picking up wickets. 31 now for 3. Usama now comes in at number 5.
31 for 3. And Bliss Warriors, after their power play, they were 31 for 3. So it's an interesting comparison along the way. So the Royal Eagles haven't leapt ahead as I suspected they might with the experience that they've got. And all credit to Bliss Warriors here. They're fighting back hard. They're really biting down hard on the tails of these Royal Eagles who are just struggling to get away. And like you said, Rico, you hit a 6, you don't follow it up by being caught out in the deep. You follow it up by playing sensibly.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the field that's set here, you've got 3 there on the leg side, a very straight long off. You just play differently. So they're just falling straight into the traps that are being set here by Bliss. And don't forget, it won't get any easier because you've still got the captain, Ishfahan Duki, who, remember, picked up 3 wickets in the last match, and he's not easy to get away either. So it looks like the batter just having a few issues with his helmet. So the wicket keeper is helping him out there, Ranga de Silva. Looks like we are ready to go here. As we say a few more hellos to people in the chat. We're all coming in together and saying hello to each other. Now, Minisanu, Mr. Maximo was in the chat earlier. He's just given an update in that Medina Cup final. Portugal needing 177 to win, and they've got a real 50-50 there at the moment. That's going to be a good run chase, isn't it?
Good tussle that, yeah, absolutely. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Sorry I can't say hello to everyone individually. I've lost my my connection to the chat for now. I'll be back on shortly, I know I will. But it's wonderful to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Thank you for joining myself and Rico here at this wonderful ground here in Romania. Just up the road from Bucharest, not too far away from the city in Mara Vlasi. It's a lovely part of the ground. Well, it's a lovely part of the world. Great views. Good delivery. Just gets the batter feeling outside the off stump. Nothing, bit of a nothing shot that. Yeah. Almost like Osama's just sort of introverting and just, I just want to get a tickle on this and get a first run. He seems nervous about getting off his derrick, if you like.
Yeah, very much so. Osama, just as you said, he's just been drawn out of his crease. I mean, I wonder if would you put a catcher in there for him? I think you would. He gets bad onto this and will take the single, so he hands the strike over to Tamochima, who himself has faced 3 balls for 1. So you can see that we're getting to batters here now who don't look that comfortable. And just have a look at the way the percentages are changing. At one point it was 95% to 5 in favour of the Eagles. Now 25% chance being given to Bliss, and I think it's more than that. I honestly do. I just think the way that I know that the Bliss Warriors will bowl nice and tidy. You still got Ijaz Hussain to bowl. You still got Dookie to bowl. I think they're going to make it very difficult. And that rate's okay. The rate is not. It's still under the 8 and over required. And just as I speak, it will be Ijaz Hussain to bowl the next over.
Ah, this is a good call. Yeah, very good call indeed. He bowled really well in the last game. So he gets a chance here to try to put the brakes on. And if he can replicate what he did in the previous match here with a nice tight over, suddenly the brakes applied even more. Even maybe pick up a wicket if he can, get into that middle order of the Royal Eagles, and then you start putting the pressure on Royal Eagles, and they start to think, oh, I've got to hit myself out of trouble here. And that's when the ball starts flying around the place and the catches are up there to be taken. Then it's on the Bliss Warriors to take those catches. Let's see how he goes. He's just been struck away. A bit of a miss hit, that one. Out towards the deep mid-wicket, wide deep mid-wicket area, just for a single.
Yeah, that's Mombadul again, and he's a sharp fielder. He likes to be in the action. He doesn't like to be away from the Grizzly. Attacks it and makes the save.
Yeah, he did come in quick, didn't he? It was good to see.
Great delivery. Great delivery. Have a look at the way. I wonder if we can, when he's coming on the ball, folks, have a look at the way that Ijaz Hussain holds the ball. He has so many different variations of holding the ball. That one there is almost like he was just holding the ball in his fingers. Now, what's happening here now? What have we missed here? Something's happened here. What has happened? Has he been run out or something? What have we missed? What's happened? So the batter is walking. The umpires have come together. What's happened here?
Well, there's high tens all around, so they're definitely happy about something. I thought maybe the batter was going to retire himself out, but no. He doesn't want to go.
Well, we're seeing what we've got here. Let's have a look. So the ball gets played. I think maybe they're saying it was out and not a bump.
Oh,
have you got side on it?
Is that'd be interesting?
Maybe they're saying it wasn't a bump ball.
Let's have a
now
look
we
at
don't.
this one.
I mean, of course, we wouldn't have bump on this or side on this now because it's passed. Maybe
Yeah.
the same again, but really slow.
Here we go. Let's have a look at this one.
Let's have a look there. I mean, does this ball get played into the ground? And let's see here. Now, it's hard to tell. I don't think it does. Actually, I think there was no appeal. Somebody must have appealed at some point. So who appealed? I mean, they must have. I don't know who appealed, whether it was the bowler who just said, how's that by the way? And the umpire said, actually, yeah, it's out. So there must have been the quieter appeal. The batter still feels it's in the ground. I mean, we haven't got the most conclusive of evidence there. So I think they've gone by the square leg umpire who says, it's not bumped for me, that's out. So it's another wicket. That's the 4th down.
That's astonishing. I didn't feel that the bowler had appealed. I felt that maybe mid-off, or maybe someone of the covers had asked the question, because the bowler, he just leisurely just went, yep, there we go. Barely looked. He waved. He almost waved nonchalantly to his team about nothing, and that's. Well, now they're asking the question here again. I think about height.
He's gone. I think he's gone.
I think he's gone. Yep.
He's gone. This is unbelievable. So Hussain takes another. The new batter Safi comes out, goes for the big hit, gets it completely wrong. Fielder comes across, and it's a very good catch.
That's a great catch.
Nicely held, and that's Vinay Gavamurthy coming in, takes the catch. 2 in 2. Bliss Warriors are now surely favourites to win this match.
5 wickets down, Royal Eagles. Well, at the start of the match, I have to hold my hand up and say I thought Royal Eagles were going to roll this one, absolutely roll this one. They've got 5 down, 34 on the board, hat-trick opportunity coming up as well. It's all happening out here, and it's not even the 9th over. There's a bit going on, and Bliss Warriors, what over this has been from Hussain. We called it, we said bring on Hussain, Ijaz Hussain. He's got 2 for 2, and he spun this game on its head. Oh, another good delivery. Oh.
Very, very well bowled.
How about that? 35 for 5. 1 more to come in the 5th here.
Yeah, this is Ijaz Hussain. Just look at the way he holds the ball. Look at it. It's kind of in his fingers, and then at the last moment, he either moves the ball higher up and bowls like a knuckleball, or he holds it across the seam and bowls kind of back of the hand. Very clever.
Isn't it? Really good. Last ball coming up. Clubbed, 1 bounce, 4 runs. So undoes a bit of good work there with a bit of a loose one outside off, gives a bit of extra width, and the batter leans into this one and crunches it over the infield. Nice shot, that one. Royal Eagles breathe a sigh of relief as Chima finds the boundary line. And they're going to think, oh, we need to get this back on track here. 5 down, 39 on the board, halfway through the innings. Oh, it's a tough old day in the office if you're a player out there today. And have a look and see what's coming up tomorrow in England in Hornchurch. We're up in Hornchurch, and it's the Mighty Tigers kicking things off against the Sharks Cricket Academy. Then Mark Royal London take on the Sharks for the lunchtime match. Mighty Tigers against Mark Royal London, and then for the afternoon match, we kick off with Mighty Tigers against Hornchurch. Then Hornchurch at the end of the day take on Mark Royal London. 5 matches coming your way. ECS England Hornchurch. That's going to be big.
It's going to be big. Well, a big day of action tomorrow because not just 5 there, of course, from Hornchurch, but we also bring you 5 matches here from this beautiful Moana Masia cricket ground as well. Back to the action here, 39 for 5. And just plays that away, and they will take the single. Interesting that they go back to Lakshan here. Don't mind that. They're obviously just holding Dookie back. But I think there might have been an opportunity perhaps to take the pace off here as well, considering how well Hussain bowled. But Lakshan bowled a very good first over, 1 for 8. But just got to believe here, don't they? Royal Eagles, they need one batter to score 25 runs, you win the match.
That's it. That's exactly all they need. It is. And I get the feeling that Dookie needs to come on the next over. He can't leave himself to bowl the 8th and the 10th. I think he has to come on the next over.
40 of 29, just under 8.5 and over required here. Chima on strike. Tamal Chima does a lot of his work, or good work with the ball now, being required to do it with the bat. A chance for catching, and that bounces, well, just wide off the fielder. It goes all the way for 6, and it almost ends up. This is another one that ends up, or close to ending up, in the hands of field. Let's have a look at this. It that bounces inside the cube, doesn't it?
No, it was just, I think, no, it was just outside the cube.
Just outside.
Yeah, because I was about there, so I would have cut it off just inside the cube. So I only missed it by a foot, but a foot in cricket is a long way.
They're getting closer, Phil.
They are getting closer.
We need a shield. We need a shield. We're going to come prepared tomorrow.
We've got Lakshan in front of us. That's something.
Oh, well, this one, how far does it go? Fielder's coming across. Wicketkeeper says, I'll have it. And he does take a really good catch. Brilliant catch there taken by a man who's having a very good day. Ranga de Silva holds on to the catch.
He's still down.
Yeah, just when Chima hits the ball away for a boundary, the same thing happens to the Eagles. They kind of self-destruct and implode. It's a short delivery. He goes for it, but never really gets himself in a good position. But that is a really good catch by Ranga.
That really was. Watched it all the way into the gloves and then goes down to the ground. Can't believe his luck he's held onto that one. Had to go a long way back, staring up into the sky, not knowing if someone's going to come running into him from left, right or centre, and holds on to a really good catch there indeed. 13 from 9 deliveries. And with Chima going, you sort of feel that most of the hope for the Royal Eagles has marched off with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? We keep saying this. I mean, Fazar now comes in at number 8. We don't know too much about these guys. But again, if somebody comes in and bangs 3 sixes or something, anything can change. So, yeah, one thing that we're noticing, actually, and Phil, you just picked up on this. Let's have a look.
Okay, that's interesting. Because we noticed that the target has been elevated to 80.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
From 75.
Yeah, and that would suggest there's been some penalty runs, but unless that's still to come on. And let's have a look. As we have a look what's out there, scrambling around and trying to get as many runs as they can. Nothing's come up on the scoring system as yet, but I'll check on.
Nothing in the previous innings. Something's being added to there, maybe. But we noticed at the bottom of the screen. I'm sure you've noticed it as well. The target has increased from 75 to 80 now.
Yeah, there was a penalty there for a batter who took too much time to come out there. So that will come on to the scores in a moment, but it's been updated on the score. So yeah, batter took too late to come on. They got 60 seconds, remember. So they haven't helped themselves. It's going to be 5 more to try and get. So the score, or the target there, it has to say, is now 80.
Yeah. So they're struggling already with the runs. Wickets falling aplenty at regular intervals, and now an extra 5 runs just to make it just a little bit steeper and a little bit more of an expectation towards the end of this innings to try to pick something up. So they still need another 30 runs, and they've got 4 overs plus this delivery to get it.
Moves away onto the leg side. Should just be a single. And that's what it will be. End of the over. So it's 51 for 6. 6 overs completed. Again, you'd feel the run rate is not the issue.
Yep.
I think this comes down to if you're not bowled out here, the Royal Eagles probably should win it. I think that's what the win predictor is thinking. Still sticking with the Eagles, 69% to 31%. But I just feel that if Bliss Warriors are clever in the way they use the bowlers, I mean, I think is absolutely right. You go with Hussain to bowl this one straight away. They just got to believe they're going to win this match if they bowl them out. That's what they're looking to do here.
Yep.
Just think about bowling them out. They're not looking to take it to the last over. They want to get it done before the last over. They're needing another 4 more wickets.
Yeah, have a look at that scorecard there. Scores are 15, 14, 13, and everything simply drops away from there. So starts, but no one kicking on. Rico, you said it before. Someone makes 25 here. Royal Eagles win the game.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
It is, and this is now Amir Fazal, who's at least he's trying here. He's trying to get things started, but Hussain's a difficult one to contend with. I'm always of the feeling here. Look, if you take 6 singles here, if you get 6, you're needing about 7 and a bit and over. Even if you take a single ball against good bowlers, you take that. But that's where I'll struck. This is going to take some fielding, but it does slow down on the surface. They only take 1. That's not good running. It's Rajinder Jassi who just puts the hand up, says no, stay there. You got to go 2 there.
That was 2. That was
Easy
2 all day, Rico. All day. That's poor. It's not right. They need to keep that scoreboard ticking. You're absolutely right. Just even a single. The run rate's not the problem. It's the wickets. Oh, it's been hammered down. I think he threw his foot a little bit, sort of sucked in a big breath there and sort of walked away gingerly, but he's all right now.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. That's that quicker one from Hussain.
52 for 6, halfway through the 7th. Another one which is going to be a bit of a photo finish here. Thought the Royal Eagles would be all over this, but Bliss Warriors, their credit, fighting back hard. Nice hit around the corner.
It's worth having a look at the height on this. It's going to be 4 runs here.
It does.
But it was a pace on delivery. What's the height on like here? Oh, it's close, isn't it? Is it on the way down? Or is it holding its line? Probably just on the way down.
Just on the way down, yeah.
But it's 4 runs. So that's the 6th of the over now.
Yeah.
So now there's no point taking a risk. You've got one of the best bowlers on of the opposition. If you can just take singles here or even block him out, that's worth doing at this stage.
That's right. The wide ball chases the wide ball. When you're absolutely right, all you have to do is just see him off. Just see Ijaz off. And that's one big threat for Royal Eagles. They can say, that's done and dusted. Let's continue. We've got plenty of time. We don't have to get a lot of runs. Under control. 23 needed from 20 deliveries.
Well, Jesse was the one who turned down the 2 to stay on strike. So he hit a 4. So maybe he knows something we don't. And that's another good delivery. He does the right thing. I think you block those out. Yorker length delivery is that wicket-taking delivery that Ijaz Hussain has. Block him out. And you've got you've got 6 off the over, right? There's a 4, a single, and a wide. So will he try and take a single here and go back on strike? That could be a good play if he can get there. That's the thing. If he gets that delivery from Hussain.
He does. He does it, and he does it really well. Just digs it out, but it just bobbles along to mid-off, who can't affect any kind of run out, and they get the single. So they do get 7 off the over. They do manage to keep that run rate where it needs to be. And they have seen off the very dangerous Ijaz Hussain, who finishes with great figures there.
Yeah, now this is the change that we were waiting to see. Isfahan Dookie, the captain, now come on the bowl. A quick look there of what's coming up next. Of course, the first time that we will see the Gladiators in action, but a real change. The Gladiators, a lot of their players jumped ship and went across to United CC. And you'll see a lot of names there of players that we saw playing for Bucharest Zalmi last year, including Atif Nakvi. So this is going to be an interesting one. Phoenix, they're looking to bounce back after losing out just in the very first match against the Bliss Warriors.
Yeah, and just a couple of changes there for Phoenix. Ali Haider comes in, and Lalith Punjabi also comes into the side, and see if they can bounce back with a big win against the Gladiators. Gladiators probably fancy themselves in that match. So we start the next over, and it is indeed going to be Dookie to bowl. Gets taken away to deep mid-wicket. Fielder's down there. Makes a long barrier. Makes a good save. Just the single.
Be interesting here now what Dookie does here. Because you can see Jassi wants to strike. For Zal, is he going to just try and knob a single here? If they are, you've got to try and get fielders in. Let's see what he does. Well, he won't Not quite what I thought he'll do, but just dab it, but he will get that single. I think that's one thing tactically here that Bliss Warriors have to think about. They've got to break this partnership, but the best thing they can do to stop boundaries, that is to keep Jassy off strike. He looks the more dangerous of the two batters.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Royal Eagles have decided, these two batters decided, well, look, you know what? We get this in singles and get the occasional two or the occasional boundary.
Oh!
Or that.
Oh, that is a biggie. And that's going over the practice nets, and that's on his way to the lake. That is a biggie. And Rajinder Jassy comes dancing down the track, and he clobbers this big time. Lovely jubbly. Eso es una grande, grandissimo. Seis carreras.
Tell you what, that Grizzly's gone swimming. That is an amazing shot. Got every bit of that, and suddenly it's 14 from 15 required.
And well hit. You take that. Just a couple of bounces. Take the single. This is good from Jassy, but need a wicket here now. Bliss Warriors need to find a wicket from somewhere.
13 from 14, Rico. It's still tight. If Doogie can just keep this over nice and clean for the next few deliveries.
All right, catching opportunity. They've caught well, haven't they? But now they put it down. He gets this completely wrong. They come back for two as well. They will get two. That's a massive error, really. I mean, he was so sort of cool, ECS, about this, but he really got himself in the wrong position. He never got under the ball, and look how he's trying to take that.
He's trying to take it over his shoulder. He had enough time to get in position and turn and face the ball into the breadbasket. Instead, he tried to take it over his shoulder.
But that chance here. That could be the match.
I reckon. Yep.
And now he gets one hand onto this. And, oh, look at the feet of the fielder. We're going to have to look at this closely. Is there any part of the foot that touches the rope? First is the catching chance. ECS is the man again. He gets a hand onto this time. But again, I think he's slow getting there. Now have a look at this. What's the foot here? Does he touch the rope at any point?
Ooh, is that right foot? Is that right foot going to rock back?
It's close. It's close, but I think he'll probably get the benefit of the doubt there because we don't see the rope move. He just manages to.
He stays on.
He stays on his tippy toes.
Stays on tippy toes.
I think it won't be a boundary. Oh, that could be crucial. It is the end of the over, and it hasn't gone to plan with Dookie. So 10 of 12 is what's required here for victory.
Yeah, there was that over approach from Dookie should have happened maybe 2 or 3 overs ago. I felt he's brought himself on a bit too late here, but that shot for 6 that has put an absolute injection of adrenaline into the batters from the Royal Eagles, and they are on the cusp of almost on the cusp. An over ago, they're on the edge of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, and now I think that's been reversed. That over is a bit of a shout out for where this game could possibly go now.
Another wicket though. So who's on strike here? It's Fazal on strike. He's on 9 of 7. Jesse at the other end. We said one batter scores 25, and you win the match for the Eagles. And yeah, that's nicely played. Fazal is doing his role perfectly well. Takes a single, gives Jassy back on strike. They need this wicket. They need to remove Rajinder Jassy. If they remove him, 7 down, new batter comes in, you could basically just blow away the tail. It is on. So this is now Dalusha Lakshan with the ball. Oh, that's not going to help, is it? It's not going to help.
Not good at all. Gives up a leg side wide there, and just all pressure goes off the batter, straight back onto the bowler and the fielding team now. 8 from 11 required. That run rate is, we have a look at that. It's 4.36. So singles will do it if they wanted to. Otherwise, a couple of big hits and we're all done. Oh, we're going to get it done in wides. That's 2 in a row now. That's not good.
Let's have a look at this one. It's probably one that has probably seamed away. Let's have a look. Yeah, it hits the seam, goes away. It's a good call from the umpire.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's another wide. So 7 now needed from 11. It's going to be tough here for Bliss Warriors to try and pull this one back. Skied up in the air, catching opportunity again, through the fingers again. Almost a carbon copy of what we saw before. This time it was the skipper, Dookie, who showed the way by putting that one down.
Yeah, well, remember the earlier drops from ECS was saying, especially the first one. Now, this is another one. I said at the time, you get 1 wicket, it could change everything. Jassy gets lucky, gets 1 to his name, gets dropped.
Swing and a miss. No, Not gonna chance anything on the spill. The keeper doesn't take that cleanly, but no chance there. 6 only now needed. So 1 big hit away from a win here for the Royal Eagles. At a time at the start, we thought they were on to a pretty good thing. We thought they were going to probably canter home to a victory. They made it very difficult for themselves. Bliss Warriors have fought back hard, but unfortunately, I think there's not enough left in the tank as that gets knocked out towards the square leg boundary and just fielded there for 1.
Yeah, but take the one. I just get the feeling here, you know, it's one of those. They want to finish it in style, don't they? They want the big hit to finish it, and sometimes you just think you need 6 to win. You get caught on the boundary, everything can change. I still feel. I mean, I know there's 5 runs required, so it should be done and dusted, but a wicket still could change everything here.
Yep, you're still going to get the runs no matter what.
Oh.
Just winding up, as you say, trying to finish in a blaze of glory when it's not necessary.
It's going to go into the last this, and that's one thing I think that the Eagles would have wanted. Fair play to the Warriors. They've taken a point out of the game that we were talking about them probably getting nothing from. So they've done well to do that.
Yep.
But can they snatch victory away from the Eagles? Oh, that's it. Just for a single, that's all it will be. So we will go into the last with 4 required of 6 deliveries.
Ooh.
Is there going to be a final twist in this match?
Wow.
Question is, who bowls it?
That's interesting indeed. And yes, if you can take the game for a bowling team, if they can take the contest into the final over, anything goes. That's literally how it's going to work. Anything goes. Pressure. We've seen some very strange final overs here on the European Cricket Network. Teams needing a handful of runs off 6 deliveries, and it just doesn't work out. Not even golden ball, just doesn't work out. They lose. They can happen.
Game is all about partnerships. 33 these two have put on together.
How about that?
And Rajinder Jesse, 18 of them. Fazal, 11. A couple of extras in there as well, which they'll be disappointed with. I think the Bliss Warriors, and they came at the wrong time towards the end of the match. So this is the big over, and they're going to go back to Vinay Magmurthy to bowl it. And let's see if Vinay Yagamurthy. Okay, he went for 12 in his first, but he did take a wicket. I like what they're doing with the field. They're getting a few close fielders in on the offside. They've got a sweeper out there just in case one goes over the top.
Yeah, 45 from the leg inside the circle as well. Good move. There's one. There's one dot ball.
Dot to start.
Ooh.
Well then, folks. Well then.
Hello.
Hello. We've been close before. The last match was a victory by the Warriors by 6 runs. So 4 or 5 required. You've got to get bats onto ball here. Jussie, who, well, is he going to be the hero? Is he going to be the villain here? He hits this well. There's the sweeper out there. Got to be looking to come back for 2. Got to go for 2 here. In comes the throw, and I think he's made it here.
Home. He's home for sure. Just not a strong arm on the boundary. Unfortunately, that's Spencer Arnold out there. He doesn't have a strong arm. It took a couple of bounces to get into the keeper, and it was wide. Keeper had to try to make something out of nothing. And unfortunately for Bliss Warriors, he's short. For the Royal Eagles, they do get 2. So it's 2 runs now from 4. Oh, another couple of dot balls. Might make things a bit edgy again.
That's what they need. You need to get another dot ball in here or get a wicket. A new batter comes in on strike.
Yeah.
With 3 balls to go, still needing those 2 runs. That's what they need to do. They've got to create pressure here. As Rajinder Jesse, well, he's got to the 20. And just go to say it's exactly what we're talking about. Batter gets 25, you win the match.
That's it. Here we go.
That's a good delivery, but it's a good shot. And that's going to be the game. Beautifully done and finished there by Rajinder Jesse. Lovely straight drive. He'll finish on 24 of 16. And the Royal Eagles, well, they were given a scare, weren't they? But they do win their first match. As the Bliss Warriors this time round have to settle for a point.
And I can tell you what, Rico, next time people accuse you and me of not knowing our cricket, we can tell them, do you remember that game where we said one player gets 25 runs and the game's going to be Royal Eagles? Hello, welcome. Welcome to the Phil G and Rico Full Show. That's exactly what happened, and that is a pretty good win. Maybe a bit closer than they want it to be, but regardless, still a win. Have a look at match number 3 coming up. Phoenix taking on Bucharest Gladiators. Phoenix back for their second game of the day. Bucharest Gladiators get our chance to have a look at them. A very different looking side, as you alluded to before, Rico, and that's coming up in, well, not too far away. Probably about another half an hour or something. Anyway, let's have a look at the highlight reel and see what happened out there in the centre. during this run chase, chasing a score, a very modest total of only 75, which was then adjusted upwards further on in the innings due to a 5-run penalty applied to the batting team. You can see here it was a progression of a couple of boundaries, and things look pretty good for Royal Eagles to start with. There was that man, Alarm, at the top there, hit 3 boundaries in a row, and I thought, oh, well, they're going to cakewalk this. This is going to be an absolute canter.
Yeah,
it turned out no.
Happened a couple of times. I mean, yeah, Alarm was one. I mean, he got out to this one, didn't he, which was a pretty soft dismissal. Then the next batter comes out, smashes this great big 6, and he thought, okay, no worries. And that was John, wasn't it, who looked like he was going to be able to do things, finish things off. But then he ends up getting himself out the very next ball. And we said then that wasn't very thoughtful. Now, this one surprised everybody. We're thinking bump ball.
Yeah.
Then Ejaz, on his way back, no celebration when he takes the catch. But on his way back, he just says to the umpire, how's that? And the umpire says, out. And that surprised everybody. Nobody knew what happened. And when we watched it again, I wouldn't say it was 100% conclusive, but the umpires were of the opinion that the ball wasn't a bump. It goes straight up in the air. We looked at it a few times and we thought, yeah, you know what? It probably is. And he was given out. So that could have been the turning point. But the turning points could have been this catch. That's a great catch, taken by Aranga. But even when the match was sort of in that sort of tightrope, it was at that cliffhanger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Those drop catches from Ejaz, those were big. I mean, one of them was an absolute dolly, the other one a bit harder. Then Ishfatan Dookie himself in the same position puts the catch down. And when those catches go down, that's the match done, and that's the winning runs there. 4 runs to win it. Well done, well batted there by Rajinder Jassi. I like what Jassi did there. He took control. There were times when he turned down a 2. He said, no, I'm staying on strike, and he hit the next ball for a boundary. And he took control. He said, no, I'm going to finish this match. I'm going to win this match for us. And he does that, and he does it really well. So well done, well batted. He makes a good performance from him. I think it was good with the ball as well, wasn't he? I remember it took his second over, only gave away 3 runs and took 2 wickets. So probably play the match, I think.
I think it's a good shout. I think it's a very good shout. And he did take control. That showed really good confidence in his play, and it showed a lot of maturity for him to say that. I mean, he comes in that far down the order, comes in at number 7, and he sees his team are in all sorts of trouble, and he turns to Fazal, and he probably said to Safi as well before Safi was dismissed. He said, look, you know, I know what we're going to do here. Yeah. Take my lead. And he's done it. 24 from, 16 deliveries, and he's seen the team home to get a pretty good win here on the board.
Yeah, when he came out there, and by the way, very good partnership from those two as well.
Yeah.
I think they came together when the score was on 40-something. 46. So good partnership. But I like the way that what they did there in that partnership said, hey, you know, we needed 7.5 and over.
Yeah.
And even when he just came on to bowl his second, so we don't have to do anything crazy. They got a boundary off him. They got 6 runs off him. That was enough. And then Dookie came on. I think we both agreed Dookie probably came on a little bit later. I would have liked him to come straight on, straight after Hussain. He left himself an over. Lakshan came. It wasn't the worst over from Lakshan, but I just feel that when someone like Dookie's bowling, you need a few more runs on the board.
You do.
And he never gave himself that privilege. But it was a good effort. They do get a point. So the Bliss Warriors, they're still sitting at the top of the standings, having played 2. They got 4 points. But the Royal Eagles, they pick up a win in their first match as well. The Eagles, we will see them in action later. In fact, that match will be repeated in match number 4 when the Eagles play the Bliss Warriors again. So watch out for that one.
That's right.
But the Bliss Warriors, I mean, that's their second match. They've still got 2 more to play. They're going to have a rest in this one. We're going to see the Phoenix and the Gladiators coming up next. That match starting in about 15 minutes time. But then the Bliss Warriors are going to finish with a double against, they'll play the Royal Eagles, and they will also play the Bucharest Gladiators. So a long, tough day for them today.
That is a tough day. It's going to be test the stamina for them, test the character for them as well, and maybe a survival of the fittest when we get to the end of this tournament as well. There's tough temperatures coming. There's teams have to play 3 games over the next 3 days as well. Bliss Warriors have got the 4 here today, so that's going to be very tough going for them in trying conditions. But that's why we love the European Cricket Network, because players like that love coming out and showing us what they've got, and we hope to see you back here for match number 3 in about 15 minutes time. Myself and Rico Full are going to take us a short break as well. You take a break too, enjoy the rest of maybe the Medina Cup during the break, but come and join us for match number 3 starting very shortly. It is going to be the Bucharest Gladiators taking on Phoenix Cricket Club here at this wonderful ground, Mora Vlasi ground here in just outside of Bucharest in Romania for ECS Romania 2025 edition. It's the slimmed down version, it's the shortened version, but it's a version of the Romanian ECS nonetheless, and we are loving it. Hope you are as well. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon, everybody watching around the world. Welcome back to this wonderful ground here in the continuation of ECS Romania. Phil G here in the commentary position to take you through this the start of the next match. Match number 3 coming your way very shortly. It is going to be the Bucharest Gladiators taking on Phoenix CC. We saw Phoenix in the first match this morning. They went down to the Bliss Warriors only by a margin of 6 runs in the end, so it was a pretty close game for them. So they're going to look to bounce back hard against the Bucharest Gladiators. Our first chance to have a look at them in this match coming your way very shortly. And just so you know, from the coin toss, it was the Phoenix who won. The Phoenix lineup, they won the toss, like to have a bowl first, happy to chase whatever the Bucharest Gladiators can throw at them. That was their mindset, so that's what's going to happen in the next few minutes before they come out to the ground. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We've had 2 pretty good games that have come pretty close. First game decided by only 6 runs, and the second game, which finished only about 10-15 minutes ago, it was also down to the final over as well. And the Royal Eagles struggled, fits and starts, but they managed to get over the line with only a couple of balls to spare, and they notched up a win to get their campaign off and running in this shortened, stripped-down version of a European Cricket Series Romania. But it's still a 18-game fun fest all the same. 4 days of action coming your way with day 1, almost halfway through day 1 now. So the Phoenix lineup there on the card in front of you against the Bucharest Gladiators. You see there 2 ins. Ali Haydat comes into the side, so does Lalit Punjabi. And for the Bucharest Gladiators, a bunch of new names there as well. It's not the sort of side we thought we may see. And as Rico explained very clearly in the previous innings, in the previous match, the thing about the teams is here, because we had to write off the first series that was planned to start last Monday due to the weather. Not all the teams can get all their players together. And it's a bit of a change in the team lineups as to what they wanted to bring to this particular party. So the supercomputer takes a look at this and likes Phoenix the tune of 59% to pick up the win here. It only gives Bucharest Gladiators a 41% chance of trying to get the points. And they're going to see how that percentage is going to pan out in a few moments' time. I can see the players congregating on the side of the arena. And our tournament referee and the PMOA crew are over there looking after them, getting ready to ask them to march on in just a moment as we're about to set to start, well, match number 3 in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. The fielders and the umpires are making their way out to the centre now. The batters haven't left their marks, and now they're going to step in. So we've got for the Phoenix team are out there. They're going to bowl first. They won the toss. Happy to have a bowl first. The Phoenix lineup there in their orange and their orange and black, similar garb to what you see the Bliss Warriors wearing earlier. And then here we go. Here comes the Bucharest Gladiators batters coming out to the centre, striding out to take their marks at the crease. And they'll be looking to start pretty hefty get into the runs nice and early. This is the lunchtime game, match number 3 here on day number 1. This ECS Romania. Just big shout out to everyone watching from around the world. Thank you for joining us, everyone in the chat on the European Cricket Network's YouTube page, or maybe you're watching from overseas by fan code. If you are from India, well, wonderful to have your company, and hope you're having a wonderful Sunday wherever you are in the world, or maybe it's Monday morning wherever you are in the world. Maybe not quite. I'm thinking about you, Rob Thompson. I know you're tuning in all the way from New Zealand, and you're always a few hours in front of us. So, in case you missed it, Phoenix, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. Let's see what they can do here. Thought they bowled pretty well on the first match this morning as well. Restricted Bliss Warriors to 106. Couldn't chase it down, unfortunately. Their batters stumbled and fell at a really vital time. Just couldn't get over the line. And we start match number 3. Here we go. First ball bowled. And how about that for a start from the Phoenix Cricket Club? Oh boy, oh boy. Now, that's interesting. Batter cannot believe his luck. Yep, that is quite astonishing. Let's have a look. He's going to replay this. Celebrations are plenty. Have another look at this. We've barely even managed to catch our breath for the start here. Watch this one. Ooh, now. So, second ball of the match coming in now. Oh, what a ripper. Follows it up with a great delivery. A little bit of extra peri-peri sauce on that one. Pushes it through. Really quick delivery. Nicely bowled. Hello to Johnny here in the chat, saying hello to, here we go again, Phil G and Rico. Christopher Ward, good to see you, Christopher, in the chat as well. Gives me the G-O-R-N-E gone on that previous leg before. Wonderful stuff. Just hit down the ground. Bit of a bumble there. Not going to chance. Yes, they are going to chance a second. Wow, that is astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Just a real lackadaisical effort from Rajesh Kumar, the captain, to go back and get the ball after misfielding it. And they've just gone through really quickly for another run there. Incredible. Wow. Interesting start to this game. Bowler in. Goes for a feather edge down leg side. Of course, that's indicated as a leg side wide. Doesn't collect anything on the way through. Have to bowl that one again. People calling out the Royal Derrick on the chat. You are indeed correct. It was a Royal Derrick. A rare one, rarely sighted, but is sighted here on the European Cricket Network, and very good work from the chat to call that one out. Good bowling this. Good first over. Effort ball, that one. You could hear the grunt around the ground as he really bent the back on that one. A little bit of high cloud around here. Temperature's warming up nicely. Probably around about 25, 26 degrees at the moment. No chance of any precipitation at all. Punch into the covers. And no run there. No chance. So Bucharest Gladiators with a job to do here. Get a score on the board and try to look to defend that when it's their turn to come out and bowl. For Phoenix, they're looking to bounce back from a loss that they had earlier against the Bliss Warriors. Couldn't chase down 106, only managed to get 100 on the board. Hit down the ground, that's a nice shot. That's going to run about 4 or 5 metres to the right of me and go up the slight incline all the way along the deck. That's a good shot for 4. Nice punch down the ground. Just a little bit in the slot, that one, and just beckoned to be hit hard down the ground. Good shot. 7 for 1 after the first over. Bucharest Gladiators losing a wicket with the first delivery of the match. And then they've sort of steadied the ship now and bounced back a little bit here. Up-and-coming events, well, you've got the Medina Cup, the final being played out right now. Portugal and Belgium going head-to-head there. We'll have to tune in and get the score on that one for you in just a moment. Also, well, obviously you've got Romania here. Day 1 here of 4. Remember, we're only here for 4 days. So it's going to be a quick series. Blink and you miss it. And tomorrow, Hornchurch kicks off the ECS and ECSW in Hornchurch over a few days' time there. And the following weekend, on Sunday the 8th, Czechia. That's going to start with T20I action for both men and women. The Central Europe Cup, which is a bit of a showstopper in the Czech cricketing calendar, and now doing it for men and for women, which is absolutely fantastic. And there's ECI action for women over there as well in Prague. Whoa, that would have been really red hot chance for a run out there. Misses the stumps though. Sidon will tell us how close this is. Watch the ball coming in. Oh, desperate dive, but it's also a dive where the bat is just angled up ever so slightly. Hit the stumps, could have been in a lot of trouble there. But that's it, just keep that scorecard ticking over. Zane and Sasanga with a bit of work to do. Shah, the bowler, who bowled really well this morning. Really impressed with him. His second over went for just one run, and it stopped the Bliss Warriors almost in their tracks completely and utterly during the power play. See what we can do here. Just going to trot through for one. Just I hear the call through the effects mic of 1111, and that's all there was. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Hello to Chris Smith, who's also in the chat. Nice to see you there, Chris. Daniela, of course, in the chat. Good to see you as well. So you guys also mentioning something about the feed might have got a bit frozen there. Hopefully it's all good now. Anyway, hope you're having a wonderful Sunday wherever you are in the world. Bends the back, gets a bit of extra oomph on that one. Have a look at this. Goes through. Yeah, a bit of a lazy swat shot, that one. Doesn't really move the feet too much. That's a dot ball. So 9 on the board, loss of 1 wicket. Only halfway through the second. Somewhere in the background there's a motorbike tearing around the countryside. Oh, similar kind of delivery, that one, but still can't get bat on ball. Just remember the Phoenix Cricket Club. They won the toss, wanted to have a field first. Feel that they're a good place to try to chase down a score, despite the fact that they didn't chase down 106 for a win in the first match this morning. They felt that by winning the toss, they didn't want to bat first. I think they got a better chance against the Gladiators by chasing a score down. And so far, only 9 on the board after 10 legal deliveries. It's a pretty good start for them. Shouts of just 1-1-1 again. So obviously the leg before wicket that went on the first ball of this match, still well and truly playing on the minds of the batters. They're just being very sensible here. These are good deliveries though from Shah. He's putting it right on the spot and they're just chipping it around for ones. That's all they can do. So last ball, the second coming up, 10 on the board. Oh, cut nicely. There is a player down there. Fielder gets down and cuts that one off. He's at pretty much on a 45 on the boundary there. Straight to him and just the single. So doing the singles at the moment, Sasanga and Zane. Sasanga, he's on 8 from 7. Zane is on 2 from 4. It's tough going here, but it's good bowling as well. Shah's bowling a very good line. And the Gladiators do not want to lose another wicket at this stage. If they want to put on a good score, need to be careful here. Have a look at the standings there. So the Bliss Warriors, they picked up a win this morning, and then they got 1 point from their game against Royal Eagles a few moments ago. Royal Eagles obviously picked up the win, got the 3 points there in second place. So now Phoenix with just 1 point from the game this morning, and Bucharest Gladiators, the first chance to have a look at them in this series. And only four teams playing in this series. So after each team plays the others in this series 3 times, we then will go to a final match, which will simply be first and second on the standings to battle it out for the trophy, and that will be on the last game on Wednesday evening. Oh, through the bowler. Doesn't get through the mid-on though. Good work. So just repeating that, 18 games in this series, shortened. A low-cal version of this, maybe call it the Diet Coke of European Cricket Series, if you like. As long as it doesn't infringe on any copyright rights, that's okay to say that. And it's going to be 18 games, and then we finish with just the one final, the last game on the Wednesday. So 4 days of ECS action here. And that will obviously, well, from tomorrow, it'll run concurrently with ECS Hornchurch. So you want to go to the buffet table of ECN, you're going to get a lot to choose from. Oh, chops down on that one, and unfortunately he has chopped down a bit too slowly, and it's smacked into the off stump. Have a look at this. Yeah, crunch. Batter cannot believe it. He thought he was absolutely all over that one, and he was not. I think just one more time, regardless of where the ball runs away to. That's a good delivery, and that is a vital wicket as well. So Bucharest Gladiators just wobbling. 12 for 2 now. Not even halfway through this third over. Power play still in force. And batter's having a bit of a rough time here today. Not seeing any big scores at the moment. Rico and I, we called par around about 115 to 120, but unfortunately no teams have gotten close to that, so maybe we might have to bring our expectations down a little bit. And I'm not sure why. The conditions are really quite nice out there. It's good seeing conditions. The pitches play nice and true. It's nice, and it's a bit of a breeze coming across the ground as well, so it's keeping things cool at the moment. It's going to get warmer as the days go on, but it's actually not too bad. So continuation of this third over. Well, that kept low. That kept really low. Unfortunately there, doesn't hit the stumps, doesn't get put away either. Watch this one more time. Bends the back. Yeah, it just doesn't get up. Hits right over the top of it. And can't get anything on that one. That's Nakvi, who is the new batter, who's come out now since we lost Zane, who was bowled by Kadka. Kadka's got 2 for 8, bowling really well. Good pace. That's Fuller. Chipped around the corner, hits straight to the player inside the circle who's there to protect exactly that shot. Gets a bit of a generous round of applause from his teammates there as he gets the body behind that one. Gets past him, it's going to be 4. It would have run away for 4. So that's good placement, good field placement. So Nakvi, the left-hander, just helping some insects off the pitch there. Short, tries to punch this one down the ground, only succeeds in miss-hitting it over the top of the umpire. And it's going to just be a single. Bit of a streaky shot, that one could have gone anywhere. And as it turned out, it just popped up in the air. Carter could almost think he could have had a second wicket there. Sorry, a third wicket indeed. One more to come in his spell. He's bowled a great spell of fast bowling too. Really impressed with him in this match. He's got 2 for 9. See if we can add to this one. Score is 13 for loss of 2. It's come to the end of the power play. This has not been a terrific power play if you're a Bucharest Gladiators fan. Lifted away to a vacant deep mid wicket. And it's going to plug, would you believe it plugs. And it stops 6 inches inside the line. And they almost affect a run out. Now that's actually quite hilarious. Out of nothing, that has come perilously close to a 6 and come ridiculously close to even a run out at the striker's end. Thought it was a 6 off the bat. It sounded good. Watch this. Bounce probably about 1.5 meters. It stops probably about 8 or 10 inches from the boundary line, so it literally went nowhere. And a good throw back to the keeper. So power play done. 14 off the power play. Loss of 2 wickets there, and that is very slow going for a Bucharest Gladiators team, who come to this tournament with a bit of a reputation, but unfortunately they don't have the full squad they wanted to have. As we all know, as we've said several times now, that this series originally was supposed to start last Monday, and teams had all of their holidays and all of their work arrangements made into place so they could take the time off for last week. Today should have been the finals day for the originally planned series. So things changed. We managed to move heaven and earth and rearrange a lot of logistical nightmares to get this series on. And in doing so, though, unfortunately, we lost a couple of teams in the process, and we've had a bit of a make-up group of players as well for a few teams. That's clipped very nicely through deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. 1 bounce, 4. Good shot, that. Shah just straying on this occasion. Clipped off the toes. That's a very nice shot. Very handsome-looking shot, that one. So yeah, there was a lot to do to try to change this series over, and a big congratulations to the Blue Crew, especially the Blue Crew, who did a lot of work here at the ground to get the ground up and running after what it looked like about a week ago. Absolute deluge of weather. Good work in the field there. Gets down on the ground. Jabba the Hutt style. Leans down, picks it up, throws it while lying on his back as well. Very good work there at point. 19 for 2. Tough going if you're a batter here today. Very tough going indeed. Whether you're setting the score or whether you're chasing the score, it's been really tough for the batters out there. Not sure why. I'm still scratching my head on that one, trying to find an answer. I think the bowling's just been better. Shah continuing. Well, bangs it in short, but sort of a bit wayward and just gets pulled around the corner towards deep mid-wicket. It was a bit of a Funny old shot. Maybe should have punched it out onto the offside, but tries to pull it to the leg side. Doesn't really succeed. Gets a miss hit. Bottom of the bat, sounded like to me. Score up to 20 now. See the field have dropped back with the power play restrictions no longer in force. Just noticed we're getting a lot of bugs in here as well. This field is known for its insect population. Should have brought my fly swatter, the one I bought in Belgium. Nice hit down the ground. Chase on for the fielder. Does get through him. I thought he had it covered. It was a photo finish, and in the end the ball wins. Unfortunately for the play, takes it on the knee as well, which is going to add insult to injury. That's Akash Kaka, who wears one on the knee as it goes over. Akash Kaka, who of course had that quite incredible hit wicket from game number 1 this morning. If you get a chance to go back and have a look at that one. Nicely off the toes as well. And that's going to carry the boundary line for a big 6. Nice shot that. So Gladiators working themselves back into a bit of form here. And this is some good striking. Very good, especially off a bowler like Shah, who was pretty accurate in the first match. Just in this one, he's just straying ever so slightly. It's the second match for Phoenix Cricket Club here today. They did have a break of the previous match, but Shah was just straying onto the pads a bit too much here. This time he's cut away to the offside. That's a great shot. That's a really good shot. Cuts hard, keeps it down, runs all the way to 4 runs. And this ground is getting a little bit quicker now. Just seeing a bit more value for the shots along the ground. Yeah, good shot indeed. 34 for 2. And that's going to push the score along nicely. Good over that for the Bucharest Gladiators. They start to get the motor running now. Hello to Terry Richmond, joins us in the chat as well. Chris Smith, I still see you there hanging around. Good to see you as well. Saying that the Tigers were unlucky yesterday. They were indeed, weren't they? Yes. I think most of you guys know that I'm a Richmond Tigers fan from way back. Ever since 1974, I've barracked for the Richmond Tigers. Been an avid supporter of them through thick and thin. They went down yesterday with a 3-point thriller. Just couldn't finish the game off, unfortunately. Ah, well, that's AFL. That's the other side of the planet. This is ECS Romania. This is right here in front of me. Here we go. 5th over starts. That's been spanked behind square for a big 6. So Gladiators starting to free the shoulders a bit now. Despite the fact that the power play went for not many runs, now things are starting to warm up in the centre. And it's that man, that left-hander Narkvi. He's getting into it. Sasunga, he's on 29 from 14. He's firing up as well. And this is a good partnership between these two. Partnerships are so key in a T10. Dance down the wicket, and this time goes even better and bigger. A little bit more squarer as well. And he finds the middle of the bat and also finds the outskirts of this a wonderful arena and way over the rope for a big 6. Look at this, dance down the wicket. Looks good on the replay from that angle. Fielder can do nothing apart from just watch it go up the embankment. So, Rajesh Kumar, skipper, coming for a bit of stick here. Well, goes to play a similar shot to the previous one. Bit filthy with himself for missing that one. I think he just took a little bit of pace off that. And he was still almost through his shot, and the ball just hit him into sort of on the back of the shoulder. He's all right, though. Halfway through the 5th, 46 for 2 on the board. Good acceleration here from Gladiators. Bangs it in short, goes around the corner, and it's going to be another boundary. Well, if you're going to bowl it short like that, especially coming in towards middle leg, you're going to have to need protection to bowl to that for that kind of delivery. And he doesn't really have the protection there. It goes backward a square. 1 bounce across the boundary line, 4 runs, or call it 2 bounces. And the fielder, the boundary rider, was just too square. He needed to be backward a square. There is a backward square, but he's inside the 30-yard circle, but he's a lot finer. He's more of a wide, fine leg. He's there for that shot that gets tickled around the corner, but he's not tickling at the moment. He's absolutely thumping it. Well, that was a cut shot that ended up going straight. And that's pretty good work on the boundary. I think we'll have to have a look at that one more time. Maybe it might have dragged his foot. We're going to see this close now. Oh, yeah. You see the rope even jump. Now, did he have the ball in his hand? It's indicated as 4. So, no, that's pretty good work. Pretty good eyes there from everybody around. Initially, it looked good. But then, yeah, no, the rope got knocked back. I was unsure whether he had ball in hand in contact at the same time. He did indeed. So the cut shot went straight. Still 4. Oh, it's a pretty good shot, but it goes straight to dip mid-wicket, who had to move absolutely nowhere to cut that one off. It went like a rocket. So these two have really stepped up now. Narkvi has suddenly raced up to 23 from 10. Sasanga, he's on 29 from 14. 55 for 2 is the current score. Rajesh Kumar, he went for 21 of that over. So that's gone magical. And that's the over that Bucharest Gladiators really, really wanted, sorely needed. And we'll just take this moment, just a bit of an assessment of what's going on in the game right now. And thank you to, obviously, our sponsors. Give us a chance to have a bit of a chat with you all. And at the moment, you have to say, Bucharest Gladiators have fought back really quite nicely here in this match. They started pretty slow. That power play was not the best for them. Really felt that Phoenix were really on top of this. Just these last 2 overs. Especially that last one, which went magical. Just going the other way now. Well, that ball didn't get up at all. That has gotten away from everyone. It's gotten away from the batter. It's gotten away from the keeper. And it's gotten away from the fielder, more importantly. And that is going to run away for byes, I believe. Not sure he got anything on that. Watching the umpire's signal there. So, Narkvi, 23 from 11. Sasanga at the non-strikers end, 29 from 14, 59 for 2. Score is building nicely now. It's pretty good to see. So that's pretty good for Gladiators. Need to build on this total. Here we go again. So Phoenix desperately looking to break this partnership now, which is getting up into dangerous areas for them. If these two are still here in the next couple of overs, then these two can kick on easily and push up into about the 120s. The expected score is around about 109 according to our supercomputer Boffins. Run rate at 11.3. You think if they can land a 120 here, then it's going to be really difficult for Phoenix to try to chase this down. We shall see, though. Only 2 balls into this 6th over. 60 for 2 on the board. Jai Surya with the ball. And see what he can do here. We're just pausing for a moment. There's a bit of a change in the field. There's backward square leg is going onto the boundary line now. There's a regulation square leg just put into place. So they're trying to tighten up that leg side. And they've obviously got a bit of a middle stump, leg stump attack in mind here as well. They've also got a fine leg who's up inside the circle, who is quite fine. And obviously deep mid-wicket and a long on as well. That's your leg side field. So probably plan to bowl straight or in towards the legs here. At least Sasanga now is facing. They're going to go through for a quick single. Good quick call. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Really good work here from Gladiators. Dug themselves out of trouble after a pretty poor power play, you have to say. And they've starting to come good. So once again, just shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us here. I know you've got a choice of European cricket to watch, and you choose us, and we thank you for it. And that has, I think, that's been knocked into touch for 6 runs. It's the old football, not quite tipping it over the boundary. Well, he has tipped it over the boundary line, tipping it over the crossbar. So that has hit the hands and gone straight over the rope for Maximo for a 6. Oh, should have held that one. Should have held that one. He knows it too. It's absolutely filthy with himself out there. The lone fielder, there's nobody within about 25 metres of him. And he's only got himself to scold. I'm sure if he kept locked eyes on his captain, he'd probably cop that as well. There you go. Have another go. Nope. Out of the outstretched hands. There goes all the way for back-to-back 6s. And this is getting pretty ugly now for Phoenix. They remember they won the toss. They wanted to bowl. They were happy to chase runs. And now Gladiators are starting to pull away from them. 73 for 2 after 6. That run rate now up to 12.2. And Sasanga, he's on 29, but Narkvi's caught up to him and overtaken him. He's on 36 and 14. Jaisari goes for 13 off that over with a couple of sixes towards the end there. Be a bit gutted about that. That fifth delivery of the over should have gone into the hands and been held. As it is, it went down. So 4 overs to come. Have a look at that. That tells a story. So 2 openers go. Firstly, there was a first ball. Try that again for Mahmood. He went for a first baller. I sort of struggled to get that one out for first baller. Ali Zahn, he went for a 5th ball, just 2 runs before he got bowled. And since then, it's been all the Sasanga and Narkvi show with a really good partnership here between these two. 6 extras as well in that total. 6 overs, 73 for 2. Go along nicely. Elevated. And that is out of the park onto the tents. Everyone in the scorer's area is ducking. It's gone well over the scorer's tents for a big, big 6. Or as they say in this part of the world, chasse. That might be my phrase for this tournament. The old chasse. So that is going to help things along big time. Have a look and see if they can bounce back here. Phoenix desperate for a breakthrough. Building with confidence are the Gladiators batters. Sasanga now, he moves to, what's he on to? He's on to 36 from 18. Just been tickled by someone who walked behind me there. And Narkvi also on 36 from 14. One of the blue crew walked behind me just as I was trying to say the score there, and that's why you probably heard a bit of a jump in my voice. It's all right, my voice isn't breaking. Someone genuinely tickled me. Anyway, we keep continuing, and this is tucked around the corner. That's a lovely shot. The man inside the circle there, the fielder there, could not get anywhere near that one. And once you get it past him, it's going to run away for 4 runs. Exactly what happened there. That's just clever batting. That's not clever bowling. Not clever one bit. $84 for 2 now is the score. Bowler in again. This is Hayder now. He's got none for 11 for only 3 balls. Gets a dot ball through. That'll feel good about himself. That'll be good. Phoenix will probably take a bit of a happy moment from that delivery because they're coming under fire here from these two. Sasanga and Narkvi having it their own way. Narkvi, he's raced up to 40. Slow start, but he's really built momentum now. The left-hander really getting stuck into the bowling. Oh, tries to bang in short. Instead, he tucks it around the corner. And I think that's got away from the fielder. Oh, the fielder's having a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, he's really struggling. The fielder, he was, when he was inside the circle, he was actually looking pretty good and pretty confident. But since he's been moved off back on the boundary line, he's just looking a little bit nervous when the ball's coming down towards him. And he's unfortunately spilled that one across the boundary line, which is not good. Now we'll try that one again. Just a bit of a false start there. So. So 89 for 2. 7 overs gone. And things looking a little bit tough there for the Phoenix CC. They're going to be chasing a bigger score than maybe they anticipated. At the moment, we've got 3 overs to go. And have a look at the calendar for ECS coming up. So England Hornchurch kicks off tomorrow. Then we've got Czechia in Prague starting the following Sunday. That is going to start with T20 action, T20I men and women, ECI for the women, and then we get into the ECS. Remember, it's a Premier and a Challenger division in Czechia as well. So there's a fair bit of cricket going on there. Then we've got Finland starting towards the end of the month, Bulgaria right at the back end of June, and then guess what? We're then halfway through the year. Can you believe we're almost halfway through the year already? I know it's only the 1st of June. We're already talking about what's going to happen in July. How about that? Aleem Abdul now comes on to bowl. Swing and a miss. Unfortunately, it is a wide ball though. Oh, I thought he might have gotten away with that one. 89 for 2. Win this one more time. Well, I'm not sure how that's called a wide. I'm slightly bemused by that. That was as good a delivery as you'd see. Well, he tucks this one around the corner, and that's good fielding down there to go to the ground and stop the getting past him to the boundary line. So good work there. Just the single there. Yeah, I think Aleem Abdul, he'd be feel a bit hard done by for that previous delivery. That was certainly not a wide delivery, unless the umpire suddenly thought he was bowling to a right-hander or something. It absolutely was not. Bit of a brain fade, that one. Never mind. Next ball was bowled, so we continue. Sasanga, he's on 36. Nakvi's on 46. And we continue now, 91 for 2. Well, it's a slower delivery, and just out of reach of the outstretched fingertips there. It goes for a big 6, big chassé. Marches out of the crease, meets the ball, and goes crash. Not far away from the fingertips. Probably picked out the tallest fielder in the outfield and just goes over the top of his fingertips. Sasanga races now to 42 from 19. 97 for 2 in the 8th. Aleem Abdul looking to pull things back here. Can't do it. Just gets a dot ball going through. Punches his bat. A little bit filthy about that one. Gets away from him. It was a good ball though. Good follow-up after that that big 6. Called wide there again. Gets away from the wide +1. Gets away from the keeper. Unfortunately, it's a bit too hot to handle. Brings the score up to 99. So that expected score now pushing into the 130s. That's pretty formidable. Daniela likes my shout of chasse there. Thank you very much, Daniela, for that. I have to do. Come on, we have to do that, don't we? Hit along the ground. Just the single there. Slowly makes its way to deep mid-wicket and stops halfway and is met a few seconds later by the fielder coming in there. Yeah, I did a bit of, I mean, Rico mentioned it a bit earlier about my Romanian language skills. I did a little bit of beginner's Romanian when I was living in London a few years ago. And I picked up a little bit. I still remember a few things. And that is definitely chasse, because I know that means 6. That's a very good hit. It's a buna, or is it just bun? Either way, it's a good shot for 6. Crunched. And that comes down with a little bit of ice on it. So 106 for 2. On the cusp of getting a well-deserved 50, both of these players. Well, goes inside out. Is he going to get away with it? I think he is. Doesn't go to the boundary line, though. Good work there. I thought it was going to get away from the fielder who's down there at that third man area. Look at this. It comes off the slice. The bat doesn't go anywhere near where it's supposed to. And where does it end up? Ends up with one more ball to come. Nope, that's the end of the over. Just went for the scoreboard to catch up with us. There it is. 107 for 2 after 8. This partnership now is becoming really damaging. But only 2 overs to come. 49 for Sasanga. So he's on the edge of picking himself up a very good half century if he can do this. Still a couple of opportunities for him to do so. However, he's not going to get first chance to do that. Have a look at the run rate graph there. It's currently at 13.38. It's been such a good uptick from that third over when we lost that second wicket. It's been a strong uptick off that run rate. And these two have really capitalised on, well, I have to say, some bowling that got to wonder what the whole bowl to your field motto is all about sometimes. Another leg side wide. Sasanga 49 from 22. Nakvi 47 from 20, both on the edge of potentially picking themselves up a good half century here. And the way they're playing, you expect them to probably get it too. 108 for 2 with that wide. That's hit uppishly. And, just at the feet. The player attacked the ball, ran in pretty hard. And that's going to bring up the 50, a well-deserved 50. He raised his bat. I think he knew he was on 49. Gives a raise of the bat and then gives a thumbs up to the dugout. That's Sasanga's 50. 50 off 23. Good striking from him. Gets a generous applause from the Gladiator dugout. And he turns it over to Nakvi, who's on 47 from 20. Now he's got a chance to maybe pick himself up a half century as well. And that would be fitting if both these two batters can walk off the pitch with 2 half centuries. or one each to themselves, that would be really good for them. You see the wagon wheel there for Sasanga, very strong on the leg side. Hit down the ground, through the bowler's hands, just going to be the single. Yeah, the wagon wheel's an interesting picture for Sasanga there. 36 on the leg side, 14 on the offside. So it also shows that if the Phoenix Cricket Club are trying to attack him on his middle and leg stump, it's not working because he's putting them away pretty regularly. 110 for 2 now. A few grunts there. Well, he's hit it straight down the throat of the player at 45 inside the circle. They've had someone there for the whole innings, and finally he takes the catch, and this partnership has been broken. This has been a very good partnership indeed. So Sasanga, who a few moments ago just asked for a drink of water at the over break, he gets to go off the ground and have a little drink instead. But he's done a wonderful innings for his team. Gets a 50. He's going to go off to a generous round of applause for his dugout. They're going to have a bit of a get around when he walks off as well, because he's really anchored them right from when they were 12 for 2 very early on, and a 50 off 24 deliveries. He's caught by Aleem Abdul, and that 45 just around the corner, just trying to tickle it off the pads, and he's been caught there. Like I said, there's been a fielder there for him throughout the entire innings, and finally it's coming to play right there. Takes it just above the head. Good catch nonetheless. And there he is, getting a congratulations from his dugout. Good to see. Brings up Rashid. Try to continue the momentum. Well, he's skied one straight up in the air. The cap comes off, and the catch goes down. Maybe should have kept the cap on. You know, don't take the cap off if you're not going to take the catch. Just leave the cap on. And that's unfortunate. That could have been 2 in 2. That could have really just put the brakes on here big time. Unfortunately, it wasn't held. Just was in and out and on the ground. It brings Nakvi on to strike. He's on 48 from 21. Kind of expect him to step up here and collect himself a half century if he can. Phoenix, on the other hand, Rajesh Kumar looking to not allow that to happen. Still got a couple of balls to come in this over. Goes up in the air. It's going to just be a single though. So Nakvi teasing with his teammates here. Well, they're giving him a round of applause, but I've got him down as being on 49, so I'm not sure about that. You raise the bat and everything. He's going to get a handshake from his counterpart. I'm pretty sure he's on 49 though. Maybe one of our scorers was playing a bit of a joke on him. I'm not too sure. We'll have to get to the bottom of that. But we've got him down as 49 from 22, so I hope he's not run out or something like that in the next moment. Last ball of the ninth coming up. Rashid plays it through the covers all the way along the ground. And he'll retain the strike for the 10th. I think the irony will be if Nakvi doesn't face a ball in the 10th over and he's stranded on 49 thinking he's 50 not out. Yeah, he might be a bit filthy with his dugout for congratulating him. Just 1 run early. We'll see. We'll find out in a moment. 113 for 3 after 9. That expected score just tipped down ever so slightly with the Sasanga's wicket. That's down to about 125. But still on for a pass score. They've almost reached what we feel is a pass score. Have a look at the bowling figures there. So 2 wickets at the top there to Khadkar. Thought he's bowled really well for that 2 for 10 from his 2 overs. Shouts of 1-1-1 as it flies very quickly out to deep mid wicket. So the bowling hasn't been that bad. It's just that partnership, which wasn't overly destructive. You've seen some partnerships which can come together and just get absolutely carnage. They were going at probably about 11 or 12 and over. So they hadn't really sort of taken Phoenix and you know, throttled them or, you know, shaken them to their core. They've done well nonetheless. Now it's going to be a wide ball. Nakvi just taking a backward step there, maybe putting the bowler off a little bit. And certainly did put him off. So, Nakvi, he's probably going to get a second round of applause if he can get a single here. He can indeed. Flies across the boundary line for 4 runs. That is his 50. Now the dugout are out of their seats, give him a cheer, and now he points the dugout with the bat and says, thank you, that's the 50. I'm glad we clarified that. He does indeed get his 50. Well batted for him. 53 not out from 23 deliveries. 119 for 3. 4 balls to come. Jai Saria with the job here in the final over to try to curtail this run chase. I'm sure this no chase. The chase is going to come very soon. They're trying to curtail this total. This has gone flying off an edge. Well, might as well live dangerously. Why not? Have a look at the leg side there. 48 off the leg side, 5 runs only off the offside. So the question would be to Phoenix, if you have a look at that, why would you persist with a middle stump attack and a straight ball? Maybe you need to try to get something outside off and get him playing in an area that's not his strength. Something they may look at for the next time these two teams meet. 123 for 3 with that boundary. 3 balls to come. Leans into that one. Can't chance for a catch. And taken. Easy as you like at the mid-off position. Looks like, is that Shah who's taken that catch? I think it is. Takes a very simple catch in the end. So there's a bit of a meek little surrender there for that shot there, but don't take it away from Narkvi. He's played a brilliant innings. And he does get his 50. He was celebrated twice, once he was on 49, once when he was on 53. But he walks off with a good 50 under his belt. And he's seen the Gladiators up to a very competitive total. Best total of the morning, of the day so far. Yeah, and the team come forward and give him a bit of a get around. That's good to see. 57 from 25 in the end. 6 fours, 4 sixes, and all of his runs, bar 5 of them, came from the leg side. Have a look on the replay again at his dismissal. Just trying to force it in the 10th, and a pretty simple catch there, taking it mid-off. Swinging hard, shouts of catch it. 1, 2, 3 bounces out towards the boundary rider at the covers. Just the one. 123 for 4. 2 to come. Khan was the new batter who just got off the mark with that first delivery. Rashid now continues. It's going to be leg side. Oh, Khan wants to run down for an extra. Sent back pretty quickly. So still one more to come. Rashid's got 3. 125 for 4. Last ball of the innings. Punch down the ground. They're going to look for 2. Khan turns and runs pretty quickly. They're going to throw to the keeper's end. And I think they're going to affect the run out. They are indeed. So they ran for 2. They collect 1. So it'll be 126 for 5 after 10. That's a pretty good score. So Phoenix, you won the toss. You elected to field first. Not sure that's gone exactly as you wanted it to go. So now you're going to be chasing 127 for a win in about 10 minutes' time when it's your opportunity to get out there. Thanks entirely to 2 very good half centuries for the Bucharest Gladiators. One from Narkvi and one from Sasanga, who have batted very well. They came together in scores, I think, on 12. They put together a blisteringly good partnership. It was very enjoyable to watch. It took them a while to get going, to be fair. But once they did get going, some of the bowling was a little bit lax, just concentrating on middle and leg and getting punished accordingly. That's a good score on the board. Let's roll the videotape, have a look at the highlight reel. It's going to show a couple of early wickets. How about that for an early wicket? That's a first baller. First ball, leg before, pretty much couldn't give it any other way apart from that. And then things sort of, yeah, we had a couple of boundaries to go. That was nice. And then that was a funny old dismissal, that one. The bat sort of came down after the ball had already hit the stumps. Batter just couldn't believe it. I think he was just completely beaten for pace. And then it was the Narkvi and Sasanga show. Like I said just earlier, it took them a little while to get going, but once that momentum hit, they really put things on pretty quickly. The leg side work from both of these two, left-hander, right-hander combination, maybe that's what threw the bowling attack out of alignment. That's entirely possible, but they were just not giving up too many chances whatsoever. They were swinging hard. There was a lot of 4s scored as well. It wasn't all Maximos, wasn't all going aerial. But it was a very, very good performance from these two as well. Came together when things were a bit dire. And they steadied the ship and then some. And unfortunately for that, effort on the boundary line there ended up being a 4 as the foot was laying across the line. That was one that tipped over the goalpost and into for a 6. Very next ball goes even further for a Maximo. And it was really good to see Narkvi just enjoying himself, the left-hander. Just tucking it around the corner, but so strong on the leg side. It was a bit of a head scratch as to why they were concentrating their attack on middle and leg, maybe hoping to sort of, get a miss hit, which, probably is not the best way to do it. And he only had 5 runs Narkvi only scored 5 runs on the offside. How about that for a stat? So in the end, it was the Sangha who went first, skied one and got caught out. And then Narkvi here, he continued with another boundary before he then skied one, trying to go this time down the ground. It went straight up in the air, and Shah completed the simplest of catches. And then just right at the end, we had a run out at the keeper's end, going for the desperate 2 off the last ball. Umpire has no hesitation giving that one out. And that's how it all ended up with this innings from the Bucharest Gladiators. It was interesting. The power play wasn't particularly great, but then things turned around in those middle and later overs, thanks very much entirely to those 2, Narkvi and Likshan Sasanga, who put on a great partnership. Look at that, 50 off 24 and 57 on 25. Hats off to those 2 with a really timely partnership, and it got the Gladiators out of trouble. For Phoenix, they'll probably have a look at this one and say, well, why do we bowl onto the leg stumps of these 2 so often? Because that's why we're facing an uphill climb. They won the toss, they wanted to chase, and now they're chasing 127. Yeah, I think if I was the skipper, I'd be asking questions about that one. 2 wickets to Kadka at the top there, 2 for 10, pick of the bowlers, and 1 for Rajesh Kumar, the skipper, and 1 for Jai Surya, 1 for 26 from his 2 overs. And that partnership yielded 98 runs, took from 2 to 12 up to 3 for 110. So 98 run partnership. That's why the Phoenix Cricket Club are going to be chasing 127 for 5 when it's their turn to come out and bat in about probably 12 minutes time. And just watching out in the middle of the field now, looks like it's going to be just a few of the players just stretching their legs a little bit, getting ready for the run chase and for the defence, and that's coming your way very shortly. So we're going to take a break now. Match 3 hangs in the balance. The run chase will start in about 10 minutes time. So wherever you are in the world, maybe you've just finished watching Medina Cup, or maybe you're still watching Medina Cup. If so, I hope you're enjoying cricket wherever you're watching from around the world, and I hope to see you back here very shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying to you, I'll see you back here in about 6 or 7 minutes time, where Rico Full will take you through the run chase. I'm probably going to pop off and have a bite to eat, grab myself some lunch. So I will see you all very shortly for match number 4 coming your way in about, call it an hour and a bit. Either way, I'll see you back here really shortly. Rico Full will take over commentary duties when he's back in the hot seat in about 7 or 8 minutes time. Until then, cheerio.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. I tell you what, if I brought me Cozzy with me, I'd be in there, even though they say you're not supposed to go in that late, but it looks very tempting, doesn't it? And there's the little drive-through to get to this stunning ground on a beautiful, lovely day. It is the 1st of June. I think summer has started. Welcome everybody. And Rico Forless, Phil G will take time to have a nice little chicken wrap that we had a bit earlier. Chicken wrap with a nice little dip. Get in that dip, Phil G. Knowing Phil, he's probably bought some of the chili sauces with him. If he hasn't, he'll be wondering why. But anyway, let's look at this match. 126 then was scored. So that was what myself and Phil were talking about a bit earlier. Between 115 and 125, we think will be about par. So this, I think, is a par score. But it has to be said that the batters haven't really got going here today. They haven't adjusted with some of the bounce and pace from some of the bowlers. And, of course, the outfield, I think, today will be just a little bit slower than what we'll find it for the rest and the remainder of the tournament. Though, having said that, it's already a lot quicker than it was earlier this morning. We're talking about several days today, International Children's Day, which I know is being celebrated big time here in Romania. Also, Global Day of Parents. So if you are parents, it's time to give yourself a big pat on the back for a good job that you've done raising your kids. Also, it's World Milk Day today as well. And also World Reef Awareness Day to help create awareness amongst various businesses, communities and the general public about the fragile biological system that our oceans and coral reefs are under at the moment. The day unites people belonging to different backgrounds, including environmentalists, social activists, to come up with various ideas and techniques to protect the ecosystems of our reefs from deterioration. As we get ready for the first ball, and here it is. Here's the reply. They want to go well, and they will start well, as that's been lofted over the leg side boundary. That's a big six, right in front of the European Cricket Network banner. So a nice start as that gets put away. How about this one? I should have mentioned this when Phil was here. I'll mention it again when Phil comes back, because I know he is from the Czech Republic. 2002, on this day, the Czech Republic became the first country to enact a law to address light pollution. All outdoor fixtures were required to have a shield that prevented light from extending above the horizontal. That was on this day, 2002, was started in Czechia. I know other cities have followed suit. Mahmood, that's better areas. He's a kind of a tall, bulky guy, isn't he, Mahmood? And you just feel that if he does get the ball in the right areas, he certainly will cause a few issues. I also like to ask you questions, and well, as it's just me and you, and Phil, of course, will have his lunch and join me for the start of the next match. Here's a question for you early on. Who's the only West Indian to make 300 runs in a day? I'll give you an easy one to start. I think if you have a guess here, it's one or two you can pick, and you've probably got a 50% chance of being right. So, who's the only West Indian to make 300 runs in a day? I'll reveal that to you a little bit later on, and give you some time to think about that. So Mahmood, Sabani Mahmood, tall, bustly bowler. Certainly looks like he's sort of bowler that it's all upper body. It's like all comes through from his shoulder. Bowling here to Jasuria, who I believe has a big score in him. And, well, probably the right shot to go for, but doesn't get himself in the right position. One thing about this ground, it kind of reminds me a little bit of some of the sights that I saw when I was watching the cricket in Jersey. We've got this sort of hill, this ridge, that it's all on one side, and you can see it behind the wicketkeeper there as well. It goes all the way around the ground where a lot of people can just park up, sit and enjoy. Well, solid backward defence here from Jayasuriya. Now they're needing about just under 13 and over, so I don't think we're going to see too many defensive shots. But yeah, got this lovely ridge where people can just come along, park up. It's a really good ground to come and bring a picnic, sit up on the little ledge and enjoy the sunshine on the day like today. You can see what's happening there in the background. A few people are doing that already, and I don't blame them. And it also has got some stands to the left of us, behind us, but I think the stands, probably in this heat, probably a little bit hot up there. I'd find a nice little shaded spot around close to some of those trees. I wouldn't go too far into the woods, though. There are bears around, remember. We are in Romania. 89 matches since a golden ball. I'll leave that out there. We've come, I wouldn't say seriously close. Pretty close. If there was 6 of the last ball in the first match, then Phoenix certainly could have taken it to a golden ball, 106 to 106. In the end, ends up being dot ball, and they go down to the Bliss Warriors, 106 to 100. And that last one, well, we know that the Royal Eagles left it late, winning in the last over. And this one, well, let's just say that if Phoenix and some of their batters can get going, it could also go to the wire. But they need to up the tempo a little bit with just 7 coming off that first over. Here's Rashid with over number 2, and he's going to get lofted quite elegantly over the top. And, well, Wolfie was thinking about taking a catch there, Wolfie. But Wolfie thought, if I put it down, then I'll never hear the end of it. And I think Wolfie makes the right decision. And that's Marzi. And I can see Samir right next to him, sort of egging him on, going, go, Marzi, go. And Samir and Nilkesh are in that score. So, oh, a little bit of an inside edge here. Could have gone anywhere. Good comeback from Rashid. Yeah, big shout out to Marzi, Samir, Nilkesh. Also to the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. And, they certainly, and also Vasu, Vasu Sani himself, who normally the Cluj player, wasn't down to be playing anyway this time. He was the MVP here last year, remember? That's going to go over the top of the cover infielder. It's going to be 4. It's a 4 over the offside. Good shot, elevation. That's what you need early on in the power play. Good power play batting this. That gets nicely played away. So, 4 carreras más. Welcome to everybody. Terry Richmond. Terry Richmond saying Brian Lara. Very, very good guess. It certainly would have been a person that would have been on my mind, but it isn't Brian Lara. This one now is going to go over the short third and we'll go to the boundary. So that's the danger when you don't have the third back. And or Gary Sobers, or Garfield Sobers, Gary Sobers. No, it's not him either. And Dave was saying it's Abdul limping. Maybe, I do remember, I mean, Abdul, first of all, very good from him. But Abdul, he does sometimes have a bit of an injury. You can see him there. Halim Abdul. Oh, he charges at this one, but goes down the leg side. If we can see this one more time, when you charge, you got to go straight. But he sort of charges, but look where he takes his body. Takes his body to the leg side. So if you're coming down and charging you've got to come down and you've got to be going straight into the ball. So you're hitting the ball over the top. But giving yourself some room down the leg side when you're charging just gives the bowler the chance to knock and skittle you. Goes wide up in the air, and that will be the wicket. And that's going to be the end of Abdul. And, well, Dave, we'll have to see if he does limp back. And he does look like he's got a bit of a limp, you're right. And he's going to be gone here. As once again, he just tries to, he tucks him up the bowl. It's a good bit of bowling. When you've got a batter that wants to give himself a little bit of room, the best thing you can do is deny him off that room. And if he does go down the leg side to create some room, you follow him. So it's a good wicket to take. That's going to be the end of Abdul. He'll go for 21 of the 8 delivery. He scored all the runs, by the way. Just having a look at that, by the way, because Jai Surya hasn't scored yet, so he'll go for 21. 21 off the 9 balls that he faced. It's Sasanga, quite an easy catch from him. Sasanga holds on to the catch. Rashid picks up the wicket. New batter that comes out is Bilal Ahmed. He's going to have to wait before he faces, as it was the end of the over, and they're going to stick with Subani to carry on his first over. He went for 7. That one from Rashid goes for 14, but he does take the wicket. Down the leg side, and that's good backing up. Should be a comfortable single that gets taken, and it is called a wide. Now then. A few people coming up with some more answers. Clive Lloyd. No, not Clive Lloyd. It's not Chris Gale. Keep on coming. So the first West Indian batter to score 300 runs in a day. Drags this onto the leg side. I think he's going to get 4 runs here. Wasn't quite where he was looking for this go. The bowler thought, Mahmood, that he was going to squeeze that through. But there he goes. Not exactly where he's looking for it to go, but it will be dragged. Here's another question for you. Can somebody name the umpire who's out there at the moment? Not that man. And there is Damindra. What about the bowler's end? Come on, who's the bowler's end? There he is there. And maybe we can have a better shot of him, Imans, maybe a little bit later. He's standing there looking magnificent. Who can name me the umpire? Oh, that's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Well, that's the umpire. Now, I wonder if he got him giving us the signal for the 6. That goes all the way. It's manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Who's the umpire, everybody? Come on. Daniela. Daniela, who's the umpire? Who is the umpire? Come on, you know who it is. Oh. Well, that umpire was almost giving the out decision there, as that one has just been swung right across the line. It's nice to have all the families here, but you've got to be a little bit careful with the kids running around, because one who saw a little nice young chap just running right behind the bowler's arm. The good news is he's little, so he wouldn't have been where the ball was coming out from. But yeah, it's I always worry when the ball is being hit down the ground. That's in the slot and it will disappear. That is a biggie. Shaba, shaba, ginna sona, manos arriba, 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 vitro. Eso es 6 carreras más. And for those of you, by the way, there are some correct answers in the chat. Helix and Curtly Ambrose. That's an interesting one, Helix. Curtly Ambrose, I don't think he's scored that many runs in his entire West Indies career. But anyway, the umpire, by the way, is Ramesh Satheesan. Yes, it is. Ramesh is out there. There he is. One of our men in black. Ramesh Satheesan would have been playing for United CC. He was actually the leading wicket taker here last year. Right now, this one. Big moment. Can anybody get there? Oh, it's a terrific effort. Terrific effort. But can't get there. I have to say, if Atif Naqvi was more nimble, it has to be his catch. I mean, you can see Naqvi, he can't go back quick enough, and he comes down with a massive bang. Oh, look at that. I mean, he goes head first into the ground. He's eating grass there. He's eating grass. And, well, let's hope he's okay. He really does hit the ground hard. Atif Naqvi there putting the hand up saying, I think we need to call the medics here. Let's have a look at this again. It's a tremendous effort. He goes diving full length to try and catch it. Bahut achhi effort mari. Catch the chance to kita par thale na changi tara tap de naal laga. Booty baj gayi. But theek hai yaar, theek hai. Kuch nahi hoya. He's all right. He's staying on the field of play. But it's a great effort. A good effort doesn't get there. But I still think that was Naqvi who should have, if he went backwards just at a normal pace, would have been in a better position to take it. Well, the fielder, terrific effort, it really is, but he's all right. You can see he does, bangs his head into the ground really hard. But he's okay, that's the main thing. Mahmood, a ball to go in the power play. They've got 40 on the board here. They're staying in touch, aren't they? Certainly not falling behind. And I mean, at the moment, I suppose Jayasuriya, he can afford to do this, but he's been the opener. He's been there from the beginning. He's faced 4 deliveries. He hasn't got off the mark. Now, when the score was 21, it was the opener who was out there with him, Aleem Abdul, who scored all 21 runs. Abdul got out, and since then, Bilal has scored 17, and Thelina Jayasuriya hasn't scored a run. He's just blocking. That's the second genuine block that we've seen from him. So I'm not quite sure if he's either he's got this perfectly timed and he knows, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, or is he going to be the man who cost him here? 40 then on the board, but look at the difference. They were 14 for 2. I mean, that's quite an unbelievable power play. 14 for 2, and then all of a sudden it just went ballistic. Look, magical. 2 magical overs. The only one that was disappointing was that over number 9 when they only scored just the 6 runs from it. So they're winning. Well, they won the power play quite comprehensively, haven't they? But can they keep it going? That's the thing here. It's going to be quarter wide by the umpire. Chris Smith saying magic spray every time. Well, I don't know if magic spray going up nostrils is probably going to be a good way to deal with that scenario. I think that's just maybe get a lot of ice on it. The good thing is, this is where the rain has helped him. I mean, he's left a nice imprint of his nose in the ground. But can you imagine if he did that, if he does that again in 3 days' time, then his nose is broke, that's for sure. The ground is pretty soft at the moment. High, gone, big, 6. Arriva, Ginna Sona. That one just goes over the side screen and just buries itself into the soft ground. The other side of the ridge. He's got this proper, Esley. Got it proper out the middle. Well, I'll tell you what, at the moment they're sat there pretty confident and feel that they're in a safe place, those spectators. But any time that Grizzly can come their way, and they'll be moving pretty quickly. Good hit, solid hit, that Bilal. That's glorious shot. It is a lovely shot. Has all the time in the world to play that away. As Sasanga decides he'll go slightly short and wide, but he just literally times this beautifully. One bounce, 4 runs. Delightful shot. Quattro mas. 50 now comes up on the board, so they want another wicket here pretty soon. I mean, it's all about partnerships, isn't it? I mean, the Bucharest Gladiators, they will remember 14 in the power play for 2, and then came back with a really good partnership of, I think it was 98 runs in the end between Nakvi and the man who's bowling here, Sasanga. Goes straight down the ground again. It's another beauty. 6 more. Ginna Sona. Lovely hit. Both Badia batting. Just over pitching, and you can see it's just in the slot. Holds the pose. देख लो मेरी pose भी हैगी यार. और photo खींचने वाली किधर चल गई? मेरी photo भी खींच दे. Smile, please. Click, click, click. You beauty. And Sasanga, he might have played a good part with the bat, but now he's getting a little bit of the treatment that he was dishing out. Interesting, isn't it? We've seen a partnership of 21 and a partnership of what, 33? And Jayasuriya has scored none in both those partnerships so far. All right, he's only faced 4 balls, but still. All right, now this is a chance, and it will be taken. That's a big wicket. Bilal Ahmed hoiks out in that mid-wicket area. It's a very good catch taken with pressure on him. He'll go for 33 of just 9 deliveries. Caught wonderfully. And Sasanga, after getting a little bit of treatment, gets his man. So not only does he score a 50, he gets the big wicket of Bilal. 57 for 2. And quite extraordinary, really. Aleem Abdul out for 21 of 9, 2 6s, 2 4s. He was out there with Thelina Jayasuriya, who at the time had scored nothing. And now Bilal Ahmed, 33 of 9. Jayasuriya is still yet to get off the mark. He's going to be joined by a new batter now. And it's going to be Arun Kumar, who probably was the pick of the batters in that close match against the Warriors. Playing their last match in the day, the are Phoenix. They'll play 2, the same as the Royal Eagles and the Bucharest Gladiators. And they won't want to go back without a victory. They came close. Oh, that is shocking. That is shocking. Well, the man with all the 8s on his back, Shuva Rahman. It's a straightforward, easy stop. And Shuva, I don't quite know how he's missed it, but he's let it go through his legs. And there's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Poor fielding. Arun Kumar Unikrishnan, he ain't going to be bothered. He gets a nice start. The bowler, he's not happy because Likshan Sasanga has gone magical. 21 off the over with the ball still to go. Go short, pulls it away, but it will go to the fielder, who deals with that quite nicely. After taking the catch earlier, that's Rashid out there. He showed good composure to hold on to the catch, did Rashid. And over comes to an end, so expensive one. Though it does bear the fruit of the big wicket of Bilal. I mean, do you give away 22 to get Bilal? I think in a run chase like this, you probably do, because that also takes that rate back up to above 10. And now this partnership is going to be pretty key. But what does... Well, Arun Kumar, he stays on strike. But what about Jaisuri? I mean, what is he thinking here? I mean, he's quite happy, it seems, at the moment, just to be at that end. And he's seen 2 wickets fall. He's seen 62 on the ball, but he hasn't contributed to any of that at the moment. At the moment. We know he's a good player. Time to see a bit of Keem Khan. Starts short, and that's probably not the right plan. I think I heard Phil talking about the bowling attack from Phoenix. They were banging the ball into the lefties and getting punished. I don't think it's an interesting one, isn't it? We talk a bit about this pitch being pretty bouncy. It's got some life to it. But I feel that the more you dig into it, the less it gives you. I just feel that if you bowl a good length delivery and you hit the ball in the right spot, it just takes off. But if you try and bang the ball in, I think it does the complete opposite. I think it holds up. And I think the bowlers, the quicker bowlers, will have to learn that pretty quickly. You're better off just getting that ball a little bit quicker, short of a length. They call the heavy ball, as they say. Heavy ball, the heavy length. Get that heavy length in and get that ball to do the work. So that one, I think that's another ball is going to have to come out. That's gone into the overgrowth there. Somebody's going to have to find that a bit later. New ball will come out. Gives me a chance to say hi to Dave, to John Hesham, Terry Richmond. Monty Luce is in the chat as well. Hello. Hello to Wayne. And Variation is saying poor fielding. That was poor fielding. What location is this? We are in Romania. It's the Muara Vasia cricket ground in the Muara Vasia area. You see the aerial shots of the lake, where the area gets its name from. And it is beautiful. It's pucker, as you like to say. It's certainly looking very different to what it was about a week ago. Remember, we were due to start here on the Monday, last Monday. And, well, let's just say that this part of Romania was hit by some really severe weather. I think most parts of Romania were affected, but around Bucharesti, it was pretty bad. And as a result of that, we had to, even though we tried to get the pitch ready, that's a good delivery. It's pretty quick. It beats the batter all ends up. But I feel it's probably doing too much. And then, well, it just gets thrown away. You sort of build some pressure there. And then you just throw the ball away. And Jaisuri will once again get himself off strike. He's walking down. I think that ball is clearly missing the stumps. And it's always going to be bouncing well over the stumps anyway. So never a chance of an LBW. But you didn't have to throw that away. Yeah, so here we are in Romania. This is we're about 20 minutes drive outside of Bucharest, or Bucharesti, as they will say, the locals will say here. But yeah, I just want to take an opportunity. That's down the leg side. The wicketkeeper sort of just pass it on. Will it go to the boundary? It will. Now, I wonder what this is. It's wides. Wide signal there by Ramesh T10. So that's a minimal. It's not a good delivery. Trying to bowl. I just get the feeling here that Kahim Khan is trying to bowl very fast here rather than work on his line and length. And at the moment, that's working him against him. He's trying to bowl too fast, and he's just losing his line, losing his radar. And that's better. You can see he's really putting the effort in, grunting as he comes charging in. But no, I wanted to say that I know that a lot of people in Romania were affected by some of the weather, severe floods, a lot of damage caused. So our hearts go out to you. I talk on behalf, of course, the European Cricket Network if you were affected by the weather here. And we hope that you get yourself back on your feet pretty quickly. Next one from Khan. Oh, it's a Gandhi ball again. This one almost takes the... Well, it does eventually take the wicketkeeper off his feet. That is Faisal Akas. And Faisal, he's going all over the place trying to stop these. At least he stops it going to the boundary on this occasion. Got to keep an eye on the time here as well. We get it coming up to the halfway point. Swinging and missing here. It's a ball to go. They're very much on track, as you can see. One thing that they've managed to do is take that rate down. They're keeping it around 10. And if they can keep it to that and keep those wickets in hand, I think they're well on their way to a victory. Slightly slower delivery. Take the single. That brings us to the end of the over. So 76 it is for 2. And, well, it takes me on to this. On this day back in 1985 at Taunton, Viv Richards became the first West Indian to make 300 runs in a day. He creamed a 322 against Warwickshire. Back then, the highest score in Somerset history. And it was brutal stuff. Richards reached 300 of only 244 balls. He went from 100 to 300 in just 130 deliveries, and in all belted 8 sixes and 42 fours. At the time, it was the highest first-class score in England since 1949. And that record from Richards, by the way, stood for 21 years before. Leads me on to another question. Who broke that record? So who broke the record after Richards? So that record from Richards stood for 21 years, but then it was broken. Can you tell me who broke it? So that's another question for you. Anyway, Viv Richards, when he was in form and when he was in his prime, I don't think there was, for me personally, I don't think there was any other batter that I'd rather watch. He was just devastating. He was brutal. Tiff Naqvi starts with a short one, and not quite where the batter wanted this to go, but he's still going to get the right outcome. He gets another boundary. Naqvi, a lot of people talking about Naqvi. He played here last year for Bucharest Zalmi, and you remember that he started the series well, like he has done here, but then he had that real issues with his back. It affected him with his bowling and his batting, so he's going to be looking to try and stay as fit and healthy as he can. He's a little bit unlucky there. And Jai Surya, meanwhile, while I've been talking, he has got off the mark. And that one's not a good delivery. It's going to be a long chase. You can see already in a matter of, 4 or 5 hours, just how much this outfield has quickened up as well earlier on the day. These ones, and the one that went past the fielder, Shubha Rahman, earlier, we never got to the boundary, but now they're racing to the boundary. There is a slight, ever so slight slant as you look at this pitch on your screens from right to left. It does go downhill, and I think the left-handers will certainly be trying to make that count. Naqvi, can he go fuller? Yeah, he can. It's a better delivery. He wants this. He's not going to get anything. The wicketkeeper entertains the appeal after the ball gets past him. Yeah, so well done to a lot of people that got that right. I know that Daniela, congratulations to you. I think you were the first who said Vivian Richards. But a lot of other guesses in there. Yeah, thank you for taking part. It's all for fun. Dave was saying Joe Root. Tim Harmer saying Varvinder Sehwag. Paul Kemping, Brian Lara. Yeah, you've got to come up with Brian Lara. I won't keep you hanging on too long. So, as I said, it was Viv Richards. He scored 300 of 244 balls. He went from 100 to 300, 130 deliveries. I mean, that's some belting, isn't it? Really is. And at the time, it was the highest first-class score in England since 1949. And the next question that I put to you was that record stood for some 21 years before Justin Langer scored 342 for Somerset against Surrey. And there you go. It was Justin Langer who then broke that record. Took it away from Vivian Richards. All for a bit of fun. All right, Nakvi. No fun for him at the moment unless he can get a wicket. And better areas to the right-hander. 10 off the over so far, 86 for 2. The rate currently below the 10 over a mark. So Phoenix, if they can get this win here, chasing 127, it certainly would be a good finish to their day. They picked up a point in the loss to the Bliss Warriors. Came ever so close to chasing and getting to the 107 they needed. Finished on 100. Could have tied it with a 6 off the last ball. Wasn't to be, though. Right, genuine chance. Fielder doesn't look comfortable. Doesn't get anywhere near it. Does Sami. That's Samiullah Safi. And look at Nakvi. That tells you the story. The batters can run again here, by the way, if they wanted to, because that ball isn't dead and nobody is in a hurry to field it. Maybe the batters there feeling a little bit there for Atif Nakvi. A genuine chance. And the fielder, not for the first time here today, not even getting hands to it. The chance goes begging. And these two, this partnership continues to grow. 87. 2 wickets down. Nakvi not able to get the breakthrough. A few extras in that over as well. And one thing they've got to keep an eye on is the time here as well, because of those extras. And all the bowlers that we've seen bowling have liked to have the luxury of a long run-up, which does eat into the time. Khan is going to come back. See if he can get a good over in here. These first one went for 14. And there was leg buys in there. There was the 5 wides in there as well. So he's looking to be tidier this time. But I just think, for me, he was trying to bowl too fast in that first over. I'd like to see him just make a slight change. And umpire's just waiting for the field to sort itself out here. An interesting field. They haven't got mid-wicket back. Square leg, long on, long off. Then 2 sweepers on the offside. Talk about those in a minute. Probably that's why the batter's trying to go over that mid-wicket area. They've got point on the boundary and also extra cover. So point, extra cover, and Atif Nakvi is at long off. And then, like I say, you've got a long on, and then from the long on, you go all the way around to square leg on the boundary. So they're leaving mid-wicket open, which is not a bad ploy. Will the batter, Uni Krishnan, take the bait and try and go across the line to a straight ball from Khan? That's well bowled. Good bounce, and that's what we're talking about. So Khan, whereas before he was really banging the ball in and trying to bowl fast, he was trying to get down leg side, but the ball wasn't doing anything for him. This time he's just using his rhythm. It's more the rhythm and momentum, and he's getting a bit more extra bounce there and troubling Uni Krishnan. Want a good one here, don't they? Want a good night, good tidy over. Ideally, they want one that results in a wicket. It's up in the air. Now, will that field work for them? No, it should have. But it's another one that gets dropped. And the Gladiators, let's just say they're not fielding like Gladiators at the moment. They're going down like Gladiators. There's another one that goes down. Catching opportunity not taken. The batter dropped. Arun Kumar moves to 14. Dropped not for the first time. That one again is routine. That's got to be the annoying thing here, I think, for the captain, for Mahmood. Okay, another chance, straight down his throat. And this time, it will get taken. Well done. Finally, a little bit of joy. What I was about to say there is not that the Gladiators haven't got the fielders in the right spot. They have. They've done that very well. The only thing they haven't been able to do is hold on to the catches until then. Mohammed Rashid holds on to the catch. And it's a big moment because Arun Kumar Unikrishnan, who's we know is a useful player, is going to depart. He'll go for 14 of the ball. The unlucky number 13 delivery for him. And Kahim Khan does pick up the wicket. He does get the breakthrough. And that's a wicket that they desperately needed. And they come together. Now, there's all sorts of discussion here now. I wonder what the discussion is about. What have we missed here? I mean, there's nothing wrong with the delivery. Maybe we're looking at where the fielder is. I don't think the fielder was any issues here. Here's the catch taken. He goes down. He's in control with the ball. I don't think there's any issue there at all. So, other than those two things, I don't know what else they could be looking at here. So, there's still some conversation. I'm looking at the bowler bowling here. I don't think he's going wide of the crease. So, not sure. Not sure, folks, if anything comes through, but they certainly are discussing something, and I don't know what. Seems to be some all sorts of talk here, and he will be given out in the end. I think they were just checking maybe the back foot there, but I think everything's okay, and he will have to depart. So that is a very valuable wicket to get, as Krishnan will go for 14 of ball number 13. So 38 runs required, but we often see one wicket goes and they can tumble. And let's be honest, that Phoenix, they relied only on one or two batters in that last match. So that could be a big wicket as Arun Kumar departs. There's the catch taken, nicely done. Okay, next batter comes in is Rajesh Kumar, the captain. And this is played away quite nicely. They did make a change to the field and it's worked against them. To Rajesh Kumar, they actually moved the square leg to the mid-wicket area, and the first ball that he gets, well, it probably could have been more or less straight to him if they kept him where he was, but it's going to be 4 runs, Rajesh Kumar. I think you just got to be brave here. Be brave. It comes down to very similar to what we said in the last match. If any of these two batters, Jai Surya or Rajesh Kumar, score 20 runs, you win the match. It's as simple as that. Kahim Khan just gets a little bit of advice there from one of his teammates. In the end, it is the captain, Subhani Mahmood, who has a chat with him, probably saying, come on, keep it outside the off. And he does. Cleverly played. And the third doesn't make any mistakes. Gets the good throw in back to the keeper, but that's a clever shot. Jai Surya, interesting innings from him, isn't it? He's not been in a hurry. We've seen him genuinely defend 2 of those 9 deliveries he's faced. And I think that will probably be the end of the over. 7 overs completed, 94 for 3, needing 33. Next match then, the Bliss Warriors are taking on the Royal Eagles. Both teams have had a victory in the day. The Bliss Warriors, though, have gone down in 1, and it was against the Eagles when their batting just didn't click. They got Sanjula Krishnan coming into their side. The Royal Eagles, they are unchanged. And Bliss Warriors, remember, playing match number 3 of 4 in the day. So a big day for them. One thing they should end up doing is at least finishing at the top of the standings at the end of the day, even if they were to just pick up a point apiece from the remaining fixtures. But I think they're good enough to get one more win under their belt before we say goodbye to them today. They certainly will be trying. That over from Khan goes for 7. Just gets played away for a single. The rate just goes up now with 7 coming off that one for Khan. He picks up that wicket as well. The rate does go up to 11 and over. Rashid with the ball. Bowled the second over, went for 14 in it. And it strays down the leg side. That's one thing that Jayasuriya has done. I know if you look at his score, it's 10 of 9 deliveries. But he has forced a lot of errors from the bowlers by being the left-hander. I think majority of the wides, and we're talking about 11 wides, majority have come because they haven't been able to get it right to him. And now that's an over adjustment. So he's played his part by just being there. Sometimes the left-handers can do that. We've seen a lot of this. I know when I was in Estonia with Marco, and then of course Vinny also joined us there, bowlers really struggled to bowl to the left-handers, and I think that's why the likes of Stefan Gooch, who's here, now that's going to be up in the air. Goes very wide of his crease here, the bowler. Let's have a look here. Oh, that is so close. So close to a no ball. I think the umpires definitely will be having a look at his back foot. And not going to be an issue, I think, to the right-hander. Played down the ground. It will just be a single. Now let's see this. This is going to be interesting. He came very close to that return crease when he's bowling to the left-hander. Because he goes, and the umpire's now just having a word. I don't mind that, you know, I don't mind that. A lot of people saying, oh, what? Why is the umpire saying? I used to. If somebody was close, I'd say, hey, just keep an eye on it. Because if he does go too wide and he gets called, then he ain't got any complaints, has he? So I think that's good umpiring. That's nicely done by umpire. Top ball. And of course, it gives the bowler the opportunity to make the adjustment. So well done there by umpire Demindra. Short. Oh, well, he's going to get nothing from that. Just in a rush, Jayasuriya to play that shot. He's been there a long time. He should be seeing the ball pretty well here now, but he tries to rush into that shot. The rate is starting to go up, you know. Don't forget, at one point, they bought it below 10. But then with that wicket going down of Bilal, and then Arun Kumar, the rate starting to go upwards. Wow, he knew nothing about this. That's a stroke of luck. Hay mucha suerte ahí. Montón de suerte. Cuatro carreras. Jayasuriya is looking to hit this towards long off. He wanted to hit that into our igloo. And in the end, somehow, he's managed to slice it off the blade. And it goes to the vacant third, all the way to the boundary. A very valuable boundary. Score 103 for 3. Still not the worst of overs. It just means that that rate stays around that sort of 12 runs per over mark. So 24 in 12 deliveries. That's what's required. And Subani still... He's bowled himself out. Rashid now has bowled himself out. So the question is, are the two bowlers to bowl this, the all-important 9th and the 10th over, going to be able to keep it nice and tidy? You're looking for one big over. And if you are Phoenix, you want majority of those runs to come off this over here from Sasanga. You really got to go after him. The other thing, he's got wickets in hand. So you got to push. Try to double up, try to really go for it. So like here, got to be running this really hard and hoping the fielder doesn't pick it up first time. If he does, fair play. Yeah, you don't go for the second, but you got to apply the pressure. They take the single. Jayasuriya goes back to the non-striker's end. Rajesh Kumar, who started with the boundary, does like to play on the leg side. They've got the extra man across now. And straight to the fielder. Dot ball is like gold dust, and that's why they applaud it. The Gladiators looking pretty dashing in their kits as well. The red and the yellow, the splash of colour on the front. Some good shirts here. The Eagles loving their kit, the detail, the big eagle on the front. The Gladiators. Slower delivery. Oh no, it gets through the fielder, but I don't think it goes to the boundary. So, though he doesn't make the initial stop, now they're asking the question here. We might go upstairs. I think we're going upstairs to have a look. I wonder if this is the batter taking the long way around the wicketkeeper. Here comes the throw. Now, where's the bat? It's down. It stays down. Does it stay all the way down? Yeah, I think that's okay. But the umpire, you can see why the umpire's asking for the replay. He had two fielders running right in front of him. And if you're not sure, you call for it. Now, I'm seeing a signal here. I'm seeing a signal of penalty runs. Yep, penalty runs. So I knew this could be a problem because of the time that they took. So 5 penalty runs added to the score. Oh, that could be huge. There you go. 5 penalty runs added to the score. And that will help matter. Now, look, you could go 2 here if you really pushed, but they're not pushing. They're not pushing. So 5 penalty runs to be added because of a slow over rate from Phoenix. I felt that coming. They never used any slower bowlers. All the bowlers had run-ups. The number of wides in the innings as well. So we've seen the fielding side get 5 penalty runs in the last match. Now we're seeing it here for the batting side. And 113, so the score goes up to 14 of 7 deliveries. Got to give this everything. Jayasuriya. And only get a single, which I wouldn't be taking if I'm Kuma. This is going to be an interesting one. This is all going to be about, the chat at the end of this match is going to be, did they make a massive mistake by leaving Thalina Jayasuriya in to bat all this time? Remember, he was the opener. He has faced 14 deliveries for 17 now, beg your pardon. 15 deliveries for 17 if you include that last single. He takes himself back on strike with 13 required off the last over. Now, I know my feelings on it. My feelings are 100%. I would have retired him out when he was in 10 of, I think, 12 balls. They left him in there. Now, is he going to come good for them? Is he going to say, I saved my best till last? He's going to be facing up to Nakvi, who his first over went for 11. So that last over, by the way, only went for 6 runs. But they did get the 5 penalty runs. Penalty runs could be key here as well. Remember, it should have been 17. In fact, 18, if I do my maths right. But it's 13. 13 for victory. 12 brings us a golden ball. Going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. Here we go. Right, in the air. Can they catch this? Could be huge if he takes it. And he does take it. That's a huge wicket. Jayasuriya, not only does he get out, it's a dot ball. It's a very good catch taken. Nakvi, he deserves that. He had a couple of chances to take wickets in his first over, and they either weren't taken or they went down. So Jayasuriya, 17 of 16 deliveries, caught the first ball off the last over. Still 13 required of 5. New batter comes out. And Jayasuriya, there'll be a lot of question marks surrounding that innings. If they win the match, it might get forgotten. But if they don't, it won't get forgotten. That's not the kind of innings you expect to see in this format. New batter that comes in is a guy that we know can hit a ball. How do you feel? How do you think that Devinder Singh is feeling? He's probably was ready to come in probably about 12 to 18 balls ago saying, hey, Skip, let me in. Let me in if you want to win this game. Now he's going to have to do it the hard way. 5 balls to get 13. Nakvi taking forever to change his field. Got to get it right to the right-hander. He wants to bring up the fielder that was sweeping to put an extra. Orthodox here. They have to push third back. So 3 on the leg side. Third and long off back. Devinder crunches it. Gear, gear, gear. छक्का लग गया। किन्ना सोना, आ देख लो अपना मुंडा परोने खा के आया, चक के मारिया छक्का। 6 runs. Well, that now puts them back in front, I feel. So 7 required. All right, here we go. No change in the field. In comes the delivery. Short again. Miscue. Fielder coming in. Can he get there? He will get there. It's a wicket. Oh, it's all happening out here. So with 7 required, or 4, it becomes 7 now, 3. Devinder Singh hits a 6 and then gets himself out. It wasn't the best of deliveries, but Devinder Singh doesn't make the right contact. He has to depart, and it's looking like the decision to stick with Jayasuriya at the top of the order is going to hurt them, because if the other batters could have done what Devinder's done and just come out and hit a ball to the boundary and got out, they would have won this match a long, long time ago. 120 for 5, and it's Akash Kaka. Now remember, this guy, he's a man who likes walking on his stumps. Comes out and well, he was the villain, wasn't he, in the first match against the Bliss Warriors. Can he be the hero in this one? Naqvi bringing up the square leg. Interesting. The man who's been back and taking catches in that position now gets brought up, because why? What's the change they've made? They've only got 4 back. No, they put an extra sweeper out on the offside. All right, Akash Kaka down the ground. He's going to get a 4, is he? Yes, 4 runs. He hits a 4. It's a short delivery, but he flat backs it down the ground. It's a quality shot, actually. I mean, that ball has risen around about the shoulder height, but somehow he's managed to hit it straight over the head of the bowler, and in between the 2 fielders, he gets 4. Whew. All right. Is there another twist in this? 3 in 2. Is anybody feeling a tingle, by the way? All right. Kaka, 4 of his first. Another boundary wins it for Phoenix. Naqvi for the Gladiators. Down the leg side, Gandhi ball. You can see he goes for the slower delivery. Takes all the pace of it, but you can see he just looked too rigid. Never really got the body to follow the arm action. And that ball leaves the hand wide and ends up being wide. 2 in 2. You've got to be looking to run here, whatever happens. Got to be looking to run. I'm expecting to see the non-striker here, Kumar, the captain, running to the other end, whatever. And, well, that's hit nicely. It will get fielded. The scores are tied, everybody. Scores, they could run here. And, well, I think this is the match. The ball hits the stumps. It's excellent work, actually, from Kumar, because he's saying to the other batter, say, look, keep an eye on this. He wants to run. He's at the non-striker's end. In comes the throw, and the throw hits the stumps. Watch this. The throw hits the stumps, diverts away. When the scores were tied, once again, it's just, the basics. You wanted to do the basics right there. If the Bucharest Gladiators just underarm that back to Naqvi, then with the scores tied, it goes to the final delivery. But they run 2 there, and they will win with a ball to go, getting to 127, having lost the 5 wickets. Another close game here, folks. So 3 matches being played, and all 3 of them have been pretty close. This is what's coming up next. The Bliss Warriors are looking to return back to winning ways and return to the top of the standings, but they're taking on the Royal Eagles. This is a repeat of the match we saw earlier in the day, match number 2, where the Eagles, well, we thought they were going to win quite easily when they only had to chase down 80 for victory, but they made a meal of it, and they would do it in the last over in the end. But they did get that win. I think the Bliss Warriors will be up for it and up for revenge as we have a look at the highlights here early on. And I think that was the difference here, the power play. This match was won in the power play, 40 for 1 compared to 14 for 2. And they just maintained that. They were able to take the rate to under 10 and over. It then would go up when wickets would fall, especially when they lost the likes of Arun Kumar and also Bilal. But they were able to keep that partnership going. And in the end, I have to say that the captain there for Phoenix, Rajesh Kumar, he's a lucky bunny, because I think if they lost that match, then his decision to keep Jai Surya out there for all that time, making 17 of 16, could have cost them dearly. But in the end, to get away with it, and the reason I think they get away with it, if I'm perfectly honest, is because of extras. Those 5 penalty runs made all the difference in this contest. It simply comes down to that. 5 penalty runs would have meant it was 18 required off the last. They get to the 13 that it was in the end, once again because of extras, and they do it with a ball to go. So if they had 5 more runs to play with, it could have been another story altogether. So that's something that the Bucharest Gladiators need to put right pretty quickly. But there were some good signs for them. Of course, that partnership with the bat between Naqvi and also Sasanga, that was pretty key. And we will see the Bucharest Gladiators play the last match of the day, match number 5, and they'll be taking on the Bliss Warriors. So that will also be a pretty good match. But they go into that match with, well, at least they've got some batters in good form, but they'll be disappointed the way their bowlers went about things. But I think they will be better for being out there and having played that match. We already saw the likes of Hakeem Khan improved vastly, and also Rashid from their first to their second overs. But in the end, cool way to finish actually, with the ball being thrown onto the stumps and ricochets away. We'll never know what could have happened in that last ball. So quick look at the scorecard here. Gonna have to have a quick change, or we'll just keep an eye on the time at the bottom of your screens, folks. I get the feeling that the next match might just be delayed by 5 or 10 minutes there. 33 from Bilal Ahmed. He'll be disappointed he got out at a crucial stage, but he'll be thankful that the captain Rajesh Kumar held his nerve. And then also, I have to say, Akash Kaka, he was the villain in the match earlier today when he did walk all over his stumps. But on this occasion, he hit a very good boundary off his first delivery, which made a huge difference to the outcome of this match. Here's the bowling figures there, 2 wickets in the end for Atik Naqvi. I think well deserved, but just those extras that were given away there. A good comeback there from Kaim Khan as well. He finished well with his second over, but got to be said, if you don't hold your catches, you're not going to win too many matches, and I think that comes down to that. The catching and also all of those extras that were given away, 19 of them in the end, 13 wides, which did mean that they would give away 5 penalty runs as well, which ended up being crucial in this match. So we're going to take a very short break here now. Like I said, keep an eye on the bottom of your screen, because I think we might have about a 5 or 10 minute delay when we come back. But when we do, I'll be rejoined by Phil G, and we will be talking you through not just match number 4, but match number 5 together as well. Está pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to match number 4. This actually is a repeat of match number 2 earlier in the day when we saw the Bliss Warriors take it on the Royal Eagles. It was a low scoring one. The Royal Eagles did very well to restrict the Warriors to a low score in the 70s, but then made a little bit of a meal of it, getting the win. They won in the very last over. This one I feel could be a close one again. Before we talk about some of the key players, let's go straight over to Stefan Gooch and the coin toss.
Eagles to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it is heads.
Bowling first.
Bowling again. Good luck. All the best. Good luck. Eagles who won the toss, they're bowling.
Shahab Alam winning the toss and deciding to do the same thing he did earlier on, and that is to put the Bliss Warriors into bat. So we're hoping that his bowlers, once again, keep it nice and tight, restrict this score to under 100, then go over there and knock them off. But he's hoping that he doesn't make such a meal of it this time round. The Bliss Warriors, they have won a match. They got a good win over Phoenix earlier in the day, and of course they lost the first match against the Royal Eagles. So thereafter, a little bit of a revenge in this one. 1-1, lost one. Golden ball? Maybe. We'd love to see a golden ball here. Key players for them, I think Ijaz Hussain has been sensational. His bowling has been great. Hasn't quite clicked though with the bat, and I certainly have liked the start of the newcomer Aranga de Silva, a great wicketkeeper and a very good batter. If he comes off in this one, then they certainly will get past the 100 score. I think that 120 is something that they've got to be looking for. Somebody who needs to go well this time is going to be the captain of the Royal Eagles. I think Alam knows that if he goes well at the top of the order and some of the other hard hitters around him, if they go big in the power play, then they could put a big score on themselves when they're chasing. The power play is very key, but there's no doubt about who was the player of their match, and of course that was the great performance there from somebody like Jassi. Jassi was sensational. First of all, took 2 for 8 with the ball, and then with the bat, when wickets were tumbling all around, he just played with a cool head and he batted all the way through and got the victory for his side, even though he had to do it in the last over. It's going to be a good, entertaining game. The last game between these two went down to the wire. This one could be exactly the same, though I do believe that it will be the Bliss Warriors that are after a little bit of revenge in this one. Join myself and Phil G back in the commentary box to talk you through the very first ball.
Thank you very much for the introduction there, Rico. Full. Welcome everybody, Phil G here back in the commentary after my short little break. But I was keeping a very close eye on that match number 3. And if it had been a golden ball, believe me, I would have absolutely moved heaven and earth to get into the commentary igloo to help Rico with their commentary on that one. As it turned out, we were a hair's breadth away from it. It didn't end up the way it was supposed to go. Or maybe it did. Anyway, it was a good win there for the team. Phoenix Cricket Club. Let's have a look at the dashboard here. Bliss Warriors and Royal Eagles about to go head-to-head. One change for the Bliss Warriors. Sanjula Krishnan comes into the side. And no change for Royal Eagles from the game earlier today. So this is the rematch of match number 2. Bliss Warriors back for their 3rd appearance of the day. Remember, they've got another game after this. So this is really going to test their stamina. And it's going to test a little bit of inner resolve as well to see how they go. Supercomputer likes the Royal Eagles and the chance for a win here, giving them a 59% chance of win over the Bliss Warriors, 59% to 41%. As I said, Bliss Warriors is their 3rd match today. They've got a 4th match coming up. You've got to wonder if they're going to have the legs to take them through to the end of the day. It can take a fair bit out of you when you've got to do 4 games in one day. Over the next 3 days, I think 3 teams are playing 3 games in one day over the next 3 days. So there's a bit of a stamina issue. That's why earlier this morning I was referring to this series as potentially the Survivor Series of our ECS calendar. See who can be the last man standing, the last batter standing, the last cricket player standing. We shall see. As the Royal Eagles head out in their gear, looking very resplendent in that lovely blue, light blue and dark blue colours. Just remember, as Rico said, they won the toss, elected to have a bowl first. Not a bad idea. Chasing here is proving to be an interesting one. We've sort of had the differences split a little bit here on teams that have been chasing. Good score made in the previous game of around the 125, 126, and that score was chased down. So proof that the chases can be done. A little bit of a stutter this morning. The batters haven't had it all their own way, but they came better. They came good in that previous match. Obviously, the good partnership for the Bucharest Gladiators between the skipper, Nakvi, and Sanga. 98-run partnership they put together. So it is a proof that there is something out there for the batters. And, of course, the Phoenix team who got the runs on the board and got the win. And, obviously, Rico mentioned that man Jassy as well, who played a brilliant game. Got player of the match in game number 2 earlier today as well with the bat and the ball. Very good effort from him. See if he can replicate that here. So the Bliss Warriors, they're out there in the centre. They're looking to put a score on the board. A little bit of light cloud around. Nothing really to worry about in terms of any type of stoppage or precipitation. I think it's fine. Umpire's about to tell us we're almost good to go. Bowler's just marshalling his troops. Just to make sure he's got everyone where he wants them. It is indeed going to be Ravinder Jassy with the ball. See how he goes. Made that 24 in the winning score for Royal Eagles a couple of hours ago. Helped himself to a player of the match as well. So well done to him. Coming off a bit of a high then, after they've had their lunch break as well. So they come back a little bit refreshed. We're going to get to go. Match number 4 starts. Just chips that away. Sorry about that. Just had a child just wander right in front of comms and right between the sight screen and the players, and not too sure where the parents are, but the children just wandering around the ground always makes me a little bit nervous when there's grizzlies flying around the ground. I don't get it. Jassy continues. Oh, clipped very nicely. Very fine. It's going to run away. Boundary. Nicely placed, that one. Have a look at this one again from the reverse angle. Just clips it lovely. Just gets the lightest of touches. Doesn't have to try to push it too square. The fine little touch. Runs away for 4 runs. So De Silva looking to kick on here. Had a good first match this morning. Picked himself up a 50. Didn't do too well in the following match. Went out for a cheap. So let's see what he can do here. It's 5 without loss. Only 2 balls bowled so far. Bliss Warriors is their 3rd game of the day. Eagles their 2nd. Chases one outside off stump. Bit too hot to handle for the keeper as well. So Eagles looking to add to their tally on the standings. We'll have a look at the standings a little bit later on as well and see how that's starting to take shape. Obviously very early on here. Only a few games have been played as things start to work themselves out. Obviously for the teams on this first day, looking to make a bit of a stamp of authority with every match they play. Bliss Warriors with the 4 games, they'd be very happy if they can come away from today top of the table with maybe 2 wins and maybe a couple of bonus points as well. That would be a good return of investment for them if they can do that. Obviously, if they don't end up on top of the table after playing 4 games, you have to sort of wonder if they've got the legs to take it through to finals Wednesday. 6th without loss. A couple more to come in the over. Put very nicely. Good field position there. There's a man in the gully. And it's hit straight to him. He's fielded it quickly. He's shied the stumps. Doesn't hit, but keeps the batter in his ground there. Would have been gone. Would have been absolutely gone. Gave up the chase, actually. That's Ijaz Hussain, who's now at the striker's end. He's on 1. He's impressed us with the ball, as Ijaz. See what we can do with the bat here in this game. Swings and gets an edge, a healthy edge. It's a bit of a sliding save down there in the 3rd man position. Does save the boundary. Generous round of applause from his teammates. That's going to be the end of the over. 7 runs off the first over. A delicate little start there. Let's have a look at ECS Hornchurch kicking off tomorrow. Day 1 of 10 Group A games coming your way, and it's the Mighty Tigers taking on the Sharks Cricket Academy. And then match 2, we're going to go to Mark Hall, London, taking on the Sharks. The lunchtime match tonight, Mighty Tigers back against Mark Hall, London. The Mighty Tigers playing back-to-back games, because then match 4 they pick it up against Hornchurch. Then Hornchurch, the last game of the afternoon against Mark Hall, London. Tune in for that here on the European Cricket Network. But don't forget, we'll be going here in Romania at the same time as well. So if you wanted to go to the buffet table where ECN is serving up cricket, there you go. There's your choices. Or you can watch them both. We're quite happy for you to be greedy if you want to have a look at it all. Obviously, you need to get some multiple screens happening, but that's okay. I'm sure you can do that. We enjoy having your company, as always. We realise you have a choice when it comes to European cricket, and we thank you for your custom, of course. You can tell I've been flying a fair bit often in these days and I'm reciting things like that. He's saying he's on 2 from 4 deliveries face. Ahmed's the bowler. De Silva, that non-striker's in. I feel like 50 he had this morning, been looking to capitalise. Try to pick himself up another big score here, get his team off to a bit of a starter. It's been cut nicely, square driven. Play gets down, stops at one getting through for just the single. Cautious start here for the batters, not looking to play anything silly. Bliss Warriors, as I said, as we've alluded to throughout the day, this is their 3rd match and they're probably just trying to maybe conserve themselves, not get too carried away. They don't want to get blown away here. They need to make sure they bat all their 10 and get a good score on the board, push it up towards 100 and then some. There's a lot of work for the batters here today. Conditions have gotten a little bit cooler now that this clouds come over as well. This under the sunshine, when the breeze drops, it's quite humid. But now there's a bit of cloud cover, so things have cooled down a bit. Cross bat shot out towards deep in wicket. 1, 2, 3 bounces across the boundary line. 4 runs. Nice strike. Gets every bit of that. Again, doesn't try to hit too hard. Just really follows it through. Nicely timed shot. Pulled around the corner. Good hit. De Silva races up now to 9 from 4 deliveries. Score is 12 without loss. We're halfway through the 2nd. And it's a good time to bring in Rico Full back into the commentary. Rico, this important game for Bliss Warriors. They wouldn't want to walk away without missing a point here.
Yeah, I think it's a big game for them. They know it. It's a tough day for them. 4 matches. And you can see that the Eagles, they've got this guy back in their side. Now, this is Wakas Ahmed. We've seen him play for United CC Bucharest. He's played for the Gladiators. He's got a good record. We've seen he can be handy with the bat. We've seen him put contributions in the past. He scored a 50 on the network. He scored 38 here last year against ACCB. And he's got 31 wickets to his name. He's a good all-rounder to have in your side. He's a good competitor. And I think the Eagles have done well to snatch him up.
Have indeed, haven't they? That's a pretty good record, as you say. We're looking forward to seeing him when he comes out to bat later on. As it is, he's got the pill. Just again, pushing the singles, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Good to see here from Bliss Warriors. It's not all about trying to carve out a 6 and then chewing up 5 or 6 dot balls in the process.
Yeah, I think the way that they went down to them in that last match, I'm just admiring those shirts. They're just fantastic.
They're great, aren't they?
Loving you see, you got the Romanian flag there. You got the Federation badge on the other breast there with the bear on, and then the big eagle. It looks fantastic. Great kit. Great shirt. It's got to be one of my favourites, I think, I've got to say. I do like the detailing. But, yeah, going back to what you're saying, I think having only put a mere 70... I mean, it ended up 79. Remember, they got 5 runs added on to that to get to 79. So it was actually less than that. So they know that this time round, considering they took it into last, if they can get just another 25, 30 runs on the board, take it to 100, 106, like they did when they won the first match against Phoenix, that might be enough because they do bowl and field very well. So that's what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, for sure. But this is a good cautious start. Nothing too rash. Just batting the power play, getting these singles, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. I think you're absolutely right. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. And this is smart. This is really smart. As you said, Wakas Ahmed, he's a wicket taker, and they've seen him off. They've got 9 off his over, which is good. That's fine. It's this is tough going at the start. You always bring on your best bowlers at the start. 16 without loss. So at this point in time, they're going okay. The power play hasn't been blown out of proportion at all. There's still another over to come. So if they end up with 25, or maybe they get a good over and end up with 30 off the power play, I reckon they'd take that if you offered to them before the game.
Yeah,
I would.
I think you would. Hey, on this day in 1926, born today, American motion picture star Marilyn Monroe, of course, became a major sex symbol and a culture icon. Was born on this day back in 1926 in Los Angeles.
Oh, 1926. Wow.
1926.
There you go.
Marilyn Monroe. And Dave, don't get excited now in the chat.
So she would have been 99 today. That's what you're telling us. She would have been 99 years old today. Wow. There you go. Let's have a look at the standings. Nope. Let's continue. I was a bit slow off the mark there. Blink and you miss it. There you go.
Don't give us a lot of the time with those standings.
No, I think we're talking about Marilyn Monroe, which sort of diverted attention a little bit there. Anyway, third over's about to kick off here. Kicks off with a leg side wide. Fazal just straying there on his first delivery. De Silva on 11 from 6 deliveries, looking to kick on here.
I have to say that it just got a little bit overcast for this match.
Yeah.
Still very muggy, very warm.
Yep.
But because of a few extra clouds, it's just taking the sun out the equation for a bit. But it's also taking that breeze away. So I would say it's probably more uncomfortable now than it was when we had the sun out.
Yeah. You know, you're right. During match 2, we had a nice breeze coming through here with the blue skies everywhere. And it was, I think you even remarked at the time, you said, you know what, it's actually quite pleasant right now. This is actually nice conditions for us, for the people out in the centre as well. But yeah, since the cloud cover's come over and the breeze has dropped, you're absolutely right. It's just sort of, you know, shirts sort of clinging to the arms a little bit more now than it was. And I'm sure out in the centre there, they're enjoying the contest. And if they're wearing the short sleeves, they're probably enjoying it a little bit more, because I think it really is short sleeve. Well, I think most people got long sleeves out there, though. There you go. Fazal continues. Good delivery.
Yeah. They bowl well, haven't they? They have tucked up the batters. And you can see all the batters having to go on the back foot and jam a lot of these deliveries out. And they don't seem to be too worried about giving away that single there at short mid-wicket. They're quite happy. They're saying singles will take. And they expect to do better themselves at the bat this time around.
Effort ball. Really bends the back. Shouts of no. Good work there. Good work in the infield there to keep that to a dot ball. Hey, speaking of the Eagles gear, tell what I do like. I like just over here in mid-off, that's sort of the hat, not the cap, but the hat. It's like the light blue, and it almost looks like lightning.
Yeah, that's Jesse's wearing that.
It's impressive.
Regina Jesse, it's got some. I mean, it matches the kit really well.
Yeah.
It's not a team cap because I was looking to see if there's a logo on it.
Right. Okay.
But well, he's going to have to chase this one. It will go over the boundary, and the young man, well, there he is. He'll do a bit of the fielding, and it's it. We've seen him play this shot a few times now, and we saw him get out to it. Remember in the second match where he played the same shot, but got caught. He didn't really go. So he likes to play the shot, but he doesn't follow through with it. He's relying just on pure timing.
Yeah, he's punching it, isn't he? It's not. Yeah, it's a lack of follow through. I think if he follows through, he'd probably carry the boundary line. Around the corner, dangerously though, because there's a player there just for almost that shot, and it goes over his head. It's going to go away for 4, but just connects with it enough to get over the infielder's head, because that fielder on the 45 on leg side, he's just inside the circle and, gets away from him. Bit risky, but gets the reward.
Yeah, it's one of those shots that if you time it well enough, as he did there, you get it over that fielder quite comfortably. But how many times do we see it just being chipped into the hands of the fielder and you think, why didn't I just hit it?
Yep, so true. Last ball of the power play coming up. It's been punched just into the covers, albeit miss-hit. They'll take a single, so 28 off the power play is the score for the Bliss Warriors. Probably wouldn't be too upset about that. De Silva looking pretty good. 21 off 11. Hussein supporting at the non-striker's end. And he's going to face the start of the next over, 5 from 7. And sorry, he'll be at the non-striker's end for the start of the next over because there was a single scored. Of course, Phil, you knew that. Fazal, he goes for 12 off that over.
Yeah, I think Aranga doing the right thing here. He's trying to play. You can see he's thinking about batting and staying there deep. He wants to bat all the way through the innings. Steady steps forward, 7, 9 and 12. It's all about partnerships, and I think that's probably one thing that Bliss Warriors have said to themselves. Say, look, the last match, we almost defended 80. We took it down into the last over. I think we can do better here. Looks like there's going to be a back changed here for the batter Ranga, I think, wants to change his. He gets a few options, and well, he'll take his time thinking about which one he wants. The umpires might say to him, "Hey, get on with it. It's not a bat factory here." But this is the hat we were talking about. That is a lot. I mean, I think that looks like what I would be wearing when I'm painting the ceiling, because I tend to get a lot of paint on top of me at the same time. Either that, or he wore that to Trafalgar Square.
Trafalgar Square. I was going to say a walk along the beach maybe in Australia, and you're eating some chips and you don't notice what's going on above you. That could be it as well. Yeah, that's put me off it now completely. All right, fine. Job done.
It's not. It blends in quite well, but no, fair play. It's a nice colourful cap. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
It does its job. It serves its purpose. Back to the cricket, and it's going to be Tamal Chima with the ball.
Okay, Chima's team's in now. Almost hits back a return catch. Oh, that was so close. We've already seen a couple of ripper caught and bowled today, and almost another one.
I think Aranga's saying, take this bat back. Not this one. Give me the other one. It's the first one he's hit with a new bat. And once again, look how close it is.
That's so close, Rico. Really close. I think you're right. I think Duranga, he's just gone, he's looked over to the dugout and said, "You're giving me the wrong bat. This is not the one I ordered." It's almost, imagine if he'd been caught out. He would have been absolutely filthy. 29 for no loss. Just waits on that one. Good delivery.
We just had a look at, of course, the fixture starting tomorrow there in Hornchurch.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how many of our guys and girls in the chat are going to Hornchurch. Anybody going there? Was Julian Dawson saying he was going?
There was a few people going. I think Julian was one of the ones going to go to Hornchurch. I'm sure there's a few others who wouldn't mind going there. A few of our regular chatters that live in that part of the world.
Yeah, well, if you are going, give us a nod. Let us know, and of course, do enjoy your time in Hornchurch. Hope you get good weather. I mean, it's sort of well into the cricket season there in the UK, but we know it can be a bit iffy at times. June and sort of early July, but I think you'll be all right.
I think you'll be fine. Yeah.
There's that little clip again on that leg side. For me, I mean, I've seen Oranga now. What, third time I'm seeing him? They're going to... Oh, no, they're not in the end. I think Oranga's not interested at all, whereas he just is. He's not as strong on the leg side. I would challenge him on the leg side. To Oranga, would have the 45, square leg in, mid-wicket in, and just a sweeper. That's what I'd have. I'll challenge him because I don't think he's as strong. Well, if the mid-wicket was in, it would have been an easy catch. It's still a catch, and it's well taken. I don't know how he's taken this. I reckon he's come in, he's gone, trying to get the two hands to join at the middle. He's missed it, but ended up scooping the ball with one hand. That's what I'm feeling here, Phil. You tell me what you think.
I want to see that one again because that's how I read the play as well. Watch this. Comes in. Watch the hands come together. And, it's gone under the forearm, and his right hand has managed to make sure it doesn't roll any further along the arm. And that's a relieved fielder right there. And he may be giving high fives and smiles, but I think inside his heart's still around about 120 as he's thinking, I almost spilled that. That could have really been looked bad.
I love the way he takes the catch and he's like trying to say, I had it under control. No, I didn't miss it. No, I didn't take it one-handedly. He did, He does. I just thought there's something about that didn't look right. Once again, though, he's done very well because he's had to come in from the boundary to take it. But again, it's just what I'm talking about. If you just keep that fielder in mid-wicket, there's always chances there. So that's going to be the end of it. Ejaz, he hasn't had the best of days of the bat today, Ejaz. He hasn't been able to get too many runs. He'll go for 6 or 10 balls. But now Sanjula Krishnan joins Silver out there. Krishnan comes in for this match, gives a chance, just doesn't carry.
Tell you what, that was really close. Just for a second there, I thought maybe it was just a bit slow out of the blocks to run in and try and take that catch. Rajinder just seemed to be back on his heels just at the start of that ball being delivered. He wasn't really walking in. In the end, it's bounced. Well, you could see actually he changed his mind about 3 times as he was running in. You see he accelerated, stopped, accelerated. In the end, it went to ground. So a breakthrough in that over. That's important for the Royal Eagles to get a breakthrough, 32 for 1 after 4. The run rate, pretty straightforward. It's 8 runs per over. Just a slight tick down of that over. It's good over that one from Chima. He's a very, very accurate bowler and, gets reward for effort.
You can see why he was so good for United last year. Tamal Chima took 13 wickets in that competition last year. He was one of the pick of the bowlers, in fact. He was the leading wicket taker for United. So coming into this this side. He's always going to boost him, and he does. He's been in the wickets all day today. And that over, remember, they were going upwards with 7, 9 and 12 were the over rates, and then only 4 of that one.
So Wakas Ahmed's going to bowl his second over now. Starts with a good delivery, but just gets clumped, albeit a little bit wayward, just into the covers. So Wakas looking to try to find a wicket here. He's bowled pretty well. He went for 9 of his first over. Good all-rounder, as you said before, Rico. You were rolling off his stats. He's got a very good background in ECS. Bowls with the glasses on as well.
Yeah, he does. He's a good character as well. And if he gets going, when he has a good day, he's a top performer for his side. I just see that Tim Harmer saying he's going for the second week.
Okay.
There in Hornchurch.
Good stuff, Tim. I'll let everyone else in the chat let us know if you're going to visit any of the ECSs this year. Obviously, Rick and I will be at a few of them as well, so we'd love to keep our eyes open for you. Nice shot down the ground. It's not going to split the field. It's Jussie down there patrolling the boundary straight. He's at long on, gets around to cut that off on the straight shot.
Yeah, nicely done. Just when that just so he wasn't doesn't throw the ball in overarm, so whether he's just protecting his shoulder, I don't know. I mean, certainly expect it. I mean, he bowled extremely well in that first match. Of course, he took 2 for 8 and then also stuck around with the bat to make the difference. And now, talking of bats, now
here we go.
He wants another change. Is that Arango who just changed one? I think it is, Arango saying, I don't like this one either, Gov. I need another one. I think the umpires probably just said to him, look, all right, when you get on strike, we'll see what we can do.
It's incredible, isn't it? Shouts and screams of anguish there. Oh, he's hit the stumps. I think he's home, though. He didn't even try and ground the bat. I think he was well and truly home.
Yeah, the bat's definitely in the air, but I think his feet are well inside the crease. Have a look here. Actually,
it was a bit closer than I thought, wasn't it?
Now, is he going to get a chance to change the bat? Because he was moaning about it.
Yeah. Let's see if he does.
At the moment, no. I think the umpire said, hey, bud, you just had that one. I think you've got to at least try it. Give it another try. You know if he gets out, he's going to blame the bat.
Well, I'm thinking he's going to go for a big swipe, but it'll be a miss hit. And then he'll just turn to the jury and say, what do you say? That'll be it. And unfortunately, the judge will have no option but to say, all right, change your bat. Let's see what happens here. Wakas Ahmed steaming in.
Oh, wow, Wakas Ahmed steams in and does almost does a split as he's trying to stop this one. So they'll take a single. You know one thing that we haven't said, Phil, and it's very important. We've acknowledged everybody here in Romania for all the good that they've done to make the cricket possible. Start of here today, because of course the weather here was atrocious.
Yeah.
There was. How about the alert we got? Yes. Did your phone just start going?
Yes. Yes, it did.
Folks, this happened yesterday. More on it after this ball. They're going to take this on. It could be run out. Oh. Wicket keeper's too slow here. Wicket keeper's got to be charging to the stumps. He just stays in his ground here, and they're not going to get anything out of here. I think, is that the end of the over? I thought it was the last ball. But anyway, wicketkeeper had to get there. Yeah, the alarms went off yesterday because there was another alert for the whole of Bucharest about some weather coming in. I mean, it wasn't that bad where we were, but some parts of Romania, once again, got absolutely battered by the weather. And it's down the leg side. It's going to be a dot. We're going to come to the end of the over.
Nice way to finish the over on that one. Yeah, exactly. So 5 overs gone, 36-1 on the board, as you're about to welcome everyone into our commentary igloo here.
Yeah, welcome to everyone. But one thing I was going to say to you, and hello viewers, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Yeah, everyone here at the ground being fantastic. We haven't talked about our HQ and the work that they've had to do, because don't forget, for this tournament to be changed, hotel bookings, making sure that all the staff are available, making sure that the production crew were available, then liaising with the federation to make sure the ground's available, which teams could come, redoing the schedules. There's so much work being done behind the scenes as well. So well done to everybody at HQ, ECN HQ, for all the work they've done as well to make this possible. And on that note, boom! Shaka lagia, balle, 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 shaba, shaba. As the full toss gets smashed away by Aranga de Silva. There's nothing wrong with that bat.
as Arunga De Silva will probably say, on behalf of the Bliss Warriors, I'd like to thank the Blue Crew and the HQ crew as well for ECN. There's a 6 for your trouble as well. Bang, right on cue, out of the ground. What a great shot that was. Yeah, it was a logistical nightmare to be able to organise this extra little ECS. I call it the slimmed down version, but it's an ECS nonetheless. And at least we've got some action here in Romania, because we didn't want to leave here without a ball being bowled. That would have been absolutely disheartening.
It would have been disastrous. And I would have been, along with so many other people, I would have been distraught because I love coming here. I love Romania. I love Bucharest. I love this ground. It's one of my favourites. And to actually come here and not to be able to bring any cricket to our viewers around the world who also love it. And we've got so many good characters here. Of course, we're not going to see a lot of them because, as you say, it is slimmed down. But at least we're bringing you 4 days of very good action from Romania, Bucharest. And it's going to tie in nicely with what's happened, of course, today in Belgium and, of course, with Hornchurch tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. Nice hit down the ground. It's going to be a chase on here for the fielders. If they can get to it, they cannot. That's going to be 4 through the covers. Lovely strike that. And just on the back of that too, just want to give people at home a little bit of an understanding of what we're talking about. We talk about how the weather was bad a week ago. I arrived on Sunday at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was raining from the moment I stepped off the plane. It didn't stop for 3 days. And where the umpire is standing in a place that was about 3 centimetres deep in mud. Thick mud that you would sink into. It was about 3 or 4 centimetres, right where the umpire's standing. So there's been a massive effort to get things back on, and that is a massive 6. That's huge. That is chasse and then some out of the ground and halfway up the hill, I think, behind us, is it? That's got a long way back.
I thought this was going to land in the bear. I think, that's what I want to see. I want to see a target there. And every time the ball hits there, a bit like archery, if it goes to any of those spots, give us some extra runs, why don't we? I think we need to, that's the next one. It's a knockout cricket competition. Gone. Talking about knocked out, well, that's a knockout as well. It's full, it's straight, and Ricky Gill, I love that name, there he is, Ricky Gill. Again, another one that's come across from United CC Bucharest. He picked up about 11 wickets last year. He's a wicket taker. Hasn't gone his way. Most of this over. Gone for 17. Then he gets one on the money. It's not the best of shots, it has to be said, from the batter. Gets right underneath the bat. Knocks him over. That's going to be the end of Krishnan. He'll go for 12 of 8. Yeah,
I think Krishnan had a bit of a rush of blood there from that previous Maximo that he hit. The big hit down the ground. And I think he thought, you know what, if I see that length again, I'm going to go for that shot. He didn't play the ball on its merits. I felt it was a bit of a premeditated approach, and he's come undone there. Just at a time where Bliss Warriors needed some stability to try to push that score up towards par 120. So Krishnan is at a 4 and a 6. He's always in there for a few moments. Blink and you miss it, and that is crashed into middle stump. See you later.
Yeah, Gil, we want to finish well, and they're both the wrong end. A good throw, we'll see the end of him, and it will. Oh my, it is going to be a golden duck for Lithia Kalhara. He just taps it and runs. His partner comes and then says, I don't want this dance with you after all, says Arunga. Goes back to his side, and he absolutely barbecues Kalhara here. And it's going to be 2 wickets in 2 balls. Have a look at this. This is the way to barbecue your partner in good style. Well, I know they like a bit of mitch here in Romania, which is barbecued meat. Well, I think Kalahara there has been mitched.
He has been mitched. That's such a good call. And I'm a big fan of the Romanian mitch as well. They're very nice. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about Romanian food a bit later, but I do like a bit of barbecued mitch. My very good friend in Vali from Prague, he's one of my best friends. He when he comes to Romania to visit his home, he always picks me up a couple of extra packs and brings them across the border for me. It's good stuff. But that is also great stuff from the Royal Eagles. Onto that one in quick smart. Look at this. Jimmy picks up, switches it to his right hand. Wasn't the greatest of throws, but didn't have to be because he had so much room to try to make up. Did the batter, and he's been absolutely barbecued. As you say, that was the best call I could probably come out with as well. He's absolutely gone, and that is disappointing. Run out without scoring. That's tough. That's tough for Kalhara, and that's tough for Bliss Warriors. So after a pretty good solid start, they're just wobbling now in these middle overs.
Yeah, Delusha Lakshan has now come out at number 5 to join Arunga out there. Arunga once again doing most of the key hitting, 32 of 17. A little bit of spin to contend with. As this is Safi, Umir Safi, who starts the 7th over.
Can I tell you my favourite Romanian dish is sarmala.
Ah, yeah.
That's the savoury pork mince with a bit of rice in it.
In the
cooked,
leaf, yeah?
Cooked in the cabbage leaf,
yeah.
sitting at the bottom of the pot with a nice tomato sauce on top of it, served with a bit of smetana, which is the sour cream they have.
Yeah.
And that is, I polish off so many of those. Trying to find a place in here in Bucharest that maybe serves it. Never mind. It's going to go to the boundary line for 4 runs. It hits the player. Cannot get enough behind that to stop it getting past him. And that is 4 runs. Probably should have been stopped. Have a look some side on. It's going to give you an indication here.
Yeah, it's in 2 minds.
Yeah.
Shahab Alam, the captain, I think first he's thinking, do I dive forward, turn it into a catch? Then he decides not to, and then he's in no man's land, allows the ball to crunch him on the way through to the boundary for 4. So it's a lucky break there for Lakshan. He opens his account with the boundary.
Does indeed. Safi feel a little bit hard done by there. Thought probably expected a bit more from his skipper. Tosses this one up. And just gets played safely down the ground for a single. So the scoreboard keeps ticking over, 59 for 3. Having lost a couple of quick wickets on the trot in the last couple of overs. I think Bliss Warriors is going to be in danger of sort of introverting and going back into their shell here, but they need to keep going. There's only, 3.5 overs to go. They need to be kicking on here. This middle order's got to fire.
Yeah, flat down the ground, and Jesse, you see here, he's not framed the ball in. I reckon Jesse, he hasn't bowled us yet. And he's too good a player not to use if he's fit. So I feel that he may have picked up a bit of an injury in the Jesse.
Yeah, it's an interesting shout that, Rico. I think you might be onto something there.
Oh, wow, now that's an interesting one. It's, after some really slower delivery, Safi's now banging it into the deck. And I think one of the players in the boundary, John, is saying, hey, slow it down. You're not a quickie. Give it some flight.
Safi turning into Mr. Whippy.
And he does give it some flight, and, well, Jesse, I don't mind that. He comes in from the boundary, thinks about the captain. At the last moment feels, you know what, if I overcommit, it's 4. So I think he makes a good decision. What do you reckon?
I believe that is the right decision as well. Now, have a look at this. Here we go with the bat again. Here we go.
I mean, what does he want? What does he want? He keeps... we need to send it to Grizzly Bear Sports and say that Aranga is going through a lot of bats. Can you send us a few through? Because, I don't know, I mean, he's hitting the ball well enough. He's hit a couple of boundaries with it. Now he's saying, no, not this one. I want that one. Oh, he's a fastball, isn't he?
Oh,
he's a little fastball, he's Oranga.
Absolutely incredible.
He's going through all the bats in the team, and he's breaking them one by one as well. Right, this is what's coming up. Let's talk about this. So Medina Cup has come to a conclusion there. You know what? I haven't even had a good look. I knew it was going in the way of Belgium. It does. Belgium win with... they were bowled out for 176 with 2 balls to go, but they skittled Portugal for 132 to win. So congratulations to them. We've only just started here. 4 days of action, 19 matches coming from Romania. Hornchurch starts tomorrow. Then you will be going to Czechia and starting things off with Danny Hudacek, I believe.
That's right.
I will join you there for the start of the European Cricket Series.
That's right.
Finland. Who's in Finland?
Finland. Not too sure.
Finland? I reckon it must be Vinny. Vinny must be going to Finland. And then I will be going to Bulgaria from Czechia.
You're in Bulgaria. That's right. That's right. And after that, who knows? Then we're into this. We're halfway through the year after Bulgaria, aren't we? In fact, Bulgaria's on the 30th of June. So Bulgaria will start right on the halfway point of 2025. Can't believe we're already talking about that. So much cricket coming up in the next month.
Ooh, well,
super close, wasn't it?
It was hit hard, though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was a rocket. Absolute rocket.
Well, he's now got another bat, and I wonder if this one will do. He'll say, this is not good, he'll say, because it didn't go for 6.
You know what? We should put a rule in the ECN book here about if a batter wants to change his bat after, say, 3 times, he doesn't get to bat with a bat anymore. He has to try to make do with gloves. That's it. You lose the right to have a cricket bat. If you're going to be that much of a fuss spot, come on.
You know the thing is, I knew... He's clips that away quite nicely. It's a good shot, actually, and beautifully flicked away. Just a little flick of the pads. With nobody back there, there's going to be 4 more runs. So he's eyeing up another 50. He got one earlier in the day, remember, in the very first match. But I bet he's the sort of batter, and I used to know so many of them. They go through everybody's bats, but they never have one of their own. You reckon he's one of them?
Yeah, it could be one of them. Yeah, it's a good shout, actually. Yeah. Just very well could be one of those suspect batters. Yep. He's on 43 from 22, so he's doing really well. He just needs to fall in love with the cricket bat. With this one he's got in his hands, and maybe he can kick on for a big score. It's only into the 8th over. Well, takes one hand off the bat there, so maybe there's a sign he's not enjoying this one as well.
That was a very interesting shot. This
Wasn't
ball
it?
looked like it was going to be a big wide. I don't know if it was a slower ball from Tamo Chima that outfoxed him, but I wonder if we can see this again and how he plays this. But you're definitely right. He ends up, in the end, just playing it with one hand. Here it is here.
Shot.
So let's have a look at this. He just, I mean, it would have been a big wide. And I think he's saying to himself, what am I doing?
Why did I do that?
What am I doing?
His body language said exactly that. It was almost like he dismissively went, oh, and I connected with it.
Oh.
And we're going to try that one again. What happened there?
I don't know whether he's warning the batter for saying that. No, I think he just decided, I should be coming from the other end. He's a right-hander.
I completely forgot I wanted to change sides.
Yeah, because he says to the umpire, sorry, I want to come from the other side. He's a right-hander.
Yeah, the gesture, I thought he was gesturing towards the non-striker, but no, he was saying, I want to change sides. Close. Up in the air. Can someone get to that? Oh, tipped over the bar for 6. So a hand on it. Jassy gets something on it, but unfortunately it was too hot to handle, and it goes over the boundary line for Maximo. 6 runs.
He gets it proper, doesn't he? And Jassy does get a hand to it, but not able to either hold on to it or stop the ball going over the boundary for 6. So Lakshan hitting the ball well, 12 or 4. But they still need to finish well if they want to get to that 110 kind of score.
Nicely placed. Oh, it's a good stop in the field there. Thought it was going to get past the fielder there in extra cover. Doesn't. So just the single there. Chima's gone for, 20 now off his 1.5 overs. So last ball of his spell coming up.
Did you know that Finland has rhinos?
Has what?
Rhinos.
Really?
There's going to be a rhino in Finland. Vinny Sandu and Rhino.
And Rhino. There's a Rhino sighting.
That's going to be great. It's
cool.
always great to have the Rhino around.
Excellent.
And, so
that's great.
Rhino will be there.
That's right. That's Scandinavia. That's Rhino's part of the world. That's where he calls home.
Yeah.
So it's good that he gets to come along to an ECS and call an ECS with Vinny. Yeah. Okay, that's great.
Rhino, that's what I call him, Ryan. And I think that'd be great. So good to have Rhino there. Vinny Sandu will be there with him as well. And
fantastic. Okay, so
7-3. So long as Rhino doesn't have his knee operation scheduled for that time, I didn't.
Oh.
Now I know when I was talking to Rhino at the Cardamom Oval, he was in some discomfort with his knee, and I think he was hoping that he was going to be able to walk it off, but it looks like he's scheduled for an op, so that might happen. Well, the thing is, it's one of those. I want to say I hope it doesn't, but at the same time, I'd rather it sorted sooner than later. But I think you know what I mean, Rhino.
Yep.
But Johnny Easham saying a rhino in a wheelchair is something to see. Johnny, you naughty boy. Yeah, that would be something to see. That's going to be okay, I believe. It's inside the line. Good delivery there from Usama.
Yep, nicely bowled that one. Have a look again. It's well inside the line. And, probably disappointing for the batter to leave that one. Just misjudges that one, does Lakshan. Could have launched into that one. Tries to launch into that one. Keeper appeals for a caught behind. No support.
I'm just looking at the body language here from an angle. When the last one was sort of left, he was gesturing. That's played a miss. He's gesturing. It's a team game, you know. And he's, I don't know. That one he should put away. And he's going to get caught. Oh, dear. Well, that's a loose delivery. I think they might look at this side on. Let's have a look at the height on it, because it was a little high.
Yep.
But how high? Let's see. It's on the way down, and I'd say that's going to be okay. If he's standing upright in his crease, they're calling it.
They're calling it.
I think if he was upright in his crease with the ball coming down, he might have got away with it. But some people will say you'd rather see him call it than not. So consistency is what you're after.
Okay.
So
as long as they stick with that, that's what we want to see. Free hit indicated by the umpire.
That's worked out pretty well, hasn't it? Because he's got Arango on strike.
They have.
So he was, a 9, not happy. Now he gets a free hit. And it's in the air. Won't be out. But you've got to try and stop the 2. And they're, on the ball. Good. I think that's got to be the first time in a long time that everybody, including us, by the way,
Yep.
knew it was a free hit.
I was going to say exactly that because there was no celebration, there was no little throw in the air, there was no players running into high 10 or anything like that. They knew, get the ball back to the keeper, stop anything else from happening here. That's cut nicely, race for the fielder, gets down, gets the body behind it as well. Good work, very good work indeed. He did have support there rushing in, but wasn't needed, and so keeps that one just to 2. Sorry, no, just to 1.
It should have been 2, but Aranga
Should have
put
been
the hand up
2.
and said, no, I'm not coming. So this time is Lakshan who's filthy with Aranga, saying, what do you mean?
Aranga wants to do that. That's why, to bring up his 50, goes into an area where the spectators are sitting there. He brings up his 50 with that strike, 51 of 26 deliveries. That's why he wanted the strike. He said, no, I've got this bat. I've argued to get this bat out here with me, and I want to prove its worth. So watch this. And that is a nice strike over the covers and over the cover boundary for a 50. His second 50 of the day. Congrats to him. Finally got there, and he's obviously got the right bat now.
Oh, he has, as he sends another big one. So I suppose if you want to stay on strike and get it away, that's the way to do it, to 6 more. And you're right. He said, where was this bat when I was looking for it before? It's the old trusted Gray Nichols doing the job.
Someone needs to get over to him when he comes off from batting here today, and with the masking tape, and tape that bat to those gloves and tell him, don't go through changing your bats anymore. This is the one you're batting with for the rest of this ECS. No argument, no mess, no fuss. And we have a look at, there was a dog kennel on the middle of the screen there. Was that where they think the ball went to? There are a couple of dogs that live over there.
There are some dogs over there.
Yep.
Well, let's just say that one's not coming back there, because I'm not going in there.
I'm not going there either. They are quite, well, maybe their bark is worse than their bite, but I don't want to find out. They've got a really good bark.
2 lots of 16s then over number 8 and 9, which has helped them get to 94. But still, they want a big finish here, the last over. And the thing is, Lakshan on strike. And you can see Aranga's probably already told him, I'm coming no matter what. Let's see what happens.
I'm running, you better run too.
And they are. So Jussie will bowl an over, Rajinder Jussie, and it will only be this one.
Interesting. Oh, goes the play at stage. So hang on a minute, buddy. And there's a bit of a wry smile from batter and bowler as they pat each other on the back.
I don't mind that. That's Jussie saying, hey, I know what your game is. I heard Rico say it, I heard Phil say it. You want to get to the other end, but just remember, if you go too quick, I'll have you. There's a little friendly warning. I'm all for that.
He did hear us. He absolutely heard us. You're right. Here he goes again. Swings hard, and that's going to carry the boundary line, I think, for another 6. It did indeed. Chassé, and a big one. Oh, boy. Here comes Lakshan.
Yeah, good way to bring up the 100. It's with a lovely 6 over the offside. I mean, he can obviously bat. We know that. I mean, his strike rate is anything from being bad. It's pretty good, actually. 21 of 10. You'll settle for that.
Yep, I would.
A lot of times, don't forget, he's been denied too, so his score should be higher.
That's so true.
Jussie just gets the Yorker slightly wrong, and he comes again to make a change in the field.
Lakshan just moves with a split second to go before the bowler releases, but in the end he just sort of ends up getting a mishit, maybe sort of put himself in the wrong position to play that shot, but it does bring Aranga back on strike. He's got 57 from 27. Lakshan, that's a very good cameo from him. 22 from 11. Job may not still be done. Depends what happens here, but 4 balls left in this innings. 101 for 3 on the board. Chelsea steaming in now. He gives us a wide. Watchful from De Silva as he just watches that go past. Not interested in going for that one. Although he has a few times in this innings gone after the wide balls, even the wide down leg side, to his own bemusement and to our amusement. But he's not gone for that one. Just watchful there. Still 4 balls to come. So expected score, I think the expected score is probably over 106. Maybe the computer's not caught up yet to that expected score. I'm thinking about 115, maybe even pushing 120 with a couple of big hits. Although, that's a good dot. You never know. Maybe the supercomputer's onto me. He knows there's going to be a lot of dot balls here. That's what supercomputer's thinking. Trusts in Jassie. That's what it is.
Trust in Jassie.
Trust in Jassie. He's thinking a couple more dots and maybe a 4.
It's good delivery. Interesting field set. They've got kind of a wide, I'm calling more of a backward point, so they're keeping third up. You know that De Silva's going to be swinging hard here. Jassie, can he get the same delivery in again? Well, he does. Good bowling. Really good bowling.
Clever. Really clever. Yep. And I think Supercomputer's got it right and Phil's got it wrong. Supercomputer said 106 with 4 balls to go, and I thought, nah, come on, that's only four runs away. And look at that, 2 dot balls. If this next one's a dot ball, then you know what? We need to start getting Supercomputer in to do the commentary instead of me, because there's something I've missed the trick there. Jussie has he's gone for 15, and he's bowling well though. There's a couple of dots, very important.
Wow.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Now you know what? That's worked out pretty good for the Eagles, but not very good here for the Warriors, because it's another dot. It's no run, and this time it's Lakshan. Can you believe how the tables turned? This time it's Lakshan saying, "Hey, Aranga, you're dotting up here. It's time for me to get to the other end." In the process of trying to do it, he's going to get run out, and I think it will. They do cross, so I think it will be Lakshan that goes. I mean, we don't see the batters there, but I'm pretty sure they have crossed. So Aranga now ends up at the non-striker's end, feeling probably, I mean, unless there's a wide and they run or a no ball, feeling probably he's not going to face again, and it's going to be Spencer Arnold to face just one ball, and, well, that's Lakshan goes for 22.
Let's have a look at them cross over here. Here comes the underarm from the keeper. Have a look at that. Let's have a look at that. It's broken there.
There it breaks here. Very close, isn't it?
That's really close.
Very, very close.
Ooh, yeah. There we go. It's in the book, though. So, last ball is going to be bowled after that little dead ball there. We'll just reset. Obviously, Arnold putting the shivers into Jussie there as he's about to release the delivery. Spencer Arnold, short in stature. He's got a big heart. Very active in the field is Arnold. Enjoyed watching him field throughout the day. See what he can do here. Final ball of the innings. Swing and a miss.
What an over. He's going to run himself out here. So it's going to be run out because he is definitely running. It's not going to be one that go for Jussie. But what a comeback that is from Jussie. His first ball was smashed for a massive 6. Then it was a single and a wide.
Wow.
And then after that, well, it was just dot, dot, and dot, dot. 2 wickets. So fantastic finish. And you can see why the Bliss Warriors, I mean, they were on to thinking they were going to get past that 110, maybe about 115, the way things started to go there. But it ends up being a score just over the 100 mark, 102.
Incredible stuff, that. We have a look at the highlight reel, and it's going to be full of that man, De Silva, who, despite the fact that he was playing with, how many bats did he end up using? Was it 3 different cricket bats today?
I think it might have even been 4, you know.
It could have been 4. I got to admit, I stopped counting when things were getting a bit silly after the 3rd bat was asked to be changed over. But we're going to see the highlight package, which is going to be pretty much him hitting a few boundaries. That was a great catch, albeit maybe a bit of luck rolling with the Royal Eagles fielders there. But they were taking catches. We saw catches put down this morning, so obviously the fielders have sort of stepped up a little bit as well in this match. And you can see there that that was a lovely strike, big hit down the ground. Sadly though, the next ball was crash, losing my middle stump, and out of the ground you go, off you go, see us later, no more for you. And that was pretty bad, because I got to admit, I thought Krishnan looked pretty hot when he was hitting the ball for 6. Couldn't continue with that momentum and came undone by getting bowled there. Then there was the unfortunate run out. That was really unfortunate. Just a little bit of a crazy moment there. And again, a few wickets sort of falling here and there. And Bliss Warriors, this is where I think I announced they're wobbling. They're really wobbling. I thought it was a solid start, cautious start. They were, none for 30-something, I think, at one point. And then suddenly it was just wicket, 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 and no partnership to speak of. And they struggled, thanks pretty much to Silva, to carry the bat and to carry them up to a competitive score.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's very, very similar, actually. The whole proceedings of that match is very similar to the one that they won early in the day against Phoenix, when 106, they scored 106. Very similar. Aranga made 50. Again, the same here. Aranga this time makes 57. But everybody else sort of kind of chipped in. But the big partnership and the support there for Aranga wasn't quite there. I mean, Dalusha Lakshan gave it to him a little bit. But I think there was, in my honest opinion, I don't think there was, Lakshan wasn't getting any confidence there being there, but Aranga always wanted to keep him off strike, and I think Lakshan was sort of feeling, well, hang on a minute, in this partnership, I can't, and I think out of frustration when he did get on strike, he smashed the big 6, didn't he? But again, Aranga still managed to get him off strike, and then dotted up, and then Aranga, frustrated, wanting to get back on strike, gets himself run out. So I think he just didn't give enough faith maybe there to his partner there, because I think there, Lakshan, certainly if you gave him a bit more confidence, he could have gone on and scored a bit more runs, and that partnership could have been a lot more fruitful.
That 22 from him is going to prove out to be really, really important as well. I mean, you know, you're looking at an innings there where one player scores a good 50, but that 22 runs, I think, is going to be really, really important in the final wash-up of this. So the scores on the board, 102 for 5 after 10. Wickets there to Chima, Ricky Gill, and Usama doesn't pick up a wicket, but he goes for a 25 off his 2 overs. A little bit hard done by there. Jussie, though, he bowled pretty economically, and so did Waqas Ahmed. Bit unlucky to go wicketless was Waqas, but you'll see what he does when it comes to his turn to have a bat, which I'm sure he'll get a chance in the next 10-15 minutes. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, the score is on the board. It's 102 for 5, so the gauntlet's been thrown down by Bliss Warriors to the Royal Eagles. It hasn't been a massive scoring day today. There's been a few low-scoring thrillers, and we could be in store for one right now, so please don't change your viewing habits. Stick around with us. We've still got the rest of this game to go, then we've got one more match later on after this one as well. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, saying wherever you're watching from around the world on the ECN YouTube feed, there in the chat, all my good friends with the Blue Spanners in there looking after you, or whether maybe you're watching from your Univai fan code, thank you for joining us. Stick around with us. We've still got this match to complete, and then we've got one more after this, as I said before. Anyway, I'll see you back here in about 5 minutes time. Until then, cheerio.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
A warm welcome back to the ground here. The Vlasic cricket ground here in Romania, just outside of Bucharest. About a 20-25 minute drive northeast of the city, northeast I'd say, on the motorway. And it is a picturesque ground. It's lovely to have your company. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you back for the run chase in this match number 4. 102 runs on the board. So the bonus point equation is pretty straightforward. 71 runs or less. That is what the fielding team needs to restrict. The Royal Eagles too. If the Bliss Warriors can do that, they will pick up all 4 points. That'd be good for them. And obviously for the Royal Eagles, they would love to dust this score off in 7 overs or less. And if they can do that, they will pick up all 4 points. So a bit to play for here. And a very good chance for either one of these teams to pick up 4 points. We've seen low scores defended. We've seen scores chased down as well. So it's a bit of a mixed bag here today. We'll see how the Royal Eagles go. This is their second appearance. This is the Bliss Warriors' third appearance. They've still got one more to come after this as well. And for the Royal Eagles, well, they're going to be back tomorrow after this match. So if they can collect these runs, albeit maybe within 10 overs or maybe within 7 overs, doesn't matter. If they can collect the runs and walk away with a win, they'll feel pretty good about themselves, having played a couple of games and getting points on the board. There's the equation for you. 103 runs to chase down, run rate required of 10.3, pretty straightforward. So Alam and Sahel with the job, opening at the top there. Abasinger is steaming in to start the run chase. Starts off with the leg side wide. Supercomputer is liking the Royal Eagles to pick up a win here. Gives them a 64% chance of getting the win over the Bliss Warriors. Only 36% chance our computer's giving them of defending this relatively small score of 103. Let's see how we go. No, it was a good delivery. I think for me, I think the bowler was going through a couple of moments of, what do I appeal for? Do I appeal for leg before? Do I appeal for caught behind? Or I think he was hoping for it to be caught in the end. Rico, you saw that one. What do you think?
I thought there was I thought there might have been something on there because there was a bit of a
Yeah.
ooh, ah, and then when the catch doesn't, when it
went to
goes
ground,
down.
yeah,
So I think
yeah.
there was maybe there's a chance there. I guess we'll never know because they didn't run.
Leg side wide again. Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. I was a little bit unsighted there.
Yeah, let's have a look at this again. Interesting. I always find this interesting while bowlers. He's coming around the wicket here and he's pitching the ball well outside leg stick. And you just think, if he can bowl straight, because he is bowling straight, but he's just bowling down the leg side.
Yep.
Why is he coming around the wicket here? Oh, now he gets the. That's got to be close. Well, the umpire shakes his head. I'm sure I saw something here. Phil, what are you thinking? I thought I heard and saw movement.
I'm the same. My first reaction was, oh, this is given, for sure. I thought I heard and I thought I saw deflection. One more time.
Let's see here.
Just roll that straight through.
Let's run it straight through without the pause. Can we have it straight again? Without the pause, to keep this going. And look at the deviation. I definitely think there's something there.
I felt there was something on there, and it wasn't the bat hitting the ground.
We have to go back to the live action, actually, and then come back to it.
Oh!
Well, sometimes there's something called karma. And well done to the bowler. And Abasinger gets this absolutely spot on in the end. And gets it right, knocks him over. Timber, Jagadepatte. And that's the best way to reply back. I mean, they could have got nasty about it.
Yep.
But in the end, they said, you know what? The way to do it is just to knock him over. Well done to Mahesh. And he gets the wicket. He gets the prize. And he gets the wicket of the captain. Shahab Alam will go for a 3-ball dart.
Incredible. Well, Alam goes again without troubling the scorers for the second time today. So he'll be a little bit disappointed with himself with his effort with the bat. But that is also, as you say, Rico, karma, poetic justice. Any way you cut that up, that is that's fair enough. Because we felt that previous one had a really good argument for the umpire giving that one out. But this one, great delivery, just straightened up and bang, top of the stumps, rocked back. Bowler is absolutely beside himself. He's ecstatic.
Yeah, he is. I mean, starts down the leg side. And, of course, he is a left-hander, so he's not coming round the wicket. He is coming over the wicket, and that's what you'd encourage left-handers to bowl. So that was my bad when I saw his first few deliveries. But now he's got the radar right. He is spot on where he needs to be.
Oh, Look at that cut back in as well. That was a great delivery. Hits high up on the leg, just above the pad. Batter gives a bit of a rub there, thinking, ouch, I wish these pads were a bit longer. Protect that part of the front part of the leg, just below the waistline, as it thuds into that part of the leg. Definitely going too high, missing the stumps, but a good ball. Really cut in on him there.
Yeah, great delivery. And bowling with some steam as well.
Oh, got him again. You could see that almost in my vision. I saw that happen in slow motion. I straightened, it pitched, it straightened, it swung, and I thought, batter's going to miss this. I just knew the batter was going to miss it. Crashed into the top of off stump, and that is a cracking good delivery. What a great bit of swing bowling this is.
Yeah, look at that. Great bowling. Same as me. When he releases this ball, when I see it there, I thought that's out.
Yep.
Because you could see what the batter's approach was.
Yep.
He was going to go swinging. That ball was going to come back in and take middle and off stump. And that's exactly what it does. Great bowling. If you're a left armour, this is where you got to be. And I love the adjustment that the bowler here, Abisinga, has been able to make. Mahesh, after being too much on the leg side, he's got it right. And look at that. That's quality bowling. It's not good batting, has to be said. But take nothing away from the bowler. The bowler has to put it in the right spot. The batter has to respect it. If it's not respected, it's curtains.
Oh, he's let that one get away from him. He knows he's let that one get away. So he puts his two hands up and says, yep. But you can see there the swing he's getting as well, this in-swing into the right-hander. Trying to put it on that line, putting it on probably about almost a 6 stump outside the off and letting the ball swing in and even then maybe pitch and even coming a little bit further. And he's already got 2 wickets bowled with that delivery. Oh, cuts in again. Got easily gotten an edge on that one. What a cracking first over that is from Abisinga. Take a bow, 2 for 3 from your first over, and you've rocked the Royal Eagles right down to the core.
Yeah, it's good bowling. I know that batters do want to attack, and they're often encouraged to do so. Probably the captain's saying, hey, to the openers, look, go out there, have a go in the first 3 overs. If you get out, you get out. Hopefully, we'll still be able to manage the run chase. But to good bowling, you still have to respect it. I mean, just to be able to be swinging wild at a bowler, left armour, that's going to get that ball to come back into you. You're not going to have too much success and too much joy unless you get lucky with an inside edge. But excellent bowling there from Mahesh Abisinga. And now it's Vitusan Vinay Gamamurthy to come on and have a bowl. And he's going to be bowling to the left-hander to Sohail, who's been joined out there by Taimur Chima.
Well, Sohail has been waiting for an eternity to get his chance to face his first delivery. And he gives us a very good, correct defence there. Having been watching all the carnage from the non-striker's end of that sensational first over, you can understand why his first delivery face was a very defensive, no stepping out of the crease, just stand tall, defend that one down. That's still a good ball though. So tough here for Royal Eagles. Got to dig themselves out of a hole now.
It's played away just for a single. It will get there in the end. Remember that when these two played that first match, you just felt that it was the much better power play from the Royal Eagles that got them that victory. They went well in the first 3 overs compared to not a good start from the Warriors. Now this time it's very even Stevens. Now are they going to get that partnership that they need here? Or are Bliss Warriors going to come and get another win under their belt? Remember, they've won 1 and lost 1, 4 points to their name. And with the start they've made here, 2 wickets already in the first 8 deliveries, 4 for 2 are the Royal Eagles.
Yeah, it's a bit tough start for them, isn't it? Bliss Warriors looking good. That's a good shot. That's a good way to break the shackles.
That's a great shot, isn't it? I mean, he plays that with so much time, Taimur Chima. So it's a little bit shorter. He's going right across him, but he just times that to perfection. 6 runs. Yeah,
he opens the blade, and if you see that on the replay, he doesn't even follow through. He literally stops the bat as it's pointing towards our camera at the in that square position, because he doesn't have to follow through. The pace of the ball plus the angle of the bat equals Maximo. Goes for chassé out of the ground. Nice shot that one. Trying to relieve a little bit of the pressure here on the batters, and Chima has done exactly that. So he's going to back up his bowling display with some with a bit of batting here that's being asked of him, having lost 2 quick wickets in that first over. A couple of ducks, a couple of derricks going their way. And as I said earlier, I believe Derek is in existence, but in a parallel universe, trying to find his way home, trying to jump into our reality. Maybe he'll be with us sometime this month. Fingers crossed, folks. Fingers crossed. Keep your lookout for him. He might be looking a little bit dishevelled. Bowler in again. Full. And that is going to fly away again. Might have a look. There's some side on. That seemed to be pretty high. Doesn't matter, though, because well, it does matter. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
it has gone to the boundary.
Yeah, it looks like it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, he's all right. Yep.
We could use the. I think whoever's put those banners there, and that fencing has put it in exactly the perfect spot. It's a great guide for us and for the umpire square, and of course the third umpire.
The thing is, I've got short legs, so if that was me batting, my waist to be down around sort of where it says cricket, be below European. But you can still use that as a measurement, right? Yep.
You could still use it. You are right.
Oh, a bit of extra pace there. Batter appeals for a wide. I don't often see that given. I think the batter should let the umpire worry about the wides. They can do that on their own without the batters getting help. That is the end of the second over. 14 for 2 after 2. Chima is coming with a little bit of a rush of blood, gone to 10 off 5. But for the Royal Eagles, it's a bit of a rebuild, having been shell-shocked in that first over, losing 2 wickets in quick succession.
Yeah, hello to Monteluse, who's saying everything happened in that over. And he's saying, I'm not convinced by the Royal Eagles. And said, ever seen an eagle wearing a crown? Okay, fair enough. Well, they've done slightly better in that over. A couple of nice shots there from Chima, showing that he certainly can be up to the part. But the question is, how do they deal with Mahesh Abhisinghe bowling his second over?
That's pretty good delivery, that one to the left-hander. Tested the left-hander there as he was looking to whip that away on the pads, and it came in. He had to correct himself and just literally drop it at his feet on the leg side there. I'm surprised no one's made a connection of eagles and ducks yet, but I'm not sure how you make that. Johnny here's just saying quacky time, which is also fair enough as well. You know, eagles becoming ducks or something like that, or webbed feet eagles. Are you having a look at the weather out there? Because I'm noticing this dark clouds away to our left.
I just had a little sneak, and there are some dark clouds over there. Hopefully they're not coming this way. Oh, now. Oh, there's all sorts of errors, and if that had hit, I think it would have been out. Now they're going to get 2 here.
Yeah, buzzers.
Now, I want to see what's this given. Was there an edge on this? Yes, there was. It's going to be, it's a drop catch. It's a chance. So,
well,
I know there was one we were talking about earlier. Was it not? And I said, well, we won't know because they're not running, so we don't know what the umpire's giving. So this is an edge, inside edge.
Oh, yeah, it is
and
too.
The keeper, it would have been a great one-handed catch if it was taken there, but Aranga not able to hold it, and then if he hit the stumps there, it would have been out. And after all that, they'll get 2.
Yeah, you could clearly see the deflection there as well. But, yeah, keeper just unside to grab that one. That's going to get through the infield and run away for 4 runs. Nice shot, that one. Just sort of keeps its line, doesn't really move as much in towards the right-hander as he did in the previous over. And that goes away for a much-needed boundary.
Yeah, they're starting to get going. Not too much happened in the first over. Just goes a little bit fuller and wider that time, Mahesh, and it's a lot. We're just having a look at the clouds that we were talking about.
Yeah,
there you go. Clouds there. And we did say that the wind has literally gone away. It's very muggy. It's almost like, dare I say it, the calm before the storm. Hopefully not. We don't need any more rain.
Fingers crossed. The ground does not need more rain. We're absolutely fine. We've got enough rain to keep us going for quite a while. That's been hit nicely. Went with pace. There is a fielder out there, boundary riding, very square at the point boundary. He had to move about 4 or 5 metres to his right, and he couldn't get there to cut that off. Nice shot.
That's a wonderful stroke, isn't it? It
isn't
sounded beautiful.
Yeah.
Off the bat as well. Well, the calmness was disrupted by the crunching off the willow on that grizzly as it went to the boundary. Nice shot.
Indeed. 25 for 2. 2 to come in Abhisinghe's second over. Hasn't had the same success he had in the first over. Just slows that one down a little bit. Shot the stumps.
Oh,
now, hang on a minute.
Now. Let's have a look at this, because it does go off the hands onto the bowers, but does the batter have the bat down in time? So he goes a long way, look. Has to turn and come back. Let's have a look at this. In comes the throw. Now, when did these bowers come off? He's in.
Yeah.
He does well, actually, doesn't he, to get back?
Does very well to get back. Could have been absolutely stranded there. Last ball of the power play.
Ooh.
Almost takes out his non-striker. And non-striker doesn't really move a lot to evade. Almost just hopes that it's going to miss him. And in the end, it's a dot ball. So 25 for 2 is the score after 3 overs. That's the power play done and dusted. Eagles still need 78 of 42. That run rate required has bumped up to 11 and a bit, but still very gettable.
Yeah, still very gettable. And it's been a good comeback, actually, from these two, mainly led by Tomo Chima, who's played some nice shots. And it's the score at the end of the power play. So once again, you can see very close as all the matches have been.
Yeah.
I think only the big one was that one with the Gladiators, where their power play was 14 to, was it 40? Something like that. So that was the only one that's been really very different.
Yeah, 14 though. Yeah, 14 for 2 at the end of the third.
Yeah.
Then they lost their second wicket after 12. Got 2 more runs. Power play was 14. You're absolutely right. And then there was that big partnership of 98 runs to get them up to 110. And they kicked on to 120. What was it, 125? I think 126.
Yeah.
And it was chased down. Would you believe?
125 to 127, but 5 penalty runs.
5 penalty runs.
For a slow over rate, which, amongst other things, did cost the Gladiators, and they're looking to put that right. I know we had a little brief chat with Atif Naqvi.
We did.
Who came in and shook our hands and said hello. He's a lovely guy, and he was saying, we should have won that match. And he talked about the drop catches, and then he said, he even went down to say, you know what, never mind the 5 penalty runs, never mind the drop catches, but even framed the ball away there at the end when he hit the stumps, and it took 2 to finish the match. And he was convinced if he had that one ball, he would have got the Yorker in and he wouldn't have got the run. So he was going to deliver us a golden ball.
That's exactly what he said, Rico. He came to us and he said, guys, I wanted to give you a golden ball, and he described exactly how he was going to do it. And you know what? I totally believed him. I thought, if that was your battle plan, okay. But if you had executed that, my goodness, that would have been quite exceptional.
This is Madumal. And no real timing on it. And no run, stay there. Good early call this time. So
yeah, wasn't it?
Trying to get the calling right, Chima and Sohail.
Chima immediately put his hand up. Even after he just swung through the shot, he put his hand up and said, no, it's not going anywhere. That's okay. He knew he hadn't hit it correctly. He knew that cover was all over that. So Madumal continues. Very slow sort of delivery stride he has there.
Yeah, he's not...
teasing the batter.
Yeah, he's not trying to put anything on this, is he? He's trying to keep... He's literally saying, how slow can I bowl it and still get the ball up the other end? That's what he's trying to do. And the batters, of course, are trying to ping it to the boundary. But not too many have flown big over that leg side boundary.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, though. He tosses it up. Tantalisingly, but it's been smacked out towards cover, who spills it, doesn't get through all over the boundary. Ooh, just a moment of, what are you doing there, man?
Batters have to learn to run, though, haven't they? I mean,
they do, yeah, they do.
It's a lovely shot. When you play, I don't know about you, if I play a nice shot, I'm going to say I want to from it. They just don't run, and if they had run the first one the way you normally would run, they would have come back for a second.
That was a good delivery, that. Floated it up. It was on middle stump. Yorker length almost, just short of Yorker length, and just punch down the ground for 1. So not a bad over this one from Madumal. He's got 1 more to come. He's only gone for 4, so he has not disgraced himself whatsoever. Sohail is facing the last ball of the over. He's got 4 from 5. It's been a good over. And that's just been spoilt by being hit across the boundary line for a Maximo. So just as I was saying he's had a good over, it still is a good over, albeit that last one. Look at this, just floats it up, but it's a slot delivery, and it gets spanked as straight as you like down the ground, despite some close attention from the fielder there, who was ready for that straight hit as well. And unfortunately, it's Lakshan who can't affect a spoil. 35 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, nice shot, that from Sohail, bringing up his first boundary, and that 6 helps them get 10 off that over. And he didn't go out about 11 but just under 11 and a half. And I like that from Montelucis saying, surely we need a Dracula themed team. Well, we have had teams from Transylvania here before. I think we had, what's that, the Transylvanian something, my memory slips me for the moment here, and we used to call them the Vampires. So you're absolutely right. And then I liked the way that they said, and the Ducks would be a Duckula. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. It's a good shout, Mondeluz. I like where you're going with that. I like that idea. Vision. Very good idea.
Yeah, Duckula, the duck.
I'm sure I've seen a duck cartoon, like a Daffy Duck dressed up as Dracula. I'm sure I have. You know, one of those Looney Tunes from the 60s. I'm sure I've seen something like that.
You can't. I mean, now it's a big thing, isn't it? I don't know about you. When you travel now from one destination to another, and you get to airports. Airports have all these sort of knick-knack themed shops, and ducks are a big thing. Ducks with all kinds of ducks with graduation duck. I got to say, shout out to our very own Andy O. He gave me a Titanic duck because he went to.
Oh yeah.
When he was a few weeks ago, he went to like a. It was the anniversary, wasn't it, of when the Titanic went down?
That's right. Yes.
He went to a museum, I think it was, and he got me a really nice Titanic duck to add to my collection. I've got a Titanic duck. I've got the one I gave my daughter the graduation duck. What else have I got? I think I've got a policeman duck, golden duck. I've got. It's a huge collection of them.
Yeah, that's right. It was the 130th anniversary of the Titanic sinking back in April. And I had a relative on that boat, by the way. Up in the air, it doesn't matter because this could be caught. It should be caught. It will be caught, albeit in the fingertips, but still the catch is held. So we saw a lot of catches go down today, and I was absolutely sure that one was going to be held. I pretty much put everything on it. The house was on it. Everything was on it for that to be caught, and well taken in the end. Doesn't matter if it was a finger tipper. It's still been taken. A bit of an ice cream cone moment there. And unfortunately for Chima, he has come undone right there. Ooh, it was very close to being dropped.
Very much the ice cream cone, as we like to call those. So, well done to Lakshan. Gets the breakthrough. But once again, it's Chima who gets going, then gets himself out.
Yeah.
He's disappointed. He's done this several occasions today. He's got going, and then just when he looks comfortable, he goes and gives his wicket away.
Yeah, have a look at the dugout there. No activity. No little congratulations to him for his cameo innings. They know that was a vital wicket. And that's a good follow-up delivery there. Cut straight through the batter who cannot get anything on that, Swakas Ahmed. He's come out with a bit of a roll in front of him now. 68 needed from 32. That run rate now at 12.75. New watch, and in another overs time, maybe 2 overs, that run rate's going to be ticking up towards 14 if they don't be careful about that.
Very, very calm here at the moment. You can hear the crickets.
Yes.
And I'm always like listening out for a clap of thunder. Well, he just pushes at this, and they should be coming back for a second. I don't think he's too keen to go back on strike, is Wakas Ahmed. Now, I did mention that he has, in the past, he has scored runs. I wouldn't say he's an out batter, but he's somebody who can stick around and score runs. He has made a 50 on the network a couple of years ago. He scored 38 here last year.
Okay.
So he can bat. So you can understand why he's come out now. Remember, I'm a little bit surprised also that we're not seeing our man Jesse.
Yeah, good point. They don't want to save him for too late. Just lack of feet movement, just playing a premeditated drive. Just nothing on that one. So 5 overs gone. Halfway through the innings, 37 for 3. Have a quick look at ECC Challenger Division, Group 1 and 2. Group 1 starts on Tuesday, the 7th of October. Obviously, I've got my eyes very closely on that one because, of course, my home country of Czechia is going to be featured in that one, along with Slovenia, Croatia, Bulgaria, Cyprus, and Malta. What a great group that is. Then Group 2 starting 4 days later. Then the finals will be straight after the conclusion of Group 2. Challenger Division all packed up very nicely for you in what I like to call the filling of the sandwich. And that is going to be a great, great event coming your way in September. Or actually, this one starts in October. But the whole ECC, which will be preceded by the Western Shield and the Metal Shield, that's going to be a great bit of viewing there.
Yeah, definitely is. I think Guernsey and the Isle of Man, they'll fancy themselves in that Group 2, but Estonia came, of course, so close last year. That's not a good ball, and that will relieve a little bit of tension for the batters because it's a Gundy ball, it's a loosener, and it allows Sohail to get it away. He'll feel a lot better that once again he's got another boundary under his belt. Oh, yeah, his eyes would have lit up when he saw that one coming and thought, oh, I'm going to be onto that one quick smart. There was not a lot of protection back there. Man inside the circle. Get it past him. Only by a metre. He's going to go for 4. This time he goes inside out. Someone shouts out, catch it. It's a flat 6. And that's a good strike. So 4 and a 6. Sohail is opening up his bag of tricks. Well, I thought here for a moment that our very own Shub had come on as a fielder. In the end, Shub, he was not that far away from that, was signalling the 6. Yep, that's true. Shub, of course, part of the crew here. 47 for 3.
Oh, Sahale has gone down on one knee and absolutely clobbered that over deep mid-wicket. Rico, the noise from your mouth was exactly what I was thinking was, oof. That was such a good hit.
It was belted, wasn't it?
It really was.
Absolutely belted. What a good hit that was.
Yeah. So Hale is really digging deep into that bag of tricks I just mentioned. So with those 3 strikes, he's now raced up to 26 from 9 deliveries faced. Eagles now 50 from 27. So suddenly that run rate that was tipping up towards 14 has dropped down to just 11. Oh, a big change in momentum here. And this time he's hit it straight down the throat of the man who's there inside the circle at 45, backward square. He cannot believe he's hit it straight to him. He's held a rocket. And that is going to be cause for a big celebration there. He's given the hand a bit of a ring as well. That would have hurt.
Well, this is Krishan. I mean, have a look. He steps across, he gets it where he wants it, and he hits it pretty well. But Lakshan, look at him. He's absolutely loving it. Holds on to it, says, yeah, I got me, man. That's Sanjula Krishan. And, well, he can't believe it after just playing some lovely shots. And then he gets himself out.
He played a shot similar to that at the start of the over, but that shot went about 2 metres to the right-hand side of Krishnan, who had no chance. He didn't even see it. This time, straight to the bread basket, makes no mistake. Didn't have to move a muscle apart from just to elevate the fingers and say, thank you very much for the cookies. I'll see you later. So big breakthrough there for Bliss Warriors. Been punching, going for a single, so they're going to keep that scoreboard ticking over. That bit of momentum brings up the 50 as well. So this over is a bit more expensive than the previous over. So this is the kind of push that Royal Eagles needed. If they want to try to get close to this total, they're running out of time. So Hale goes for 26 from 10, but he scored, 14 just off those 3 deliveries. So he's done well, but they need someone to kick on here.
Oh, well, I'm not...
Wow, that was an interesting acrobatic display.
He tripped over there. That was Shamud Mamadul. We know he likes to throw himself around here, but I think this was a dive for no real reason, actually.
I think he's I think he's misstepped or something. Like, he was in caught in 2 minds whether he had to dive on the ground, and in the end he had to actually stand up. And the dive was already happening and his legs went out from underneath him. Lucky for him that ball didn't bounce a bit higher. He would have looked a little bit silly there. 55 for 4 after 6. So Ahmed, he's up there on 3. Osama has just joined him, 1 from just 1. And Lakshan ends up with 1 for 18. That over went for 18 runs, so quite expensive. And it's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Royal Eagles.
A lot of the old pollen now.
Pollen?
Coming in.
Oh, is that what this is? Yeah, okay.
It's almost like, it's a bit eerie. It's like it's snowing. But all of this white pollen stuff, which is gently blowing across from the trees there to the left of us, which is odd because there's no breeze. So it's weird.
You're right. It's
really
really
coming
still.
Here. But yeah, it definitely, I mean, it's got a bit brighter over there, but it's still pretty threatening.
Yeah. Swings hard at this one. It's going to run away. It's going to go backward to square for 4 runs. That's another very vital wicket here. So Royal Eagles not lying down here. They need to kick on. They need a couple of big overs. Not sure if they're going to get their noses in front until maybe right at the end. Try to take it to the 10th over and try and force the issue there. But 59 for 4 now at the start of the 7th. So looking at Waqas Ahmed then to kick on and try to sort of show some of that 30 odd. That 38 I think was his previous high score on the European Cricket Network. He's to show a little bit of that. This Warriors be keen to see another dismissal here. Shout to catch it. 1 bounce.
Oh, he bottles this, you know, Phil.
Oh, you think he should have come in for that?
He was put there for this reason. Because Waqas, of course, worked one away in that area before.
Yeah.
And you could hear 1 or 2 of the fielders say, catch it.
Yep.
And you could see he was bottling it. And they still said, catch it, go for the cat. He decides not to.
It didn't bounce that far in front of him either. It wasn't flat. Oh, it was flat-ish, but it was definitely there for long enough to come forward.
Yeah, it was.
So he's decided discretion the better part of valor and saved the boundary. Good dot. Bowler says, well, if I can't get it caught, I'll try and do it with dots. That's a good, quicker delivery there.
Yeah,
so,
Musa Lakshan. Making things happen, he's bowled really well, but they haven't been... As yet, they haven't really been able to get him away. Just the 1 boundary we saw there from Waqas Ahmed. Usama swinging, but not making contact.
Well, there we go. He's made contact with that one, and straight down the throat of the man at long on who doesn't move, just takes a couple of steps in, takes a very well-judged catch. That's another wicket, and of course that's also another dot ball. Osama, who doesn't have a surname, just Osama. When you said Osama swinging, I thought, that's a great surname. And I was mistaken. Nope, he's just Osama, and unfortunately he's done for just one run off 3 deliveries faced. That's another wicket.
Yeah, straightforward catch. You said it. He didn't have to move a muscle, straight into the hands of the waiting Alita Kalhara. So Kalhara takes another good catch, and well, they lose another wicket. And you're absolutely right. But we're saying about how calm and quiet it is on the weather front. The same could be said here about the Royal Eagles. They're certainly not making too much noise, are they?
They really
out
aren't.
there.
No, Bliss Warriors are really marching here, aren't they? They're looking good for a win here. Up in the air, catching opportunity. Who wants it? I tell you who wants it. It's the man who caught it there. That's Mahesh, who's taken the great catch and puts his hand up in the air for maybe a player of the match with his to back up his couple of overs that he bowled at the start by removing 2 of the very top batters of the Royal Eagles. Takes a good catch there, backpedaling. It was always going to be caught. You just felt that as this goes straight up in the air. The batter had no idea where it went. He was looking to the leg side, had no idea where the ball went, and that is pretty much a Royal Eagles study in concentration there. They've just lost it a bit here.
Yeah, well, that was the old Dakula, maybe, here in Romania. Safi, it's not a good shot really from him at all. There's no way. I mean, I think he just hoped for the best there, and he gets out. So Waqas Ahmed is running out of partners. Safi gone without scoring. Here we go. And not going to be a hat-trick as that one gets played away. Just going to be a single.
Yeah, keeps at the hat-trick ball by just punching it down to the ground. They get a single there. I wonder if Romanian Derek could have a Transylvanian accent. You know, I don't want to go for the cliched Hollywood sort of, you know, blah, blah, that sort of thing. But I just wonder if he's got some sort of, you know, quack, quack. Maybe not. Okay. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard of Match 5 coming up. Bliss Warriors, unchanged squad. Bucharest Gladiators got a couple of changes. Talababa comes in. Zafran Imtiaz. Also, Mohammed Abu Bakar and Sadir Abbasi all in. So big changes to the Bucharest Gladiators, switching their players around for their second match of the day against the Bliss Warriors. This team you see out in front of you here are playing 4 today. And that's the last match coming your way, starting in approximately 27 minutes' time.
Yeah,
so
the only change I see there, because I was seeing that Shamoud is captain, so I thought maybe Dookie's out, but Dookie's still playing, but he's not captaining that game.
Okay. Handing the reins over to one of his other players. Nice hit down the ground. Good pick up and throw to the keeper's end as well. Good presence of mind. Throw it to the man with the gloves.
Kalhara, I know he's not had the best of times with the bat. He just hasn't been able to score quick enough, but in the field, he's been a gun, isn't he?
It's been good. Really good. Like I say, the Bliss Warriors, their fielding has gotten better and better as the day's gone on. Everyone started a little bit cold in match number 1. There was a lot of catches going to ground, but they've really picked it up here. The bowling's gotten better. Their batting's gotten better. So for a team that's playing 4 matches here, I've got to say, this has probably been the better performance of the 3 matches. And that shows a pretty good stamina and good fitness level.
Yeah, I go with that. I think it's not an easy one when you've got to play 4, and credit to them. And bearing in mind that they haven't made too many changes either. And this is now Hussein, and thought about taking a single, but it ain't going to happen. I think Waqas Ahmed probably wants to stay on strike. He probably believes that he's the guy that can get the ball away, but at the moment, he just is saying. And he's had a top day with the ball. Just hasn't been able to click with the bat, though. And maybe he's going to save it for the last match. We'll have to wait and see.
Waqas Ahmed, he needs to do something here.
Well,
I'm not sure what's going on.
Are they not running here? That's really crazy. I mean, Jesse is trying to say, well, it's going straight to the fielder here, but Jesse shouldn't have been pointing. He should be running. Look at his backing up. That's horrendous backing up. It really is. He
had no intention of running there right from the get-go. He has
awful backing up from Jesse.
Planted himself there and just said, I'm going to stay here. That's incredible. Okay, so now he backs up a little bit. At least they're going to go through for 1 only.
Yeah, that didn't sound very good off the bat, I have to say, from Ahmed. But, so Jesse comes out here. Rajinder Jesse a lot lower down the order than I think we like to see. He comes in at number 8, and when you think he was the player of the match, when they got that victory earlier because of his bowling and his batting.
See what he can do with this one. Stop ball. It's a good ball. ECS is saying just too good. Just too good there. Gets a really quick one through him. It's full. It's missed. 8 overs gone. 63 for 6 on the board. And that target of 103 is looking incredibly steep now for the Royal Eagles. 40 needed off the next 2 overs. Rico, is it too early to start the car? Can we start looking for the car keys?
Well, you know what? I don't, look, we haven't seen in the day so far today that many magical overs. I think probably we've seen 1, at the most 2. So to get 2 on the spin here, very, very unlikely. And also you're going to get good bowlers coming back to have a bowler. Ejaz Hussain has still got 1 more over. I think for me, what might be more the question is, will they get to the 72 that they need to pick up a point, because they haven't even got there yet. So there's still a fair bit of work to be done here. And when you consider both batters are pretty reluctant to run the singles, that could be their issue.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that that score has not been picked up yet, and we've still got 2 overs to go, and there's a few wickets down, 6 wickets down as well. Just something to consider there. We continue now. Shouts to catch it, sit up in the air. It's teasing Lakshan just here in front of us. And it's just going to be the 1 run. So Ahmed not able to get things away. And Jussie, well, there's a lot on his shoulders now if they want to pick up the win here, but I kind of feel this is going to be a bridge too far. He would have to cane this one to or over the boundary. Well, he goes high in the air. Shouts to catch it. Who wants this one? Keeper. Well, keeper gets under it, catches it, takes it, doesn't get interfered with by someone else. He's putting his hand to his hamstring there. I hope he hasn't stretched something that shouldn't be stretched too much. Watch this one again, straight up in the air. The silver runs, just out of shot there, and there we go. Takes it, and then just there, just a little bit proppy.
Yeah, and he's had a big day, hasn't he?
He has.
Behind the stumps and also with the bat, Aranga de Silva, 2 half centuries to his name. That man there, well, he was the player of the match in the earlier match. He won't be in this one. He's been underused, though, for me. I think he came on the bowl just that 1 over, and it was the last over that he bowled as well in the innings, which I think went in the end for 8, so they didn't use him much of the ball.
Yeah.
We thought maybe he's injured. He's coming in here at number 8 as well. So I think they've got a good player that they've got to use more off the Royal Eagles. So are they going to get a point here? And I tell you what, they could really struggle. That's another very good delivery here from Vinay Yagamurthy. He has just been on the money. It's another dot ball. Ricky Gill is trying to get something going here with Waqas Ahmed, who is just struggling to get on strike here, Ahmed.
He really is. I've got to say, I think Bliss Warriors are really showing their quality here in this game. They've really stepped up against this opposition.
They've been good in the ball. Admittingly, there have been a couple of times where they haven't taken the catches, but they've been tidy.
Yeah.
All their bowlers have bowled a really good line. I mean, just imagine here, they haven't even used Ishfahan Dookie this time. They're just missing that one batter, that one little partnership to help Aranga. And if they can get that going, then anything can change. Just play it away. Now, you've got to be looking to here. You want to try and get to 72. And they will get the 2. So 72 now become, well, they actually may even get 3. In comes the throw. And they will get 3. So
go for 4.
It's a little sloppy from Bliss.
Yeah, there was.
They allow the Eagles to pick up 3 runs there on their quest to at least steal a point away from their opponents.
Yeah, I guess you could sort of allow that, I guess, at the moment, because Bliss Warriors are playing their 3rd game today under conditions where we've said it's getting a bit cooler here with the cloud cover that's now across the ground, but there's no wind, there's no relief from a little breeze. But still, that was a little bit sloppy then. Swing and a miss. Great way to finish that over, and a great bowling spell there too. So, Vinayagar Murthy, I'm going to try that one more time. Vinayagar Murthy, he gets 1 for 15 from his 2 overs. Well bowled to you. That was a great over you bowled there, that 67 for 7 after 9. Ahmed on 10. You feel like he's been there for a while, but just hasn't had an impact. And Ricky Gill, who's only just recently joined him. And the Eagles, well, they need 6 sixes off the next over. I'm not sure it's going to happen. That score is 72. It's still 5 runs away. There's every chance Bliss Warriors are going to pick up all 4 points here, and wouldn't that be massive for them if they could do that?
Yeah, it'd be a good comeback. Remember, they lost out first time round against these guys. So, well, that's 5 balls to come. And still looking to get to 72. So need another 5. I mean, it's a run of ball, which just amazes me. It's not good cricket sense here. You're needing a run of ball to get a point, and they're trying to just smash a big boundary. I mean, you could do, but it's a risky ball going to play. It won't be a boundary, should be fielded. It's really well attacked. And there's that throw again from the very impressive fielder out there. He's been so good, Kalahara.
Yep. I've enjoyed watching him field out there. We gave him a shout out a couple of overs ago. No reason we shan't give him another one. That was a really good bit of work there. Attacked the ball, as you say, Rico. Got the ball back to the keeper. No chance of anything else there. Hussein looking to close things out here and to seal a big win for Bliss Warriors.
Okay, big moment this. Got to take the catch. They're fighting over it. And in the end, nobody gets it. Now they're coming back for 2. Oh, that's really sloppy. Bliss will get the victory here, but a few times they've really let themselves down in the field. All right, the catch hasn't been taken, but then you got to get the ball in straight away. Look, they're just standing there, watching the ball, looking at each other, and in the end, well, somebody has to come in the middle, pick it up, and get the ball in. Meanwhile, the Baz have taken 2.
Incredible.
Oh, well.
Okay.
What are we seeing here? I mean, this is just, it's not very clever cricket. Waqas Ahmed needs 2 runs for his team to get a point, and then he tries to do the scoop shot rather than just play the ball straight.
He could hit it anywhere, even just a single. Even just a single. There's 2 balls left. He had 3 balls left in that previous one, and he goes to play something fancy, not the right time.
Oh, my goodness me.
Wow, that was
what
interesting.
Are they doing here? Now, they're running. They should be running. Oh, it's kamikaze
There's got to be a run
cricket.
out here. That's crazy.
It's kamikaze cricket. It's, I
What's
must
this?
admit, the last 3 deliveries, really. First, the catch that wasn't taken, and then they ran 2. Then he tries to do the scoop shot. And then here, he doesn't play a shot. They should have ran straight away. They don't. And now it comes down to they're on 70. They need 2 runs here off the last ball to try and get a point.
You know what it is? It's that both teams are trying to be polite to each other and say, no, you take the bonus point. No, you take the bonus point. Nobody wants the bonus point. I'll take it. How about that? I'll come out there and I'll take it. Nobody wants to take it. Swing and a miss. Oh, there's a bit of something on that one. There is indeed. Finger goes up. That is just poor shot selection. Strange batting here at the death. You only needed a handful of runs off a few deliveries to get secured just that 1 bonus point. And we've seen time after time after time how important bonus points are in these series.
Tell you what, if the Royal Eagles had a coach and a management team, they would be absolutely livid with that performance.
Yep.
I mean, it's bad enough the way that they went down. I mean, they just never got going with the bat. But when you're needing 5 runs of the last over to at least get a point, you've got to get the point. And the way they went about things there was shocking. And when you think about it, even without having to try too hard, the point should have been taken there. Even when they were given 3, they were given 3 runs when there should have been just 1.
Yeah.
It was almost like the Bliss Warriors were saying, go on, have the 3. But you're absolutely right. It's like then their opponents, the Royal Eagles, saying, actually, no. You take the 4.
You take it. Why don't you take it?
Oh, that's poor cricket.
No.
It's a poor end to that game, actually. Yeah. We've had some good matches in the day, but that match number 4, well, that's got to go down. It's a real sort of unquality game, especially from the Royal Eagles. And the Eagles, well, they've been shot out of the sky. So we did see some nice shots there from Chima, but he would do what we've seen him do. He gets into the 20s. Then he finds a way to get out.
Yeah, he does. He was looking pretty sharp, and even also his counterpart Sahel, who took a while to get going, but then he had those 3 deliveries in a row where he went 4, 6, 4, and then he got himself out. Chima, this is Chima getting undone here with a swinging for the hills and an ice cream cone catch taken there. This is one of Sahel's boundaries here. Then he follows it up with another one immediately. This crunch down the ground for a big Maximo. And then he backed that one up with another boundary. This time goes off to his deep mid-wicket. That was a great shot. So it was 4, 6 and 6. And then this hits it straight down the throat of the man at 45. And he cannot believe his luck.
Yeah, well, that was the one that went for about 18, didn't it? And you thought they got things started. They were 37 for 3, weren't they, at the end of the 5th over? They were nowhere. And then all of a sudden, Sahel got them back into it. And then, then they were just giving their wickets away here.
Yep.
And really, nobody out there went out to bat thinking, you know what, the scores or the target is 103. We don't have to go crazy. And this is the end. It's just so, I mean, I can't explain to you how poor this cricket is. It's just terrible cricket. It really is. And then right at the end, well done to ECS Hussain. He continues to impress with the ball, picking up a wicket there right at the end. A little snake caught behind there by Oranga. And Bliss, well done to them. They've got and registered their second win in the day. But not only is it a win, they take all the points away from the very disappointing Royal Eagles.
Yeah, they were disappointing. They really were, especially at the end there. They didn't know how to close the game out. They didn't know how to finish. They were maybe caught unawares of the bonus point equation. Maybe their dugout didn't get the message, but they should be thinking about these things. They're not new to the European Cricket Series. They're not new to cricket. They understand how it works. So I'm mystified. I can't explain that. Have a look at the batting card there. Sahel there, the 26 from 10, that featured obviously those last 3 balls he faced, not just the one he went out, but the 3 balls prior to that was 2 sixes and a 4. So that really got his score up and running, got him off pretty much nothing. And a 22 there for Chima as well. The 2 shining lights in what was otherwise a bit of a disappointing card there. And a couple of ducks, 1, 2, 3, 4 ducks in fact. Not just a couple, it was 4 ducks there. Not good enough.
Got to focus also. I mean, well done to Bliss Warriors. They get the win after just putting 102 on the board. But the extras, only the 3 extras.
Yeah.
And that's the 3 wides. So much better from them. Remember in the last match, you could turn around and say that one of the reasons why they don't win that match was because of the extras. So they come back really well. They didn't use Dookie there with the ball, but the bowlers, every one of those bowlers has been absolutely fantastic. But just look at ECS and saying, once again, that economy rate, 2.5. Such a good quality bowler. Not that the others were bad either. And then, of course, Maruhusha Lakshan picks up those 3 wickets.
3 for 8. What a good return for him as well. So between those 2 bowlers, I got to say, hand it to the Bliss Warriors there with a great bowling display. The fielding display, probably a little bit of work needs to be done there. And Oranga de Silva with a 57 not out as well. So there's a bit there for Bliss Warriors to celebrate, but the Eagles, I felt that they were just a couple of prawns short of a barbecue there. Just not really sure about what had to happen. Just seemed a little bit deer in headlights moment. I'm going to run out of analogies at this stage. So instead, we'll wrap it up and say that's match number 4 done. The Bliss Warriors get the win over the Royal Eagles by 32 runs in the end. That's the biggest margin we've had today. And that is a big win for Bliss Warriors. They got all 4 points, by the way, as well. Stick around. Match number 5 is going to be starting in, probably about maybe 12 minutes time, maybe 11 minutes time. We're going to take a very, very short break and be back with the final match of the day. Stick around. Match 5 coming your way very shortly. It's going to be the Bucharest Gladiators taking on Bliss Warriors again. Bliss Warriors playing their 4th game for the day. Spare a thought for them, but after that win, it looks like they're actually on a very, very good incline in terms of their performance. Coming your way very shortly in, there it is, there's the clock, 11 minutes exactly. So Phil G for the European Cricket Network on behalf of Rico Full and the rest of the crew here. Thank you for watching match number 4. Stick around, match 5 starts in less than 11 minutes. We'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. This sunshine is bliss. Talking about bliss, the Bliss Warriors are playing their fourth match in the day and they're up against the Gladiators. The Gladiators are searching for their first win. They came close, very close in their first match, but a number of things that I'll talk about a bit later let them down. First though, let's go straight over to the coin toss.
Gladiators to call. Heads is called and it's come down tails. What would you like to do? Batting first?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All the best. Bliss Warriors have won the toss. They're batting.
So Mahmood, who's standing in there for Dookie, has won the toss and decided that his team, the Bliss Warriors, they're going to have a bat. I like that move. Why not? It's a lovely sunny afternoon. Why not finish with a high? That's certainly something that they're looking to do. Aranga de Silva has been sensational. 250s in the day already. Can he make it 3? But can somebody like Ijaz Hussain find his form? He really hasn't gone with the bat today at all. He's somebody who scored over 800 runs on the network, so he's due a big score. Maybe it's going to happen in this match number 5. Lakshan has also been good for the Bliss side. Maybe he's going to put a good partnership in together. It's all about partnerships. Can somebody stay there with Aranga and help them to get a good partnership? I tell you who did put a good partnership in together in their first match against Phoenix, and that was the Gladiators. They had a terrible start in their power play when they were 14 for 2, but then Atif Naqvi and then Sasana came together, the captain, with a partnership worth 98 and helped them to get to a very good score in the 120s. Thing was though, they weren't able to defend it for a number of reasons. I think one was they bowled too many extras. They were trying to bowl too fast rather than on this pitch just stick to the right line and the right length, and also drop too many catches. Let's face it, if you don't take those catches, if you don't take those important chances, you're not going to win matches. And then to make it even worse, they gave away 5 penalty runs with a slow over rate. All of those things came back and meant that they would lose their first match. But they want to finish with a high. Can they get their first win? I believe that they can if they play well as a team and get those all-important partnerships together. It's been a wonderful day here in Romania. We've had to wait long and hard for the start of this tournament, this European Cricket Series, at this wonderful Moara Vasia cricket ground. I hope you've enjoyed the action so far. I hope you stick around for the end of this match. And why not come back to us with some random questions? We always like to talk a little bit about things in Romania. Maybe it's food chat, maybe it's some of the sites to go and see, or just something random. So if you are watching and you've never done so before, come on. Get on the keyboard, send us a question, talk to us, let us know who you are and where you're tuning in from. Say hi to us and we'll say hi to you. Let's say hi to Phil. Phil, over to you for the start of this match number 5.
Indeed. Hi there, Rico. Lovely to thank you very much for that introduction. And yes, hi, and hi to everyone in the chat. As Rico says, drop us a message, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you've got any random questions, this is the final match of day number 1. Make sure you get them into the chat and we'll try and address them as they drop in. Whatever's on your mind, whatever subject you want to talk about. Obviously, you know, let's keep it in mind that this is a public forum. Obviously interested to know what you're thinking about. Any questions about Romania, food chat, travel chat, whatever's on your mind. But in the meantime, we've got a big match coming your way. Bliss Warriors, 4th match for them, taking on Bucharest Gladiators. As Rico said in his introduction, it's a big game for both these teams. Bliss Warriors looking to finish a good day for them, having just come off a win and getting all 4 points. And Bucharest Gladiators looking to get a score on the board to make sure that they stay in touch with the teams. Remember, after the group stages, top 2 teams will play off in a final on Wednesday evening next week, and that's going to be day number 4. So here it is, match 5. Supercomputer likes the Bucharest Gladiators. The tune is 66%. That's quite a margin when you think about the Bliss Warriors have just come off a 4-point win. You know, being given a 30-odd% chance for a win here. Well, computer knows more than me. It's already proven that a couple of times today, so I'll keep stum on that topic. And we'll see at the end of the day whether supercomputer knows what they're on about. I never challenge the computer. AI scares me, and I don't want to go anywhere near that particular that conversation. Not just yet, anyway. So, Bliss Warriors, they win the toss. They're out there having a bat first, putting a score on the board and throwing down the gauntlet, saying to the Gladiators, your turn. You come out and try to chase what we put on the board. And that's how this match number 5 is going to pan out here. There's grasshoppers chirping in the background. There's a big gap of blue sky way to our right. That's in the northeast of where we're looking from our commentary position. We're looking towards the north, but over to the western side of Grant. It's looking a little bit dark and murky. I think that's heading more towards Bucharest than coming towards us. So I think we're quite okay here. The forecast had already said pretty much there was not going to be any precipitation in this part of Bucharest, and well, I guess you can say we're still sort of inside city limits almost, not that too far away. So we're almost set to go. Just a bit of a false start there from Barber as he just stutters through with the big 999 on his back. Batter's just getting a bit of attention to his glove from the umpire. I thought they were shaking hands for a moment, but no, the umpire was just checking out something in his glove. Maybe he's got a splinter or something. Anyway, it's Hussein is facing the first ball. Aranga de Silva at the non-striker's end. Let's see if he's got the correct bat this time. We'll find out in a few minutes when he faces. First ball coming up. Oh, turns around Ejaz. He didn't know too much about that first delivery. Almost made to look a little bit silly there. That could have easily ended up in trouble already. That's a good first up delivery from Ababa. So Talha Barber, I don't think we've seen him today. He's one of the ins for the Gladiators. Was unavailable for the previous match, but he's available for this one. And have a look there at the percentage chance for wins. Bucharest Gladiators, 65% chance of picking up a win here. Bliss Warriors, their 4th game. Maybe fatigue might set in. Never know. We'll see what happens. They've looked pretty good in that previous game. They looked pretty sharp, and they were bowling pretty well. And their players standing up in that 3rd game they'd had. That's hit straight. Shout to catch it. No one's catching that. That's going to run away across the ground. This ground has picked up the pace throughout the day. We started with a bit of dew on the ground and also a very soft underfoot. And we saw catches going down. But now the ground is playing beautifully. There's good value for shots along the ground. And it's finding the boundary line is that Grizzly. So things have turned around a bit here today. And we expect obviously warm conditions over the next 3 days as well. And good conditions. Now there was a sound of something there. Maybe he just might have clipped the leg pad on the way through. I think, I think the umpire was indicating to his counterpart he felt that clipped something, and I would concur with that. Looks like it's just hit low down. Yeah, well, the batter also indicates to the umpire that it's definitely hit the leg. That's very good of the batter to do that. I think the umpire can make that decision up, though. He would have done that whether he edged it or not, clearly. Hussein, he's on 4. Score is 4 without loss. That's hit just over the top of the fielder, who was just in 2 minds whether that ball was going to elevate above him. He was no chance to catch that. Even if he had turned around and ran back immediately, there was enough on that to get well over him. And safe shot over the infield. 1, 2, 3 bounces and across the boundary line for 4 runs. So a couple of boundaries in this over already. 8 on the board for the no loss of wicket. As that helicopter comes flying past, checking us out and saying, what's going on down there? This is the European Cricket Network, and you're more than welcome to join us. Wide delivery there. He's having a good close look at us there, up in an elevated viewpoint. Unless that's the new drone from the production crew, which I hope it isn't, because I thought the drone's supposed to be nice and quiet and inconspicuous. He's heading off now, out of sight. 9 on the board. 2 balls to come in this first over. It's just been played out towards deep mid-wicket. Going to be just the 1 run straight to the player. Goes out there pretty quickly there, so no chance of anything extra there. So 1 more to come in the first over. A couple of boundaries and a couple of singles off it. And De Silva gets to face his first ball. Let's see how much he enjoys this cricket bat. Hopefully it'll be the right one. And Barber, he's gone for 10. See if he can make things a little bit awkward for Eranga. Comes the ball. Last ball of the first over. And we're going to try that just one more time. Just push that way too wide across the right-hander. Decides to let that one go. Doesn't chase it. He chased one in the previous game, and I think he was quite mystified as to why he'd done that. He sort of flayed at it and took his hand off the bat, and unfortunately for him, he got an edge on it, and it went for what was a dot. And so he coughed up a wide there. Well, it should have been a wide. Good finish to that first over there. 11 off the first over for the loss of no wickets there. So Bliss Warriors have got 11 on the board. Cautious start. A couple of boundaries, though, from the bat of Ijaz Hussain. And De Silva yet to get off his Derek. Let's have a look there at the European Cricket Series. Kicking off tomorrow in Hornchurch. 10 days of ECS action, ECS men and women. So the men starts tomorrow, and the Mighty Tigers take on the Sharks Cricket Academy in match number 1. Match number 2, Mark Hall London against the Sharks Cricket Academy, the lunchtime game. Mighty Tigers against Mark Hall London. Then they come back against Hornchurch. And the last match of that series tomorrow for that day number 1, Hornchurch against Mark Hall London. So, tune in for that, but don't forget to tune in to myself and Rico Full here for day 2 of Romania. And speak of the devil, you say his name and he shall appear. Rico joins me back in the Cromwell Igloo for this match number 5. A cautious start for Bliss Warriors.
Yeah, cautious start. I think they're looking to do what they did in the last match. Partnership's going, stick around, give some support to the batter that gets in, and try to get to 100 and something score, because we've seen that they've got a pretty good bowling attack. They can sharpen up in the field. That does let them down a little bit, and in close matches, that could be their downfall. But I like what they've done here today. It's been a big day for them, and well done to them and their players for playing this, their 4th match in the day. This is Subani, who's hoping to get a breakthrough. And, well, this is going to be one bounce and slows down. Just going to be a single, I think, on another day, maybe later on. I reckon by even tomorrow, I think those ones are going to bounce and keep going and get over the boundary.
Yeah, I reckon they might too. It just landed, and yeah, the soft field around the ground just made it just plug almost, and that was the end of that. Hello to Chris Caddy watching us from Bedfordshire in England. Thank you for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. It sounds like you've just found us today, so welcome. Always good to have a newbie in the chat to say hello.
Yeah, it's always good. Yes, welcome to you. And, yeah, we do like to say that, a lot of people we know that do watch us and don't really get involved in chat. So you're part of our family, but you're not. And one way to become a really good part of our family, a core member of our family, is to get involved in the chat. Just send us a message. Yeah. To let us know who you are, where you're tuning in from, and also let the rest of our family know, and everybody would love to have a chat with you. So good on you there, Chris Caddy.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. What was that?
That is probably the best shot of the day so far. Well, let's put that up there as the one expect shot of the day, because he couldn't play it again if he tried, I don't think. I mean, it's just a little fine edge into the vacant third-man boundary. There he goes. It's going to be 4 runs. Thank you very much. Well, you pay for every part of the bat is what I say. So why don't you use it? And that's what Ijaz was saying. Well, he's starting to score runs. This is what they need from him. And if he can get going with Eranga, then they definitely will start to put some good runs on the board.
Oh, close.
It's a caught and bowled opportunity here for Subani. He's a tall man, Phil. He does very well to get down to this. Have a look how low he has to go here. I mean, he gets down to it. It's one of those, they either stick or they don't. Remember, Ijaz Hussain took one earlier today, a great caught and bowled one. I don't know why he's shaking his hand. Maybe he's shaking his hand from the one he caught earlier.
I think you might be onto something there, yeah. He did have to go down a long way to try to get that one, but a good effort nonetheless.
And, well, it's going to go for 4 again. I think this is sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and say, having a fielder in there in a catching position can work a treat sometimes. More often than not, as Sammy finds out there, it goes over you. It goes to the boundary. It's the second one that goes to the boundary in that area. He just managed to trickle one over there earlier. And now Eranga has hit this one over the top. And now Sammy does get posted on that boundary. So they've had to bring in somebody from somewhere. And I think it's the long on that comes up to the circle. That's not a good delivery. It's too short. And it's a beautiful hook shot there played by Oranga. I said earlier in the day that that was where his weakness was, on the shorter delivery. And you can see that having time out there in the middle has meant that even the short ball now gets put away for 4 runs. Lovely hit.
Yeah, it was a good hit, wasn't it? So finally he found the middle of the bat, which was good. I mean, that's what my father used to say to me if I get a few edges. Says there's the middle of the bat, you can use it if you want. And it's a very good tip, albeit maybe a little bit sarcastic. But he has connected beautifully with that hook shot. Good call there, Rico. And that is a nice shot off the short delivery. Hey, shout out to Paul Kemper, who's joined us in the chat, saying hello to you and me, Rico. Thank you for joining us again, Paul. Good to see you as always. You've probably been enjoying the Medina Cup the last couple of days. And thanks for dropping by to watch the last game here in Romania. This day number 1.
John Heasham saying, yeah, we will be in Wimbledon soon. That's right, in Rains Park. And
yep.
Last time we were there, I had to do it, Phil. Had to do it. I had to bring the strawberries and cream and a little bit of Pims that we did have. And I'll be looking forward to doing that again.
I've never had Pims.
No?
I lived in England for a while.
Day. Yeah.
Just never had a chance to have it. What's it taste like? How could you
can
describe
mix it. Pims and lemonade.
Oh, okay.
They mix it, Pims and lemonade. Yep. But yeah, Pims, very refreshing. And it definitely is a nice summer drink. It really is a nice summer drink.
I'm sure I can get it in Prague. Oof. Uppishly, but in the gap. Actually, in the end, you could say it was pretty well placed. Yeah, just not any effort into that one, though. So score is now 28 for no loss. Rashid looking for a breakthrough here, trying to disturb one of these two opening bats who's looking like they're getting a bit settled now. The power play, this is pretty good power play for Bliss Warriors. We've seen scores of, we've seen low scores around about 14, we've seen scores around about 25 and scores of about 31. So it's been that sort of range. And they scamper through for another one. So this score's looking like it's going to push into the 30s for the power play. It's a good result.
I'm liking the win predictor here.
Yeah.
It's very much in the Goldilocks zone, isn't it? 51-49% here.
That's
changed. Could go either way. Yeah, it's changed a fair bit, hasn't it? 52-48 here. Still the Gladiators slightly favourites here. So Rashid, if he can get a wicket or two, that will put it even more in their favour. And he's not going to get a wicket with that. Well, watch out in the is that the VIP tent over there? Maybe it is.
I think it must be.
Gets blasted away. It's a good hit, clean contact, hits it on the up and hits it with some power. He just was saying, starting to find his rhythm.
We'll have to find a good name for that tent because it must be the VIP room, like the green room or something like that. I wonder if they get any sort of service over there, because if they do, we should cut them off. Yeah. They can deliver to us instead.
And now he goes over the leg side. That's going to be 6 more, so back-to-back. Manos arriba, Pietro. 6 carreras más as Zijas. This time he just leans into this one. And a nice, clean, crisp hit. 6 more.
That's some pretty good hitting, isn't it? That's very nice indeed. A couple of overs ago, he wasn't even using his feet, but now he's using everything he's got in the toolbox. Scores race up to 41, and got 1 more to come in the power play. This is a pretty good result here for Bliss Warriors to finish the power play in the 40s.
We've sent the rain to Ahmedabad.
Oh, have we?
The IPL.
Ah,
that's what we've done. And maybe they've sent some of their sunshine our way. And, well, the wicketkeeper liked it. He wants some support from his other teammates. He said, why you don't look, he's still going on at them. Say, you got to give me some support. So Hell takes the catch, but he doesn't get any support from anybody else. That's the end of the power play. It's a good power play because Bliss Warriors, they've been struggling to get out of the 30s, you know. There's been 20-something, and here they are, 41, and they haven't lost a wicket.
That's true. Look at that, pretty consistent there. 11, 16 to 14 off the overs. But yeah, as you say, Rico, importantly, no wickets fallen. That's pretty good from Bliss Warriors. And that is ominous for Bucharest Gladiators, who need a breakthrough here and need to put the brakes on. They could be chasing a score which is well above par if they're not careful when they get their chance later on in this match. So remember, this is the last match of the day, being presented to you by myself, Phil G and Rico Full. We'll be back here tomorrow, though, for 5 more games in the continuation of this ECS Romania 2025 edition, albeit a shortened version, but a version of it nonetheless, and we're very proud to bring that to you over the next few days, culminating in a final on Wednesday evening.
Why is it that I'm hearing sounds I'm used to hearing in darkness? the crickets chirping away. I
Yeah.
mean, we shouldn't be hearing them now, should we? Are they trying to tell us something? Oh, well, that one doesn't really come up. It's banged into the ground from Kaim Khan. Remember, he had he had a mixed match last time. His first over, I think he was trying to bowl too fast and bang the ball in, and he didn't get too much joy. And in the second over in that match, he was much better. He just let the rhythm do the work. I think if he gets his rhythm right, I think he's going to cause some trouble for the batters. He does have some pace, does Khan.
He does. I'm very impressed with his bowling, actually, the pace and the line and length. It's been really good competitor. He's pretty tall, lad, as well, so he releases from quite high.
That's what I'm talking about.
Great, isn't
That's
it?
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When he gets the rhythm and it's all flow. So if you watch this here, it's a nice, good run up. He gets a good high arm action, good follow through, and just watch this ball and watch it come up here. That's an uncomfortable length and an uncomfortable height for the batter. And that's when it starts getting the batters to think outside the box. And Hussein is now thinking, right, if that comes again to me, how do I play it? Do I charge down the pitch? Do a rock back and try and late cut it? Oh, well, that's a wide. And he just wants to get a little bit carried away here.
Yeah.
Does Kaim Khan? No need for that, really.
Not at all. Have a look how wide this goes. Look at this. Almost goes out of shot. Just goes, yeah, it does in fact go out of shot. It's continuing to rise after it goes past the batter. And that was, just a bit too much of the old enthusiasm soup there.
I think also he does see Hussein coming down the track, so he thinks, you know what, I'm going to bang it in. But sometimes I think just stick to your plan and go full and straight.
Yep.
Good delivery. Does roll the fingers around that one. Slower ball. And it gets a single.
Yeah, sometimes the original plan a bowler has in his mind is the best one to stick to. And I know the batters do like to move around. And obviously the offshoot of that is they disrupt the bowler. And the bowler starts to doubt themselves. And they think, oh, he's charging me. I'm going to put it in short. Or he's making room by going to the leg side. I'm going to follow him. And if they deviate from their plan, more often than not, I find they come undone. So I think it's a good tip to say to bowlers, look, doesn't matter what the batsman does. You do what you want to do.
Well, you know what? You might get lucky here. Well, he ain't, because the fielder mucks this up completely. That's not good fielding.
Not at
but
all.
He bangs this in short, and he's lucky the pitch doesn't respond. I mean, let's have a look at this. Let's see what the umpires feel about this. Was it going to be over the shoulder? Because don't forget, he banged one in that was called a wide, but it went well over the head. So anything above the shoulder would be called a no ball. So I think he gets lucky in a way, but unlucky that it goes for 4.
I think he's got away with that.
Yeah, he does. I mean, maybe Kaim Khan doesn't realise he can't bowl 2 bouncers. Oh, that's hit beautifully. Timed well, but it will go to the fielder. No mistakes, though, from the man who's got the emergency services number on his back. It's Spencer Arnold, 999. Are the numbers back there? And, of course, well, we're going to Hornchurch tomorrow. There in the UK. That is the emergency services number.
It's true, it is. Absolutely. It's just wonder if he does work for emergency. I'll just ask him if he does. That'll be irony at its best.
Oops, that's going to be the 50 up now, with the ball still to go in this, the 4th over. So a little bit of everything here from Kaim Khan. Some good deliveries, some wayward ones, and a couple of extras given away unnecessarily as well.
Yeah, 50 up, as you say, inside the 4th over. This has been a really good start. No wicket yet either. Brookhurst Gladiators wonder where it's going to come from. And still no wicket.
Yeah, he's just losing his shape here a little bit. And it gives me time to mention some of the days being celebrated around the globe today. Children's Day is something that's been celebrated in a number of countries around the globe, including here in Romania. Big holiday here in Romania when a lot of the kids go to the park, to the fun fair. And, well, they get the candy floss and the ice creams. Also, Global Day for Parents. It's when all parents pat themselves on the back for doing a good job. And plays and misses this one. So this over will eventually come to an end with the score 51 without loss. We also celebrated the World Milk Day. And we talked a little bit earlier about what your favourite milk drinks or food is that's based around milk. And we can carry on that conversation. Of course, now it is around the questions time. World Reef Day. Also, it's about the awareness of the damage that's being caused to the reefs, which also then affects our ecosystems. So, and people coming up with ideas of how to protect those ecosystems and our reefs from deteriorating. And I also mentioned, I don't think you were with me at the time, that also today, in 2002, the Czech Republic became the first country to enact a law to address light pollution.
Ah, okay. Yep. 2002.
2002.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was in 2002. I knew there was a law about the light pollution. I actually ran into that law last year. Prague Cricket Club. Prague Cricket Club wanted to put on a twilight tournament, and it meant they were going to erect portable light towers around the ground in Vinoj in Prague, where we play the ECS. And we had to speak to the local council about permission to do that. And they told us about that law, and they said, you know, we're going to take a look at this, but there's too many residential buildings close to your ground, and unless you can keep it covered and prevent the light from being seen from the residential areas, we can't allow you to have that.
Yeah.
And I believe that's what the law is.
That is the law, yeah.
You need to make sure that you do your best to stop the light from polluting the residential areas around.
Yeah, the way they say is that it's basically that all outdoor fixtures were required to have a shield that prevented light from extending above the horizontal, which is what you're talking about. So it's not going into people's houses.
That's exactly what it is. Yep.
Well, that's been crunched, and that's good fielding. Really good fielding.
It was, wasn't it?
I've got this listed down as, yeah, 12 bowled the bat. He's got all the nines on his back. That one gets played away. So this is Babar doing the bowling here.
It did go very fast to Rashid there, who whipped it back as fast as it came to him. And a good cricket all round from Bucharest Gladiators. Still searching for that elusive first victory. Sorry, first wicket here, which may help them get a victory. That's not, though. That's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, there was catch it shouted. I mean, if the wicketkeeper sprung off his feet, I think maybe there's a chance. If we look at it from the other angle again, you see it's not that far away, but I have to say, I don't think that Mohammed Abu Bakr is got that much spring in his feet, so he's not able to get there. So that's going to be 4 more runs to Arunga.
Yep. So 57 for no loss. Still 2 balls to come in this over. Let's see how this plays out.
It's solidly played, just pushed down the ground, and a single there gets taken. So Babar working hard. They've slowed things down a bit here, getting to the halfway point. I mean, on course for that 116. I mean, they'll take that. Will Bliss Warriors, because they haven't been able to score too freely in the day. Oh, that's a great shot. Is he going to split the field? Once again, that first bounce slows it down. Excellent fielding on the fielder that comes in from the right. That's Mohammed Rashid. A little bit of rock and roll fielding as we come to the halfway point. 58 without loss. Good little partnership here. And, well, talking about partnerships, it's a partnership between myself, Rickert Full, and Phil G in the house. We welcome you into our commentary box, the Igloo. But we've got all the sides off of the Igloo to allow some air to come in here. You can hear all sorts of wildlife here from the crickets, the birds. Just heard the old cuckoo there a minute ago as well.
Yep.
Very muggy, very sticky at the moment. You feel that there could be some rain around, but fortunately, hopefully, it won't mess up our day. We'd have a great day. I hope you've enjoyed it. I know we've enjoyed it.
I've had a great Sunday, and hope you all had a great Sunday as well watching the cricket here. Maybe you tuned in for the Medina Cup final earlier, but thank you for joining us here. It's been wonderful to have your company. It's been wonderful to have your company as well. I've been looking forward to calling today with you, this first day here in this ECS, and we're going to have a next good couple of days as well. 3 more days after this, and it's going to be fantastic. Just know it is. The cricket's been good, and it's going to get even better.
It is indeed. Well, will it get better here for Bliss, the Bliss Warriors, as they get ready to face up the next bowler, and just loses it there. It starts running in. This is Likshan Sangana. Now, he should know about the wicket because he's bowled on it. It hasn't changed. It hasn't gone any worse. In fact, it should have got better, but he just doesn't feel right there. And he'll have to go back to his mark. Will Sasunga getting ready to bowl this over number 6. And all right, chipped up in the air, catching chance. And brilliantly taken. Brilliantly taken. Now, I would like to know from anybody, there's a little bit of string that's coming off that rope. What would have happened if he stepped on that string? Is that part of the rope? Maybe it is, but I don't think he steps on it. Look at this. It's a little bit of the old balle feeling. Balle. There's the bit of string I was talking about. Just one more time. I think he does amazingly well. That is a brilliant catch. Fantastic catch. Whew. Really is. Well, let's put that in the highlights of the day. Well held indeed by Kaim Khan. And once again, though, how many times, you know what I'm going to say, Ranga, he just likes to push at it. He just needs to get that bat to come over the shoulder.
Follow through.
He's been out that way on 3 occasions today.
Absolutely, yeah, you're so right. Follow through, man. Follow through on your shot, and you will collect a big 6 if you can do that. As it is, he gets caught out on the boundary line.
Yeah.
That's disappointing for him.
It is disappointing, but, well, not disappointing, of course, for the bowler. Well done to Likshan Sasanga. Being hit. Oh, well, how about this for a bit of fielding? Well, I tell you what, he's the man with all the 3s. Well, I tell you what, Zafran Imtaz, if you keep fielding like that, then we're going to have to call the man with all the 9s on his back because this is a 9-9-9 type of fielding. You don't want to be doing that, buddy. You'll break your foot.
Oh, I was cringing. Rico, I was dead set cringing. I had to look away. It was not good at all.
Not good. That could have been nasty. Well bowled.
Use your hands, man. Well done. Oh, and he's hit the stumps as well, and he's got him.
Oh, well, you see the difference. Hey, Imans, I want you to show me the ball before when he does the foot fielding, and then that. That's the way to do it. He uses his hands. He picks it up, he throws it in, and Zafran Imtiaz has got a run out here. Oh, this is superb. It's not superb from Ijaz Hussain. That's not good. He's going to have to go back. Have a look at this. Pick up and throw. You know, I've never seen anyone sell a dummy better than that. Oh, well, I don't know what the running is about there. Got to be said. I mean, that terrible running from Hussain, a player of that ability. But Imans, when you can, the ball when he stopped it with his feet.
Oh.
Another one, full and straight. Well, I tell you what, I don't think we're going to have time to get any of these highlights in because Sasanga now gets another. That's the 3rd wicket in the over. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5 ball. It's another one that will go, and it's Jack the affected time as Sanjula Krishnan goes back on strike, and he's going to go for 1 of 2 deliveries.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. What an over this has been. Just when we said in the previous couple of overs that Bucharest Gladiators desperately searching for a breakthrough, trying to find that first wicket, and hey, have 3 in this over. Run out, bowled, brilliant, and a bit of foot fielding. It's all happening. It's great.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You know what the important thing about there to remember is? Remember before that first ball was bowled there?
Yeah.
He stopped. Didn't feel right. He stopped, Sasanga. Went back to his mark. And since then, it's made all the difference. Look at that. It's not a great shot, but it's a perfect delivery.
Yeah.
And just like that, the Bucharest Gladiators come flying back in this contest. When I was talking about it being that 116 type of score earlier, well, these wickets here could make all the difference. Another great delivery.
Yeah, they've dragged it back, haven't they? This has been such a good over. Spins the game on its head. Been a terrific over of bowling here. And from Sasanga. 2 for 2. 1 more to come. There's been a run out as well. So 3 wickets in this over alone. And just a couple of singles. Oh, he's almost picked up another one. You could hear the anguish from the bowler. Sort of like a half an oh yeah coming out of his mouth as he realises he's almost got the edge. And it was a nice take from the keeper as well. Could have been a 3rd. What a cracking over that is. Spun the game on its head. Really, really good stuff there.
Yeah, I want somebody, so this is what I want a social media crew to do.
Yeah.
I want to see the highlight of Zafran Imtiaz. Ball number 1 when he stopped it with his feet.
Yeah.
And then us saying, come on, that's not the way to do it. You're going to break your foot. We're going to have to call the emergency services. And the very next ball, he charges at it, attacks the ball, picks it up with his hands, direct it, run out. It doesn't get any better than that. I mean, that's just quite amazing.
It was perfect.
And superb. Absolutely superb.
Absolutely.
And, well, Darrett hit it out. Dave liked it. I know that Chris Smith liked it as well. And, well, not going to like this one. They're still got to get a few more wickets there. It's not the best of deliveries. And Delusha Lakshan Gets a boundary away here. I think this might even go all the way, does it? Let's see how far. Where's this bouncing? The boundary check just inside the rope, I think.
Just inside, yeah?
Yeah, just inside.
Yep. Good
All
vision
runs.
there from 2 circles. Thank you for that. Good vision. Johnny, he said something in the chat about, Phil, that's a question for you as you live there. I think Johnny's asking, Chris Caddy asked the question about, is club cricket popular in Romania? Then Johnny, he says, that's a question for me because I live there. Johnny, I live in Czech Republic. It's a little bit different to Romania. The locals will agree with that, no doubt.
Good delivery. Well played. I mean, look, we've seen cricket grow here an awful lot. I mean, I know that when we speak a lot to Vasu Saini, who's part of our crew here, of course, they're normally captains Kluge, and also we've seen him captaining the national team as well, and he's always telling us how this new team's come in. Remember, these two, or in this tournament, we've had Bliss Warriors and also Phoenix and new teams this time around. So a number of teams. We will be coming back here later in the year as well.
That's
and
right.
my feeling is that's when we'll have some other new teams featuring. So
that
that gives you an idea how cricket is growing here. And I know that the likes of Abdul is putting a lot of work in here, along with Andrew Begg for women's cricket and juniors cricket comes along pretty well. That's a nice shot. It's a no looky shot. It's going to go to the boundary as well. Cuatro Carreras has now the Lakshan starting to show his class here. As Delushat plays this away quite beautifully. Not the best of deliveries once again here from Sabani. He's bowled 2 short deliveries, both of which have been put away to the boundary. I think full and straight has to be the answer. But yeah, just going back to that, and not only junior cricket is on the up, because it's a bit unfortunate that United CC didn't play, because I know they've got the likes of Luca Petra that play in their side, a very good young talented player, and 1 or 2 others.
Yeah.
So cricket definitely, I think, is growing here in Romania. And, you know, why wouldn't it when you've got beautiful facilities like this?
Yeah, and the cricket across Europe is growing really quite well. It has to be said. And, you know, women's cricket, junior cricket, a lot of women's cricket, junior cricket development going on in Czech Republic, but not just Czech Republic, across all of Europe. And that's so important. That's something that these countries are really getting their teeth into now, and putting a lot of effort and a lot of funding into this development stage. And that's grassroots stuff, and that's what I like to see around the entire continent. It's so important. Let's have a look at day 2 tomorrow, what's going to happen there. So Bliss Warriors, they're going to play 3 on the spin tomorrow morning, and that's first match against Phoenix. Then they're going to play at Bucharest Gladiators, the repeat of the game you've got here in front of you. And the middle match, the lunchtime game, they'll take on the Royal Eagles, and that'll be Bliss Warriors. They can then get in their cars and go and have a well-earned rest, having played 7 games in the first day and a half. Phoenix, they're going to be back to play the Royal Eagles in match number 9, and the last match tomorrow night, Phoenix against the Bucharest Gladiators. So Phoenix have got 3 games tomorrow. Bliss Warriors got 3 games tomorrow. Bucharest Gladiators got 2, and that means the Eagles have got 2 as well.
Yeah, that's our half-5 matches tomorrow. And of course, we will have the 5 from Hornchurch as well. So big day of action tomorrow. It's hit up in the up, doesn't quite carry. And well, there he is again, Imtiaz gets a throw in. And have they got another one here? It's a good pickup for Imtiaz. Doesn't get it clean, but a good throw. Be interesting to see if the bat is in contact with the hand when he gets in. Here's the throw. So when do we see this side on? Let's see where's the bat here. I don't think he has the ball anyway, does he, the keeper?
Yeah, I think he was home, but the ball was spilled there, Yep. Sort of, it felt that he was home on the initial viewing, but yeah, you see the ball there just jumped out of the top and the gloves broke the stumps there.
Okay, catching opportunity maybe, and no. Well, doesn't really get himself in a good position. It was always going to be a difficult one, but again, I think if he put his mind to it 100%, maybe, you can see that one's climbing, but it's okay. That was certainly the one for the over, I think, from the bowler. Yeah, but was a chance, I feel.
Emergency services just putting out the one hand there in the hope.
Well, here he is again, 999, and once again, doesn't want to go for the catch. And you can see here that Kaim Khan, to my left, he is not happy. He throws down his cap in disgust, thinking, what are you guys doing? I think that's 2 opportunities there, and on both occasions, Talababa not taking it. And, oh no, now, talk to me about this. This is Nakvi who tries to stop this with his feet. That means he's going to run out somebody the next ball. But yeah, this isn't good. I mean, he gets lucky with this shot.
He really does.
Kalahara And Nuckby, nah, that's not good.
He really could have just cannoned that straight onto his stumps. He's gone so far across to the offside, Rico. I thought he was going to just cannon that straight into the stumps. And in the end, it goes for 4 with a little bit of foot fielding that was just a little bit, looks like it was done by someone who's a little bit tired and a bit weary. And that's a long way down to the ground.
I think we can certainly say that today, certainly with some of the fielding that we've seen players that haven't yet played out in the middle of that much. Here's another chance, but this time it will be held. And guess who? Well, he's making his own highlight reel now, Zafan Imtiaz. Well, I did say after that bit of foot fielding that another wicket will come, and it will be probably Naqvi getting a direct hit. But it's not Naqvi, it's Imtiaz who holds on to another. And, well, he's getting some fantasy points now. As another wicket goes, good time to get one as these two were just starting to threaten.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, that was, you shouted it out. You said, okay, well, a bit of foot fielding didn't go the way of Naqvi, but then the catch was taken, albeit from Imtiaz, who's backed up his good run-out effort from earlier. And you're right about that one too. I agree with you on your shout-out about getting our social media team around that one, because that is going to be something for the classics. It's a wide delivery to follow up here. Johnny here in the chat just shouting out an apology to me. He forgot that I was actually from Czech and not from Romania. But Johnny, it's all good. It's all good, my friend. Don't you worry about that. And we love your work, you naturalised Australian you.
I think he just automatically feels you were because you speak the lingo so well. Straight to the fielder. Here's the pick up and throw.
Oh, it's hit the stumps too.
This could be out. This could be out.
Oh, we go upstairs.
Oh, this is close, you know. I reckon he might have his man. It's a direct hit. 999. Who are you going to call in an emergency? 999 and...
Gone.
Gone. That's out for me.
I call it out.
That is out for me. I reckon the bat is on the line. We'll have to just slow this down.
Oh, boy.
I reckon. Well, we keep joking about the man with all the 9s on his bat. 999. Well, Babar is the man. It's hit the bails. That's up. That's out. The finger should be going up any moment now, I feel. Let's see what the umpires say. There it is. It's another wicket.
Wow.
And it is Tala Baba, the man, with 999 on his back. And he gets the wicket. Can I tell you what's so funny about this?
What's that?
That I reckon, who's out here? Is it Arnold who's out? Because if it's Arnold who's out, guess what his number is?
What is it? Tell me.
999.
It's not, is it?
It's
his
Arnold.
opposite number.
It is 999 gets out 999.
Never
Would
seen
you
that.
believe it? I told you the cricket here in Romania was going to be worth waiting for. And he goes for a 0. So this is a 999 emergency duck. That's what that is. The man with all the 9s on his back gets run out by Baba with all the 9s on his back as well. I tell you, we don't write this stuff. It just happens. Cricketainment at its best. That's what we're talking about. What a way to end the over.
999 runs out 999. That's got to be a first anywhere in the world right there. That is, what's that? That's sextuple 9. Any way you cut it, 999, 999. That's crazy. Absolute crazy stuff. But eventually Emergency Services manages to get the run out. He missed a couple of catching opportunities, unfortunately for him earlier on, but he's come through with a terrific run out chance there. Hit the stumps. And I should apologise for calling him Emergency Services. I just find it easier. It's that man Barber who is absolutely prowling the infield there. Oh,
good delivery with the man who's, well, he's got 99 on his back, not 999. Comes on to bowl, and it's Sasunga. He's got a very good Yorker, Sasunga.
Doesn't he? That was a ripper. Really good delivery that first up for the 9th. 80 for 5 is the score on the board. And I've got to say, the Bucharest Gladiators have clawed this game back.
Haven't they? They've
They
come
really
back
have.
so well.
Oh, I really enjoyed this good fight back. Good counterpunch after counterpunch to get them now 5 down. And maybe going to struggle to get triple digits.
Oh, that's gone. That's out. He's, I think he's padded this onto his own stumps.
Reckon he
Because
has.
it looks like, yeah, look at him. He's saying, yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone. That's Lakshan goes, and he's going to go for a golden duck. There's some more quack action out there. It's another Derek. Let's have a look at this. I think he steps all around this. Hey, I'm pretty sure it goes pad onto, it looked like he hit something first. Let's have a look. Yeah, pad onto stumps. He's a little bit unlucky, I suppose. But look, the bat just doesn't come down, and he just pads it back onto his own stumps. Another one bites the dust. Sasanga here now. He's taken 3 for 3. And you never know. He could wrap things up here, you know.
He really could, you know. That's a really good shout there, Rico. So, Madhusha Lakshan, he's gone. He doesn't bother the scorers one bit and goes off for a first baller. And back to the dugout, which seems very less than animated at the moment. Can understand why. Dilusha Lakshan, the other Lakshan, he's still out there. He's at non-striker's end, watching proceedings. Let's see what can happen here. 6 down now.
That's nicely played from the new batter. That's Mad Umal comes out and just guides this one away. And just going to be a single that gets taken. So he gets the hard-hitting Dilusha Lakshan on strike. Now he's on 14 of 8. He needs to, 9 balls to go in the innings and try to get a good finish here happening for his side. But he's got a good bowler that he's up against. Oh, it's a good Yorker.
Isn't that terrific?
And one-hand pickup this time from the fielder, Subani. Hey, it is random question times. I know we're coming to the end of this first innings. I'm going to leave this out there for people to think about during the break, and you can think about it as well.
Okay.
And it's a good one. So my question is, what did Rashid Patel do that saw him banned for 14 months? And he did this during the Duleep Trophy final in Jamshedpur in 1990-91. So what did he do? This is Rashid Patel in that 1990-91, the Duleep Trophy final in Jamshedpur that saw him banned for 14 months. I will reveal all a little bit later.
14-month ban?
Yeah.
Wow.
He got a 14-month ban for doing something. Slow delivery, well bowled. It's going to be a long chase here, but they should stop the boundary. A bit of team fielding and flicking it to, well, emergency services man, 999. That's a Babar who takes it and flicks it back. Over comes to an end, so 9 overs completed, 84 for 6.
Wow, that's interesting, isn't it? The score has really been dragged back here. We said it was a good counterpunch from the Bucharest Gladiators, and case in point, this second half of the match has really turned itself on its head here, and the bowling just gotten better and better and better. So just the 3 wickets there for Sasanga, 3 for 7 from his 2 overs. Couldn't ask for a better return of investment from that man there. Likshan Sasanga does very well. 1 wicket there as well. But yeah, Sasanga just tearing the place up with that first over of his, including a run out in there as well. So he's done well.
John Hisham's come up with something which, well, got me scratching my head now. He's saying that Google's just told him there's 227 cricket grounds in Romania.
That seems awfully high.
That seems an awful lot. I mean, I think there's a lot of countries in Europe that have struggled to have that many, and I'm talking about, you know, countries where cricket is high up on the agenda. So interesting one, that.
Well, in Czechia, we've got 3. So Romania is outdoing us by a long, long way.
Yeah. Catching chance. It's not easy. And I like the fact he's gone for it. Charges at it. They will get a couple. It's a good attempt from Mohammed Rashid. He's coming from the boundary. It's never going to be easy when you're throwing yourself forward. He's disappointed he hasn't taken it, but well done for trying.
Yeah. I'm just looking at Johnny here's comment there. I'm just rereading it. Google 227. Johnny, have you Googled how many crickets in Romania possibly? I'm not sure about that number. It just seems ridiculously high. Anyway, we'll find out. We'll have to Google it ourselves.
Yeah, it's rather high. Unless what Google's just done is thought, well, okay, there's 227 football pitches, and you could probably play cricket and football pitches. So we go with that. I mean, that's a possibility. But I think actual grounds dedicated for cricket, I don't think there is that many. Especially when you consider that the likes of Cluj and that come a long way, all the way here to play. So maybe I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll use that as a random question as well. We'll ask Vasu. Vasu might know. And if Abdul's still around, I know that Abdul sometimes is on the chat as well. Well, Abdul, if you're in the chat, if you're listening, you can probably put that right. But thanks for bringing that to our attention, John Hisham.
Yeah, thank you for that. We'll have to find that out. And we want to find out where these grounds are and how we can get a couple of games on there. That'd be terrific.
Chris Caddy says that seems a lot, given that someone said Denmark had 41. Yeah, and Denmark, they would have a lot of grounds. Oh, that's high. Now, it's called a no ball straight away.
Yep.
Is it going to be stopped? I think it has been stopped. That's excellent work from
That's really
Subani to get across and stop that. It's not a good delivery here from Kaim Khan, so he continues to have his issues.
Yeah. So, Johnny, just to let you know that AI has told me there's one known cricket ground in Romania. And guess what? It's this one.
It's this one.
It is indeed this one.
One of us here.
Yeah, so there you go. So AI has countered Google there.
That's poor bowling. It really is poor bowling. I think Kaim Khan, he's got a lot of talent, I think, but he's the kind of guy that you just need. Look at what the batter does here. Jumps right across. So Kaim thinks automatically what he's got to do here is bang the ball in short. That's what the batter wants you to do.
It's exactly what he wanted.
It's exactly what Dalusha Lakshan wants. That's his shot. And he'll do the same again in the next ball. So I think you see that. I think what you got to do is, and he's capable of doing it, is Kaim Khan, because we saw him. I think he ended the over with a slow ball. You either put a slower ball in full and straight, or you just say, you know what, you can move as much as you want. I'm just bowling a good, full, pitched up straight delivery. That's what he's thinking of doing. He's created a field change here from his captain as well. Well, let's see what he does here. Well, that's probably high as well. It's another no ball. It's a second in the over. The fielder does the right thing, then gets the throw in, but they will get home. They'll get two. This over is going badly wrong for Kaim Khan. It started okay with the first three deliveries, 0, 2 and 1. But then after that, there was a wide and 2. There was a no ball and 3. There was a boundary. And now there's another no ball. And if he bowls another high delivery, he'll be taken out the attack.
See, I mean, he's bowling the last over of the innings, so it'd be a strange time to get taken out of the attack. 2 to come in this innings.
Oh, now it's a no ball because of a foot fault, I think.
I think so too. I think you're right there, Rico. Good shout.
When it goes wrong badly. Now, I don't know what they've called this for.
That's interesting.
Let's see if he does catch the return crease at all with his back foot here. Let's see here. And no, that's not a no. It's a difficult one for the umpire. If the foot hasn't touched the line, I don't think it is. Umpire feels that maybe the heel goes down. I'll leave you to look at it. Full toss again. It's high in the air. It's going, goes all the way. Seis queridas más. Shaba. And the Bliss Warriors, once again, have found a way to get past the 100 mark. And it's because Kaim Khan has totally lost the plot in this last over. It has gone magical. With a ball to go, it's at 22 off the over. Make that. Oh, no. Now the wicket keeper misses it. At least the field. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
What is going on here? Naqvi then almost throws the ball over the boundary. It's a shocking. We've seen this before. It's not the first time you hear us saying it. It's a crazy and shocking end to the innings.
Oh, it's very animated out there in the centre, but that Naqvi almost just loses it by throwing it to the player who ran past him and almost threw it over the line. Almost threw it into a minimo.
25 of the over. In the air, and it could finish with a drop catch. It won't. It'll be caught. Well taken. So there will finally be a wicket. And Kaim Khan, that over comes to an end. Well, Khan causing a little bit of carnage in that one. 25 off the over. And Lakshan finishes with 32 of 18 deliveries.
Oh, what an incredible finish. Almost an unbelievable finish to that innings. That's absolutely crazy what happened in that final over. Let's have a look at the highlight reel. We'll get to that final over in just a moment, and we'll try and dissect exactly what happened there. But let's have a look and see what happened right from the get-go. And it was the Bliss Warriors starting very confidently and very competently as well, holding their wickets together. There was Ejaz with an unusual shot there using the edge of the bat and no foot movement at all to get a boundary. And the kids watching from around the world will say, you see, I don't need to use my feet. I can do that as well.
Yeah.
But it was these two batters got the team off to a great start.
Yeah, they did. And this time it was Ejaz Hussain that played some really nice shots. Actually moved on to 18 pretty quickly. But when the wickets fell, they fell very quickly as well. And it all happened in that 1 over where we saw 3 wickets would fall. This one first away was clipped away. And then there's that chip shot, which he's gone for a few times. What a great catch that was also from Kaim Khan. He was doing the old one-footed dance, but stayed and kept his balance. Then this man, after doing a bit of foot fielding, he would come back and knock the stumps over with a direct hit. That was out. And, well, more would come as this was full and straight. Boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball. And that was 3 in the over. Sasanga just changed the way this match was going. But it needed something to get the Bliss Warriors past 100 mark. And that came in the form of Dalusha Lakshan, who played some really nice shots.
Yeah, Lakshan has played a couple of good innings in this first day of the Romanian European Cricket Series. Been really impressed with him. He hasn't had a major opportunity. He's always been playing second fiddle, but I think he's putting together a pretty good tournament so far. I'd like to see him with a chance, maybe even up the order, and maybe he'll get himself into like a good 40, or maybe even get himself a half century if he can. That was an amazing run out too, by the way, by emergency services there. Such a good throw. Throwing out, rolling out 999 and from his own 999 number. It was nines everywhere, pretty much.
It was nines everywhere. Come on, bring another batter out, Sister Sangha. And it was all going well until this last over. And this is where it all started to go wrong, unfortunately, for Kaim Khan. He was just trying to bowl too fast, banging the ball in too short, and then he tried to adjust and get the Yorker length delivery in, but he was going too high. There were full tosses galore. And right at the end, though, he does pick up a wicket, but that over went for 25 and certainly could be the deciding factor in this match.
I totally agree. That was quite an over. And to go for 25 off the 10th, having put the brakes on, having applied all that pressure after felt that Bliss Warriors got away from them the first 4 overs, then really clamped down the runs and to stifle the batters. Have a look there at the scorecard. Lakshan with that 32 from 18, but not a lot of support around him from the other 4 batters. You can see the 2 above only scored 7. A couple of first ball ducks there, Spencer Arnold and Madhusha Lakshan as well. And good start at the top, as we said, 30 for Hussain and 22 for De Silva. And you know what? It was a strange old innings, that one. It was a good counterpunch by Bucharest Warriors after they got rid of the openers, and then things just went a little bit crazy towards the end.
Yeah, it was a good start. I think we said at the time it's the first time that Bliss Warriors have done well in the power play. They got to 41, and then it was a great comeback, actually, from the Gladiators, and it looked like they were going to keep the score under 90 at one point. But a good finish there from the Bliss Warriors, particularly thanks to Dalusha Lakshan, who batted very well for that 32. There's the bowlers there. 3 wickets there from Likshan Sasanga. Outstanding. 3 for 7. Absolutely brilliant. Leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. Though you have to say, Tala Baba there at the top of the order. He's 2 overs for 18, wicketless, but they were pretty tidy as well.
I thought they were pretty good too. I thought he bowled very well without success. He'll get his reward if he gets a few more games in this tournament, which I'm sure he will over the next few days, and that is going to be the bowling card. So there's the story. 15 extras in that one, 12 wides, something to look at as well. They bowled a couple of good innings earlier without so many wides, but yeah, 12, there's something to work on. So 109 for 7. Gladiators will probably think that it's probably about 15 runs more than they thought they'd be chasing at this point of the afternoon. But as it is, they're chasing 110 for the victory. So join me, Phil G, alongside Rico Full for this final innings coming your way in probably about 7 or 8 minutes time. Don't go too far. It's going to be an exciting run chase. And let's see if the Bucharest Gladiators have got what it takes to overtake Bliss Warriors and get their first win in this European Cricket Series Romania 2025 edition. We'll see you shortly. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as the players make their way out into the middle. On this day in 1928, Gloucestershire's medium pacer Percy Mills became the fourth bowler to take a first-class 5 without conceding a run when he ushered Somerset from 71 for 3 to 90 all out with a magnificent spell of bowling in Bristol, after which Gloucester breezed to a 10-wicket victory. And in 1932, birth of Frank Cameron, the New Zealand seamer who played 19 tests in the 1960s. He was successful too, taking 3 fifers and averaging below 30. Cameron's finest display was against Pakistan in Auckland in 1964-65, when his match figures were 49 overs, 22 maidens, conceded 70 runs and took 9 wickets. He was later chairman of the selectors of New Zealand, as well as an umpire, and was awarded the MBE, born on this day in 1932. And don't forget my question, what did Rashid Patel do that saw him banned for 14 months during the Duleep Trophy final in Jamshedpur in the 1990-91? So I'm going to leave that out there for a little while, and then we will reveal the answer as we get ready for the conclusion of the final match of the day, match day 1 here in Romania. And it is going to be Mahesh Abhisinghe with the ball. He's been good. The left armour gets the ball to move around, but he is bowling here to the left-hander, Atif Naqvi, who will hope that he can have the better of him. So with Naqvi, this ball will be moving away from him. And they haven't got the third back, but they have got Dookie in that sort of catching 45 backward point. I'm not quite ready, says Naqvi. Hang on a minute. Mahesh will have to go back to his mark. And the partner for Atif Naqvi is Talababa. And thank you very much to Monica Ramos, who's saying lovely to see cricket in Romania, and loving the commentary from myself and Phil G. Speak of the good man himself. And Phil G, he makes his way in to the commentary position as this one is going to be on to the pads of Naqvi, and no runs. Now, welcome back to Phil G in the house.
Thank you very much, Rico. Good to be back. Quick little break and back into it for the final innings. Let's see if we can pick up a win here for the Bucharest Gladiators, who've toiled out there today. Their second match, trying to chase down an elusive victory here.
Well, he just chips this up in the air, and he's so lucky. Well, he's gone. That's out. Well, the fielding in this match, in terms of the direct hits, have been amazing. And Atif Naqvi, what can you say about this? First of all, he just chips the ball up, and it's almost like, catch me if you can. And then, in the process of trying to get back into his crease, he's going to get run out, and he will have to go for a 2-ball duck. It's a terrible start for the Bucharest Gladiators.
That's a shocker. Absolute shocker. Look at this. And then the throw, and umpire doesn't have to do anything apart from just simply think, raise the finger, you're done.
Yeah, he is done. It's a fine bit of fielding. This match has been known for some excellent fielding. It's a long walk back when you don't have anything to show for. And Atif Naqvi, remember, he scored a fine half century, didn't he, in the earlier match?
Yep.
57, and he was not out, I believe, of 25 deliveries, but he goes for a 2-ball duck, and nobody wants to say anything to him. Here it is again. I mean, he's lucky not to be caught anyway, but great bit of fielding.
It's a difficult one for the dugout to greet the experienced Naqvi as he walks back in for a 2-ball duck. And do you just not make eye contact? Do you pretend you've seen something on your shoe you need to try to remove? I mean, you don't want to make eye contact because you don't know what he's thinking. And that's tough. That's really tough. Unless, of course, you're Abhisinghe, which he's enjoying his afternoon. He had a terrific game earlier, and he got 2 wickets in the first over in the previous match. Pretty much ripped the heart out of the Royal Eagles and any chance they had of getting the win. And, well, he hasn't got a wicket here yet, but he's bowling beautifully at the moment.
He bowls so well, doesn't he? I think he's a dream bowler to open with for the captain. Just look at the shape he gets. Look at that ball come in, and you've got to be good on your feet to play him as a batter. You've got to be moving forward. You've got to be looking to try and get to the ball before it's pitching. So, and you know, and if he gets it in the right slot, well, I tell you what, he's going to get a lot of good batters out. So that had to be dug out that time by Sasunga, and now it's Talababa who has to face him, looking to get off the mark, facing his first ball.
Talababa, who I've been calling him emergency services all afternoon, and it's going to be up to him to really answer the call here.
Asking the question, the umpire not really entertaining that one. And it's Ramesh Sathisan who's out there, and let's say hi to Ramesh. You see pitching outside the leg stump. He's doing a really good job there, Ramesh Sathisan. I have to say,
yeah,
I'm really disappointed that we're not going to see him play. He was down to play for United CC.
That's right.
And of course, him and his familiar partner, Rohit Kumar. This one just doesn't come back, does it? Otherwise, it would have taken the off stump. But fine bit of bowling. And there's Ramesh, hands the cap back, but he's looking trim and looking very mean, and is hardly surprising. Not a lot of people recognise him. Kenneth Burridge coming up with an answer. I will reveal the correct answer in a moment. And Monica saying, hello dear Rico. It's so good to hear from me. Well, it's so good to hear from you as well. And I hope you're going to be able to stick around, not just for the end of the day, but for the remaining 3 days to come. 91 matches without that golden ball. Hey, we've come close.
We have. We've had a few close matches today. We've come tantalising close. We've had one, I think, one last ball finish, one second last ball finish, and yeah, we've had another close game as well. I think we've had 3 close games. I think it was just the last match which got a little bit blown out. But prior to that, we were teased, if you like. I think we were teased gently. But yeah, I get a feeling this could be the series. I was hoping for a night series golden ball. Didn't get it, unfortunately. Not sure if there's ever been a night series golden ball.
Oh,
there was an edge on that, wasn't there?
That went quickly. Look at the reactions there from the keeper. And that's, of course, Aranga de Silva. Now, he's in the right spot, but this has gone so quick. And you can see he's reacted pretty well to it. But he's almost trying to play. It went so quick that he couldn't get the gloves behind it. He sort of went following it, but it goes to the boundary. Well, maybe that's a little bit of luck that the Gladiators needed.
Yeah, there was a clear deflection there as well, but also the body language and the shouts of anguish from almost every Bliss Warriors fielder there really spoke the story. Bliss Warriors put themselves in the box seat now.
Well, that is lofted. It's a really good shot. I thought for a moment there, Phil, that he was going to end up going high, but not the distance, because the way he shaped up, you see here, but he gets the wrist involved. And he plays that away quite elegantly in the end. And that ends up going a long way. Well, it's gone out of the ground and starts to make its way down towards where the lake is. So good luck finding that.
Yeah, Grizzly's gone to swimming. And they do sometimes go swimming here when the ball gets put in the right position. And that's exactly what happened there.
And it's probably going to be okay, says the umpire. The batter
is
appealing. Asking the question. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, it was deliberately bowled a lot wider from him. Yeah, it's hard to tell from the angle, but I think that's okay.
I think that's all right.
I think that's okay.
Yep.
I mean, the batter's made it look wider than what it is, in all fairness. So, good comeback that from Vinay Yagamurthy.
Yeah, totally agree. 12 for 1, just inside the second over here. And Sasunga, a lot on his shoulders now for Bucharest Gladiators. Chases that one instead, though, doesn't he?
It's one of those, and you can see he's eyeing up the shot down the ground. Why? I can tell you why, because there's nobody back there. They've got a wide long on, and they've got a cover, but there's nobody in extra cover or long off. So he wants to hit straight down the ground. He doesn't want to play the cut shot, but it's just a little bit too wide for the shot. This time he tries to dab at it. He's missed out on this as well. So joining up the dots there. Remember, only got just the 1 run off the first over. This second over started with 2 boundaries, but now he's lost his way a little bit again, Sasunga.
Yeah, if he gets it over cover, it's going to go for a boundary. Gets it over mid-off, it's going to go for a boundary.
Well, that will go for a boundary as well. That is a beautiful pickup. Lovely shot. Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka, Lagya. He's good at us. And yeah, he can play this with all the time in the world. And I like his technique. Gets the legs out of the way, keeps the head pretty straight, and then gets the bottom hand in as he gives it a good thump for good measure. to clear the boundary. That's 6 more. That's a big hit. This is the over they needed after only 1 on the first.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. Jinx. Last ball, the over coming up.
And now he will get the one he was after. And that one, oh, is brutal. And it knocks out the bear. Yes, it does. It goes into the banner. I don't think you'll quite see it here. Maybe just have a look on the left. There's the bear. And target practice. The bear gets taken out.
Bosh.
And it's the one just to the left of it.
Oh.
And that was right on the bear. And, well, it's hunting season, everybody. As the Grizzlies take out the bear on the banner. 21 for 1 at the end of 2. What a good over that is. It goes magical. 23 coming off it.
Yeah, big over that one. And a really, really needed over for Bucharest Gladiators as they get their run chase back on track there. 86 needed now from the next 8 overs. That run rate to win is just over 10, well, just under 11, 10.75. So they have addressed that first over by coming out with a big magical over there. Big over this one now.
Yeah, good delivery. Very good delivery. And Mahesh, I wonder if they're just thinking here, look, Mahesh is dangerous. If let's see him out, watch out for that. You can see they're very cautious of anything that he's bowling wide of them. But, you know, if I'm me, I'm thinking that ball's coming back into me and I'm getting ready to play at it, not leave it.
Yeah, true. Tickle that around the corner, can't quite connect though.
Yeah, look at the wind, by the way, just picking up there behind the umpire. Yeah. It's getting a lot fresher here, so, I mean, the darker clouds seem to have vanished. They're not so dark here, but it's very eerie, because if you look to the right of us here, maybe we can show you on the screen a bit later. To the right of us, it's very clear, but to the left, it's still a little bit cloudy. And that's played away. Just lashes out at this one. This one probably may have been a wide as he tries to sneak in another dot ball here, but it's too full, and he just couldn't resist reaching at it and getting a good bit of bat onto it. Nicely played by Baba. Gets another boundary, but it's certainly getting a lot fresher. I think we might have put a jacket on in a moment.
Might have to, yeah. It's welcome, because things got a little bit bogged down there weather-wise. I think we were starting to sort of feel like a couple of chickens in an oven there on Christmas Day. It was getting a little bit warm in here, but yep, that breeze is very welcome. And the cricket's still going off in the background.
That's a good delivery and an excellent take once again there from the keeper. Seems to be getting better and better. Aranga De Silva, while he's back there, he's getting his feet moving now. They're the hardest ones, aren't they? Because it goes in between the batter and the stumps, and quite often you think the ball's going to hit the stumps, you leave it. Yeah, that's what we're talking about there. So you can see the difference between the two sort of sides of the ground.
Good vision, that.
But those clouds definitely are coming through this way. Oh, it just doesn't come back enough this time, does it? It goes the wrong way, does the batter Baba. I think he's far better off, we said before, going out towards the offside and taking his weight into the shot rather than taking it away. So he's just got to learn how to play this, the left armour here. But can they survive him? He's only given away 5 runs. It's the last ball of his spell. And he will get this one through as well. Really well bowled. Excellent bit of bowling. And 5 runs conceded. And he's first over went for 1. That one only goes just for the 4. That was the 1 boundary off it. So they've only able to score of 2 balls of the 12 that he's bowled. Excellent bowling. And the score 28 for 1.
So I think it's fair to say that Bucharest Gladiators, they have a lot of trouble with Arba Singh here. They had no trouble with that second over, but the first and third over, just all sorts of trouble. Unlucky for the bowler not to pick up a wicket there. Doesn't get reward for effort in the wicket column. But nonetheless, that's a very good economical start. When you're defending a score of, 110 for the win, and you strike bowler only allows 5 runs off his 2 overs, that's very, very good. Yeah,
interesting here, the change of bowler. I mean, I'm going with my top gun here. I'm going with ECS. I'm saying, you know what, ECS, you've got to bowl. He bowled brilliantly in that last match. He only conceded just 5 runs, picked up 1 wicket. And or you go with this guy, I suppose, who bowled very well as well. Took 3 wickets, Madhusha Lakshan. And they like it. He's got it. He goes fishing, gets a little feather on it, and that is a big wicket. Look at the celebrations. It's Lakshan Sasanga will have to go, and it is Madhusha Lakshan who gets the breakthrough. And they love it. And you know why they love it? Because that's the other danger batter. The two batters that scored well for Bucharest Gladiators in that close match that they had against Phoenix are both back in the shed.
Yeah, Lakshan goes for his celebratory run, goes over to where the wicketkeeper was, finds he's not there, goes on the full arc, searching for his captain. He gets a high 10 from his captain and eventually finds his way back to his bowling run up here, gets the ball back. But for Lakshan Sasanga, he can't repeat his antics of the previous match. He goes to 23 from 9, and that's a massive body blow for the Bucharest Gladiators, chasing down 110 for a win, and they've lost their second big wicket. The two who put on a massive 98-run partnership in the previous game as well, now back in the shed. And this is trouble aplenty. Bliss Warriors, well, they're probably walking on cloud 9 at the moment.
Plays that nicely, but no run. It's a good shot for nothing there. He hits it too well, if you like, does Rashid. So let's see what the Gladiators have here. Now, this is going to be really interesting because now we're going to see their depth. Are they all about just Sasanga and about Nakvi? Umpire is on the walkie-talkie about something here now. Not sure what this is about. There's some discussion about something. I think there might be just... wonder if there's some activity behind the bowler's arm here.
Yeah.
It might be the case. They are looking back. And, well, Miles Wolfie is going to go and investigate.
I think the bowler's gesturing to something behind there. Oh, it's our bus. Would you believe it? It's our bus. He's parked right. He's parked right behind.
Oh dear!
But it's a white bus, so
it's a fair point.
That's the problem. Marzi has to explain in his very limited Romanian not to park here.
Well,
and yep, he's got the message. Bus will be moved, and he just needs to put it behind the sight screen. He'll be gold.
Yeah, he's done well actually to actually get up here because we know there he is.
There he is. Don't go too far. Please don't go too far. He has to take us back to the hotel in about an hour.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he says, right then, if you don't want me? I hope you communicated that correctly, Marzi.
That's a good point.
And well, this time they will get the single. Plays the shot well, Rashid, but obviously needs to try and get past the fielder. But this time it just ricochets away. That's just going to be a single.
Just watching the bus. I think he's parked somewhere acceptable now, so I think we're okay. He hasn't driven off. He's parked somewhere acceptable. I think he's now parked behind the sight screen. So I think we're good. I think we're gold. He hasn't driven off. We continue though.
Short delivery, well bowled, good variations. I like what Madhusha Lakshan has done here today with the ball. I like the way that he's made the batters play him outside the off. He's attacked the stumps, and then every so often he bangs in this shorter delivery. But once again, he doesn't fire it down the leg side. He keeps outside the off. It's good bowling. Bottom off the bat, taking on the fielder. It goes to the keeper's end, and they will get home. As you can see, the bowler saying, "What about my end, Lakshan?" But I suppose the bowler is saying, "Hey, I'm left-handed. It's easier for me to throw to the keeper from here."
Don't know what Gladiators might have in the tank, but Barber's been there for 10 deliveries, 5 runs. But I'm not sure they do have someone who you might want to replace him with. Maybe it's a bit too early to make that call. 2 wickets down, 30 on the board. And Barber, who's been at the came in first drop, I think he did. He's just not fired a shot.
Well, see, it's things like that. I mean, all right, that's a wide and you take it. But, I mean, Rashid, it's a full toss on the leg side. I mean, even if he gets a bit of pad or a bit of bat on this, that's going to race away to the boundary. It comes down to putting away the bad balls. I know wide balls get bowled again, but if you're not putting them away, it don't matter. Put away the bad, and they haven't been able to do that at the moment. Plays it off the back foot. He's running for nothing. And if this was picked up cleanly, well, I mean, he's given up the goose here. He's given up the goose. I mean, I don't think it's not a run. I mean, he's hit this and run, has Rashid. And Baba has just been absolutely barbecued. Not the first time today. But the thing is, if he had just said, you know what, I'm still going to try and get there, he would have made it. Because first of all, there was a fumble from the fielder. Then secondly, the keeper doesn't take it cleanly. He would have made it. Watch this again. So he doesn't go straight away. There's the fumble. And he then has the time to look up and throw it to the right end. But look at him there. It's 999. He needs to dial 999. He needs to call the emergency services and get him towed off the middle. That's a disaster. Well, we've seen 2 crazy run-outs Nakvi was first, and now there's this one. Look at this. It's just crazy. But if you just focus on them there, if he had just run, he would have made it home. He just stood there in the middle. Maybe we can see that again, just the batters in the middle, just standing there. Never mind about the fielders. Just watch the batters. Look at him here. Look at him. Look at him. And then he don't run. And look at the time he had. He would have made it. He would have made it. It just doesn't bother.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. He had an eternity to make that run. If he'd gone, as you say, even if he had that slight hesitation, there was enough hesitation on the fielder. And have a look at the run rate graph. The run rate graph is telling a story of the the Bucharest Gladiators going completely the wrong way here.
Yeah,
this run chase is getting blown out of the water.
It's not good. A lot of people are saying, oh, there was a few people in the chat were saying, oh, Babar's the man. He's going to be the key. Well, I tell you, Babar is now gone as well. And it's not looking good. Sabani now out there, the captain. See what he can do.
See, there's Ash in the chat. Ash, hashtag save Derek. Nice to see you, Ash.
Catching chance and beautifully taken. Really well taken, and that's a man who's just been outstanding in the day. Lithia Kalahara, he is just an outstanding fielder. Look at the way he times this. He has to spring off his feet to get there. So he jumps up, he's off the ground, and then he's able to take it second time around. Great catch. Nothing came right for the Gladiators. Another one bites the dust, and that is going to be the end of Rashid. He'll go for one off the bowling off Dookie.
Yeah, we sung Kalahara's praises early, didn't we? And that's case in point right there. That is a well-judged catch on the boundary line. He knew where he was as well. He timed his leap to perfection. It may have been a juggle, but nonetheless, he kept the ball in front of himself, in front of his eyes, and watched it down to the hands. A really good catch. Bliss Warriors all over this. This has been their day today.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? Fair play to them. They've had to do it the hard way. It's never easy when you're playing 4 matches in the day. They play the first 2, they had the break, and then they played the last 2. And now they play, of course, remember, 3 on the spin tomorrow. They picked up a 4-point win also against the Royal Eagles. And I think you got to feel that, you know, they're already in a very good position. Just remind the viewers, because of the format here. Yeah. So we'll have all teams will play each other on 3 occasions. So you can see that it's very important. They're all going to play 9 matches. And then what it simply comes down to is the top 2, first and second, will play in what's the final.
That's right. That's right. Wednesday, the last match on Wednesday is the final. Top 2 face off, and whoever comes 3rd and 4th, we thank you for the competition, but it's not going to be you playing. So there's that, and there's a lot to think about here. So look, this team, the Warriors, they have done themselves every little bit of favour here by you know, getting the wins on the board, getting the runs on the board, really playing really hard here. And I've really enjoyed watching the play. Really been enjoyable. We have a look there tomorrow and see what happens in ECS in England, Hornchurch. And 5 matches coming your way. Keep a look out for that one. Mighty Tigers got 3 games there. They start against the Sharks Cricket Academy. Then Mark Hall London take on the Sharks. Mighty Tigers against Mark Hall London. Mighty Tigers against Hornchurch in match 4. And then match 5, Hornchurch are back to take on Mark Hall London. And that's a big day. First day of the ECS Hornchurch coming your way tomorrow. So we're going to start the 6th over now. Just getting yourself settled. Our bus has disappeared. I'm sure he's still in the car park somewhere. We'll find out in a moment. Well, maybe in about 20 minutes' time.
Oh, well, he needs to maybe keep the engine started, I think, a bus. So on this day, in 1964, was born Rashid Patel, and just won a wicketless test for the Indian seamer, who was born today, and is better known for an unsavoury incident during the Dulip Trophy final in Jamshedpur in 1990-91. After one sledging match too many, that one's played away nicely, and it's going to be well fielded. Fielding's been really good, sensational stuff. It will saves another boundary. That's nicely done. So yeah, after one sledging match too many, Patel chased Raman Alamba, the batter, wielding a stump like a maniac, and he struck him and was later banned for 14 months.
That's incredible.
There you have it. And not the sort of thing you see on the field these days. I think these days he would have got more than a 14-month ban as well. It's up in the air. Oh, it's a bit better, isn't it? Runs are needed. It's going to be a boundary on this occasion, though. As Mahmood gets this one away.
Yeah, gets that one to the boundary for a rare boundary sighted here in this innings. It's been a little bit tough going here since the top 2 batters went out for, well, Nakvi went out for cheap, went out for a 2-ball duck, and Sasanga went out for a 20-odd, but needed much more from him. And unfortunately for the Bucharest Gladiators, they just haven't shown that same sort of fight and tenacity that we were hoping to see from them. And Bliss Warriors are capitalising here big time. Lakshan bowling quite well here in this spell.
It's played away nicely, but again, they've got that sweeper out there who's doing a wonderful job. Saw him make a good save there earlier. They've just had one thing I've noticed about Bliss Warriors in the day. I've been very impressed with the way they've set the field. We've seen on a number of occasions when they played, no matter who it is, there's been some good shots being played against it, but they've always had the fielders in the right place, and credit to them for that. And the bowlers, they kept it simple most of the time, line and length, keeping the ball outside the off, but the fielders have done their job perfectly well.
They've done really well. I have to agree with that. The fielding got better and better. We started off a few catches put down and things are looking a little bit slow to kick things off. We thought, oh, Sunday morning, you know, let's see how we go. But it has gotten better and better as it's gone on.
Yeah, and that's a classic example of it, you see. Just seeing that the batter's not getting anything outside the off and keeping the ball there. And another very good over, only going that over in the end just for 6 runs. So Mudusha Lakshan having a very good day out there. Took 3 wickets in the earlier match, and on this occasion takes just 1, but only concedes just the 9 runs. 38 for 4 at the end of 6.
Yeah, this is tough. Tough for the Gladiators to stomach this one. They just don't have the firepower in the middle order. Have a look at the batting card there, right on cue. You can see there, Lakshan Sasanga there, the only shining light, that 23 from 9. And after that, there's really not a lot to write home about for the Gladiators.
Full toss, and that kind of tells you the story.
Yeah.
Full toss on the leg side, not being put away. Swings hard at it, but it's only going to be just a single. There's Ishfahan Duki. Bowled in the last match, rested himself, but he's certainly turning his arm over in this one. That's hit well down the ground and will get 4 runs for it. That's a nice hit from Kaim Khan. I mean, I suppose if it's going to happen, Phil, it's got to start now.
Yep.
18 it stood required per over at the start of this one. So if they get a big over here, maybe they start to believe if the 2 batters start to find the middle of the bat, it is possible.
Yeah, but a couple of magical overs right here in succession is exactly what they want. Have a look there. Gets a bit of a march down. Would you be tempted as the wicketkeeper to maybe put the helmet on and be up at the stumps for Dookie?
I think maybe not, you know, because I think when you know that they're needing boundaries, I think if you're stopping the ball, I mean, you wouldn't want to stand up and get a little snick or something, or even 4 byes. You want to give it a boundary away. So I'm quite happy with him the way he is here. That's well struck from Khan. So that's another one that gets away. That one almost rattles our scorers. See, Samir and Vasu are in that area, and Nilkesh Patel and Wolfie Mars will go chasing after this one. But another good strike. So, I mean, look, you can see Khan starting to go here. Subani, he's a big guy. But if they can get the 18 saying this over, then they'll feel, well, look, we've done it once. Maybe we can do it another 3 times. Total miscue.
Wasn't it?
Just going to lob over Dookie. Just going to be a single.
It was a funny old slow delivery, that one. It sat up for a moment trying to bowl it a little bit quicker, a bit shorter, and he had all the time in the world to place it, ended up just mishitting it over the bowler. Well, that case in point for the Gladiators match here in this run chase. It just hasn't fired. 50 up as well with that miss hit. 50 for 4. 1 more to come in the 7th.
Let's see if Subani can get another boundary here. Another 6 here. And then you can say, well, okay, we kind of win the over. It won't be a 6. It's just going to be a single. And he just hasn't been able to put them away. That's been the difference. I think if you have a look at the two sides with their batting, I mean, Lakshan was able to, Lakshan Hussain and even Aranga de Silva were able to put away the bad deliveries. And that's one thing that the Gladiators haven't been able to do. So we looked at this a little bit earlier. 3 matches on the spin in the morning for the Bliss Warriors. Phoenix themselves will also be playing 3 matches, but they play the first and have a bit of a break and come back to finish today. And the Bucharest Gladiators and the Royal Eagles will play the 2. But I think the way things are going here today, it's the Gladiators you feel They have to really perform tomorrow. And there will be, of course, the repeat of this match. And that's going to be match number 7. And then the Gladiators will hope they can get a victory under their belt. They need that quite badly. Remember, the top 2, team that finishes first and second, after playing each other on 3 occasions, so after 9 matches, the top 2 will play in the final. And that's the way it works this time round, as we will go to Shamud Mudbamul to bowl the next over. And not out the middle, just going to bounce short of the field. And not a bad guy to bowl when the opposition are trying to score 20 and over, because he puts, we've said this before, he puts no pace on the ball at all, does he?
Yeah, and he bowled in the previous match. I think he went for 4 runs off his 5 deliveries, and the last ball got hit down the ground for 6. So it wasn't a bad result, to be honest.
Well, that's hit hard, but to the fielder, and we know, and he's a classy fielder as well, Lalita Kalahara. Fielding is so important in the game, isn't it, Field? I think if there was an award for the top fielder in the day, that definitely would be that man there, Kalahara. I mean, I still feel that we're going to see better from him with the bat as well. He looks like a guy who's played the longer format T20s. Is he going to be in the action again? Oh, yeah, you bet, baby. What a catch. And sometimes, you know, it works that way. Myself and Phil are bigging up this guy because he's been absolutely sensational. Lithika Kalahara. And while we talk about him, and I said he'll come good with the bat as well, and he says, hang on, Rico, let me just show you some more class. That is quality. That is top draw. That is an absolute cracker.
I enjoyed watching that. That absolutely was fantastic. Couldn't have said it better, Rico. He has really turned on a display here for everybody at the ground. He's fielded well. He's caught everything. He's hustled in the field. He's been really smart about chasing the ball that gets hit to him. He knows whether to come forward to it or to go back, and he has absolutely excelled. And yeah, you're right. If there was an award for the best fielder, he gets it hands down. Asked to do a bit more work again, and he does. Takes it cleanly on the first bounce. And a great throw to the keeper there. Rifles in a return. Yeah, outstanding. Absolutely outstanding from Kahari.
He's been great, hasn't he? And we have seen some great fielders here at the Moravia Cricket Ground in the past. I know that we've seen somebody like the Chamkala Fernando, who plays, of course, for Cluj. Well, that's been overthrown this time. He knows we talked about it now. He's starting to wanted to show off a little bit. By the way, did we touch on the fact that for John Hisham that there is only the one ground
here
in Romania?
I put a message in the chat to say that he got it from Wikipedia. That was the total number of grounds that T20I games have been played on since it started in 2005. And he thanked me for that bit of information too.
Like miscue? Yeah, just the one ground. I checked also with Vasu, and he said, yeah, only this one ground. But who knows, folks? Who knows? In years to come, there might be a few more. Let's hope so, because the game definitely is growing here. I tell you what's growing as well. The lead at the top of the table, because the Bliss Warriors, they look like they're going to get another victory here. The question is, will it be 4 points again, or will it be just 3? Just have a look at the equation there.
There it is.
22 of 12. So they need to go 11 for a point. Now, we did see quite miraculously how the Royal Eagles messed that up earlier against the Bliss Warriors.
They certainly did. That was a bit of a shocker. Let's see if the Gladiators have learnt the lesson from that, because they need to get out of this game with a point. They've got to be able to pick up a point. 5 wickets down, 55 on the board, 8 overs gone. The 9th starts right now.
Yeah, Krishnan with the ball. And it's going to be played out, or dragged out really, to the long on. And of course, we all know who feels there now. You don't take his arm on. That's Kalahara.
Well, I've taken a buzzer there, I think. It's just gotten away from the keeper and no one's gone after it. And I think keeper's suggesting that maybe one of the fielders could have come in and helped him out. He's a bit filthy on that one. And I think one thing Gladiators have missed is they've got to stop hitting the ball to Kalahara, because he's fielding everything so beautifully. They should listen to us and stop hitting the ball to him.
Yeah.
Anywhere else in the field, you'd be right.
That one going straight to the bowler and misses the target. I reckon the direct hit definitely would have been out hit. Let's have a look at this. I mean, he goes nowhere and he's been made to run. Just had to hit the target and he misses. And look at Aranga. I wonder if Aranga had taken the bails off if this would have been out. Have a look here. Probably not. But if he was closer, certainly was an option. All right. Abasi. Well, he hits that pretty well, but, well, it was straight to the fielder who's not able to hold the catch. And you're right there. What you're saying, as long as you don't hit it to Kalahara, you have a chance. And that's Vinay Yagamurthy, who's not able to take the catch. And he says, well, that ball's taking a bit of my fingers with it as well. 6 runs. So can they get to the 77?
Fielder, his argument will be there's a hole in my hands and I went straight through it. That was that was extraordinary the way he looked down his hands to say, are these invisible? What happened there? How did I miss that one?
Oh, well, handy runs. Sometimes they say that fortune does favour the brave, and Sadir Abasi, he's certainly being brave as he's swinging the willow. Swings his hard, gets the edge of the bat, it flies over the outstretched hand of Aranga. That's going to be 4 more runs. John Hisham coming back and saying, you can't trust
Saw that. I just saw that.
I like that, John.
Johnny, stay with us,
right,
mate.
though. You cannot trust Google. You cannot.
So true.
I tell you what, a lot of people are using AI now, and I was thinking to myself, you know what, Rico, I'm not the best with technology. It takes me a while. And I know Vinny will tell you stories about Instagram, Facebook, how I got started, whatever. And so I thought to myself, well, look, if everybody's using AI, maybe it can help me do what I do a little bit better. Because that's out, by the way. Well done, well bowled. Abasi, his little fight there comes to an end. He's going to be the next wicket to fall. I don't mind that, actually, from Abasi. It was the last ball in the over. You might as well have a go. If you get another boundary, if you get a bit more luck, then you get a chance to take that point.
Yep.
As it is here now, they've still got, 9 runs required, I feel, to get to a point here. So they've still got some work to do. It gives me a chance to finish what I was talking about. So I thought, okay, let's see if we can use AI. So I was by the people at HQ. They gave me the AI that they use. I logged in, whatever. And I thought, okay, this event is coming up.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to type in, and I thought, I'm going to be smart. I'm going to type in a question that I know the answer to, because I want to make sure that what I'm using is legit, because there's nothing worse than you're doing all this research and giving all the facts to people, and it's wrong.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
I know that you're very much like me. You do a lot of research at the end of every day, before the start of every... So I typed in, who was the MVP of the 2024 European Cricket Series here in Romania?
Okay.
And it came up with a guy called Lucky Shivarama, who I've never heard of, never played in Romania. And I'm thinking, it's not. I know it's Vasu Saini. So, John, all I want to say is, I've been there. It's not always right. In the air, another chance. This is out. Of course it is, because look who it is. There he is again. Another catch taken. Kalahara. You know what? I know there's been some good performances in this match. Delusha Lakshan, 32. Ijaz Hussain, 30. Me, he's my player of the match. I reckon... I don't know if we've ever given a player of the match to somebody who's been sensational in the field, but we should do. We should set a precedent. He's the player of the match. Let's start a campaign. Come on, everybody on the chat. Player of the match is going to be that man there, number 28, Lathia Kalahara, who takes another catch. Oh, are they going to get all the points here? This is what it's all about. 5 balls to go. You can see what they need as Khan will go. That's a big wicket, because he's one man that could have done it. So another man comes out. Who's this that comes out now? Man with all the 3s on the bat is our friend Zafran Imtiaz, who had a few good moments with the field. Showing all his stumps, by the way. And it's a good job this ball wasn't straight. So there you go, John Hisham. It's not always correct.
True.
I did then ask it some other things, and it was right.
It was right, okay.
Just goes to say that you can't take everything it tells you to be right. So whoever Lucky Shivarama is, please make yourself known. Because AI thinks you were the MVP. There's another swing and a miss. And it's going to be all 4 points here for Bliss Warriors. You know, it's going to be all the points, because they've got to try and get to that 77. And that means they've got to hit at least 2 boundaries of the next 3 deliveries. And I don't think Imtiaz is going to... He gets a little bit straighter, but he still swings and misses at this one. And, well, Bliss Warriors, what a good day it's been for them. Team on debut. First time they played as a team, not the players though. We've seen them before. They won the first match when they defended 106. They did go down in the second to the Eagles after taking Eagles all the way to the last match, chasing 80 required for victory. But then they bounced back and took 4 points off the Royal Eagles in the rematch there, and it looks like they're going to take 4 points away from the Gladiators as well.
It does indeed. There's only 2 balls left in this match, and Gladiators, they're not even going to pick up the bonus point here. No, there's 1 ball left. Thank you, just 1 ball left. I was a bit behind the scoreboard. Here it is, final ball.
And
after this one.
It's a wide. It doesn't really help the Gladiators.
Not really.
They still, I mean, Imtiaz, if he hits the ball, I think it'll be quite remarkable. If he hits it for a 6, will be something special. But even that doesn't help them. They need 8.
Thinking the dot here.
And there you go.
Indeed.
I didn't think he was going to hit a ball. That's we've seen, I must admit, the last 2 matches we've seen disappointing endings, and this is another one there from the Gladiators. They just get to a score of 69, so the Bliss Warriors will have a fantastic end to their day, picking up all 4 points there. So what a good day it's been for them. 12 points in the day, and they're sitting pretty, very pretty at the top of the standings.
Yeah, this has been a great day. And you know, at the start of the day, I was praising them for their guts, for actually saying, we're happy to play 4 games today. Really, it was quite a surprise that they had to play 4 games, but they held themselves to account really well. And case in point, I thought they really hit the pinnacle of their day in the previous match, that 3rd match, where they really came good. This one has been almost an equal destroyation of a team which I was expecting big things from. And it's turned out it hasn't.
Yeah, Gladiators just haven't performed. Bliss, and the one thing about them is I've loved the way that they've all bowled. I mean, they've spoiled for bowlers. They've got good bowlers. They keep it nice and tidy. All right, once again, the fielding isn't always at the best, but they managed to find a way. And how important, of course, was that last over where they scored those 20-odd runs.
Yeah, that's a really big over. That we even said that could be the difference between the 2 teams. I think that was the difference, and then some. That's really how crazy it was. And you can see there this highlight reel coming forward here. This was the crazy run out. The run out where there was every opportunity for emergency services. Look at him there, 999 on his back, and he just gave up, turned around, walked off. He could have made that run. Absolutely could have made it. Not sure why he stopped there. Rashid coming undone there with that man who should get the player of the match, and that is Kalhara. He has done so well in this game, and he's had a really good day in the field as well. I think with the last catch he takes, we'll probably see a highlight of that last catch he takes. It could be this one here. Oh no, it's the one after this. It comes up in the air, and he takes a really good catch. He turns around to the dugout behind him, and he almost gives a little nod as though to say, as he's walking back a bit later, he turns to me and he actually gives a nod to say, I'm a ball magnet. I'm catching everything. This is weird. I'm not expecting this.
Yeah, you know, we saw him, I think in the second match they played, and I think I said to you, I think we might have been off fair, and we said, this guy is special. He looks a player, and we just felt that, you know, with the bat, he was a little bit slower. Remember, he just couldn't get going, and we said earlier, you know, it's a bad wicket to get when they got him out, and it almost proved to be, but they still ended up winning that match.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there he is again then. There's something about him. He just loves being involved in the action. He's jolly, he's smiling, he's got great movement, he attacks the ball. Every time the ball goes to him, he attacks it, he picks the ball up and he throws it into the gloves of the keeper, just letting the batters know, hey, if you take me on, I can throw from here to the keeper, no problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
And he took some great catches there. I mean, it's very unusual for us to give a player of the match to somebody just purely because of their fielding. But I tell you what, if there ever could be somebody that we could give it to for that, it would be today, because I just think he was absolutely outstanding.
I agree. It's definitely today. I mean, he's appeared there with that's 1, 2, 3 catches there. His throws to the stumps at the keeper's end has been sensational. I think he's even affected a run out in maybe in this match or maybe the previous match, I'm not sure, but 3 catches, patrolled that long on area, and that's not an easy place to field because that ball's coming at you like a rocket most of the time.
They've gone with, you can understand it, Delusa Lakshan, who scored 32 of 80. That's fair enough. And
yeah, fair enough.
I think he also, I think he bowled as well. Did he bowl, or am I thinking of the other Lakshan? But for me, still, I think impact in the game, those catches, I mean, if you don't catch them, as we saw earlier from a fielder at square leg, if you don't catch it, it goes for 6.
That's right.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it? And also, you think about, you get 4 points. If any one of those ones he missed, he dropped, went past him, the catch he takes when he sprung up in the air, pumped it forward and took it. If that goes for 6, they lose a point.
That's exactly right.
4 points here.
Exactly right. He's preserved the 4 points for the team. So he put his hand up for a good proper shout there to say, hey, about me for contention for player of the match. As it is, it's been given to Lakshan. I can see people in the chat waving goodbye to us, Rico, as they're all heading off into the sunny distance here on this late Sunday afternoon, early evening. But it's been absolutely wonderful here. That's the final match there. So Bliss Warriors get the big win over the Bucharest Gladiators there. And what a great way to finish. Probably a game that was a bit more blown out. We had a couple of early games which were very, very close. That one got a bit blown out, went one way. But Bliss Warriors, got to hand it to them. 4 matches today, and they have excelled more than my expectations. Come off with a really good win off this game just now. And so, you know what? Tomorrow they got 3 on the spin, and then they get to take a break, and it's up to the other teams then to come out here and try to stamp their authority on this series, see if they can put themselves up into the top of the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say the first 3 matches today, as we said, were very close. The last 2, not so much, and that's probably because Bliss, I mean, we thought that maybe that they will get frail having to play so much cricket for matches, but in fact they got better. The way that they played against the Eagles in the rematch, the Eagles beat them early and they came back and they just blew them away by picking up all the 4 points. I mean, Eagles really should have got a point out of that, though. It wasn't good cricket from them. And then they did the same here against the Gladiators, so well done to them. I mean, they're sitting high up at the top of the standing, but I liked the quality of the cricket today, I have to say. Sometimes we go to venues where it's very high scoring, where the batters are really having a field day, and we see, you know, innings after innings where 2 or 3 batters have been scoring big runs. It wasn't the case here. Aranga, he's got 2 half centuries today. That was the Bliss Warriors player. So he obviously is a very key player. But I like the bowling. I like the way the bowlers bowl. We saw a lot of good Yorkers being executed. We saw a lot of slow deliveries. We saw a lot of cutters. So well done to the bowlers. They obviously know how to bowl on this pitch, which can, if batters come in, score big runs. Talking about big runs, well, are we going to see big runs tomorrow in Hornchurch? Or maybe, I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to seeing.
What's that?
With names like that, the mighty Tigers, we've got the Sharks in there as well, Muckhor, London, and so forth. I want to see some really extraordinary team kits.
Oh, so do I. That will be key to watch. Absolutely agreed. And that's just Group A. So Group A action tomorrow, plenty. 5 games coming your way. You see the schedule there on the board, so make sure you tune in for that. That starts at 8:45 GMT tomorrow. And then don't forget, of course, us here. We'll be starting a little bit earlier, 6:15 GMT, an earlier start, as we've got 5 matches on. It's going to be warmer here tomorrow. We're expecting warmer conditions, Rico.
I think before we leave tonight, we're going to make some changes. I think we're going to move the tables back a little bit so they're under the shade. We'll start off with one side covered up because the sun, of course, goes around this way. We've learned from today, but hey, we're not going to complain about the weather because we've had a late start here because, well, the torrential and severe weather conditions that they've had here in Romania. I said earlier, I know a lot of people have been affected by it. So, of course, our heart goes out to a lot of people affected by the weather. We do hope that you're getting back on your feet. And on behalf of myself, Phil, and everybody from the European Cricket Network, we hope that things are improving quite rapidly. Certainly, it seems that way because the sun has come out here today. And we can see already, just in the couple of days that things, that we've been doing the preparations here for today, that things are dried up nicely. The ground looks great. I mean, me and you were here. We know how bad that ground was. And the work that's been done here by the ECN crew, by the Federation, by all the players, I've got to say, all the players have been coming here and mucking in. And mucking in was the word because it was mucky. It's been unbelievable. You would not believe what this ground looked like and what it looks like now and the areas around it. So well done to everybody for getting the cricket on. And I thoroughly enjoyed the cricket here. Thoroughly enjoyed my time here in Romania. I know we'll go back. We'll talk a little bit of cricket. We'll talk about some of our highlights. There were plenty of them. And I know that we've got some of those to show you in the end of their highlight videos. So it's time for us to start to wrap up here.
I think we should indeed. And I can hear the music playing through the headphones. I want to say thank you to everyone in the chat for keeping us company today. It's been wonderful to have your company as always. Look forward to catching up with you all throughout this tournament and obviously into next week as well. So stay safe wherever you're watching from around the world. It's been wonderful to have you join us here in this first day in Romania. And as Rico said, a lot of work behind the scenes to get this up and running. Hope you've had a great day with us.
Yeah, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia. Ciao, ciao.
My body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body back and forth.